This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Prelude to the Cataclysm. MG32 by Mu Galaxy, Mercury Planet. All the things that were wrong started that night. Late at night, Jiningshin got up to go to the bathroom, got out of bed, and walked a few steps before she realized that something was wrong around her. She has more than 300 degrees of myopia. Naturally, she didn't wear glasses when she slept at night, and it was dark around her, and she couldn't see clearly, but she always felt that it didn't look like her room. After all, no matter how dark the room is, there will be a little vague outline. What's more, she had the habit of turning on the night light when she slept. She would always turn on a dim light near the door on the floor of the bathroom. But now it was pitch black all around her, without any dim light at all. Where was she? A chill rose from her spine, and Jiningshin's neck felt numb. But she subconsciously reached out her hand, trying to touch the lamp on the wall based on her memory. But soon her fingertips touched a cold metal object, which was not the touch of the wall of her room at all. She awoke from her dream with a start, and then she found herself lying in bed. She got up and turned on the lamp on the bedside table, and the soft yellow light poured out, illuminating the whole room. It was a little after 4 in the morning, and she was surrounded by everything she was familiar with. The room was about 40 square meters facing south, with a balcony outside the floor-to-ceiling window, gray-pink wallpaper, and the bathroom door at the entrance was closed, exactly the same as before she went to bed. It was clearly a familiar environment that made her feel at ease. But she could not get rid of the sense of reality in her dream just now. She even felt the cold and hard touch of metal objects on her fingertips. Dreaming? However, the same dream happened several times in the following days. At first, it happened when she was sleeping at night. And later, even when she was taking a nap on the sofa in the living room in the afternoon. She would fall into the same strange dream. The same strange space. The same pitch blackness. The silence and darkness. And then she woke up. She knew that people would have all kinds of strange dreams. When people are dreaming, they will feel that the things around them are very real, even if they are absurd. Only when one wakes up and regains consciousness, and becomes clear-headed, will the real feeling in the dream gradually disappear. But this is not the case with her. She can quickly detect something strange in her dream, and then wake up with a start. After waking up, the feeling in the dream will linger for a long time. Moreover, she has never heard of people having the same dream repeatedly in a short period of time. Should she go to the hospital for a checkup? Before she could arrange to go to the hospital, another strange thing happened. The food and tent she had just bought and put in her RV for weekend camping were gone. The RV was a bit old. It was bought when her mother was still alive. At that time, her parents would drive her and her brother and sister to the suburbs to camp on weekends. The RV was a very common single-layer C-type, a pickup truck head, a body length of 5.9 meters, and a height of more than 3 meters. The interior was a bright and warm milk coffee color. Because it could not be expanded, the space was not very large, but it had a bed, a headboard, a kitchen and bathroom, and a dining booth. She could eat, rest and play games in the car. Sometimes, when she woke up from a nap, the car had already taken her to the lake in the suburbs. She liked this way of driving on the road. A small RV gave her a full sense of security, no matter where her parents took her. As long as she had this RV, it was like taking her familiar warm home along the way. When she was 13 years old, her mother passed away. Her father missed her when he saw the car. In addition, the RV was broken and sent for repair at that time. He wanted to sell the car. As a result, an accident happened at that time. She was missing for 2 days, and her father almost went crazy. Finally, she was found in the RV, curled up and sleeping inside, safe and sound. In the end, Jiningshin saved the RV. After the car was repaired, it was sent back and parked in the parking space, covered with dust-proof cloth, and never driven again. The year she passed the driver license test, the RV was transferred to her name by her father. After that, she also practiced driving the RV many times. But like this time, it was the first time to plan to drive the RV to go camping. This weekend, she planned to take Lu Tingfeng and her best friend Yang Ruiran to the seaside park in Haicheng for 2 days. There were a lot of food and water supplies for 2 days for several people. She went to the supermarket alone to buy them. She didn't have time to sort them out. She was too lazy to bring them into the house. She just put them on the floor of the RV. But those things are gone now. She searched the whole RV and asked Lu Yue and Lu Tingfeng. They didn't know she bought anything. They asked her what she bought. Did she forget where she put it? Finally, she confirmed that her biological father, her eldest brother, and even her aunt who didn't live at home, hadn't noticed it, let alone taken it. In addition to being terrified, Ji Ningxin began to wonder if there was something wrong with her brain. Did she really buy these things? Did she buy them in a dream? Otherwise, how to explain the disappearance of the supplies? Ji Ningxin's mother died early, and she was sensible and mature at an early age. She had strong independent self-care ability since she was a child, and she rarely showed such confusion and self-doubt. Seeing that she was not in good condition, Lu Tingfeng asked her if she was not feeling well, and said that if she was not feeling well, the weekend camping plan at the seaside park could be cancelled. Anyway, he had planned to work overtime on the weekend. Ji Ningxin. Lu Yue looked at his daughter lovingly, while silently taking out his phone and transferring 4 digits to her. He also deliberately added the meaning of FA, which means that if you can't find something, forget it, you can buy whatever you want. If her autistic plus workaholic brother doesn't want to go, he is willing to go with her, although he will inevitably feel sad because of seeing the car and thinking of people, but once in a while, he can try to overcome it. Ji Ningxin looked at her father's scruffy face and smiled and declined. She took the small amount of money Lu Yue had given her, and drove the RV directly to her favorite warehouse supermarket, and started shopping again. This warehouse supermarket is located on the first floor and basement of a large shopping supermarket in the east of the city. It occupies a large area, and has a wide variety of items. She can find all the supplies she needs for this trip here. The shopping cart in the supermarket is also special, which is larger than the ordinary shopping cart, and has 2 layers, so it can hold more items. Ji Ningxin pushed the cart into the spacious aisle in the middle of the shelves. Looking at the neatly stacked supplies on the tall shelves on both sides, the depressed mood caused by various strange things in recent times suddenly brightened up. Sure enough, there is no problem in this world that cannot be solved by buying. Buying and buying. It is almost the new year. Although it is the daytime working hours, there are still many people in the supermarket. The carts of the customers are almost full of supplies. Some families came with a family of 3, each pushing a cart, and each cart was full. Ji Ningxin joined the buying army. She took what she could put directly into the shopping cart. If it was too big to fit, she asked the supermarket staff to help. First, the goods. 2 sets of waterproof tents for seaside camping, including moisture-proof mats, inflatable mats, sleeping bags, camping lights, lightweight folding tables and chairs for camping, aluminum alloy outdoor stove sets, insulated self-cooking pots, 2 gas stoves and 2 boxes of replacement gas bottles, folding umbrellas, several sets of swimsuits, several sets of snorkeling equipment. Then it was the turn of food. For camping and picnics, barbecue and hot pot are usually the main choices. Barbecue outdoors is more atmospheric. Put all kinds of cleaned and cut meat and seafood on the grill pan on the cassette grill and grill them directly. No cooking skills are required. As for hot pot, it is even simpler. As long as there are hot pot ingredients with good taste, you can just boil all kinds of hot pot meat rolls and vegetables and eat them. It is convenient, fast and satisfying. So she pushed the shopping cart directly to the barbecue and hot pot areas in the refrigerator. The meat for barbecue and hot pot is different. The price of all kinds of boxed meat that are completely washed and cut is not cheap. But Ji Ningxin had just received her pocket money, and she didn't care about the price. She basically picked the best-tasting thick-cut marble beef, fat beef rolls, black pork belly, tripe and yellow throat, sliced lamb chops, lamb rolls, oysters and scallops, salmon and sea bream. 5 or 8 boxes. Ji Ningxin family was also poor in her early years. Her mother quit her job and stayed at home to recuperate because of an unstable pregnancy. The only source of income for the family was Lu Yue. He was defrauded of money when he invested in a business, and others took the money and ran away. But Lu Yue had to bear the debt. Even if they mortgaged their house, they still couldn't pay off the debt, and the family was in trouble for a while. At the worst time, Ji Ningxin mother Ji Wani had just given birth, and Lu Yue was working on projects outside to make quick money. But the creditors came to collect debts every day, knocking on the door and calling the police, which scared Ji Ningxin, who was only 3 or 4 months old, and made her cry loudly. Lu Tingfeng was only 4 or 5 years old at that time. There were 2 young children in the family, and Jiwani was an orphan. There were no relatives or friends or helpers. The confinement nanny had just finished her job and resigned. And Jiwani didn't dare to open the door at all. Until the police came. She asked Lu Tingfeng to look after Ji Ningxin. And she dragged her heavy body out to negotiate. Fortunately, Jiwani never blamed Liu Wei. When Ji Ningxin was a little older, she went out to find a job again. The family worked together to overcome this hurdle. This is also the reason why Liu Wei never thought of finding another one after Jiwani passed away for many years. He already had the best lover, and no one could replace her. Later, Liu Wei opened the first fighting training gym and built up the business little by little. By the time Ji Ningxin was 4 or 5 years old, the family environment had improved greatly. Today, Liu Wei owns a gym and 2 fighting training gyms. He is not a rich man, but he is an ordinary rich man. The small company where Lu Tingfeng works now was jointly opened by him and his college classmates. He owns half of the company and earns a lot. In fact, he has not asked for money from his family since the second semester of his freshman year. Instead, he always gives Ji Ningxin a lot of pocket money as compensation for being too busy at work to accompany his sister out. Ji Ningxin studied dancing, and now works as a dancer in a large dance troupe. She occasionally works as a part-time dance teacher in a training class. It sounds good, but she studied art. But in fact, it perfectly hides her poor academic performance. Ji Ningxin got all kinds of boxed meats. Boxed clean vegetables, cumin powder, barbecue sauce, black pepper and other seasonings, bagged meatballs, and frozen seafood for barbecue. She also called the staff to move a box of barreled instant noodles and a box of bagged instant noodles. The flavors were all mixed from the same brand. Bagged instant noodles are suitable for pot cooking. You can add eggs, luncheon meat and vegetables. The soup is fresh, and the noodles are chewy. They taste better. The noodles in barrels are thinner, and the taste is better than those in bags. They are very convenient to brew directly. So in general, she will buy both kinds of instant noodles together. Thinking of the indispensable combination of instant noodles, she took a box of 24 cans of luncheon meat. In addition, she also took a lot of drinks, a box of freshly squeezed orange juice, 2 boxes of 4 barrels of 5L mineral water, 3 boxes of 12 bottles of 550 milliliters mineral water, a box of branded bottled coffee, and of course, Happy Fat House water. She also moved 2 boxes. There are storage compartments outside the RV, and there are refrigerators and many wall cabinets inside, which are enough to put these things in. If there is not enough space, she can move it back home. It is almost the new year, and there are 2 new people at home, so they can always finish eating and drinking. After finishing the shopping and driving back to her villa, she spent some time to classify the various supplies, and the food that needs to be refrigerated and frozen. She called her aunt to help, and they moved it with a cart, and put it in the refrigerator and freezer in her basement. This is the good thing about a single-family villa. The place is large, and some rooms are idle if they are empty, so it is better to transform them into various functional areas. To be on the safe side this time, she took photos of all the cabinets opened with her mobile phone before leaving the RV, and took photos of the full boxes of supplies. The first thing she did after getting up the next day was to go to the garage to check the RV. Fortunately, everything was there this time, and it didn't disappear. She couldn't help but wonder, was it really her mistake last time? But fortunately, after this day, her weird dreams at night stopped. She studied for 2 days but couldn't find anything, so she had to give up. At least she could sleep well at night. The weekend is coming soon. It's almost the new year. Many people in Suzhou have returned to their hometowns. The streets are much emptier than a few days ago. The dance troupe where Ji Ningxin works started to take a holiday a week ago. When she got up early and stepped onto the balcony of her room to do a plank, she clearly felt the temperature change. In the deep winter season at the end of January, she actually felt like the warm spring breeze. Suzhou is not a particularly southern city. In previous years, even if the weather was hotter at this time of year, it would only be around 10 degrees at most. She took out her cell phone to check the weather forecast, and was surprised by the words the highest temperature is 22 degrees. 22 degrees. This is the temperature in early summer in Suzhou. In addition, the temperature was still around 10 degrees in the past 2 weeks, and it dropped to 3 or 4 degrees a few days ago. Today, the temperature has risen so much again, which is just like a joke. Later, when Yang Rerang came to her house for breakfast, she was very happy about it, This is a blessing from God. Look at the sun today. How bright and warm it is. The most important thing is that I can wear my new spring clothes when I go to Haicheng today. Yang Renran is 1 month older than her. She is her best friend since kindergarten. Their families live in the same villa area, and they went to the same elementary, middle and high schools. Yang Renran family is also single parent, and she is the only child. She has taken her mother's surname since her parents divorced. In recent years, both families have experienced major changes. The two girls of the same age have grown up together, except for the lack of blood relationship. They are no different from real sisters. Yang Renran had good grades. After 2 years of college, her mother Yang Yin arranged for her to study abroad. She just returned to China in January and was preparing to do an internship after the new year. So the period before the new year could be said to be her last happy time. When Ji Ningxin asked her to go camping, she immediately agreed. The TV in the living room was on. The news was reporting on the abnormal behavior of deer in a national wildlife park. The reporter said that he didn't know whether it was due to the climate, but the deer were particularly agitated. Since last week, there have been 5 or 6 attacks on each other. The camera showed a herd of deer. Some of them were lying on the ground. Their fur was discolored and had strange spots. Their eyes were swollen and bleeding. They did not hide when they saw humans and the camera approaching. Instead, they stood up and stumbled towards the camera, as if ready to attack. The reporter whispered a few times and immediately retreated with the cameraman to avoid them. The two girls were eating breakfast and did not notice. Lu Tingfeng glanced at them when he passed by and did not care. Chapter 2. Camping Sudden Change. Lu Tingfeng went to the basement, under the command of Li Yue, transported all the barbecue hot pot ingredients in the refrigerator and freezer to the RV one by one, put them in the refrigerator, and then checked the RV up and down as a whole, confirming that there were no problems, and then asked the aunt to call Ji Ningxin and the others. The temperature has changed a lot recently, and it may drop at night, so you must keep warm. Before leaving, Li Yue seriously told his son, I heard from Lao Zhang that their hospital has recently admitted a lot of patients with colds and fevers, and they have been feverish for several days, and have not recovered. I guess it's all because of the fluctuating temperatures. You can have fun, but you must pay attention to the temperature difference. Don't be stubborn, the new year is coming soon, don't get sick. I understand. Lu Tingfeng said briefly. Take your sister to have fun. Don't think about work during your rare break. Try not to let her drive on the road. Safety comes first. Lu Tingfeng nodded. The father and son always communicated briefly. Lu Yue was used to his son's autistic appearance. He watched the 3 people get in the car, and then took out his mobile phone to transfer nearly 5 figures of pocket money to his daughter, and then turned back to the villa. The driving distance from Haicheng to Sicheng is about 3 hours. Ji Ningxin drove the car in the end. There was no other way. Lu Tingfeng received a call not long after driving. After that, he drove to the nearest rest stop and asked his sister to take the driver's seat. He took out his laptop and sat in the booth to handle work. This work took more than 2 hours. Yang Renran saw him sitting there in front of the computer without moving at all. She said to Ji Ningxin in amazement, Your brother is becoming more and more like my mother. Their destination this time, the Seaside Amusement Park, was newly opened. It was located next to the Seaside Park in the suburbs of Haicheng. The Seaside Park is mainly for natural leisure and wild fun in the mountains and forests. The Seaside Amusement Park is the second project of the Seaside Park. It artificially transforms a reef gravel beach into a large white sand beach. It is mainly a romantic sunrise viewing point, a beach carnival and various new amusement facilities. It attracted a large number of young tourists as soon as it opened. The two places are adjacent, but independent. A long road in the park is built in the middle to connect them. There are iron fences on both sides of the long road. Outsiders cannot enter. There are iron gates at both ends of the park. You can walk through it, or you can rent a 4-wheel battery car in the park. The park plus the amusement park, you can't play all of it in one day, so many people will choose to stay for 1 or 2 nights. Most tourists will stay directly at the Seaside Hotel in the amusement park to save trouble, and if they want to save money, they will go to other hotels outside the amusement park. Of course, many people will choose to stay in the camping area of the Seaside Park. The camping area of the Seaside Park is very large, which is divided into the rental RV area, the self-driving RV area, and the luxury tent area. The advantage of camping here is that you can get close to nature, and there will be a large bonfire party at night. In addition to the 3 people with Ji Ningxin, There were also a few friends of Lu Tingfeng who were playing together. They all lived in Haicheng and agreed to meet directly at the seaside amusement park. Ji Ningxin had never met these two friends. They were all known to Lu Tingfeng at work. They were not particularly close. They also called 3 other friends. It was the first time Lu Tingfeng had met these 3 people. But such activities are fun when there are many people. Especially camping at night. With a lot of people sitting together to cook something. It doesn't matter if they are not familiar with each other. Around noon, Ji Ningxin parked the RV in the camping spot rented in the self-driving RV area. Plugged the RV charger into the electric pile next to it. And then locked the RV. She took the park's 4-wheeled battery car with Lu Tingfeng and Yang Renran. And went to the seaside park next to it to meet Lu Tingfeng friends. They first found a restaurant in the amusement park to have lunch. The other party was a group of 3 men and 2 women. One of whom was a couple. And they were about the same age. Lu Tingfeng's 2 friends were quite knowledgeable. And the friends they found were also more reliable. They would not ask questions to unfamiliar people. So everyone had a great time in the afternoon. In the evening, the other party and Lu Tingfeng took a 4-wheeled battery car to the camping area where their RV was located. The camping area provided for each self-driving RV here is an open-air yard surrounded by a low wall. There is an openable metal fence door on the wall on the roadside, which can be used for RVs to drive in and park. The open-air yard is very large. And you can open the RV awning and put folding tables and chairs on it. There are various racks on the side that can be used to place barbecue utensils. In addition, there are several wooden platforms that are fixed tent placement areas, whether tourists want to sleep in RVs or tents. Everything here can be rented, including tents. But Lu Tingfeng is a germaphobe and is not used to using other people's things. It is not suitable for another man and 2 young girls to sleep together. So Ji Ningxin prepared a tent in advance. Lu Tingfeng's friends worked together, and the 8 of them had a sumptuous dinner together. In addition to barbecue, they also cooked 2 hot pots, 1 spicy pot and 1 clear soup. With so many people, it was lively to barbecue together. Everyone turned on the music, the camping lights and the orange-yellow light strips on the big trees in the yard, and ate while grilling. It's rare that it's hot today. The temperature is comfortable, and it's not cold to sit outdoors. Dinner time is really comfortable. Before 9 o'clock, everyone cleaned up all the tableware and garbage, tidied up the tables and chairs, and went to participate in the bonfire together. In another small group that came to participate in the bonfire, there were several survival enthusiasts. Probably because they had nothing to do after eating and drinking, they told various survival adventure stories vividly all night. Climbing mountains and encountering mudslides, going to national parks and encountering tornadoes, going to uninhabited areas on the plateau and encountering sandstorms, going to the beach and encountering tsunamis, going to third world countries and encountering mysterious infectious diseases. The other party's story was very exciting, especially when talking about the tsunami story. The environment was almost based on the seaside park and amusement park, and there was a sense of substitution. However, Lu Tingfeng's friends did not buy it. They smiled and said that they watched a lot of movies. There were not so many disasters in the world. Even if there were, it had nothing to do with them. Movies are also based on life. Although we are born in a peaceful era, the world is not stable. The other party looked serious. Especially in the past 2 years. The environment has deteriorated due to various pollutions, which has led to more and more disasters. If you pay close attention to the news, you will find that many relatively peaceful areas have begun to suffer frequent disasters. And some inexplicable new diseases have also appeared. These may happen to us next time. Therefore, it is very dangerous to always think that I am special and that disasters are far away from me. The more basic disaster survival knowledge you have, the better, because you never know when a disaster will strike. When you really encounter a disaster, if you don't have any basic knowledge, you may become one of the first to be killed. This was a bit unpleasant to hear at the end, and Lu You's friends all looked unhappy. So they stopped talking. Although Ji Ningxin and the others did not speak, they grew up in a peaceful country, and the city was basically free of disasters. They were not sensitive to this aspect. They just listened and forgot, and would not refute. But they did not take it to heart. It was past 11 o'clock in the evening. The bonfire party ended. Lu Tingfeng's friend booked a seaside hotel in the amusement park area. Before the 2 parties separated, the other party invited them to go to the white sand beach on the beach to watch the sunrise over the sea the next day. They stayed in the seaside hotel. which was only a 10-minute walk from the white sand beach. But to get there from the camping site in the park area, they had to go around the entire camping base first, and then go through the long park road connecting the two places. It took nearly 40 minutes to walk there. Therefore, Lu Tingfeng did not agree immediately, saying that he would wait until the next day to see the weather conditions before making a decision. The other party said that it didn't matter. They were definitely going to go anyway. And if Lu Tingfeng wanted to go here too, he could just go to the beach to find them, since there was only one white sand beach to watch the sunrise. After the other party left, Ji Ningxin and the other two returned to the RV and took turns to shower and wash. The tent was inflatable, so Lu Tingfeng could handle it by himself, and he quickly settled down to sleep. Ji Ningxin gave the small double bed in the RV to Yang Renran and slept on the front bed. They both drank some wine and fell asleep after a few words. Ji Ningxin didn't know how she came to the beach. It was still dark. She stood barefoot on the beach, her feet immersed in the cold sea water. She should feel the cold, but the sea water under her feet was hot. She looked up, and in the bluish-white sky before dawn, there appeared countless fiery red giant birds. They flapped their wings, and came in an overwhelming manner, bringing suffocating heat and dazzling flames. Ji Ningxin stepped back in fear, and then bumped into other people. She looked back and found that the beach was full of people. All of them were terrified, screaming and hiding everywhere. The giant bird flew around, and wherever the flames on its wings touched, it was like a fire. People were set on fire. The forest behind was set on fire, and all the houses and buildings were set on fire, burning and twisting under the high temperature. She stood in the raging fire, screaming and crying in all directions. She had nowhere to hide, and nowhere to escape. Ji Ningxin woke up from her dream with sweat all over her head. On the side, Yang Renran stood on a metal ladder, holding the ladder with one hand to stabilize herself, and pushing her with the other hand. "Are you okay? You suddenly turned over and over, and almost fell off. I was scared to death." Ji Ningxin regained consciousness little by little. She saw the window on the side of the bed. It was still dark outside, and the sky was as dark as in the dream. It took her a long time to remember where she was. "Are you okay? Why are you sweating so much? Are you not feeling well? If you are not feeling well, don't go to watch the sunrise." Ji Ningxin hadn't recovered completely yet. She subconsciously reached for the glasses next to the pillow and put them on, but after putting them on, she felt dizzy, and the picture became blurry when she looked around. She took off her glasses in a hurry, and found that she could see everything around her clearly without glasses or contact lenses. What happened? She had 300 degrees of myopia, but after just one night of sleep, her myopia was cured? Her pale face made Lu Tingfeng worried. He wanted to let her sleep for a while, but she was very nervous at the moment and didn't want to sleep at all. She got off the bed and sat down in the booth with her clothes on. In the past, if she felt a little uncomfortable, she would definitely persuade her elder brother and Yang Renran to watch the sunrise. Anyway, it wouldn't take much time to watch the sunrise and come back. She was so old. She could just lie down if she felt uncomfortable. But today, for some reason, when she thought about them going to Paradise Beach to watch the sunrise, her panic suddenly doubled. In fact, after waking up, the terrible scenes in the dream had gradually become a little blurry. But only this feeling of panic was firmly imprinted in her heart and could not be shaken off. She did not let her eldest brother and Yang Renran continue the sunrise trip. And even when he was about to call his friend to tell him that the situation here meant that he could not watch the sunrise, she asked her eldest brother to persuade the other party not to go. Lu Tingfeng felt a little strange, but felt sorry for his sister's pale face and worried look, so he nodded in agreement. However, the call did not go through. He did not know whether the other party had not woken up yet, or if he woke up, the phone was not turned on, and the sound could not be heard. Lu Tingfeng could only leave a message for the other party. While calling here, Yang Renran had already prepared a simple breakfast for Ji Ningxin. She heated the milk, took out oatmeal and cereals from the cabinet, soaked them in milk, and brought them to the dining table, motioning Ji Ningxin to drink a few sips of the hot food. Yang Renran did not inherit Yang Yin's good cooking skills. Even when she was studying abroad, she rarely cooked for herself. Usually, she would just have bread, milk and sandwiches, or go to a restaurant to eat. Ji Ningxin was already very touched that she could bring hot food. She took a spoon and took a few bites. For some reason, the discomfort came again. She rushed into the bathroom and vomited. Seeing her like this, Lu Tingfeng did not hesitate anymore. He quickly dismantled the tent and threw it into the car. The folding table and chairs used last night had been put away and placed in the storage compartment outside the RV. He checked the car, disconnected the power and water, let Yang Renren accompany Ji Ningxin, and started the RV, left the camping area, and went directly to the side door of the seaside park. In order to facilitate self-driving RVs, there is a side door near the camping area that can be entered and exited. There is a security guard at the side door, and the fence will automatically open when the car leaves. While driving, Lu Tingfeng found a more reliable hospital address on the navigation, and planned to take Ji Ningxin to see a doctor first. Lu Tingfeng was not familiar with the roads in the suburbs of Haicheng. Although there was a navigation, there was a section of the road under construction. They were blocked twice and took a detour. It took more than half an hour to drive into the city. It was at this time that Lu Tingfeng's two friends called him via video. He was driving, and it was inconvenient. After answering the call, he said something and handed it to Yang Renren, who was sitting behind the seat. The other party apologized first, saying that the phone was muted before, and he took out his phone to check it until they showed up. In the video, they were already on the beach watching the sunrise. It was winter now, and the sunrise time was late. At this time, the light outside was not enough, and the video screen was also very dim. You could see the blue-white sky behind the other party. In addition to Lu Tingfeng and his friends, there were other people watching the sunrise on the beach. Some distance behind them, there was a wooden beach viewing hut. At this moment, the door of the hut was suddenly slammed open from the inside. Two people rolled out of the hut, pushing and shoving, and seemed to be fighting. This noise attracted the attention of everyone on the beach. "Pull it open! Pull it open! He's crazy!" Someone else chased out of the wooden hut, exclaiming, as if asking for help from others on the beach. What happened? Ji Ningxi was resting on the table. When she heard the noise in the video, she looked up and asked. Yang Renren quickly changed her seat to sit next to her so that she could also see the video. In the picture, the attention of Lu Tingfeng's friends was also attracted by the increasingly loud noises in the back. The fight there became a little chaotic, and even the people who joined in the fight were affected. Ji Ningxin asked Yang Renren to bring the phone closer, just as she was about to persuade the other party to cancel the sunrise viewing activity. A figure suddenly rushed out from the crowd of people fighting in the back. The figure was extremely fast and knocked down another person who was watching the excitement nearby. Chapter 3. Blockade and Nightmare. A high-pitched scream suddenly sounded in the noisy screams. The sound was abrupt and shrill. Not to mention Ji Ningxin, who was already panicking. Even Yang Renren was frightened and her hands trembled. She didn't hold the phone, and the phone fell and knocked over the water cup on the table. When she hurriedly picked up the phone again to wipe off the water stains, she found that she had accidentally hung up the video. Call back. Ji Ningxin held her arm. Yang Renren acted quickly and immediately called back the video. They waited for a long time, but no one answered the video call, and it hung up automatically. I try again. Yang Renren called back again, and it was connected after a short wait this time, but the picture was shaky and chaotic, and the angle was totally wrong, and the person holding the phone seemed to be running while answering the call. Fuck. Are we dreaming? Did you see it just now? You can see the chaos. What happened? The other party seemed not to hear Ji Ningxin's voice at all. His face appeared on the screen from time to time, and sometimes the beach and the sea surface flashed across, and there were people screaming and in chaos around. This scene suddenly matched the scene in Ji Ningxin's dream. But there was no huge red firebird. They were indeed avoiding something. What happened? Ji Ningxin and Yang Renren asked several times in a row, but the other party didn't bother to answer. In the end, even Lu Tingfeng pulled over, got up and walked to the back to look at the phone and asked. There was a lot of water splashed on the video screen. The other party seemed to be running all the way to the sea. He heard his friend's voice and finally responded, You know about the biochemical crisis. Oh my god, I'm wondering if I saw it wrong. Movies are movies, your statement is ridiculous. Absolutely impossible. I was so scared. What happened to that guy just now? I didn't see clearly. Was he biting anyone? What bad luck. It's not a biochemical crisis. I shouldn't have listened to those survival experts yesterday. What a jinx. That should be a rabies patient. Rabies patients are afraid of water. Hurry up and keep running. But rabies patients won't bite people. And why are we running? We are many people, we should go to help. Didn't you see that bloody face? You go if you want to, I won't go. In the shaking video, besides his voice, there were also the voices of several other friends, who all spoke at the same time, and the voices were mixed together. During this time, someone screamed. It seemed that someone ran a few steps and bumped into the person holding the phone. The phone flew out of his hand and sank into the water with a splash, and after a few seconds of the screen being surrounded by water, the video was cut off. But in these few short seconds, Ji Ningxin on the other end of the phone saw a blue-gray arm flashing by, and a bright red liquid splashing onto the water surface. Is that blood? The RV was dead silent. The three people looked at the black screen of the phone, and no one spoke for a while. In the end, Ji Ningxin spoke first. Did you see it? The arm that flashed by at the last moment was very fast. She understood from the look in Lu Tingfeng and Yang Renren eyes that they didn't see it clearly. They all realized that something happened at the beach, but they didn't know what happened specifically. Biological crisis? Rabies? Biting people? Yang Renren repeated the key information in the other party's words just now. Could it be zombies? She covered her chest where her heart was beating wildly, and saw Lu Tingfeng frowning and looking at her, and hurriedly said, I just said it casually. It shouldn't be possible. Should we go back to the beach? She also understood that if something really happened, it wouldn't help much whether they went back or not. But those people were Lu Tingfeng friends after all. So she still had to ask, as if answering Yang Renren's question. On the originally empty and quiet street in the early morning, the sirens of firefighters and ambulances sounded from far and near, and cars whizzed past them on the road, heading towards the seaside boulevard. The flashing red lights on the roof made them dizzy. There was a 24-hour fast food restaurant next to the road where they parked. There were several early risers inside. At this moment, they came out after hearing the noise outside and stood by the road looking around. They had never seen several fire trucks and ambulances dispatched at the same time. At this moment, they asked each other with curiosity. Something really happened. Brother. Ji Ningxin's voice drew Lu Tingfeng's attention back. Do you want to go back to the seaside park? He reached out and rubbed her hair. His usual cold voice was rarely comforting. Don't be afraid, I won't go back, I take you to the hospital. No matter what happened in the seaside park, judging from the current situation of firefighters and ambulances dispatched together, this matter is not something he can help with if he goes back. It was even possible that, when he drove back, there was already a cordon there, and even cars were not allowed to enter, to avoid traffic jams. Moreover, his sister was always the first priority. Because of this sentence, Ji Ningxin's panic was reduced a lot. But she immediately remembered something and hurriedly said, Brother, don't go to the hospital. The ambulance went to the seaside park. In case something really happened. The hospital always feels unsafe. I'm fine now, I'm a little worried about Dad, or let's leave the city right away and take the highway back to Sucheng. Lu Tingfeng definitely didn't believe Yang Renren's speculations just now. Compared to biochemical crisis and zombies, he was more inclined to believe that some radical behavior was done by a certain or a group of antisocial elements. But Ji Ningxin was right. If something happened in Haicheng, going to Haicheng Hospital now would not be the best choice. Yang Renren was also worried about Yang Yun, and finally the three of them quickly decided to return to Sucheng immediately. Their car had just entered the city, and there was a highway junction nearby. Lu Tingfeng restarted the RV and followed the navigation to change direction and headed for the highway junction. Ji Ningxin's panic gradually improved as the RV got farther and farther away from the seaside park. When the car successfully drove out of the highway junction in Haicheng and drove all the way in the direction of Sucheng, she breathed a sigh of relief, as if she had put down a huge stone in her heart. She didn't know why she was like this, nor did she know what she was afraid of. The picture in her dream was obviously different from the reality. During the 3-hour drive back to Suzhou, Yang Renren, at Lu Tingfeng's suggestion, tried to call the other party's WeChat several times, but the call was not connected once. According to the last video call, the other party's phone should have fallen into the sea, and it was likely soaked in water and could no longer be used. Afterwards, Lu Tingfeng personally tried to make a video call to another person, but it was not connected either. Of the 5 people on the other side, only these 2 were his friends, so he did not have the contact information of the other 3. Because they set out early, it was still morning when they returned to the villa area in the east of Suzhou. Lu Yue had just woken up. He didn't like having more people living at home. So the aunt he hired was only responsible for 2 meals and house cleaning from Monday to Friday. He usually cooked by himself on weekends. The Chinese New Year was coming soon, and the aunt also went back to her hometown on holiday. At this moment, Lu Yue had just finished breakfast and was looking for Ji Wanni's photos and videos, quietly recalling the happy life of the family of 4 in the past. Seeing the touching part, I couldn't help but feel my eyes moisten, and I blew my nose vigorously while holding the tissue box. Dad? Lu Tingfeng stood expressionlessly in the living room and reminded him. Lu Yue immediately pulled out a bunch of tissues and wiped his face randomly, turning back to look at his son and daughter in surprise. Why did you come back so suddenly? Is nothing wrong? Although Lu Tingfeng didn't believe Yang Ren's guess, he still told Lu Yue the whole story in an objective way. Apart from occasional sadness, Lu Yue IQ and EQ are both online. After all, he is also a person who has experienced ups and downs in the business world. No matter what happens, his first reaction is to calm down and analyze the whole thing. What Xiao Ran said is not speculation, but a summary based on the information obtained from the video. But where do zombies come from in this world? I certainly agree with Tingfeng's point of view. The whole thing looks more like a radical behavior of some people. It is also possible that many people know about zombie movies, and the other party may use this fake phenomenon to create panic and chaos to achieve their own goals. Lu Tingfeng nodded. He also roughly guessed in his heart, if it is an incident of this magnitude, it is very likely that it will not be reported. Anyway, the new year is coming soon. Our family is on vacation recently. You don't have to go on a business trip. Just stay in Suchun for the time being and don't go far. Wait for a while and see how things go. Among the 3 people, only Ji Ningxin didn't speak. She always felt that it wasn't the case, but she couldn't provide convincing evidence for her thoughts. She couldn't say that she had some inexplicable dream. Right? Lu Yue agreed with Lu Tingfeng's way of handling things this time. He said that men should take care of their families first, and don't always be curious and always want to take the lead. He turned around and asked Ji Ningxin if she was hungry and if she wanted to eat. Ji Ningxin had vomited before, and now she had no appetite. Plus, she had something on her mind. So she said that she got up too early and was very sleepy. Lu Yue nodded. You go upstairs and take a nap first. Dad will cook for you at noon. Ji Ningxin took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and became more energetic. She wiped the mist off the mirror and saw herself clearly in the mirror, with rosy lips, long eyelashes, a small mole at the end of the eye, and delicate skin texture. Every detail was clearly visible. She looked up, and her sight accurately caught a tiny flying insect in the crack of the ceiling. Even if she wore glasses before, her vision could not reach this level. It was as if, overnight, her vision not only recovered, but also improved to a higher level. No, maybe it was not just vision. Ji Ningxin tilted her head and listened carefully. The conversation between her father and eldest brother downstairs was clearly heard through several doors. Her hearing has also changed. This irrational change did not make her happy, but made her feel unspeakably anxious. She was not sleepy at all. She went to the balcony of her room, sat on the recliner, took out her phone, and started browsing the news. The hot searches were still the usual ones, and there were no entries related to biochemical crisis, rabies, and bite. Or maybe there were, but they disappeared before they spread. She searched for news with Haicheng and Yen, and finally found a toxic gas leak incident, which happened in the morning. The specific location of the incident was not written, and it was just a public notice. The notice stated that the relevant areas involved have been urgently blocked, so that all Haicheng residents do not need to worry. But everyone is required to stay at home or in nearby buildings for the time being and not go out. And remember to close the doors and windows. If you find that someone around you has symptoms of poisoning, such as bluish skin with spots, muscle spasms, convulsions, fainting, stiff walking, mental distraction, bleeding eyes, etc., call the newly opened rescue hotline immediately. In terms of the scope of impact, this should be a very important news. But somehow, not many people know and discuss it online. And there are even several platforms where no related news appears at all. In this world, everyone only cares about celebrity gossip. If there is no platform support, many news will not be paid attention to at all. Ji Ningxin looked at the words emergency blockade and began to feel uneasy and panic. She felt that she had to do something. Just sitting here seemed to be a waste of precious time. Finally, she opened several famous chain supermarket apps on her phone and started shopping. Before the new year, there were fewer riders in other places, but this kind of supermarket put service first and paid more overtime, so the delivery time of the orders was on the same day. This time she started with daily necessities. She bought 40 boxes of tissue paper of the best brands, 10 boxes each, and 40 boxes of roll paper of large quantity and good quality, 50 boxes each, 10 boxes each of laundry detergent, laundry gel beads, and softener, 5 boxes each of dishwashing liquid, disinfectant, and alcohol. And she also found the largest boxes of shampoo, shower gel, toothpaste, toothbrush, and towels, and took 5 to 10 boxes of each according to the size of the boxes, and 8 to 10 boxes of sanitary napkins and panty liners for daily and night use, and 8 to 10 boxes of each type of comfort pants. When checking the merchandise column, she saw the potted fruits and vegetables sold in the supermarket, and subconsciously thought of seeds. Her home is a villa, so it is no problem to clean up a room and make an indoor greenhouse for cultivation. When this villa area was first sold, it was mainly a small villa area with strict security and complete facilities. Each household has double-layer tempered glass installed, which is soundproof, heat insulating and warm. The roof is also equipped with solar panels, water tanks and water purification filters, which can achieve self-sufficiency in the event of water and power outages. It is really unreasonable not to grow something under such conditions. She first placed an order for the daily necessities she had previously ordered, then opened Taobao, found a store in the same city that could still ship and deliver on the same day, and chose a store with the most complete products and the best reputation. The seeds were very cheap: lettuce, scallions, small celery, green vegetables, baby cabbage, green beans, coriander, water spinach, cucumber, tomato, melon, strawberry, fruit radish, winter melon, red onion, small tomato, ginger, okra, broccoli, colorful pepper, kumquat, mint, sunflower, fennel, cumin, black and white pepper, tea, most of the seeds of vegetables. Fruits and seasonings were available, and she was dazzled by the sight. She didn't want to order them one by one, so she contacted the customer service directly, who said that they wanted 5,000 seeds of each type, no matter whether they could grow. She would buy them first, since they were not expensive and did not take up space. After that, she asked if they had grain seeds, and they immediately sent her another link, saying that the seeds that could be grown daily included sorghum, wheat, barley, oats, highland barley, rice, black wheat, and yellow millet. They were all here. She checked the comments below and asked the customer service to buy 20 kilograms of each seed. Then she looked for seeds of various crops such as beans, peanuts, sesame, etc., and took 2 to 5 kilograms of each. Finally, she also bought some seeds that were basically impossible to grow at home: apples, pears, watermelons, cotton, cherries, pomegranates, oranges. The other party didn't ask her why she bought so much and whether she could grow them. He only told her that other people usually buy saplings for apples and pears. The seeds need to be adjusted, and it is estimated that they will not arrive before tonight. It will definitely arrive tomorrow afternoon at the latest. After paying and confirming the delivery time with the other party, Ji Ningxin's anxiety and panic were relieved. After lunch, the first batch of daily necessities arrived first, because she bought a lot this time. She asked the villa guard to let her go on the phone, and then asked the deliverman to drive directly to the villa. Her villa is not a large mansion with a courtyard gate in movies and TV dramas, but a small villa built together with townhouses and high-rise apartments after the developer acquired the land. This villa area has been around for more than 10 years. It is located in the east of the city, on the east side of the famous Changyuan Lake in Suzhou. At the beginning, the business district in this area had not yet developed. It was on the edge of the city. Developers made enough money on small high-rise buildings. Such small villas were not expensive. Small villas, townhouses and small high-rise buildings are located on both sides of the road, belonging to two relatively independent communities facing each other. The villa community is generally horizontally elliptical, with a gate facing south, and a small artificial lake or pond in the middle. The main road of the community is along the lake, and the townhouses are on the west side of the lake. The single-family villas are on the east side, distributed along the driveway, and there are only 10 villas in total. There is a winding river flowing on both sides of the northeast side of the villa community wall. The two sides of the river have been built into a pedestrian area with trees and elegant scenery. The other side of the river is the business district of this area. It looks close, but in fact, you have to go around two other roads. Her villa is on the west side of the main road of the community, close to the artificial pond. The villa has 3 floors and a basement. The single-story area is not large. The overall exterior is a rectangle with relatively tough and square lines. The iron gray exterior wall is matched with clear large glass windows and decorated with log color, which is full of simple industrial style. In addition to a dedicated parking space on the ground, there is also a garage connected to the villa, which is used to park another family Jeep. She did not ask her eldest brother for help. She took the key and moved the Jeep to the open space in front of the door. Then she asked the deliverman to unload all the boxes of daily necessities into the garage. There were more than 100 boxes of various sizes. When the garage could not hold them, she opened the door of the RV and asked the deliverman to move the rest into the RV. In the evening, the last wave of Seed Express delivery in the city arrived. She paid for the express delivery herself and found a reliable express company with a good reputation. The delivery was very punctual. The number of vegetable and fruit seeds purchased sounds large, but in fact, 5,000 seeds are only one bag. She opened the boxes and checked them on the spot. Each box had about 20 bags. The packaging bags were all of the same size. Each bag had a different type of seed. The seeds inside were quite varied. There was one bag for each type of grain seed. A total of more than a dozen bags. The seeds of other crops such as beans were also in bags of the same size, neatly stacked in the box. Because the weights of different seeds were different, they were packed very neatly. Ji Ningxin was very satisfied after checking, and asked the other party to help her move all the boxes into the RV, putting them wherever there was space. And she planned to sort them out slowly later, because Liu Yue and the others did not help with the express delivery several times. Although they knew that she bought things, they did not know that she bought so many. However, even if they knew later, it would not matter. Just some daily necessities such as paper towels. If they could not use them up at home, they could move them to the gym and fighting gym, where they also needed to purchase such items on a regular basis. Ji Ningxin felt as if she was dreaming again. But everything around her was so real. The sky was bluish-white and reddish, a very ominous color. The wind blowing on her body was dry and hot. Not only was the air quality poor, but it also carried an indescribable stench. When she inhaled it, it felt as if rough sand was rubbing against her nose. She pulled her clothes to cover her mouth and nose. And then she felt a little better. The surrounding area was a ruined city, which looked like the scene of a third world country ravaged by war. The buildings were broken and collapsed. The wreckage of the buildings was charred and messy. And there were abandoned cars and garbage everywhere. There were also many suspicious torso remains that could be vaguely seen. It seemed to be a human corpse. She retreated in fear, trying to get out of this hellish scene. But no matter which direction she went, she saw the same ruins. She walked for a long time, and finally she accidentally fell from a pile of rubble and rolled to the underground entrance of a building ruin. She heard rustling sounds and a roar similar to that of a beast from the dark depths of the building. She subconsciously felt that something was wrong, and she climbed up desperately regardless of the pain, and climbed hard towards the rubble. Halfway up, she heard a noise coming from below. She looked back and saw, at the underground entrance of the building behind her, a group of horrible, shrunken humans, or, more accurately, corpses appeared. Most of them were missing parts of their bodies. Their skin was dark blue. Their bodies seemed to have lost flesh and blood, and only dry skin was left wrapped around their bones. Their cheeks were sunken. Their eyes were cloudy and blue, and their pupils were like red needles. They no longer looked like humans, but like evil spirits that had fallen into hell. They were staring at her on the rubble with greedy and terrifying eyes like wild beasts, and were climbing towards her on the rubble regardless of everything. It's not like Ji Ningxin hasn't watched zombie movies and TV series. She was even a fan of such movies and TV series. But she never thought that one day she would be in such a terrible nightmare scene. Yes, nightmare. She must have dreamed again, but how can she wake up from this dream? She slipped, and was about to fall into the rubble again, when there was a strong vibration around her, as if the whole ground was shaking up and down. Is this an earthquake? Ji Ningxin finally opened her eyes. She half crouched on the edge of the bed, trembling and panting. Before she could recover, the door of the room was pushed open by Lu Tingfeng and Lu Yuwei. "It's an earthquake. Hurry up and hide in the bathroom." Both of them held a thin blanket. One of them went forward to pull her, and the other grabbed her thin blanket and took her into the bathroom in her room as quickly as possible. There was a large bathtub in her bathroom. Lu Tingfeng quickly spread a thin blanket in the bathtub and took her to sit in it, and Li Yue followed closely behind. The two of them protected her in the middle, one on the left and one on the right, and spread the other two thin blankets on her head. It took only a few tens of seconds from the time the two entered the room and took her to hide in the bathroom to the time the surrounding building stopped shaking. During this period, she felt that the whole house was shaking, and all the toiletries on the bathroom shelf fell off. There was also the sound of scattered objects falling on the floor in the bedroom. Fortunately, the villa had a solid foundation and a solid structure, and the entire earthquake did not last long. So the house, as a whole, was not damaged. After the shaking disappeared, the residents of the villa area put on their coats, took their mobile phones, and temporarily took shelter outdoors. In the middle of the night, people were swaying in the quiet neighborhood. Almost everyone was holding a mobile phone or tablet, browsing the internet for news about the earthquake. In just a few minutes, the hot searches on several major platforms exploded, and the top 10 were all related to the earthquake. Most of the cities that felt the earthquake this time were in the southeast coastal areas. The closer the city was to the sea, the stronger the earthquake. The situation in Suzhou was relatively good. Most residents only felt that the building was shaking violently, and some unstable furnishings fell down. But most of the building bodies did not crack. The Liu family and the Yang family villas were close to each other. Not long after the three of them came out, Yang Renran and Yang Yin also came out. The two families gathered in the open space of the driveway and sighed. When the other four people lowered their heads to browse the news on their mobile phones, Ji Ningxin looked up at the night sky in the east as if she had sensed something. At the end of the dark and deep night sky, a faint red light gradually lit up. Perhaps because the distance was too far, the light flickered. At first glance, it looked like the night was stained with blood. This flickering red light lasted for a long time. Not long after the red light disappeared, another new hot search rose rapidly, occupying the first place on all major lists. Shock! A dormant volcano in the Island National Park erupted. Chapter 4. Volcanic Lava. In the shaking video, the volcano covered with snow for many years is like an angry giant. The red light on the peak illuminates most of the sky. There are continuous streams of lava flowing down from the peak. The red lava following it is like a meteor shower, spraying out in all directions. They draw long arcs in the night sky and finally fall to the ground. In the ground area nearby in the video, someone is standing on the balcony of the building, watching the scene in shock and unable to move at all, until the lava breaks through the nearby eaves, explodes with flames, and is engulfed by the exploding debris. Some people screamed in terror, flipped barefoot from the balcony in panic, ran away in panic. Houses, trees, cars, and people were all set on fire. This scene was exactly the same as the scene in her dream, where a giant red bird fell from the sky. The island country's huge earthquake triggered a sudden eruption of a dormant volcano. It has been hundreds of years since the last eruption. Residents in the surrounding area were evacuated urgently. The area covered by the ejecta will reach 50 square kilometers, and the volcanic ash is expected to affect thousands of square kilometers. Tsunami alerts were sounded in the northwest, northeast coasts of the island country. The volcanic ash will drift towards the southeastern sea of the island country due to the winter wind, and Huaguo will be less affected. Experts predict that the acid rain and mud rain caused by the volcanic eruption of the island country may last for 1 month or even several months. And 70% of the land of the island country will be affected due to the volcanic eruption of the island country. The anti-seasonal high temperature that has continued for many days will soon drop. Various countries have organized expert research teams for this volcanic event in the island country, analyzing the volcanic event in the island country and preparing to conduct comprehensive inspections of volcanoes in various countries. This is the largest volcanic eruption on the planet Mercury since Ji Ningxin was born. Because of the scope and intensity of the disaster, it has become an event that has attracted attention from the entire planet. There are many apocalyptic theories and doomsday theories on the internet, but in the face of a major disaster, most people who leave messages are euphemistic, fearing that their posts will automatically disappear if they say too much. Many of them discuss the topic in a way that borrows from plots in apocalyptic movies. Some people use fierce words, saying that the end of the world is coming soon. and asking everyone to quickly stock up on food, clean water, dig air raid shelters and hide underground, so that they can at least survive for a while longer. There are also people who are generous, weaving words and playing various disaster jokes. But because this disaster is so serious and the number of casualties is so high, these comments are countered by other netizens as soon as they come out. From the sudden earthquake at around 3 a.m. to the hours of dawn, Ji Ningxin family did not sleep. After the aftershock crisis was resolved, the family of 3 returned home and simply packed up the fallen debris, then each found a corner in the living room, turned on the TV to follow the reports of the volcanic disaster, while browsing the internet. Because they were separated by a country, and several hours had passed, the videos related to the volcanic eruption that they could browse online were obviously much less than those in the middle of the night, and some overly thrilling or even bloody videos could no longer be seen. Ji Ningxin checked WeChat and saved the several volcanic eruption videos that Yang Renren sent to her one by one. The other party was quick, and saved them while surfing the internet before. Now the videos on the phone are much more detailed than those on the internet. Ji Ningxin watched the saved videos repeatedly. Her face remained calm, but her heart was already in turmoil. If this was a coincidence, the scenes were too similar. She thought of the dream she had before the earthquake in the early morning, and her face turned pale. The dream of the red firebird has come true. If that dream also comes true. She went online again, trying her best to search for relevant news about Haicheng. After a day and a night, even the posts about the previous toxic gas leak had sunk. She did not give up, and searched directly for Haicheng Seaside Park and Park, only finding news about a fire, where ambulances and fire trucks rushed to the rescue at the same time. The time was indeed yesterday, and the location was in the park, but the news only had text, and no pictures or videos. The Seaside Park and the Paradise are currently closed due to the fire. The tourists who were originally staying there have been safely transferred to nearby hotels. Because the Chinese New Year is 2 days away. On days like the New Year, the Chinese people either reunite at home or buy tickets to fly to a warm island for vacation. Few people will stay in the Paradise, so there are not many guests playing there. No more information can be found. Ji Ning thought about it and began to search for news about all hospitals in Haicheng, especially those relatively close to the Seaside Paradise. A moment later, she found a notice from a hospital near the Seaside Park. The notice was issued a week ago, indicating that the new building area was temporarily cleared and designated as a centralized treatment area for poison patients. This hospital was not available in the major hospitals in Haicheng, and its location was relatively remote, so it did not attract much attention. But Ji Ningxin soon discovered something was wrong. If the gas incident happened yesterday, why did poison patients appear a week ago? If she hadn't just witnessed what happened on the beach, and the dream in the early morning, these trivial clues would never have been able to piece together a complete incident. So she searched the news about Haicheng a week ago again, this time setting the keywords as attack, fight, bloodshed, and she actually found 2 fights, but like the fire news, these 2 incidents only had simple text, no pictures or videos, and the descriptions were also simple, only the location was announced. One is at a construction site, and the other is a snack stand near the construction site. Coincidentally, this construction site is near Haicheng Paradise. Ji Ningxin looked up at Lu Tingfeng. Brother, have you contacted your friend? Lu Tingfeng frowned and shook his head. He was not familiar with the other party. He only knew the other party's mobile phone number and WeChat account. Now the other party's mobile phone fell into the sea. Before buying a new mobile phone, it was equivalent to losing contact. Lu Tingfeng noticed her expression and comforted her. Don't worry. The news said there will be no more aftershocks. If you don't want to go back to the room, just sleep here for a while. It's okay. I go back to my room to rest. Ji Ningxin said, resting. And after returning to her room and closing the door, she took out a notebook from the drawer and began to record a few key points. Red Firebird Volcano. Already, Ruined City plus Monster Zombie. Guessed. Or already. Controlled, Dark Metal Space Unknown. Change, Vision. Hearing. She wrote very obscurely. Only she could understand it. If dreams represent disasters that will come true, then what kind of disaster is the dark metal space? Her vision and hearing changed. Is it related to the impending disaster? Is this a personal phenomenon or a universal phenomenon? In addition, the first batch of supplies placed in the RV but disappeared. It is very likely that she did not remember it wrong, but really disappeared. What does this mean? It is impossible that the disappearance of objects is also a disaster. Right? She subconsciously felt that this situation did not seem like a disaster. Finally, the volcanic eruption is a regional disaster, and it seems that it will not cause any changes to Huagua or to their family's life. But if the dream of wasteland and monsters comes true, it is obviously not a regional disaster, but a global catastrophe. That is the end of the world. The two words rolled silently on her tongue, and Ji Ning's heart trembled, as if she saw a light suddenly lit up in the endless fog of panic. The light was looming, and the light was not bright enough. But compared with the complete fog abyss before, it at least gave her a direction. But is this possible? Mercury is so big, and various disasters and accidents happen in different corners of the world every moment. There are people who die from accidents every day. But disasters and doomsday are two completely different concepts. No matter how many disasters there are, the world is still good. Is she thinking too much? Ji Ningxing's mind was filled with various voices for a while. But she still opened her laptop and began to search for information related to the end of the world. Large platforms have all kinds of forums. And naturally there are also forums related to this kind. She quickly browsed and found that these forums were mainly about some doomsday survival games and reality hypothesis theories. Without violating the rules of the forum, various hypothetical discussions were made. The types of the end of the world and the end of the world in the hypothesis were varied. The most popular posts at present were all hypothetical discussions on the sudden outbreak of dormant volcanoes in the early morning. Suppose 30% of the world's volcanoes erupted at the same time. Suppose this happened in Huagua. Most people just talked about it, but there were also some great people survival posts. Things to note when escaping from a volcano. Several signs before a volcanic eruption. Come! Things to note when living after a volcanic eruption. Ji Ningxing collected and downloaded several posts that explained detailed and useful information. In addition to volcanic disasters, there were also many survival tips for other disasters in the forum. She collected these 20 or 30 posts one by one, and then opened the posts with the most replies and likes to carefully check and download them. After checking the information for nearly half an hour, she noticed her third change. Her memory also improved. She only read through the information and knowledge she had never seen before, and she could remember it clearly in her mind. This time, she did not feel uneasy. 2 hours later, she hung up the phone and went downstairs. The TV in the living room was on, and it was broadcasting news about people from all over the world organizing materials to rush to the island country for disaster relief. Because the single-story area of the villa is not large. The living room, dining room and open kitchen are all integrated. Her father and eldest brother would occasionally turn their heads to look at the news while cooking in the kitchen, and their expressions were quite solemn. This level of disaster is a disaster for all mankind, and it will not make people in other countries unconcerned just because it happens in a certain country. Because of the earthquake, they only ate some cakes and biscuits in the morning. Now they found that it was past noon, so they planned to make something simple to eat. Ji Ningxing was in a hurry to go out, and she had no time to eat. But in the end, her elder brother forced her to eat an egg pancake. When he learned that she was going out with Yang Renran, he felt a little relieved and packed another egg pancake for her, so that the two girls could eat on the way. She drove a jeep to the villa opposite to pick someone up. Yang Renran was careless. She was catching up on her sleep when she called. She was sleeping soundly. She only vaguely heard Ji Ningxing asking her to go out shopping with her. She yawned after getting in the car and continued to sleep. It was not until more than half an hour later that Ji Ningxing arrived at the destination and parked the car. She realized that the other party drove across half of Sucheng to buy survival equipment. Xinxin, are you exaggerating? It's just a small earthquake. Yang Renran waited with Ji Ningxing in the car for about 20 minutes before the owner of the store hurried over. This survival equipment store has an online store, and the physical store was closed a few days ago because the Chinese New Year was approaching. This time, at Ji Ningxing's request, he came to the store temporarily to pick up the goods for her. The main reason was that Ji Ningxing bought a lot, and for such a big business, he didn't want to miss it without bargaining or delivery. Ji Ningxing ordered the equipment she needed online in advance. After the owner welcomed them in, he asked them to wait outside, and he pushed the cart to the warehouse at the back to start moving and picking up the goods. The full set of survival equipment came in 4 or 5 waterproof bags, large and small. Ji Ningxing ordered 6 sets in total, including the ones for Yang Renran and Yang Yun, and the extra set was kept as a spare. The shopkeeper put the whole set of equipment together, then opened the backpack, let her look through it, and explained the functions and uses of each one in great detail. This was also the reason why she came to pick up the goods in person. It was not enough to just buy things. She also had to quickly and simply figure out the functions. Outdoor backpack, moisture-proof mat, sleeping bag, climbing rope, trekking pole, hiking boots, rock spikes, safety belt, ascender, descender, goggles, windproof and waterproof sweat-permeable clothing, gloves, jungle hat, multifunction kettle, water purification cup, water purification tablets, personal cooking utensils, multifunction folding shovel, compass, Swiss Army knife, telescope, contour map, first aid blanket, ignition stick, whistle, wire saw, lighter, windproof candle, hand-cranked flashlight with radio function, waterproof lamp, lightweight life jacket, portable oxygen cylinder, small fire extinguisher. In addition to the tent, almost all the equipment needed for survival in the wild is here. She just bought 2 new sets of tents. Yang Renren also had tent equipment at home, so she didn't buy more. In addition to these equipment, she also bought 3 boxes of self-heating military ration bags and 3 boxes of energy bars in this store. 6 sets of equipment plus 6 boxes of dry food filled the back seat and trunk of the Jeep. Fortunately, Lu Yue bought a large off-road Jeep with a large interior space, otherwise these things really couldn't fit. After buying these equipment, Ji Ningxin didn't drive in the direction of home, but turned the steering wheel and went to another place. "Where else are we going?" Yang Renren asked curiously. "There's another one." Yang Renren glanced at the packed car and said in shock, "Still buying? Are you sure there's room?" Ji Ningxin pointed to the roof of the car. "There's a storage rack. The new year is coming soon. I have to pay more to get the goods from the warehouse. I don't think they will be willing to go there again if I pay more in 2 days. The other store is a warehouse. They only run online stores, and their online reputation is very good. The owner closed the store a few days ago. Fortunately, he lives close to the warehouse." When he heard that Ji Ningxin was willing to pay more to get the goods, he agreed directly. This is a specialty store for protective equipment. She bought 2 boxes of 60 boxes, totaling 1,800 medical N95 masks, and double can dust and gas masks with anti-fog glasses, each containing 30 sets. She took 3 boxes, and also bought 100 replacement gas filter boxes, and 1,000 filter cottons. She took 50 sets of medical standard protective clothing and shoe covers. There were not many special protective clothing for acid and alkali protection, and the price was relatively expensive. She bought 3 sets for each of the 5 people in the 2 families according to their different sizes. Suddenly, there were 9 or 10 more boxes. Fortunately, some of the boxes were not big. With the help of the store owner, she fixed the boxes on the roof rack. At this point, the off-road Jeep was completely filled, and these survival equipment and protective gear also made Ji Ningxin feel more secure. She drove all the way home, although the earthquake happened in the early morning. Because the epicenter was not in Huague, the magnitude of the earthquake felt in Sichuan was not large, so there was still a festive atmosphere on the road today. In the afternoon, the sky was gloomy and looked a bit depressing, but the major shopping malls in the city were still decorated with lights. Many office workers, who had just started their holidays, rushed to the supermarkets to buy various things before the new year. Yang Renran, who was originally a little annoyed because of the many accidents yesterday, suggested eating dinner outside. "We won't go far. Let's go to the shopping mall on the other side of the river in the villa area. If nothing goes wrong, my mother will take me back to my hometown tomorrow. It is estimated that she will not be back until the 7th day of the new year, the last meal before the new year. I will treat her and go shopping in the supermarket. There are several supermarkets in that shopping mall. One supermarket is not big, but it specializes in selling all kinds of snacks from home and abroad. The snacks are packaged in colorful colors, and they look delicious just by looking at them. Yang Renran can't walk every time she passes by there, and always has to go in to buy some before leaving. If you are worried about the things you bought, we can go back to the community to unload the things first." When Ji Ningxin heard the word supermarket, she nodded in agreement. There is still space in the refrigerator in the basement of the house, and she can buy some more. She drove back to the villa community smoothly. When she entered the driveway, she would pass by Yang Renran Villa. Ji Ningxin parked the car in the driveway in front of her house and began to unload the goods. 2 complete sets of survival equipment, half a box of military ration bags, half a box of energy bars, 10 boxes of 300 medical N95 masks, 15 gas masks, 20 gas filter boxes with 100 filter cottons, 6 sets of medical protective clothing, 6 sets of special protective clothing. Although Yang Renran knew that her family's share was included in the equipment her friend bought, the share that the other party gave her was too much. How long will all these things last? Keep them. Just in case. Ji Ningxin didn't let her refuse. The two families had a good relationship. In her heart, Yang Renran was her real sister. She couldn't force others to buy survival equipment. She couldn't explain it clearly, but she could buy it herself and let her accept it directly. I transfer the money to you. Yang Renran took out her mobile phone, but was rejected by Ji Ningxin. Stop it. I'm going to be angry. She had just accepted the gifts that the other party brought back from abroad, a bracelet worth 4 figures, and several sets of expensive skincare products. How could she let the other party pay for it? Yang Renran couldn't persuade the other party, so she had to give up. She stayed to move the equipment and protective equipment back home and put them away, while Ji Ningxin drove home to unload the goods. The two agreed that she would drive over to pick her up in 15 minutes. This time, there was no courier to help unload the goods and move the boxes. So Ji Ningxin directly called her eldest brother and father to help. When the two saw the pile of equipment she bought, they were stunned for a moment. But they found that they were all survival equipment and protective equipment, which made them understandable. After all, this volcanic disaster was a once-in-100-years event. So it was not a bad thing for her to prepare for a rainy day. As for the fact that I bought too much, it's okay, there's a lot of space at home, and I'll always use it. If I don't use it up in 1 or 2 years, I'll probably use it up in 4 or 5, 7 years. Ji Ningxin looked at the faces of the two people, and thought that they probably haven't noticed the boxes of daily necessities piled up in the garage yet. She went to open the garage door first, and decided to let them accept all the facts at once. However, after the garage door was opened, it was Ji Ningxin who was shocked. The garage that was full yesterday is now empty, without a single box of daily necessities. Dad, did you and your brother move the things in the garage? Ji Ningxin already had a hunch, but she still asked. Sure enough, Lu Yue looked puzzled and asked her what was in the garage. Ji Ningxin felt a chill in her heart, and she felt a little unwell. She was 100% sure that she bought a large number of daily necessities and various seeds yesterday. If the disappearance of items was also a disaster, this disorderly, inexplicable, and unrealistic disaster was really terrible. She thought of the seeds, and turned around and rushed to the RV park nearby. As expected, the RV that was full of seed boxes yesterday was now empty. Not to mention the floor. Even the cabinets that were originally filled with various food items were now empty. She couldn't buy things as fast as the speed at which the things disappeared. For a moment, Ji Ningxin was stunned there, a little dazed, and didn't even notice the crackling sound of rain hitting the roof and car windows. Until Lu Tingfeng and Li Yue voices came from outside the RV. What's going on with this rain? They looked at their clothes that quickly became stained, and were a little shocked. This is mud rain. Chapter 5. Dark metal space. Ji Ningxin stood in the floor-to-ceiling glass sliding door of the balcony of the room, looking at the gloomy sky outside and sighed. The balcony has sealed glass windows, so mud rain can't get in, but after a few days of intermittent mud rain, the originally clear glass has long been stained with mud and water, which has further reduced the light in the room. Who would have thought that, the entire spring festival, many areas of Hua country spent such rain? The temperature these days has indeed dropped as previously speculated, but the volcanic ash from the eruption of the island country did not drift to the Southeast Sea area due to the winter wind as expected, but scattered at the same time, affecting several other directions. In fact, from the news in the past few days, several countries around the island country have suffered from mud rain and acid rain. People around the world are vigilantly paying attention to the abnormal volcanic movements in their own countries. Volcanic eruptions of similar scale have not occurred again. But there have been many earthquake disasters. To this day, earthquakes are still a disaster that cannot be predicted in advance. I don't know if it is due to the super large-scale volcanic eruption of the island country. The areas and frequency of earthquakes are becoming more and more random. Many areas that rarely experienced earthquakes in the past also suffered from disasters. Suchong is not near the sea, but it is in the southeastern region of Huaguo, and is close to the island country in a straight line, so it is also greatly affected. Suchong was covered in dust throughout the spring festival. Everyone had not seen the sun for several days. Even when it was not raining, the sky was always gloomy. The volcanic ash drifting from the east made the air pollution index extremely high. On the streets, the glass exterior walls of the buildings, the vehicles parked in the open air, the evergreen leaves. There were dry and wet mud marks everywhere, as if the whole city was constantly sprayed with mud by a large cement truck. Fortunately, it was the spring break, and most people were on vacation. Everyone closed the doors and windows, stayed at home, and watched the rare spectacle outside. While checking the news on the internet and in the news, it is said that the entire island country was covered by such mud rain. And not only that, acid rain fell in many areas. For a long time in the future, the climate environment of the entire island country will continue to be damaged. Volcanic materials will block the sun. The temperature will drop, and the crop yield will be greatly reduced. Volcanic ash is different from ordinary dust. It is a hard particle that is insoluble in water. When it floats in the air, it will affect aircraft, cars, and other mechanical equipment. When inhaled by the human body, it will damage the respiratory tract and lungs and cause respiratory diseases. Even in a city as far away as Suzhou, the air is seriously polluted. You can imagine the current situation of the island country. The mud rain and haze weather for many days have also made many people pay attention to this aspect of protection. Many people open the website to start online shopping for protective equipment. The most purchased are N95 medical-grade masks. Although the price is a bit expensive, such masks can filter more than 95% of fine particles, and can usually be used continuously for 6 to 8 hours, which is quite useful. The purchasing power of the Chinese people is very strong, except for those who bought them at the pharmacy or supermarket near the community immediately after the mud rain started. Other people reacted later and wanted to buy them again. They found that most of the pharmacies and supermarkets that were still open only had medical surgical masks or ordinary masks with lower protection levels. Although they can still be bought online, they are all pre-ordered, and it is not known when they will be shipped after placing an order. Some people are smart and simply buy protective masks directly, while others do not care. After all, the protective effect of medical surgical masks is also good. At this time, Liu Yue and Lu Tingfeng looked back at the N95 masks, protective masks, and protective clothing in the storage room at home, and suddenly felt extra safe. Ji Ningxin clicked on the laptop and found that the national map had been downloaded. Then he opened the website and downloaded a dozen disaster survival science materials with pictures that he had found in the morning. It has been like this for the past few days. She spends a lot of time researching and studying online every day. Although her memory has improved now, there is too much information. She has not had time to read a lot of it. It is better to download it directly and save it permanently. After that, she went into the bathroom to wash up. While listening to the conversation between her father and eldest brother in the storage room downstairs, she looked at herself in the mirror. The clarity of her vision has increased again, and so has her hearing. In the past few days, dreams about disasters have come every night. Every day when she wakes up, she will immediately write down all the key points in the dream. If these are disasters that will happen, she hopes to make countermeasures and preparations before these disasters really come. Of all the dreams, the one that left the deepest impression on her was the nightmare she had 4 days ago, on the night of the first day of the Chinese New Year. In the dream, yellow flying sand filled the entire sky. The day was dim, and the fine dust hit the glass windows in the strong wind, making crackling sounds. This time the dream lasted longer, and several scenes changed during the period, and the pictures were chaotic and disordered. At the beginning, she was on a leaky bus. This time her father and eldest brother were also there. She wore an N95 mask. Although it was stuffy, she felt safe in her heart. Even in the car, the air was filled with a heavy smell of dust, for those who were not properly protected. Every breath felt like gravel rubbing their noses and lungs. In the front row of the car, the little girl kept coughing in her mother's arms. I heard that she had been sick for a long time. Pneumonia. And this transfer made things worse. The mother and daughter did not carry much supplies, wore masks that had been used for a long time, and had already finished drinking the clean water. The girl coughed so hard that her mother begged the two people beside her. But in this situation, everyone had limited supplies, and she only got half a pack of biscuits after begging for a long time. Ji Ningxin's father finally couldn't help it, and walked forward, handing out 2 new masks, half a bottle of purified water, and a few amoxicillin pills. In the current situation, the importance of medicine is self-evident. The other party was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly thanked him after taking it. The father didn't say much, just told the other party to hold on. As long as he passed through this suburb, he would reach the shelter. Although his action of giving things was small, it was still seen by others. Although they didn't say anything, their eyes staring at the father suddenly became eager. The scene changed. The bus seemed to be broken down. Everyone got off the bus in the sandstorm and planned to find another drivable car. On the seat, father and eldest brother looked at the empty backpack with grim expressions. The protective materials inside, as well as drinking water and medicine, were gone. The scene changed again. She hid behind the cracked glass. Outside the building, there were a group of wandering zombies. They were blocked here. A thick scarf wrapped her mouth and nose. Under the scarf was a mask that she had worn for who knows how long. It probably had lost its ability to filter sand and dust, but because there was no new mask, she had to continue wearing it. Father was not there. The eldest brother, who was sitting next to him, had a fever and kept coughing, as if he was going to cough out his entire lungs. Not to mention medicine. Even the water had been cut off for 2 days. The other people who took refuge in the building sat far away from them. Some were chewing food. Some were drinking the few waters vigilantly. A few people came back from outside the building. She turned her head expectantly, but did not see her father. She heard someone say that. On their way back, they ran into another group of zombies, and her father ran away. She could feel herself crying. Despair and sadness filled her body. After waking up from the dream this time, the sadness and hopelessness of not seeing hope entangled her for a long time. After waking up that day, she carefully wrote in her notebook, "Yellow flying sand. Sandstorm? Not yet. Remember, people are fickle. If you have no ability to protect yourself, you must never abuse your kindness." Ji Ningxin quietly flipped through her notebook. Compared to the first time she dreamed of a disaster before the Chinese New Year, she can now face it all calmly. Nightmares not only bring a lot of information, but also temper her emotions again and again. She began to participate in her father and elder brother's daily physical training and combat training. Lu Yue was very happy with her active participation and extra training requirements. Ji Ningxin is afraid of pain. She has always rejected fighting and combat training since she was a child. Lu Yue has practiced martial arts since he was a child. He participated in many competitions when he was young. Later, he decided to open a fighting training hall because he had a foundation. With such natural conditions, he naturally wanted to train his 2 children. The eldest brother is a boy, so his father is stricter. He can't get away even if he complains about pain or tiredness. She is a girl, and Lu Yue spoils her. She usually fishes for 3 days and dries the net for 2 days. However, after learning intermittently for so many years, she has some basics and is very familiar with self-defense. If ordinary little hooligans want to take advantage of her, she can usually handle it. But the situation is different now. She wants to have better physical fitness and skills. Moreover, her vision, hearing and memory have all improved. She wants to try her strength and speed. The result of the experiment proves that she thought too much. Her physical fitness is exactly the same as before. There is no tendency to become a Superman. However, in addition to vision, hearing and memory, she has indeed had a new change. Ji Ningxin moved her eyes upwards. On the top of several disaster records, the original record was dark metal space unknown. She had crossed out the words in the column of change. Besides vision, hearing, memory, there were 2 more words, space. It had been several days, but she still found it unbelievable. Yes, she had a space. Perhaps because she was too shocked by the disappearance of her supplies. She dreamed of the strange dark metal space again on the night when the mud rain started to fall. When she woke up, she found that the quilt on the bed was gone. This time she didn't panic. She calmed down again and closed her eyes to sense it. She found that her consciousness had sunk into the dark metal space again. She thought about her quilt. When she opened her eyes, the quilt that had disappeared returned to her bed. As a young girl who had just started working, Ji Ningxin had naturally read novels about space. But her space was quite strange, and it was different from what she saw in the novels. First of all, the space was pitch black. Even though she could sink into consciousness anytime and anywhere, she couldn't see the shape and size of the space, not to mention the material she had put in it. So at present, she didn't know how big the space was, and how much supplies she had unconsciously put inside. If she wanted to take something out of it, she could only rely on her imagination. If she was lucky, she would be able to successfully take out the supplies she imagined. If she made a mistake, she would not be able to take anything out. Secondly, the collection method was relatively simple. and no contact was required. The things within her field of vision could be quickly collected by relying on her sight, attention, and consciousness. But the problem is, not everything can be collected in this dark metal space. When things go well, she can collect everything instantly. When things go badly, she can't collect anything even after staring at it for a long time. She has tried various things. A box of black pork belly can be collected. A whole box of instant noodles can be collected. A Jeep can't be collected. A box of N95 masks can be collected. A small potted plant on the windowsill can't be collected. A box of ice cream can be collected. And a cup filled with water can be collected. So far, she has not fully figured out the rules of income and non-income. It seems that it should be related to size, but it is not entirely true. Finally, it is a pity that the flow rate in the space seems to be consistent with that in the outside world. She tested it with hot water and ice cream respectively. When it was taken out after several hours in the space, the hot water had already cooled down completely, and the ice cream had completely melted. So the food that needs to be refrigerated and frozen to keep fresh, she temporarily took it out of the space and stored it in the refrigerator and freezer in the basement. However, even so, it is a portable space after all. What does a space that can be taken at any time mean? If the end of the world really comes, the materials and water they need can be stored in the space, so that they will not be coveted by others and will not add to their burden when escaping, and the situation on the bus in the dream will definitely not happen. Moreover, she has never known what reason to tell her father and elder brother about these nightmares, as things that may happen in the future. Now that she has the space, she is equivalent to having superpowers, and can completely rely on her special features to tell her father and elder brother everything, and warn everything in advance. Ji Ningxin thought so, and did so. But strangely, when she wanted to mention the apocalypse to her family, an invisible force prevented her from speaking. She could mention the volcanic eruption, the earthquake, and the mud rain, but the disasters that appeared in her dreams but had not yet occurred, as well as the information in space that rose to the apocalypse level. She could not express them no matter how hard she tried, including writing and any other way she could think of, even when she was concentrating on demonstrating how to collect items into the space. She felt a huge dizziness, which almost made her faint. Not only that, after the dizziness that day, when she was alone in the room and wanted to collect items again, she found that her spatial ability had disappeared. For 2 hours, she lost the sense of the dark metal space, as if some mysterious power had shut off the connection between her and the space. It was not until more than 2 hours later that she sensed the space again and breathed a sigh of relief. After this incident, she never dared to try again. She vaguely understood that there were limits to her abilities. If she insisted on doing some things, she would most likely lose her existing abilities. So, what kind of power could do such a thing? Ji Ningxin couldn't help but wonder. Is this world real? Could she be living in a book? Or is she actually an alien? But from childhood to adulthood, she had never encountered anything strange, and everything around her was so vivid. If this world is fake, then what is she? What is the meaning of her existence? She spent a day reorganizing her emotions and thoughts, and finally decided to put aside all the broad questions for the time being. For now, the most important thing is the survival of their family. Since some items can be stored, she decided to focus on buying items that can be stored, and then try the upper limit of the space. After that, stock up and stock up. Chapter 6. Stocking up on medicine. On the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, supermarkets, stores, restaurants, and beverage shops of all sizes in Suzhou open one after another. Although such a long period of muddy rain is rare in a century, after the initial shock and worry, people's lives still have to go on. The aunt who had agreed to come back to work on the 10th day of the Lunar New Year called me. For personal reasons, she wanted to take a longer leave. Lu Yue was easy to talk to, expressed his understanding, and directly asked the other party to rest for the first month of the Lunar New Year. Lu Yue Gym. A fighting gym is not like a supermarket, restaurant, or coffee shop. It needs to be closed for half a month, and will not open until the 15th day of the first lunar month. Lu Tingfeng's small company will not start working until the 10th day of the first lunar month. However, they are both bosses, so there is no such thing as going to work. Some work can be handled at home anyway. The whole spring festival was full of muddy rain, and with Ji Ningxin conscious guidance, the father and son had nowhere to go, so they stayed at home. At the same time, at Ji Ningxin's request, the utility room on the 3rd floor was cleaned up and prepared to be used as an indoor hydroponic planting room for her. Before the Chinese New Year, she had called a factory in the suburbs to order a bunch of hydroponic boxes for indoor planting. This thing is controllable in size, small and stackable, and does not require special door-to-door measurement. As long as the customer reports the approximate planting requirements and the size of the planting room, they can directly come to the door to install it. It just takes some time to install it, because it needs to connect to the power supply and water source. The other party opened on the 7th day of the Chinese New Year. She added some money, and made an appointment with the other party to come to the door to install it on this day. During the 7 or 8 days of the Chinese New Year, Ji Ningxin was the only one who went out of the house. That day, she took advantage of the break in the muddy rain, put on her N95 mask and goggles, and drove to several nearby pharmacies that were still open to buy a large number of commonly used and essential medicines in batches. She made a shopping list, which included about a dozen commonly used medicines, including cold and fever medicines, several effective painkillers, cephalosporin anti-inflammatory drugs, various antibiotics, iodine disinfected cotton gauze, Yudon Biao band-aids, respiratory medicines such as cough and sputum, and digestive medicines such as stomach medicine and diarrhea medicine. 7 or 8 kinds of healthcare drugs, such as several vitamin tablets, calcium and magnesium tablets, fish oil, and drugs for high blood pressure and high blood sugar were also included in her list. If the scene in her dream came true, the city became a ruin, and human civilization was destroyed. Then these drugs unique to the civilization period would become very important supplies. Fortunately, she had saved a lot of pocket money since she was a child, plus the credit card her father applied for her, and she could also advance a lot of money from several payment accounts such as Mobay. So the amount of money she could currently use was very sufficient. If she was wrong, everything was just a hallucination caused by her mental illness, and the doomsday had not come, then her father and elder brother could help her pay off the bills. But if she was not mentally ill, everything she was doing now would determine the fate of her family, and even her best friend's mother and daughter. In order not to attract attention, she took the list and went to 10 pharmacies, and only bought a certain amount in each pharmacy. Although the amount in a single pharmacy was not much, the sum of several pharmacies would be much. All the medicines were stored in the space smoothly. Because of the existence of the space, she did not distribute the medicines to Yang Renran in advance this time. The medicines have a long shelf life and are safer to store in the space. Anyway, the two families live close to each other, so it is convenient to help. When she went home, she brought a small bag of common medicines for demonstration, as a gift to her father and elder brother. On the 7th day of the first lunar month, the muddy rain gradually stopped, and the workers who installed the hydroponic planting box arrived as scheduled. The 3 workers spent an afternoon to finish the planting room. Ji Ningxin took out 3 or 4 basic vegetable seeds, and 2 easy-to-grow fruit seeds from the space, and let Liu Yue try to take care of the planting room. I grow it. Liu Yue was a little worried. Well, the pollution after the volcanic eruption was quite serious. It's safe to eat vegetables grown at home. It's easy. Here is the instruction manual. The healthy vegetables of our family depend on you. Dad. Ji Ningxin knew that Liu Yue paid attention to health. If she mentioned the issue of environmental pollution, he would definitely take it seriously. Liu Yue took the instruction manual, touched his scraggly chin, and went in to study hydroponic planting. Ji Ningxin turned around and saw her eldest brother standing in the corridor with his arms folded, looking at her quietly. You have been... He frowned slightly, wanting to say something but stopping himself. She walked in front of him, with a little expectation in her heart. She hoped that her smart elder brother would guess something, although she couldn't say it. If the other party could guess it himself. Lu Tingfeng looked at his sister's fair and bright face, and stretched out his hand expressionlessly to pinch her face. You seem to have gained some weight recently. Ji Ningxin. Hee. I give you a roll of the eyes, and let you experience it yourself. Lu Tingfeng laughed. Well, this is more like you. I always see you frowning and looking serious recently. He let go of her face, pressed her soft hair. Don't worry, no matter what happens, our family is together, I will protect you. Lu Tingfeng didn't guess, he just simply felt her emotions. Ji Ningxin hugged him, buried her cheek in his clothes, and rubbed it. No, she will protect them. That night, Ji Ningxin was dragged into the high school alumni group. After graduating from high school, because they went their separate ways, she didn't meet her old classmates again. The group had already been chatting enthusiastically, half of which was about the class reunion the next day, and the other half was discussing the recent climate disaster. She then remembered that, in January, the old classmate who had dragged her into the group had mentioned that he wanted to hold a class reunion during the spring festival. She was naturally looking forward to it at that time, asked this old classmate about the current situation of some classmates, and discussed with him where to go for activities. But after only half a day, her mentality had completely changed. Compared with the classmates, who were chatting enthusiastically in the group, she was calm as water. Even though she found that the place where they were holding the class reunion was quite close to her home, she had no intention of going at all. Yang Renren also said in the group that she couldn't go. The mud rain before the new year disrupted many people's schedules. They didn't go back to their hometown before the new year, but set off this morning after the mud rain stopped. They left in a hurry. Yang Renren didn't even have time to tell her in advance. When the two of them sent messages, she was already halfway. Ji Ningxin was very worried that they would encounter some disaster when they went back at this time, but she couldn't tell them the relevant information. She could only tell them to be careful about air pollution, volcanic earthquakes, mud rain and other things. Yang Renren assured her, and said that she had brought a lot of the protective equipment she had given her before, especially the escape backpack, because she was driving her own car back. She packed up and brought a lot of things with her. Although she had never eaten pigs, she had seen pigs run. Yang Renren had heard a lot of disaster stories while camping. In addition, her friend bought it so carefully. She felt that it would be more reassuring to bring some. She even brought military ration bags and energy bars, and said that she had tried a self-heating military ration bag, which was braised beef-flavored rice, and it was actually quite delicious. At this time, Yang Renren didn't know that her decision, in a certain sense, would save her and her mother's lives in the future. She said in the group that she would not go to the class reunion the next day, and sent a private message to Ji Ningxin to complain about the situation at home. Yangyan hometown is a little far from Suzhou, a 2.5-hour drive, a small county town, and the 3 aunts and 8 wives in the family urged her to get married as soon as they met. What's more annoying is that Yang Yun and her father Chen Kai came from the same county town. They were an enviable couple in the county town, but they didn't expect to go to the big city, get rich and get divorced. Chen Kai has remarried, with the mistress who interfered with their marriage, and the mistress's son is already 13 years old this year. Usually in Suzhou, because the place is big, it's fine if they don't see each other, but once they return to the small county town, in such a small place, almost everyone knows each other, not to mention that Yangyan hometown and Chen Kai's hometown are opposite each other, so they see each other every day. It's simply unbearable. Yang Renren has a bad temper, and she starts scolding the mistress as soon as she sees her. When the mistress quarrels with Chen Kai protects her. She doesn't even give face to her own father, and scolds him together. The mistress's son started to throw a tantrum when he saw this, pushing and bumping people. The Chen family was biased because Yang Yun didn't want to have a second child, and the mistress gave them a grandson. As for the Yang family, Yang mother died early, and Yang father also had old ideas. He thought that women should stay at home to take care of their husbands and children. Yang Yun didn't want to have a second child, and she wanted to work hard for her career. He really couldn't understand it. In addition, the gossips of the aunts and uncles made them never understand Yang Yun. So when it came to the divorce, they always felt that it was their daughter's fault. Yang Yun is a strong woman, but also a filial daughter. For many years, she has always been unwilling to waste time arguing with the Qin family because of her father. Yang Renren admires her mother in other matters, including the clean divorce after she found out that Chen Kai had cheated on her, and quietly collected evidence before the divorce, and got a house, a car, most of the savings, and the custody of Yang Renren. However, she does not understand Yang Yun filial piety at all, and feels aggrieved for her mother, and calls it foolish filial piety. It was also because of these things that the old couple of the Qin family disliked Yang Yun and her daughter, and there were always some frictions. Whenever Yang Renren returned to her hometown, she would complain to Ji Ningxin, and this time was no exception. After complaining, she expressed her envy for Ji Ningxin for the 101st time and praised Liu Yue. When Ji Ningxin's father was young, his family had a field and some money. Liu Yue family looked down on Ji Wani, who was born as an orphan, and even went to the door to insult him verbally and beat him. Liu Yue couldn't stand it, severed his relationship with his family, and brought Ji Wani to Suzhou. Over the years, regardless of good times or bad times, even after Ji Wani's death, Liu Yue never contacted his hometown again. Yang Renren envied her for having such a father, extremely protective and decisive. However, unlike before, this time Ji Ningxin didn't help her scold, but told her seriously to keep the protective equipment they carried, not to put it out in the open, and to always keep water and a few days' worth of food in the escape backpack, and to put it in a place where it was easy to get. Finally, don't waste your energy on people you hate. If anything goes wrong, take the person you care about most and run away. This is the most extreme advice Ji Ningxin can give. On the 8th day of the first lunar month, the mud rain stopped completely. Although the air quality is still very poor, at least there is hope that the weather will improve. But the 10-day mud rain still caused a lot of discussion among the people. There are still all kinds of comments on the internet. Everywhere you can see people with different opinions arguing and scolding each other because of trivial matters. The disaster has made people's emotions impetuous and excited. In various Doomsday survival forums, some people have quietly posted a list of preparedness stocks and wrote in a low-key manner that they would not provide any guidance and were for reference only. Although the disaster made people restless, for most people, it was just a disaster. Everyone complained and discussed, and some people jokingly warned people to stock up as the end of the world was approaching. But no one took these remarks seriously. At most, when shopping online or in supermarkets, some people would buy some more long-lasting food. After Ji Ningxin confirmed that Li Yue and Lu Tingfeng would not go out that day, she took the shopping list, put on an N95 mask, and drove out in a jeep. Chapter 7. Stockpiling and Visions. At present, medicine, survival equipment, protective equipment are temporarily sufficient, so this time, her shopping list is mainly food. Of course, instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and staple food are necessary, but snacks, vegetables, and beverages are also indispensable. It's a pity that space and time are not static otherwise. She would like to stock up more fruitcakes, ice cream, milk tea, and various catering and cooked food. She drove to the grain and oil store first and loaded the rice, flour, and edible oil that she had ordered from 2 grain and oil stores by phone before. 25 bags of 10 kilograms rice, 5 bags of 10 kilograms flour, cooking oil. She moved boxes directly. 5 boxes of 4LX4 barrels, and 2 boxes of other seasonings such as salt, sugar, chicken powder, starch, soy sauce, pepper, cumin, hot pot ingredients. This is the share of a store. Of course not because of the load-bearing capacity, but to be able to load everything into the car, so that with the one-way film on the car window, she can quietly store things in the space during the journey. To this end, she went to 2 stores separately, which meant she stocked up 50 bags of rice, 10 bags of flour, 10 boxes of cooking oil, and 5 boxes of various seasonings. All the things were successfully put into the space. The shelf life of these things is also limited, and it is useless for her to stock up too much. The second stop was the grocery store, where the things she bought were all long-lasting. Instant noodles, several delicious big brands, 48 packs and 24 barrels. She took a box of each flavor: spicy beef, mushroom stew chicken, spicy cabbage, onion ribs, spicy mutton soup, sour and spicy pork bones, pork bone soup. All added up to 40 boxes. A box of hot and sour noodles has 12 barrels. She bought 5 flavors. A total of 20 boxes. 24 cans of luncheon meat, 20 boxes. Compressed biscuits. A box weighs less than 1 kilogram. A total of 40 packages. Original milk flavor, scallion oil flavor, and sesame flavor. She took a total of 10 boxes. Although this thing has a shelf life, it is vacuum packed after all, which is not noticeable and easy to fill the stomach. It is very convenient in special circumstances. 500 grams of dehydrated vegetables per bag. She took a large box. In addition to various dehydrated vegetables, there are also dehydrated eggs and mushrooms, which are more comprehensive in nutrition. There are 20 bags in a box. You can eat them for a long time after soaking them. It can be regarded as solving the problem of vegetables. Although the snail noodles have a strong smell, you can eat them after boiling them if conditions permit. It can satisfy your cravings and fill your stomach. There are 20 bags in a box. She took 5 boxes. Self-heating hot pot and self-heating rice take up more space, so she took 10 boxes in total. When she bought these things, she calculated the space in the car. There are also several stores on the list. She went to 4 stores in total to buy all the above. She was more worried that there were too many things, and the space would not be able to hold them. After all, the boxes of daily necessities and seeds that were thought to be missing were stored in the space. But fortunately, everything was successfully collected. In one of the stores, she also saw military rations compressed biscuits, which were packed in square metal barrels, 5 kilograms per barrel, 20 packages in it, and only one flavor. But the shelf life was up to 5 years. Rounding it off, it should be enough to eat for 10 years. Her eyes lit up, and she directly took 5 barrels as the last batch of life-saving rations among all the supplies. The third stop was a large fresh food supermarket. Although the space was not fresh, fish and meat could be eaten in the freezer for half a year to a year. She also had some other items to buy. Although there were 3 freezers at home, the size was limited. She tried to buy what everyone liked: black pork belly, thick-cut marbled beef, sliced lamb chops, bagged lamb skewers, bagged chicken wings, boxed whole chickens, pork shanks, pork shreds, frozen saba fish, sea bream, cod slices. She took about 10 portions of each. She originally wanted to skip the fruits and fresh vegetables, but when she saw the fruits and vegetables in the refrigerator that had been selected, washed, and neatly arranged in boxes, she couldn't help herself. In the end, she was very restrained and picked out 5 or 6 kinds of vegetables that she often ate, such as celery, lettuce, green vegetables, and artemisia, and 7 or 8 kinds of fruits, such as kumquats, strawberries, blueberries, and jackfruits, and took 1 or 2 boxes of each. These can basically be eaten in 1 or 2 weeks. But there are still a lot of stocks at home. If it doesn't work, she can share some with Yang Ran. She estimated that she couldn't stay in her hometown, and she would think of ways to get Yang Yun to take her back in 3 or 4 days at most. Snacks have a long shelf life, so you can take more. They are mainly high-calorie chocolate bars, canned potato chips, chocolate pies, cookies, vacuum beef jerky, pork, duck tongues, soft candies, spicy strips, chewing gum, seaweed flakes, various nuts, etc. She took a large cart with all the things. When the cart was full, she went to check out first, then pushed the shopping cart to the basement to load the things, and then returned to the supermarket. She took more than 40 bags and 60 rolls of fresh-keeping bags and garbage bags, a large box of paper packaging boxes and disposable cups, a dozen of commonly used number 5 and number 7 batteries, 20 large-capacity power banks, and 5 sets of 4-piece kitchen knife sets to avoid trouble. She didn't dare to take too much. Egg and dairy products have a short shelf life, so she could only take a moderate amount. She took 3 boxes of 30 eggs in a box. She took 3 15-liter barrels of fresh milk, big bottles of milk tea, cheese and bacon sandwiches, butter toast, raw chocolate Swiss rolls, bursting cream puffs, original chocolate magnum. These are all foods that can make people feel happy. She looked at them one by one, and took a box of each. Later, she thought that room temperature milk had a slightly longer shelf life, so she went to get 5 boxes of milk, and also 5 boxes of canned coffee, 5 boxes of vitamin drinks, 5 boxes of cola, and 5 boxes of bottled milk tea. After room temperature milk, she thought of milk powder. She did have a few boxes of canned milk powder in stock at home, all of which were imported skim instant milk powder, and the taste after brewing was exactly the same as milk. She went to the mixing shelf again, and took a dozen bags of whole milk powder, which had sugar added to it, and tasted more mellow and delicious. When she passed the clothing shelf, she stopped. At present, her family had all kinds of clothes, pants, shoes and socks for all seasons, but she couldn't buy new clothes. They were definitely enough to wear, and she could just put them into the space when the time came. As for underwear, she felt she needed to buy some. She took a lot of cotton underwear according to the sizes of the 3 people, her own underwear, and finally a lot of disposable underwear. This kind of underwear is relatively thin, but it is also made of cotton, which can be washed and thrown away directly, which is very convenient. On the other side of the clothing rack, there are a variety of winter clothes hanging. This year is a warm winter, and this batch of winter clothes in the supermarket has probably been hanging here for a long time. Clothes in the supermarket have always been priced more expensive, even if there is a discount of 20% off for 2 pieces and 30% off for 3 pieces. No one is interested. She went forward to check and found that most of them were big-name down jackets, which were strong in warmth and waterproof. And there were also jackets and pants with thick fleece inner layers that could be removed. Although the prices were expensive, they were indeed genuine. She thought about it, called the supermarket waiter, said she wanted to buy a lot of pieces, and asked if they could be delivered directly. She subconsciously didn't want to have food delivered. Clothes were different from food. They were relatively low-key items. Even if she bought a lot, others would just think they were gifts for friends and would not pay too much attention. When she learned that purchases over a certain amount could be delivered immediately for free, she immediately bought up half of the shelves of winter clothes. Down jackets and pants, waterproof boots, hats and gloves. She prepared 3 or 4 sets of complete winter gear for each of the 3 people in her family, and young grandmother and daughter according to their sizes, and asked for immediate delivery. The other party said no problem. It would be delivered in 2 hours at most. This batch of clothes was expensive. Ji Ningxin paid with a credit card. But within 5 minutes, she received a call from Liu Wei, asking her if her card was lost. He had just received a message that someone had spent more than 100,000 yuan, and asked her to call the police immediately, and said that he would call the bank to stop the card. Ji Ningxin said calmly, "No. I used the card to buy something very important. I will be home in about 2 hours. Please pick me up." Liu Wei, "Dad, if you have anything to say, please ask me when I get home today." Liu Wei, "Dad, there may be a large amount of consumption today. Remember not to stop the card." Daughter. Liu Wei cleared his throat and heard his daughter speak in a soft and sad tone. "Dad, do you not believe me? Do you think I am fooling around again like when we were kids?" She was talking about the issue of selling the RV that eventually led to her running away from home. Liu Wei was speechless. "Believe? Of course Dad believes my precious daughter. You buy it. It's okay, buy it." Ji Ningxin hung up the phone, restrained her demeanor, and continued to shop with the shopping cart expressionlessly. Then it was the turn of purified water. The family currently has 4.5 boxes of 550 ml X24 bottles, 5 boxes of 5L X4 barrels, and 10 barrels of 19L barrels. Also, although the villa has a reservoir and a water purifier, if the outside water is completely cut off or the water resources are damaged, it will definitely not last for a long time. Water is an important resource. The more the better. But purified water takes up a lot of space, and she can't operate it in this supermarket. After all, she has already bought so much. And no matter how big the car is, it is impossible to put purified water in it. However, this kind of thing can be solved by changing supermarkets. She can put the items in the car into the space on the way to another supermarket like before. She took out her mobile phone, checked and confirmed the next supermarket, which is about 5 kilometers away from here, and it will take more than 10 minutes if there is no traffic jam. So she finished shopping in the supermarket. When she pushed the last cart of things past the milk tea shop and fried chicken shop in the shopping mall, she sighed again, and then placed an order for 3 cups of milk tea with different flavors and 3 cups of duck shit lemon tea, 2 boxes of fried chicken wings, 5 beef burgers, and 2 boxes of original fried chicken. This time she didn't have time to buy coffee. One reason was that there were too many things to eat, and the second reason was that her brother and she both liked coffee. So there was a freshly ground coffee machine at home. At the same time, there is a lot of coffee beans and drip coffee in stock, especially during the previous shopping festivals on the website. Because of the large discounts, she bought 5 boxes of coffee beans and 3 boxes of drip coffee at one time. Currently, there are 50 bags of coffee beans and 30 bags of drip coffee at home. In Liu Wei words, they can make themselves taste like coffee. The car was filled with supplies. Even the passenger seat and the front space were filled with things. Ji Ningxin felt that it was a bit heavy to step on the accelerator. She drove out of the underground parking lot, and soon found that the full car of supplies affected her vision while driving. She thought for a moment, and drove the car to the electrical appliance city across the road. Drove into the underground parking lot, and then in a dimly lit corner parking space, relying on the one-way film, began to collect the supplies from the car into the space. From the time she discovered the existence of the space to now, this was the first time she had collected a large amount of supplies at one time. Although there were many staple food supplies before, they were only large in size and small in quantity. When using consciousness and vision to lock them, it did not require too much energy. The things she bought this time were scattered, and she clearly felt the energy drain. This feeling was very subtle, just like playing games for 3 or 4 hours in a row. or watching TV series for a whole day. Her eyes, forehead, and back of the head all conveyed obvious fatigue. In the apocalyptic novel she had read, there was an analysis of the principle of collecting supplies in this space, which should be roughly based on mental power. And mental power will be consumed. She pressed her temples and concentrated her attention to collect the last part of the supplies in the car into the space. As she habitually probed her consciousness into the dark metal space and was about to withdraw, a tiny blue light suddenly lit up in the dark space. The blue light was only as bright as a firefly, but in a space of eternal darkness, it was as bright as starlight. Ji Ningxin thought it was an illusion caused by her mental fatigue. She was about to start the car and leave, but suddenly noticed that her hand holding the steering wheel began to become transparent. She stood there in astonishment, watching her hand on the steering wheel disappear from the fingers, then the arm. The rest of her body disappeared rapidly in 3 or 4 seconds. She didn't even have time to react. She felt her whole body sink, and then lost consciousness. In a dimly lit corner of the parking lot that no one noticed, the Jeep with the lights off was parked quietly there, and there was no one in the dim car. Chapter 8. Static Storage Space Grid. When she regained consciousness, Ji Ningxin felt dizzy. She half knelt there, and it took her a while to recover. The ground in front of her was silvery white. It looked high-end and cold, full of a sense of technology. She looked up and found herself on a spacious corridor. On both sides of her were thick white metal racks. The height of the metal racks was about 2 meters. There were about 5 or 6 rows from front to back, and there was a corridor about 1 meter wide in the middle of each row of metal racks. She counted. There were 12 rows of metal racks on both sides. Where was she? Shouldn't she be in her car? Yes, her body disappeared in her car. Before that, she seemed to see a little blue light in the dark metal space. Ji Ningxin quickly knew where she was, because in the middle of the aisle was a cylindrical transparent light curtain wall, and blue light flashed across the light curtain wall from time to time. And in the second half of this aisle, there were a lot of cardboard boxes and shopping bags full of things that didn't match the whole space. Ji Ningxin carefully passed through the cylindrical transparent light curtain wall and stood in front of the supplies that occupied 1/3 of the aisle. These supplies looked very familiar, and some of them had even been seen just a moment ago. She immediately realized that this was her dark metal space. People could enter her space. When she realized this, she subconsciously thought about exiting the space. A second later, she found herself back in the Jeep, still sitting in the driver's seat. She leaned over the steering wheel. Although she felt dizzy, she was surprised and happy. The space was bright, and people could enter? Does this mean that her space has been upgraded? After she recovered a little, she couldn't wait to enter the space again. She appeared on the central aisle again. Behind her, on the transparent light curtain wall of the circular column, the blue light that originally drew meaningless straight lines suddenly began to change. After a moment, a line of moving text was formed. Congratulations to the owner. 100 static storage space grids have been lit up. The storage area has been activated. The owner can go to area door. Before, select the auxiliary function after the first interval is activated. Car owner? Interval door? Ji Ningxin was surprised. There is actually a door in her space. She quickly found the interval door at the other end of the central aisle. The door is the same as the surrounding walls and the ground, all of which are silver white in metal texture. If you don't look closely, you can hardly see where the gap is. She gently reached out and touched the interval door. The color of the entire door panel darkened. The background color changed from silver white to silver black, and several lines of text appeared on it. Storage area has been activated. Please select additional functions. Choose 2 from 3. All additional functions will be applied to the initial area. 1. Passenger list. Up to 2 people. Upgradable 2. Defense system. Primary defense. Upgradable 3. Water purification. Up to 30 L per day. Upgradable. The text color of the option that her finger touched would lighten. After she touched 2 options, a new line of text appeared on the door panel, asking her to confirm her choice. She didn't rush to choose, and clicked no to exit temporarily. She hadn't figured out the situation here yet, and didn't know which 2 of the 3 options were better. At the same time, she noticed that in addition to the option text, there were some other texts on the silver black door panel. Those texts were on the other side of the door panel, and they looked smaller. Rather than text, they were more like pattern marks. Currently, only the first and third lines were lit, and the others were dark. Behind the third row of squares were 4 words: storage area. She tried to touch the second dark symbol with her hand, and a line of text suddenly popped up, saying, "This area has not been activated yet." She touched the first circular symbol, and words popped up on the silver black metal door. "Do you want to go to the initial area?" It was the initial area again. Where was the initial area? To be on the safe side, she chose to exit again, and chose the third symbol mark, which was lit, and was marked with storage area. 4 words. She vaguely understood that only the activated section would display the corresponding section name at the back. She was in the storage section now. What would happen if she selected the storage section again? This time the text did not ask her where she was going, but asked, "Do you need to automatically summarize the materials in the storage section with one click?" Automatically summarize with one click. She then noticed that the white metal racks on both sides of the central aisle of the storage section were sealed item racks, with metal grids of exactly the same size arranged vertically and horizontally on them. Just like the safes embedded in the wall of a bank vault, the panel of each grid was transparent, and the items inside could be clearly seen, and there were text displayed on it. She randomly looked at a few boxes in the first row. Toilet paper, 1/100 piece, toothpaste, 1/100 piece, shampoo, 1/100 piece. She counted them. The 2 white metal sealed racks on the left and right sides of the first row have 10 horizontal boxes and 5 vertical boxes, which add up to exactly 100 boxes. At this moment, all the 100 boxes have items and text displayed, and the items in each box are followed by the number 1/100 piece. The static storage space is not big. She remembered that some of the stored items were much larger than the space. So the size of the space should not be the size presented visually, but more like the backpack in the game. She had a bold guess, which made her excited. She quickly ran to the back of the central aisle and found a carton of toothpaste from the pile of supplies. The carton of toothpaste was not big, and it contained 20 large-capacity toothpaste. As she confirmed her consciousness, the toothpaste carton in her hand disappeared, just like collecting items from the space in the car before. She hurried back to the space grid of toothpaste, and the font on it changed. Toothpaste, 2/100 pieces. It was just as she guessed. The items in this static storage grid can ignore the space superposition. After a while, she discovered some rules by experimenting with materials. First, it is about the entire storage area. The activation here should be related to the types of materials she collected. 100 static storage grids correspond to 100 kinds of items. According to the text, she has called the owner. There is a passenger list in the 3 choice 2 option. So this space is a car? Besides her, can anyone else enter? Secondly, about the static storage space grid. The space grid can still be stored by consciousness and mental power. The internal materials can be stacked, but only the same type of items. This same type is not in terms of packaging shape and capacity. She tried to put a bottle of fresh milk into the grid of the original storage box for milk, and it went in smoothly. The font display did not change much. From milk, 1/100 pieces. It changes to milk, 2 out of 100 pieces. This shows that, whether it is a bottle of milk or a box of milk, as long as it is judged as a whole, one piece, by the space grid, it can be stacked. Afterwards, she tried to put a box of blueberries into the space grid where apples were stored, and it actually went in, and the displayed text changed from apple, 1 out of 100 pieces, to fruit, 2/100 pieces. But when she wanted to put it in the fruit grid, when a box of dessert is put into the space, it fails. This shows that the default space grid has a certain upper limit for the same type of items. After that, it is a continuous attempt. Different types of milk tea can be put into one space grid, showing milk tea, 3 out of 100 pieces. Lemon tea and milk tea cannot be put into the same space grid. A bag of tomato seeds and a large bag of wheat seeds can be put into one space grid, showing bagged seeds, 2 out of 100 pieces. Bagged seeds can be stored regardless of whether they are opened. As long as the open bag is tied again, it can be put into the same space grid with the unopened one. Some camping equipment can be put into one space grid, display, camping supplies, 35/100 pieces, but some gas cylinders, portable stoves, protective supplies, weapons, etc., that exceed the range of ordinary camping cannot be put into one space grid. The space grid also has an upper limit on the volume of a single item. Among the daily necessities she bought, there was a relatively large cardboard box, which failed to be stored. After several attempts, she found that the upper limit of the volume was about half a cubic meter. This also means that cars, large furniture and electrical appliances cannot be put into the grid. In addition, she did an experiment with the Magnum ice cream she just bought. As the name implies, the time inside the static storage space grid is static, which also means that the shelf life issue that she was most worried about before has been solved. There are 12 rows of shelves here, and each row of shelves has at least 50 space grids. She tried to imagine the scene of filling all the shelves here, and her heart was excited. After figuring out the general rules of use, she came back to the door and confirmed one-click automatic induction. The next moment, the supplies that originally occupied 1/3 of the central aisle all disappeared and entered their respective space grids of the same items. At this moment, there are still a few boxes of items with a volume greater than half a cubic meter on the central aisle. This problem is easy to solve. Just unpack the boxes and separate them into individual items. And then, they can continue to be stored in the space grid. Nowadays, most of the static storage space grids are empty. Choosing one-click summary makes it easier to organize. But one-click summary, the classification is more detailed. For example, different fruits will be divided into different space grids. If the types of items stored increase in the future, some space grids will not reach the upper limit of 100 items. Manually merging the unfilled space grids can make better use of the space. After sorting out the supplies, she pressed the symbol on the first row again. She wanted to see where the initial interval was. As she clicked confirm again, the silver black metal door panel in front of her showed a water-like aperture. She reached out and touched the aperture, and once again felt the dizziness when entering and exiting the space. But this time the dizziness was not so strong. The surroundings were dark and bright. In just a moment, she found that she had left the storage area. This was a very small space. There was a wash basin, a toilet, a very small triangular shower room. In the wash mirror beside her, her own stunned face was reflected. Her hands were still on the door panel of this small space, and she had not had time to retract them. Of course she would be stunned. This initial area she was very familiar with. This was the washroom of her RV. Her space was actually connected to her RV. Does the owner mean the owner of the RV? So, did the space appear first, and then connected to the RV? Or was there a space hidden in her RV? Chapter 9. Stocking up on delicious food. After more than half an hour, Ji Ningxin had sorted out all her emotions, and was in another large fresh food supermarket. The appearance of the static storage space made her change her original itinerary. She had many questions in her mind, but she knew that there were no answers to these questions at present. If a disaster is coming, the end of the world is coming, the benefits brought to their family by the sudden appearance of the space far outweigh its own weirdness. It doesn't matter if it's a black cat or a white cat, a good cat is one that can catch mice. She pushed the shopping cart. While walking towards the fruit and vegetable area of North Korea, her consciousness quietly entered the space, and looked at the cylindrical transparent light curtain wall in the middle of the central aisle. The font on it changed again before she exited the space. Second interval activation conditions. Static storage space grid lit up. 103/200 grids. Space items must have types. Wood, 1/4 types. Metal, 2/10 types. Or minerals, 1/5 types. Seeds, 10/10 types. Unlocking conditions for new auxiliary functions in the initial interval. Activate the second interval. Upgrading conditions for auxiliary functions in the initial interval. Static storage space grids light up. 103/150 grids. Space items must have the following types. Metal, 2/5 types. Cloth, 0/10 types. Fuel, 1/3 types. These lines are easy to understand. They give the conditions for activating new intervals and upgrading auxiliary functions in the initial interval. Several types of items are now available in the space, which should be related to the camping tools and survival equipment she had previously stockpiled. Now the two auxiliary functions she selected are passenger list and defense system. The auxiliary functions act on the initial interval, which is the RV. In her opinion, with the space grid, purified water can be stored in large quantities, and human labor can be replaced, while passenger list and defense system cannot be replaced by human labor. After selecting the auxiliary functions, she wanted to include Li Yue and Lu Tingfeng in the passenger list. But the subtitles on the light curtain wall showed that this operation required scanning the iris and recording the sound, and they needed to enter the RV, and she had to go home to complete it. As for the defense system, the exterior and interior of the RV are the same as before. There is no difference at present. It may take a specific situation to know. The only thing is that the more items she puts into the space, the faster her space will upgrade. Stockpiling now has an additional important function for her. Strike while the iron is hot. So she returned to the storage area, exited from there, returned to the Jeep, and set a new shopping plan. First, the drinking water. The static storage space can store 5lx4 barrels of purified water per box, and the default is 1 piece. A box of 20L of water has 1L more than the 19L in a large barrel, so she plans to stock up all the water in boxes. But the Jeep definitely can't hold the amount she needs, so she placed an order directly at the water station near the villa, ordered 60 boxes at a time, and asked for immediate delivery. These waters, together with the original purified water at home, can be drunk for a long time if they are not wasted carelessly. The water station was running low on inventory, and said that only 48 boxes could be delivered first, and the remaining 12 boxes would arrive at the earliest tomorrow morning. She said that it was no problem, and at the same time she called Liu Wei, asking him to pick it up, and the purified water would be temporarily placed in the garage. Liu Wei had just received the warm clothing, and was shocked to hear that there were 48 boxes of water. But considering the problems of mud rain and air pollution, he still didn't say anything against it. Next, Ji Ningxin's main goal was to buy food with a very short shelf life, which was easy to eat and rich in taste, including all kinds of fresh vegetables, fruits, eggs, fresh milk, cheese, yogurt, ice cream, beverages, various cooked food products, steamed buns, noodles, rice balls, rice dumplings, cakes and desserts, milk tea, lemon tea, pizza, hamburgers, fried chicken, restaurant dishes, roast duck and husband and wife lung slices, and other braised food. A large number of processed fresh frozen animal meats, fresh seafood, especially salmon, Arctic scallops, sea bream and other sashimi. Frozen salmon will affect the taste. Generally salmon is kept fresh. The shelf life is very short. The last is convenient pre-prepared dishes. Pre-prepared dishes are semi-finished dishes with all the food inside dishes already matched. There are various dry pots, hot pots and barbecues, and stir-fry dishes. As long as there are heating tools, you can eat in 10 minutes. Compared to home-cooked dishes, pre-prepared dishes may not taste the best. But in a disaster, these can be completely ignored. The above are all the things she wanted to buy in large quantities before, but did not dare to buy due to the shelf life. With static storage space grids, no matter how much she buys, it will not be wasted. However, there are still some discrepancies between the plan and reality. After all, personal strength is limited, and the main reason is that the capacity of the shopping cart is limited. When she can buy everything in large quantities, the shopping cart looks pitifully small. 50 boxes of free-range eggs, 6 boxes of shopping carts were more than half full, and 20 or 30 bags of no-wash vegetables were piled on top, and it was basically full. More than 30 bottles of 15-liter fresh milk, a large air-dried ham weighing 7 or 8 kilograms, plus more than 30 pre-prepared dishes, and more than 30 boxes of 500-gram Chilean salmon slices, and it was full again. During the working day, there were not many customers in the supermarket, and after she pushed the 6 cart of supplies back to the Jeep, it was not easy to continue entering the supermarket. The 6 carts of supplies were far from the amount she wanted to stock up. In addition to food, she also took a lot of small things of different types that did not take up space in the shopping cart. This was partly to light up more space grids. As long as these items were stored in the space and were judged as different items by the static storage space grid, one item would be stored immediately to light up a new space grid. During this period, she accidentally unlocked a metal, a wood, a fuel and 3 kinds of cloth. The cylindrical light curtain wall updated the collection progress in real time. Static storage space grids lit up. 134/200 grids, wood 2/4 types, metal 3/10 types, or minerals 1/5 types, seeds 10/10 types, cloth 3/10 types, fuel 2/3 types. She didn't know what types of wood and metal ores she had collected yet. She had to enter the storage area and find out from the space grid panel. She sat in the driver's seat, used the app to search for nearby supermarkets, and relocated a supermarket with a full range of goods. Compared to the 2 supermarkets she had visited before, this one was a more ordinary type. It was not a warehouse-style supermarket that sold large packages, nor was it a fresh food supermarket that mainly sold fresh food. But it was not far from here, and there was an underground parking lot. It had all the normal goods and food. More than half an hour later, Ji Ningxing came out of the supermarket with a cart full of eggs and fresh milk, and came to the car to load the goods. Milk and eggs were necessities, and it would not be too much to stock up. Inside the Jeep, the supplies bought at the last supermarket had been put into the space. Ji Ningxing was in a good mood. She put large bottles of fresh milk and eggs into the trunk while planning what to take in the second car, the third car, etc. She planned to spend all her time today buying supplies. She didn't plan to eat lunch, but she could have a cup of milk tea in the car. When she thought of lunch, she thought of cooked food. Supermarkets also have cooked food, even roasted chicken and sushi. But they can't compare with regular restaurants. She thought about it, unloaded a cart of goods, locked the car door, pushed the cart aside and placed it with other carts, and walked back to the supermarket while taking out her mobile phone and starting to operate it. An hour later, after buying 5 carts of supplies again, Ji Ningxing drove out of the underground parking lot of the large supermarket and headed for a restaurant several intersections away. She used the app to order a large number of takeouts from restaurants on different roads, and prepared to pick them up in person according to the route from near to far. This route eventually led to home. She estimated that after this trip, it would be almost evening. Although she was not tired at all and wanted to continue shopping, she still had to go home first, considering that her father and elder brother would be worried. The first one was a Sichuan restaurant. The other party was a little surprised to receive a large order on a weekday. Although she had already paid, the other party still called her back to confirm whether it was a mistake or whether she really wanted to order so much. Because she ordered 20 portions of dry pot bullfrog and Sichuan-style blood curd alone, and other Sichuan-style stir-fried meat, boiling black fish slices, fish-flavored eggplant pot, mushu pork, chopped pepper fish head, sour and spicy potato shreds, scrambled eggs with chili peppers, home-style tofu, fried daylily beef. She ordered 10 to 20 portions of each. The takeaway boxes were wrapped tightly one by one, and neatly stacked in cartons, and then pushed to the Jeep on the roadside by several restaurant staff with a cart, and placed in the car one by one. When the trunk was full, they were placed on the back seat and on the ground, and finally the front passenger seat was also full, just enough for all the income. Ji Ningxing had already gained experience in buying, and knew the approximate amount of food that would fill a car. In addition to the Sichuan restaurant, she also placed orders at a milk tea shop, a popular bakery, a handmade lemon tea shop, a kebab shop, a mutton soup shop, an ice cream shop, a sashimi sushi shop, a famous seafood shop, a beef vermicelli and noodle soup shop, and a braised food shop. Except for the kebab shop where she ordered raw kebabs. The other shops all ordered cooked food, and each shop had a full truckload of food. She visited several shops, taking into account all kinds of food. It was a pity that it was not the right season. Otherwise she would have wanted to stock up on a truckload of crayfish. However, winter also has its advantages. In winter, mutton soup shops are everywhere in Suzhou, selling boiled mutton and tripe, lamb, lamb heart, lamb liver, braised mutton and lamb legs. No matter what you buy, you can get a large portion of fresh, fragrant, rich and nourishing mutton soup. Of course, you can also order garlic fried tripe, mutton tripe vermicelli soup, mutton and offal hot pot, etc. according to your personal taste. The seafood restaurant where she often takes out food is famous for its crab set meal. It contains a large Dungeness crab, a portion of Argentine red shrimp, and a large portion of small seafood, including scallops, abalone, squid rolls, small cuttlefish, clams, razor clams, and side dishes such as fish, tofu, lettuce, potatoes, and corn. One portion is enough for 3 or 4 people. She was originally worried that the demand was too great and the other party could not supply it. But it turned out that the bosses were very hardworking in order to make money. The other party said that they would have as many portions as needed, and had already brought his wife, brother, and uncle into the kitchen to roll up their sleeves and start working, ensuring that it would be ready on time. The kebab shop was the fastest to pack. Lamb kebabs, chicken wings, tendons, beef kebabs, pork belly, chicken gizzards and hearts, pork cartilage, chicken wing tips, potato slices, eggplant slices, enoki mushrooms and chives had already been marinated and skewered and neatly placed in the freezer. She could just pack whatever she wanted. The grilled oysters, scallops, prawns, and yellow croakers had already been cleaned. The lady boss also packed her 6 bottles of special garlic and chopped pepper sauces to go with the seafood. the cumin powder salt, grill, smokeless charcoal, and other things were also packed into 3 boxes as required. After Jiningshin arrived, she loaded the car and left, which took no more than 10 minutes. In this way, she successfully completed the tasks of the milk tea shop, handmade lemon tea shop, kebab shop, mutton soup shop, bakery, ice cream shop, sashimi sushi shop, and hand-grabbed seafood restaurant. When passing the gas station on the way, she remembered that there were 2 kinds of fuel in the space, perhaps not including gasoline. So she filled up the car with gas again, and then came to the beef vermicelli and noodle soup restaurant. The store is not big, and soup cannot be packed too early. Even if the soup separates, it will clump. So she agreed with the other party that they would start packing when she called to notify them. When she drove to the store, the owner and the waiter were busy. When they were halfway through, she went into the store and greeted the other party, and then went back to the car to wait. It was around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and the sun was almost gone. It has been like this for a while. The air quality is very bad. She had been wearing an N95 mask, not even taking it off, when she was in the Jeep. After waiting in the car for a few minutes, there was a noisy sound at the intersection in front of the street. This is a 2-lane road, not a main road, and it is a one-way street. About 40 or 50 meters ahead is a 3-way fork, which is the entrance to a hospital, and the place where the noise happened is right at the gate of the hospital. She lowered the window, and her enhanced hearing and brain played a role, effectively extracting the language information of the parties involved, the relatives and friends of the parties involved, and the onlookers in the noise in front. She quickly figured out what was going on. It was a medical conflict, but it was not a medical dispute. The parties involved were the deceased's parents and relatives, all of whom were migrant workers. Before the Chinese New Year, her son had a strange disease and was sent to this hospital for treatment. At first, the disease recurred, and he did not get better after being transferred to several departments. Later, it was diagnosed as a brain problem, which was a special case. The hospital said that he had to be transferred to another hospital for isolated treatment, and a large part of the medical expenses would be waived. Both parents were ordinary laborers who did part-time jobs and had poor living conditions. When they heard that the fee was waived and they could receive treatment, they agreed immediately. However, after the transfer, they never saw their son again. They went to another large hospital to inquire, but they ran up and down for a day without getting any results. So they came back here and made a fuss to see their son. The hospital had a very strange attitude. They first gave them a full body examination. Since it was free, they did it. After that, the hospital said that the patient's condition had changed and transferred him to another hospital. At the same time, they took out a lot of test reports and showed the other party the video of the intensive care unit. In the video, the person on the bed was wrapped tightly, with various tubes inserted, and the doctors around him were wearing isolation suits. Looking very serious, they recognized their son's face, which looked abnormal and unconscious. They didn't understand, thinking it was a normal treatment process, and they had hardly paid for the treatment for a long time. So they finally gave up. It wasn't until the night before yesterday that they received a notice that the patient had suddenly died in the middle of the night. And they were furious. They were poor, had no money, and wanted to treat their son and take advantage of him. However, they never expected that the other party would kill their son. What they could not accept the most was that the hospital said that the patient died of a highly contagious disease, and that they could not touch the body for the time being. Nor could they take the body away. They could not even see their son for the last time. So they started to make a scene. This matter had been going on for 2 days. At first in the hospital, in the doctor's office, in the corridor. So the hospital issued a payment slip, saying that they could take the body away after paying the fee. That was a sky-high bill, which they simply couldn't afford, not to mention that the patient had died, so how could they possibly pay? So the hospital began to drive people away. Today, the relatives and friends of the patient's family came from a small county near Zhoucheng. Everyone felt that it was useless to call the police, because they really couldn't afford the treatment fees, and they had to make a big fuss, so they wrote banners, held loudspeakers, and held black and white portraits to ask for justice. Jiningshin was lucky, because the other party had just arrived not long ago, and negotiations failed. So they came to the gate of the hospital, planning to use the power of the masses to solve this problem. Similar things often happen in society. She was not involved. Nor did she see the whole process. So from her perspective, she could not judge who was right or wrong in the whole incident. She just felt sympathy for the parents who lost their children. In any case, they really lost their family members. There was a knock on the window of the car on the other side. It was a waiter from the beef restaurant next to her. The other party said that the 50 servings of beef and awful vermicelli soup she packed, and the 50 servings of beef noodle soup were almost ready, and they could start loading now. She opened the trunk and got out to help. When the loading process was almost complete, a high-pitched scream suddenly came from the noisy hospital entrance in front of her. The scream was shrill, like a scream of pain and shock, and the tone was drawn out, which made her scalp numb. Her hands trembled, and she almost dropped the 2 takeout bags she was carrying. Chapter 10. Bloody Deathland. Obviously, the other people in the beef restaurant also heard the noise, but their hearing was not as good as hers, so the screams were not so abrupt. What's going on? The owner of the beef restaurant carried a dozen cartons of beef noodle soup and placed them on the passenger seat of Ji Ningxin Jeep. He stretched his neck and looked forward. There were more onlookers than before. One of the 2 lanes was blocked. No matter how hard he looked, he couldn't see clearly. Ji Ningxin stood in front of the Jeep, staring at the direction of the hospital gate, and his heartbeat began to accelerate. The long-drawn scream just now reminded her of that morning in Haicheng Park. On the side, the boss's voice was still coming intermittently. Tell me, what happened recently? There was a volcano, an earthquake, and mud rain. This hospital is not peaceful. I heard that many people have been admitted to the hospital recently, and some of them are seriously ill. They have all been admitted to the isolation ward. Ji Ningxin turned her head and looked at the other party. A lot of people have been admitted to the hospital isolation ward. The boss exclaimed, Little girl, I'm not talking nonsense. People outside don't know much about this. But I have a friend in the hospital. Many people who returned to Suzhou before the new year got sick. But it's just that the news didn't come out. Although I don't know what the disease is. At an angle that Ji Ningxin couldn't see, in the open space at the hospital gate, several young people who were originally watching the excitement forcibly pulled a middle-aged man off a nurse with the help of the hospital security. The other party seemed to be crazy, still holding the nurse's clothes tightly, stretching his head hard, and biting his bloody teeth at the other party. The upper and lower teeth hit each other, making a clicking sound, which sounded particularly creepy. The nurse's arm was bitten, and the blood stained her clothes. She was shocked, scared, and in pain. She struggled desperately, but she couldn't say a word except screaming. On the ground next to her, there was also a male doctor lying there. He was the first to be attacked, because the middle-aged man was too fast and strong. The others were stunned and couldn't stop him at all. He was bitten on the neck, his aorta was ruptured, blood gushed out. He lay there twitching, his will to survive made him reach out and cover his neck tightly, but the blood choked into his trachea, and at this moment, he couldn't even make a sound. Among the onlookers, some were calling the police, some were running into the hospital, shouting that something was wrong, and asking the medical staff to push the medical bed out immediately. Some were completely frightened, trembling and shouting, Zombies! It's a zombie! Outside the hospital, 4 or 5 adult men tried together, but still couldn't suppress the mad middle-aged man. He couldn't bite the nurse in front of him, so he bit the person who was suppressing him. Some people accidentally got their fingers bitten, screamed and let go. Some were afraid to let go, and some still held him tightly. But because there were fewer people, the middle-aged man easily got rid of the suppression and rushed to the crowd on the side. Everyone screamed, and some people took the chairs they found as tools, trying to suppress the madman with the help of tools. On the other side, a middle-aged woman, still holding the black and white portrait, collapsed on the ground, staring blankly at her husband, who had suddenly gone crazy. He couldn't bite anyone for a while, and his bloody teeth uttered broken curses. He opened his eyes wide, as if he was completely crazy, and one of his eyes was bleeding. She covered her mouth, thinking of her dead son, and seeing her husband become like this. She burst into tears. Finally, the crazy middle-aged man was pressed to the ground by several people with tools. Quick! The security guard took the rope. If it doesn't work, take off your clothes to act as the rope, and tie him up quickly. Someone shouted, and several people immediately cooperated. The medical staff in the hospital also rushed out with the medical bed and started to save people. A moment later, an elderly doctor walked out quickly with several young medical staff. When he saw the scene, he was shocked at first, And then he immediately said that this was rabies disease, and asked all the injured people to go to the hospital, and they all had to be vaccinated, and they couldn't leave for the time being. The people following the doctor were not as calm as him, and their faces were filled with fear and tension. However, the scene was chaotic and noisy, and everyone was busy saving people. So no one paid attention to their expressions. The people who were accidentally bitten by the crazy middle-aged man before cried out that they were unlucky. It was nothing to get hurt and bleed. But if they were really infected with rabies, it would be troublesome. Some people had some common sense and asked the medical staff who came forward to take them to the hospital, saying that people with rabies would not bite people. Right? How could that person be so crazy? The commotion at the hospital entrance has attracted more passers-by to watch and take photos. The passers-by occupied the lanes, which also blocked the traffic. The cars on both lanes were forced to stop. There are many other snack bars on the roadside. At this time, many people were eating in the shops. Some people heard the commotion in front and came out, looking around curiously. Some people have also seen related videos online. Because the incident happened suddenly, the video that was just uploaded had not been censored in time. The person found that the incident was just in front, screamed a few times, and ran out excitedly to watch the excitement. Some people who were not nearby happened to see the video without the code, and left a message saying zombies. It's zombies! And excitedly saved the video, and forwarded it in various ways. The two lanes at the three-way intersection outside the hospital were gradually blocked by passers-by, electric vehicles, and cars. Ji Ningxin watched the road ahead being blocked, and her heart began to beat wildly. No way. Did it start so soon? There are only two lanes here, and the electric vehicle lane is not very spacious, and it is a one-way street. If there are more cars coming later, she will be completely blocked here. She didn't listen to the beef restaurant owner chatter anymore. Quickly closed the trunk, got in the car and started it. The owner called her outside the car, saying that there were still 5 or 6 bowls of vermicelli soup being packed. Why did you leave? Sorry, boss. I'm in a hurry. I don't want the rest. Because they had ordered it online in advance. The money had been paid long ago, and the owner saw that she was anxious, so he gave up his seat. Ji Ningxin turned the steering wheel to the left, not caring about going in the opposite direction, wanting to get out of this road before other cars behind came. There was a traffic jam ahead. Some people were getting impatient waiting and couldn't see the situation clearly, so they opened the door and got out of the car. They wanted to check ahead and help direct the car ahead if necessary. Others had to drive through the road earlier so that they could leave. It was at this time that panicked shouts came from the emergency room next to the hospital gate. The emergency room was closer to the road, and the few people who were bitten before were taken inside to get emergency treatment for their wounds. As 4 or 5 patients and their families ran out of the emergency room screaming. Other people in the emergency room, who didn't know what was going on, also started to panic. Some stood there in a daze. Some were knocked down by the runners, and some ran a few steps and couldn't help but look back, wondering what happened inside that made the others so panicked. With people all around, the field of vision was limited, and with other people running around, it was even more chaotic. By the time the people who stopped to look saw the reason clearly, it was too late to turn around and run away. People with bloody tears and ferocious facial expressions rushed towards the crowd. They were fast and powerful. Most importantly, they attacked without any hesitation. Often, in just a breath, the face, shoulders, arms or neck of the people who were pounced on had been bitten off. The strong smell of blood and painful screams filled the air. This horrifying scene made others scream and retreat. Some were frightened to the point of weakness, while others reacted and grabbed their families and ran out desperately. On the road, the person who had gotten out of the car to check the road conditions and argued with the drivers of the cars ahead was startled by the crowd pouring out of the emergency room. In the face of sudden situations, most ordinary people are unable to react. They will be confused and stunned, especially when they see a person with a hideous face and blood. Their hands and feet will not obey their commands. Life and death are often determined in these few seconds. The person outside the car was pressed against the car window, struggling with his hands and feet but unable to push away. Blood flowed from the man's neck and fell directly into the car window along his shoulder. The driver in the driving seat was completely dumbfounded. He opened his mouth and stared blankly at the two people in front of him. He could not react at all. Close the window. Close the window. The passenger in the back seat slapped the driver's seat desperately, making a sharp cry. The sound made the driver react. He moved his fingers tremblingly, but he couldn't touch the button to raise the window after trying several times. The bitten person soon stopped struggling and slid down weakly. The person with blood in his mouth and ferocious eyes saw the driver in the car window, quickly poked his head in, and bit him again. Ah! The driver screamed, and subconsciously shifted the gear and stepped on the accelerator. The car rushed forward suddenly, and knocked down several people and electric bikes that were fleeing in front. The passengers in the back seat looked at the struggling driver in the driving seat in panic, and finally pushed the door open after knocking on it several times, and rushed out of the car with weak legs and feet, and fled while screaming for help. The congested three-way intersection, and for a while, became a bloody death place. And on the stairs of the hospital emergency room, the elderly doctor, who had appeared to control the situation not long ago, finally escaped from the chaotic first floor to the third floor under the cover of several people. He still didn't understand how things got out of control. There was a passage in the emergency room that led directly to the isolation ward area at the back. That passage was sparsely populated. They had planned to treat the wounds of the injured first, and then take them directly to the back on the pretext of a blood test. But in just a few minutes, that small room became a hell. His hair was disheveled, and his white coat was covered in blood. He was covering his shaking wrist, and stumbling towards the corridor connecting the third floor of the emergency room and the outpatient department. There weren't many people here, because the door at the staircase on the first floor of the emergency room was closed, so the chaos below didn't spread up for the time being. The few patients saw this and screamed, and the sound attracted other medical staff. Quick, notify, it's getting faster. The injured old doctor seemed to be enduring something, and every word was difficult to say. It's faster than the second generation, nearly 1,000 times faster, directly inner. After the third stage, the later stage, is extremely aggressive. Individual cases have turned into indiscriminate mass outbreaks. No more immunity, a bite is, infection, unbelievable 10 minutes to 20 minutes, very hot as fire, tie me up, quickly. Director Zhu. Director Zhu. However, these medical staff were not members of a specific research team. They did not understand what Director Zhu meant by these words. They supported him, take him to the medical room next to him, where there were medical beds and medical tools, and they could immediately give him a quick check. Someone was afraid that the patients outside would gather around and watch. So he closed the door of the medical room. The man turned around and saw the chief doctor, who had just looked difficult and painful, leap up, with a distorted and ferocious face, and rush towards the young medical staff, who were trying to clean up his wounds. Fortunately, the man reacted quickly and realized something was wrong. He directly dragged the medical supplies cart next to him, and blocked him between Director Zhu and himself. In a flash, he remembered Director Zhu's intermittent words just now, infection, binding, while he used a medical cart to pin the other person between himself and the table. He yelled to the people around him, stay away, find something to tie him up, quick. Ji Ningxin's fingers holding the steering wheel were shaking uncontrollably. In the rearview mirror, the screams and chaos at the fork in the road seemed to come from another world. Although she had been prepared for a long time, and had faced zombies in her dreams, when she saw this scene in reality, she still couldn't suppress the panic and fear in her heart. This is not a dream after all, it is the real world where she has lived for more than 20 years. This world is not perfect, but she still loves this world very much, loves the plain and happy life every day. But now she knows, all this will be gone forever. She put on her headphones. While dodging the car coming from the front, she dialed her father's number by voice. On the other side, Liu Yue had just lowered the garage door, and was struggling to move the boxed water delivered in the garage, trying to clear a passage. As soon as he got through the phone, he reported that the water had been delivered. He wanted to hear some praise from his precious daughter, but was interrupted by Ji Ningxin. Dad, you and your elder brother are both at home, right? Okay. Calm down and listen to me. Don't interrupt me. Don't ask why. Close all doors and windows immediately. Lock them. Don't open the door no matter who comes. Remember, no matter what you see, don't open the door under any circumstances. She remembered that the glass of the villa was double-layered and tempered. Very strong. As long as it was closed and locked, outsiders could not break in for the time being. Wuzhou Road is far from her home. Not only does she have to cross half of Suzhou City, but she also has to go through the lake tunnel. Moreover, she had been online more than 10 minutes ago, and there was no movement on the internet, which means that the order in other parts of the city is normal. As long as they don't go out and don't open the door, they are safe. What's wrong? Xin. What happened? Dad, promise me in the name of Mom that you will do what I said just now. Lu Yue was confused, but he could hear the solemnity and seriousness in his daughter's tone. I know. Dad will do it. In the name of your mother. Okay. Dad, don't worry. I will go home soon. She has a way to go home quickly, but not on this road. If the order is not chaotic this time, she can't avoid the ubiquitous surveillance when she investigates later. Chapter 11. Escape. Ningxin dodged an oncoming car again. In the rearview mirror, the chaotic three-way intersection had been left behind, but she could still hear the collision and shouting of cars and pedestrians there. She was not the only one driving against the flow on this road. There were also 2 cars following her crookedly. They were all people who reacted quickly and made the right judgment when the incident occurred. This road was built early. It was not only a one-way street, but also very long. Except for the crossroads 300 meters ahead, there was no other intersection to leave. She heard the sound of police cars and fire trucks coming from the front. If it was normal, she would definitely be stopped for driving against the flow. But in this situation, the police car would definitely not care about her. Fortunately, there were fewer and fewer cars coming in the same direction at this moment. She dodged another car and almost collided with the other car this time. The car body scraped the front of the other car, which caused the driver on the opposite side to curse wildly. Ningxin tried hard to control the steering wheel, and she broke out in a cold sweat. It was also this shock that made her suddenly realize a possibility. There is no doubt that, on the morning of the camping trip, a similar incident must have occurred on the beach of Haicheng Amusement Park. But the incident did not spread, nor was it even exposed. Afterwards, her eldest brother could not contact the 2 people. She guessed that one of the reasons why it did not spread was that there were not many people on the beach that day. And secondly, Haicheng Amusement Park was a closed place. As long as a police car or fire truck arrived in time, the whole incident could be controlled, and the people involved. But now, the chaos happened in the downtown area. There are all kinds of small restaurants and shops near the hospital gate, as well as old residential areas, which are densely populated. It is impossible to control the incident within the hospital. In this case, how should we deal with it? If she were the manager of this city, what would she do? Ningxin suddenly opened her eyes wide. Right. When she realized this, her foot that was originally pressing the accelerator loosened a little. If the police car and fire truck had arrived, it would be too late even if she could drive to the intersection smoothly now. In order to control the situation, in order to stop the spread, the best way is to block the whole street. Her car can't leave here, it will be stopped at the intersection. She suddenly slowed down. The cars that were originally following her in the opposite direction passed her and overtook her. In this case, everyone was only concerned about leaving, and didn't even bother to study why her car slowed down. Ningxin looked ahead. There were still several cars in the same direction that needed to be avoided, but now there were fewer and fewer cars ahead. From a distance, only the flashing lights on the roofs of police cars and fire trucks could be seen. Her brain began to work rapidly, analyzing the surrounding road conditions and construction areas. There are residential areas nearby, but they are all monitored, and there are old residential areas next to them, without underground parking lots. She doesn't want to take risks. Wait. Underground parking lots. She remembered. Ningxin stepped on the accelerator again, and at the same time turned the steering wheel to the left, turned the car around, and quickly turned back. There was a park where she just passed. She remembered that this park was also a bit old, but it was very big inside. At the same time, because it was inconvenient to park nearby, this park had a small underground parking lot. People who come to this park are all nearby residents. Everyone is used to walking or driving electric vehicles, so this underground parking lot is very empty. She soon saw the fork leading to the underground parking lot. The booth at the entrance of the parking lot was empty. The barrier opened automatically, and she drove into the ramp of the underground parking lot. This underground parking lot is not as big as the parking lot of the shopping supermarket she went to before. The ramp is very narrow, the lighting is dim, there are not many cars underneath, it is empty. Old and broken. She carefully observed the surroundings through the glass, and finally drove the car to the deepest part of the parking lot. Even the lights were broken nearby, and it was dark all around. Normally, she would not even dare to get out of the car in such a place. But now, this darkness gave her a sense of security. She parked the car, turned off the engine, took out the car key, checked whether the windows were all closed, and then put all the beef and awful vermicelli soup and beef noodle soup that she had packed in the car into the space, and cleared out all other sundries in the car. Then, she moved to the back seat, put her hand close to the fuel tank, and closed her eyes to feel the presence of fuel inside. This was her first attempt to collect something out of her sight. She wanted to directly rely on induction to collect the liquid in the metal shells under her palm into a thick cardboard box on the space walkway. She could sense the presence of fuel, but the process of collecting it into space was extremely difficult. Just like helping someone put on clothes through a quilt. And the movements became very clumsy. The fuel tank of this car had just been filled up, with about 70 L of fuel in it. She didn't want to leave it here with the car. She didn't know how to extract the fuel in the tank from outside the car, so she could only try to use space. She adjusted her breathing, cleared her emotions, and focused all her attention on the fuel. Gradually, the fuel that had only existed in her senses gradually became clearer in the dark vision, as if she really had another pair of eyes to see its existence. When she felt a slight pain in her head, she finally successfully moved all the fuel into the thick cardboard box in the space. She opened her eyes. Her forehead was already covered with cold sweat, and even her hands and feet were a little weak. She breathed a long sigh of relief, and she also entered the storage area. A minute later, Ji Ningxin appeared in the washroom of the RV. The RV was parked quietly in her parking space. Just like before. Through the RV, she could see the living room of her villa, which was lit up. The sky outside had darkened, and she could vaguely hear the sound of other residents' cars returning home. As far as she could see, the villa community was calm and peaceful, and everything was normal. It seemed like two different worlds from the area she was in just now. The doors and windows of her villa were tightly closed. Not only that, but even the curtains were mostly closed. Only the curtains in the living room were half open. Lu Tingfeng stood there with a frown, checking the situation outside through the glass. Ji Ningxin quickly left the bathroom, first put a box of instant noodles and some snacks in the cabinet, then came to the booth in the car, and took out two portable oil drums from the hidden cabinet under the booth. This is a standard configuration of RVs, in order to cope with the dilemma of not being able to find a gas station during a long journey in the wild. Now the two oil drums are empty, she concentrated again, and transferred the fuel in the space carton to the two oil drums. This time, she spent less mental energy than before. She successfully filled the two oil drums, and then put the two oil drums into the space together. On the cylindrical light curtain wall, the fuel had long since changed from 2/3 types to 3/3 types. When she got off the car, she found an extra silver black metal panel on the wall of the car body next to the door. It was a thin piece, like a small flat panel display screen, and was not conspicuous. But she remembered that there was no such thing here originally. Ji Ningxin reached out and touched it lightly. Sure enough, the silver black metal panel was the same as the door of the storage area. As she touched it, words began to appear. The owner has been detected, and the verification has been passed. The initial interval has been activated. The owner can use the following additional functions. 1. Passenger list. Up to 2 people. Upgradable. 2. Defense system. Primary defense. Upgradable. Defense system. Click and a detailed guide will appear. Primary defense has taken effect. 1. Active defense. After turning it on, anyone other than the owner and passengers will be excluded from entering the RV. 2. Passive defense. When encountering a heavy external blow, the invisible shield of the vehicle size will be automatically triggered, with a validity period of 30 minutes and a cooling time of 4 hours. Passenger list. Click it, and a guide will appear. Passenger permissions. Initial interval usage qualification. The rest is to be unlocked. Before pushing the door and leaving, she looked back at the RV. This RV that has been with her for many years is the same as before. Well-equipped and exquisite space, milky coffee interior, silent and warm, no difference. But she knows, everything is different. In the villa, Lu Tingfeng and Lu Yue heard the sound of the fingerprint lock on the door being opened, and rushed over quickly. Are you okay? Lu Yue held his daughter, looking her up and down. How did you get back? Tingfeng had been keeping an eye on the outside, and didn't see the car coming. I didn't drive back. Ji Ningxin closed the door. Have you been online? Liu Wei and his son naturally hadn't had time to go online. From Ji Ningxin's serious and inexplicable phone call to now, it was only more than 10 minutes. During these 10 minutes, the process of collecting fuel was the most time-consuming for her, otherwise she could have gotten home faster. Both of them were worried about her phone call. So how could they think about surfing the internet? Ji Ningxin herself didn't have time to surf the internet. But when she was outside the beef restaurant, she heard the movements of people around her, and knew that the relevant video had already been uploaded to the internet. She quickly took out her mobile phone and opened the largest social media platform. She was afraid that after more than 10 minutes, the relevant video would not be found. Sure enough, there was no related hot search on the list. Could this incident be like the last time at Haicheng Paradise? Disappearing without a trace? No, the platform's hot search ranking is national in nature. This incident has just happened not long ago. It is impossible for it to spread across the country so quickly. After realizing this, Ji Ningxin clicked on the hot search in the same city again. Sure enough, on the same city list, a series of bright red explosion words occupied most of the list from top to bottom. Chapter 12. Chaos. Patients in the third hospital bit people. People bit people on Wuzhou Road. Wuzhou Road was blocked. Zombies in Suzhou City bit people. Rumors debunked. The biters were malicious revenge. Video of zombies on Wuzhou Road. Talking zombies? Among the many related hot search terms, the small word rumor debunked seemed particularly helpless. No matter which hot search name was clicked, a lot of videos would pop up. The rumor debunking hot search was released earlier, and it was only aimed at the video of the initial attack on medical staff at the hospital gate, because there was only one attacker at the time, and he was quickly subdued by the onlookers. It was easy to cover up the video when the rumor was posted. The real problem was in the hospital emergency room. There were too many parties involved and witnesses. Although the situation was chaotic, many people were busy escaping. But some people who were temporarily in a safe area subconsciously took pictures of the scene with their mobile phones. For example, in a closed car, the infusion room on the second floor of the emergency room, and other small shops on the street outside the emergency room. What's more, there is a residential area diagonally opposite the hospital. From the angle of some videos, it can be seen that many videos were taken from higher floors in these residential areas. Ji Ningxin turned the car around and left as soon as she sensed that the situation was not good. She did not know that the incident had fermented into this state after she left. She was a little confused. If, as in the movie, the bite was an infection, why did the hospital not control everyone as quickly as possible when the first attacker appeared at the hospital gate? Judging from the situation of the previous patient, the hospital was not completely unaware of this. They knew about it, but did not take drastic measures to control it immediately. Obviously, there was some information gap in the middle. No way. This video can't be real. I knew the zombies would come sooner or later. It's the end of the world. Let's all lie down and die. Where is this place? It's normal near my house. There are not many people in the supermarket. No one is stealing anything. Buy more food and drinks at the supermarket upstairs and run home. While others haven't reacted yet. This is true. My friend lives opposite the third hospital. The situation there is worse than in the video. He was so scared. He said there was blood everywhere on the road. His wife went to pick up the children and hasn't come home yet. He is so anxious now. Damn it! Why do you have to limit the flow of people? This is not a rumor post. Wuzhou Road is now inaccessible. Everyone, don't run around. Stay in the nearest building. Coordinates, Wuzhou Road. It's about 200 or 300 meters away from the hospital. There are many people chasing each other on the road, and they bite them if they catch them. This place has been sealed off. My dad said that his car can't get in, and it's useless to register the community name. Fortunately, my mom and I just bought groceries and came home, and there is enough food at home for the time being. Friends on Wuzhou Road. Don't be afraid, blockade is a good thing. The smaller the scope of the accident, the better. Wait for the firefighters and the army to come, and use thermal weapons to control the situation. Then this matter can be concluded. Otherwise, once it spreads out, order will collapse, and the consequences will be disastrous. Don't think too well. My place is already in chaos. Located at Wuxing Street, 2 intersections away from Wuzhou Road. The traffic is in a mess. Many people ran to the small supermarket on the side of the road to buy supplies after watching the video. The road is full of crooked cars, and some people were hit. My hands are still shaking. I don't know how I escaped. Located at Achwan Beef Restaurant on Wuzhou Road. There are 7 or 8 people in the store. The boss put down the iron fence in time. Those people outside went crazy. It was so scary. Come and help. Hold on upstairs. I am also on Wuzhou Road. A lot of people ran into the community just now. We don't have a security door downstairs. Someone ran into the corridor and knocked on the door everywhere. My dad almost went to open the door, but I held him back. Now that person is biting my neighbor. It's so scary that I almost peed. Woo! I was wrong. I will never look forward to the end of the world again. Zombies are so scary. Please solve it quickly. The videos on the local network platform can no longer be contained. Too many people saved, forwarded, and discussed them. People are panicking everywhere. Lu Yue sat stiffly on the sofa. It was obvious that the video and various discussions on the phone screen were completely beyond his understanding. Is it a collective terrorist attack? I hope so too. Ji Ningxin looked at Lu Tingfeng. He supported his forehead, his lips were a little pale. Obviously, he was trying his best to control his emotions and digest everything he saw. After a moment, Lu Tingfeng said, "Were you nearby just now?" "No." He immediately interrupted himself. "If you were nearby, you wouldn't be able to come back." "I was indeed nearby. And I was almost trapped in the blockade. I didn't drive back. I can get back to the RV from anywhere. The RV is not an ordinary RV. It has some special functions. You guys take a moment. Then come into the RV with me. And you will understand." Ji Ningxin considered carefully and spoke every word slowly, fearing that he would not be able to speak when he got to the key point, and that he would not be able to explain it clearly, and that it would affect the perception of space like last time. The restrictions still exist. Storage compartments and space grids cannot be discussed, nor can specific additional functions. Ji Ning wanted to put her father and elder brother on the passenger list as soon as possible. Maybe things will be different later. Lu Tingfeng glanced at Lu Yue after hearing this. The father and son looked at each other, and both showed worry in their eyes. "It's okay, don't be afraid." 2 big hands pressed on her head at the same time. "Brother is here. Dad is here too. If you are tired, go upstairs to take a shower and sleep for a while. We will keep an eye on the situation outside." Ji Ningxin. Sure enough, words are the most pale and powerless. Ji Ningxin quickly gave up explaining and turned to the backup plan. She used the excuse that there were a lot of food and drinks in the RV and wanted to move everything into the house, to trick the father and son into the RV, and directly set up the passengers. She even did a small experiment with the 2 of them, first binding Lu Tingfeng, and then turning on active defense. Sure enough, when Lu Yue moved a box of instant noodles back to the house, and put it away, he found that he couldn't get into the RV, as if there was an invisible wall blocking him. It was not until Ji Ningxin cancelled the active defense that he successfully got into the car. Lu Yue turned back in shock, and repeated the actions of getting off and getting on the car again. Only then did he realize that his daughter was telling the truth. The RV was no longer an ordinary RV. Body modification? Simulated camouflage? Similar to Transformers? Lu Tingfeng had already begun to analyze silently. You haven't been in a good mood recently. It's not all because of the earthquake and mud rain. It's also because you noticed the changes in the RV before? Is it that there were some restrictions that you couldn't tell me before? Ji Ningxin stretched out her hand and gave her eldest brother 2 sixes. The top student is indeed a top student. In just a short period of time, he has guessed almost everything. After that, Ji Ningxin tried to explain again. This time, all the information related to the RV can be told, but it is still not possible to predict the disaster that did not happen in the dream. In addition, as explained in the passenger list, her father and eldest brother can only use the initial area, which is the original interior of the RV, and cannot enter the storage area through the bathroom door. But this is enough. Ji Ningxin quickly put away the other things in the cabinet, and prepared to go back to the villa first, to tell the disaster information in detail. As soon as the family of 3 got off the RV, they heard some rhythmic sounds coming from far and near, gradually resounding through the sky. This sound was slightly harsh, dragging a long tune. Almost all the people had heard it during the exercise, with a sense of oppression, making people panic. This is the air defense alarm. Suchong actually sounded the wartime air defense alarm. The air raid alarm sounded in rhythm, repeatedly resounding through the sky. The whole process lasted for a full 10 minutes, which was unprecedentedly long. Usually, An air raid alarm lasts about 3 minutes. Along with the air raid alarm, the TV station was forced to intervene and broadcast a text alarm picture. The picture has a blue background and red border, and white in large font. The content is roughly that Suzhou City has encountered a special disease cluster event, which is very dangerous. The authorities have carried out emergency treatment operations. All residents in the city, except for special occupations, are under martial law immediately. Stop all outdoor activities and hide in nearby buildings. The whole city is under silent martial law, and all commercial buildings need to cooperate immediately. Detailed martial law rules for different buildings will be announced later. The martial law is temporarily set for 3 days, and the alarm will be lifted after 3 days. Finally, it is important to remind you that this is not a notice, but a mandatory notice, and all citizens must comply. In addition, there is an additional message, which is about the network. To prevent the network from being paralyzed, the network speed in Suchong will be limited from now on, and only text and call functions will be retained. Pictures and videos cannot be viewed or uploaded for the time being, in addition to the TV station. At the same time, everyone's mobile phone also received the same alarm notice. For a time, the people of the entire Suchong were shocked. Chapter 13. The whole city is under martial law. When she saw the word speed limit, Ji Ningxin sighed that she had been prepared for a long time. During the Chinese New Year, in addition to downloading national maps and various disaster escape common sense materials, she also used several computers, tablets, and large-capacity mobile hard drives to download a large number of novels, films, and TV series and variety shows. This idea was a bit inappropriate, and it only flashed through her mind. In Ji Ningxin's view, it was not easy to go all out and sound the air defense alarm and issue a martial law and traffic restriction notice at the same time. The mentality of the people was the most difficult to control. Once the alarm and notice were issued, there was no turning back. Uninformed citizens will panic and get confused. Not everyone will consciously follow the curfew, especially those who have not yet returned home and those who are worried about their family members outside. They may behave uncontrollably due to nervousness, panic, and worry. Moreover, in addition to local residents, there are also many migrant workers who have just returned to Suzhou after the annual vacation. This group includes ordinary construction workers, deliverymen, businessmen, and white-collar workers. There are people from all walks of life. They rush around for a living every day, often working overtime. At this time, they are either outside or in the company. Let them hide nearby and be under silent curfew for 3 days. First of all, food and drink are a big problem. Of course, in 3 days, you won't starve to death. Most people can always find some fast food and snacks around them. As long as there is running water in the pipe, they can survive. But these 3 days will be very painful. Once the crowd starts to suffer, conflicts are likely to occur. In this situation, once conflicts arise, anything can happen. But Ji Ningxin understood that martial law was a correct and bold decision, which could minimize the flow of people, and also meant that the speed of the disaster spread could be suppressed, and the safety of other people outside Wuzhou Road could be protected to the greatest extent. She felt that Su Cheng should want to use these 3 days to control the situation on Wuzhou Road, to draw an isolation circle, and to ensure the maximum human rescue within the smallest scope. It was a good thing that the authorities could make decisions quickly and effectively without concealing anything. Although she had seen the scene of the abandoned city in her dream, she still held on to hope, hoping that the end of the world would not come. Or rather, hoping that it would come as late as possible. The villa community was noisy. Some people opened the windows. Some walked out of the house and stretched their necks to look around in the piercing alarm. Some of them had just returned home not long ago and had not had time to go online, but received a mobile phone notification. What kind of special disease is this? I have lived for almost half of my life, and Sucheng has conducted nearly 20 air defense drills, but has never sounded a real air defense alarm. There is even martial law this time. Isn't this restricting our freedom of life? The person who said this is also a resident of a single-family villa, living in Villa number 5, diagonally opposite Ji Ningxin house. Their family is Dink, only he and his wife live there, financially free, and their daily life is very romantic. You didn't go online just now, did you? The woman who spoke lives in Villa number 6, just opposite Yang Renren driveway. The internet has exploded a long time ago. Have you seen the zombie movie? The entire Wuzhou Road is closed. What is that? Isn't that a science fiction movie? What does it have to do with us? Brother Joe, why don't you check it out yourself on the internet? Why are there so many patients suddenly? It's impossible that the higher-ups only found out today. Why aren't there any protective measures? This is the resident of Villa number 3, a family of 5 with 3 generations living together. The child was born a year ago and hasn't finished the confinement yet. My daughter-in-law was discharged from the hospital a year ago. Everything is normal in the hospital. I don't feel anything different. What can we do? Our son is still at work, the old couple said as they anxiously dialed the phone. They finally got through. After hearing a few words from the other end, they felt like the sky was falling. What? Son! You are not a special police officer. You usually sit in the office. Aren't all residents under martial law now? Everyone is staying in the house and not allowed to go out. Why do you have a mission? Mom knows everything. But your child is not even a month old. Your wife is still lying in bed. And there are only me and your father at home. In the end, the old couple knew they were powerless to change anything, and could only keep telling him to be careful and to return home safely. Some people were worried about their families not coming back, while others were thinking about going out. Our Yuan is going abroad tomorrow, and there are a lot of things to do later. How can she stay at home for 3 days? The man who was talking was in his 30s, surnamed Zheng, and was an agent. He held a mobile phone in his hand and kept sending messages while complaining. The Yuan he mentioned is a 24-tier artist. She moved to Villa number 10 here last year, which is very close to Villa number 9 of Jiningshin home. Manager Zheng always smiles when he sees people. But because he has a backstage, he is arrogant and always feels that it is a condescendence for his artists to live in such a villa area for ordinary people. As an artist, she should move to a higher-end community with stricter security and be neighbors with more famous artists. Not these ordinary people. Everyone is not stupid. Of course, this kind of subtle contempt hidden behind the smile can be felt. At this moment, hearing this, someone couldn't help laughing. Manager Zheng. The whole city is under martial law now. Not to mention the artists. Even the president of the entertainment company may not be able to leave Suchong at this time. Are you still thinking about going abroad? The situation outside is like this. But they are still thinking about going abroad. Aren't they afraid that there are zombies abroad? Are they afraid that they will die in a foreign land? Everyone was talking about it, and finally attracted the community's security. The security guards had received the notice from above, and were required to strictly follow the notice. They should not leave the security room at will. But they saw from the surveillance that many residents did not enter the house. So they had to come out to solve the problem. The community is not big, with 10 independent villas and 5 townhouses, which add up to 40 households. They know the faces of each household, call out their names, and even know their general family and work situations. Because of their understanding and good attitude, their persuasion was very effective. After all, compared to the people outside, they were lucky to be able to impose martial law in their own homes. Moreover, the gate of the community was strong and the security was tight. So it was very safe. They could just bear with it for 3 days. In Villa number 9, Jiningshin took the time to roughly explain everything she could, including the existence of space, disasters and doomsday, and the ruins of zombies. Of course, she did not say too much about the amount of storage inside the space, mainly because she was afraid that a sandstorm would happen and predict what happened in the dream. It is still too early to tell about the disaster related to the sandstorm, but she can warn her father and elder brother in a different way, so as to prevent her family from getting into trouble due to her intolerance and kindness. As for the storage capacity of her space, she really didn't think it was too much. The Wuzhou Road incident completely disrupted her storage plan. She even had a braised food store that she didn't have time to visit. Now she can only take it one step at a time and try to upgrade it as soon as possible. Maybe the RV will have more useful functions. So, is this really a zombie virus? Lu Yue had to re-examine the matter. Has it begun to spread in Suzhou now? We have to wait for official announcements on what virus it is, because the patients who bite people can still speak, which is different from the movies. She remembered that in her dream, others called these walking corpses. Also, I don't know if the source of the news is reliable. Some people say that before the Spring Festival, many people who returned to Suzhou were sick and hospitalized, and were placed in isolation wards. I don't know if it's true or not, and I don't know if it's the same thing. Isolation ward? Lu Yue frowned and thought for a while. then found Lao Zhang's number on his phone and called him. The other party was semi-retired and was a prestigious old doctor. He had received a call from him a few years ago, reminding him that the temperature difference was large, the turnover of personnel was large, and the number of colds and fevers increased, and asked him to pay more attention. Now think about it. Colds and fevers are just common diseases, not dangerous. Why would the other party call him to remind him? However, the call did not go through, and Lao Dr. Zhang's phone was turned off. Nowadays, mobile phones have long standby time, and there are mobile power banks everywhere, so it is basically unlikely that the phone will shut down due to lack of power. Moreover, at this critical moment, the shutdown state is somewhat intriguing. When Ji Ningxin saw Lu Yue dialing the phone, she also took out her phone to send a message to Yang Renran, asking her if everything was normal. But the other party did not reply immediately. It is not known whether she was busy and did not see it or there was something else. The doorbell of the villa rang at this time, and the three people in the living room were all startled. Lu Yue held down Ji Ningxin, who wanted to get up, and found a golf club from the storage room next to him, and then went to the door. The visitor was the security guard of the community. They had persuaded the residents, who were staying outside, to go home not long ago. They also received a notice from the property management that they had all come out. They might as well go door to door and compile a list to see which residents were still stranded outside the community. Don't worry. The gate of the community has been closed. It's very safe inside. As long as we don't leave the community, we won't be considered to have violated the martial law notice. Besides, we move quickly, and will go back after we finish the count. The security guard was not afraid. But the Wuzhou road where the incident happened was far away from here. There was no abnormality in the vicinity at present, and it was blocked, so it was not a big problem. Ji Ningxin also came to the door. Can't we count the names in the residents group? I'm afraid there will be concealment. The security guard lowered his voice. The property management meant to check the people in person, in case a resident secretly came back from outside and brought back some virus. Don't worry. We will guard the gate, and 3 days will pass quickly. If there is anything, just shout in the residents group. The other party confirmed the faces of the three people inside the villa door and left quickly. It was already dark outside. The street lights in the community were on. I don't know if the security guard's persuasion was effective. Ji Ningxin could hear the sound of cooking from other villas. 3 days later. Can the martial law really be lifted smoothly? Or, can these 3 days really go as smoothly as the security guard said? Facts have proved that plans can never keep up with changes. When Lu Yue's phone rang, Ji Ningxin was following the plan and waking up from a nightmare in panic for the third time. The rooms of the family of 3 were all on the second floor. In order to take care of each other, everyone slept with the door open at night. When she called, her father and eldest brother woke up immediately and rushed over to comfort her. Lu Yue knew that his daughter had received the disaster information in her dream. This method sounded extremely fantastic and completely shattered his worldview of the past few decades. But the fact of the space between the RV and his daughter was in front of him, and he couldn't help but believe it. What's more, compared with his collapsed worldview, he felt more distressed about his daughter's experience. Nightmares every night, every time it was a disaster scene. How terrible it must be. Lu Tingfeng moved faster, already sitting on the edge of Ji Ningxin's bed, patting her back and comforting her. I dreamed that someone caught you and threatened me, and asked me to hand over everything in the space. My eldest brother's hand was chopped off, and my father's leg was broken. You clearly saved those people with drinking water. Why did you repay kindness with enmity? Ji Ningxin half leaned there with her pillow in her arms. Her lips were pale, and her forehead was covered with cold sweat. An innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. Lu Tingfeng said 8 words, paused, and then said, in a disaster, people's hearts are unpredictable. Fortunately, it's just a dream. Don't worry, I promise you that such a thing will never happen in reality. When he finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at Lu Yue with cold eyes. When it comes to sympathy and kindness, he considers himself cold and indifferent, and he doesn't have that kind of thing. By comparison, among the 3 people in the family, Lu Yue is the most sentimental. Lu Yue read the message from his son's silent cold glance, and was a little speechless. I'm not the Holy Father. How could I put my family in danger to save others? Lu Tingfeng was merciless. Most people are confident when saving others, and do not think that these actions will threaten themselves and their families. In short, without Mai and Xinxin's nod, you should not do or say anything. Be nicer. Your father knows better than you. Lu Yue frowned. Family comes first in everything. He was the one who taught him this principle. But now his son was teaching him the opposite. He was about to say a few words to comfort his daughter, when the cell phone in the opposite room rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Not a cell phone or a landline, but a string of numbers. It was past 1 in the morning. Who would call at this time? Lu Yue thought about it, and answered the phone. Almost the moment the call was connected, the person on the other end began to speak. Listen carefully. Don't make a sound or respond. I only have half a minute. The voice was old and familiar, and Lu Yue immediately recognized it. It was Lao Long. Chapter 14. The End of the World. Listen, these few days are the outbreak period of Suchong. It's best to stay at home for the time being. If you can't stay in Suchong anymore, don't go north. I know the capital city is in the north. Most people will choose that direction, thinking that there are more troops, more supplies, and stronger defense. But you can't go around. You will be blocked in Zhoucheng, Wucheng, and Licheng. Don't go east either. Haicheng is not good either. The reason why Sucheng sounded the air defense alarm is to learn from the lesson of Haicheng. Stock up on some water and go south or west to a city with fewer people. Maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. At this stage, the infected person will stop attacking completely after destroying the brain, and can attack from the eyes, mouth, and ears. But I know that normal people can't do it. So if you can't do it, try to hide. Remember? Don't call me again. And, old friend, take care. The other party said this in a slightly hoarse and tired voice, and immediately hung up the phone. Late at night, it was quiet, not to mention Ji Ningxin. Even Lu Tingfeng, who had normal hearing, heard these words. Lu Yue didn't have a chance to say a word from beginning to end, but this was obviously what the other party wanted. Dr. Zhang should know something. He used a special method to control the call time, and didn't let Lu Yue speak. It might be out of a protective mentality. This call was very important. It pointed out a safer route in the future, and gave them some information about the current situation. The father and son didn't want Ji Ningxin to worry about these things, so they comforted her to sleep. And then, they started to discuss in a low voice after leaving the room. So, the previous time in Haicheng, there was already a patient with an attack? They should have tried to control it. But they didn't control it well. And the situation got worse? Can Sucheng make it this time? Lu Tingfeng didn't respond. And after a while, he spoke. From this phone call, we can also get some side information. At least Sucheng is still under control. Otherwise Uncle Zhang wouldn't be so cautious when making this call. You're right. But there is another possibility. He is not in Sucheng at the moment. The city he is in is not in chaos. That's why he is avoiding it. Lu Tingfeng nodded. The conversation between the two was interrupted by the phone call. He felt that there was something he had to reiterate. In addition, Xinxin's nightmares these past 2 days. This time, Lu Yue was not angry. He just sighed, and said that he understood, and would remember it. Although they were trapped at home these 2 days, they also saw the human heart under great changes. After Ji Ningxin confirmed that they had entered the next room, she took a tissue beside her, wiped off the foundation on her lips, and the water droplets on her forehead, and then continued to listen to the two people's deliberately low voices. They were talking about the first night of martial law. On the first night of martial law, the community was not peaceful. Just after dinner time, and when it got dark, someone quietly slipped back from outside. Because the security guard refused to open the door, he almost drove his car into the door. I was nearby just now. Shouldn't we hide nearby? What's wrong with going back to your own home now? Who do you think you are? A few security guards are using chicken feathers as a token of authority. How dare you not open the door? Just try. Believe it or not, I will make you pack up and leave immediately. The man did not turn on the lights, nor did he get out of the car. He lowered the window and cursed viciously. In the eyes of the villa owner, these security guards are usually respectful, but now that something has happened, they immediately show this kind of face. They are just security guards. Do they really think this is their territory? In the eyes of the security guards, they are just workers, obeying their superiors. Now the whole city of Suzhou has sounded the alarm, and the whole city is under martial law. They closed the gate of the community for the safety of the entire community. Not for themselves. They also have their own homes. Now they have to stay here for 3 days, and cannot go home. They feel wronged. As a result, The owner who secretly returned was very smart. He contacted his family by phone early in the morning, when he was arguing with several security guards at the door. His 2 family members slipped into the security room and directly pressed the door opening button. The nearly 3-meter-high electric door slid open silently, and the security guard was unable to stop it, and the other party drove in. The driver was furious, seeing that the security guard wanted to approach. He even deliberately drove the car towards them and stepped on the accelerator twice, as if he would drive directly into the other party if they dared to approach again. The noisy movement at the gate attracted other residents near the townhouse. Some people were so scared when they saw the gate open that they insisted that the security guard continue to stop the car, tied up the resident, who sneaked back from outside, and isolated him. Some people also checked the situation through the window and discussed with their families whether they should call the police. Unfortunately, both the fire department and the police were busy and could not get through. The neighborhood was not in chaos. The network was limited and stuck very quickly. Some people had not seen the video and pictures of Wuzhou Road. Even if they had seen it, they assumed that the area had been isolated and the chaos would not spread out for the time being. The concept of social order and human rights is deeply rooted. Residents in the community were dissatisfied and protested, but they did not really take action to violate social order. Finally, the resident drove back home. He lived in the villa area, in Villa Number 1, which was closer to the townhouse. He was a family of 4, with a younger brother in his 20s and parents who were still in their prime. He took the risk and drove back because he had just gone to the supermarket not long ago and had a lot of drinking water in the car. As long as he got home, his family of 4 could stay at home peacefully for a long time. What if the security guards and other residents were dissatisfied? Could they beat him or drag him? Who dares? He drove back to the gate of the villa, unloaded the goods proudly with the help of his parents and younger brother, ignored the dissatisfaction of the security guard and other residents, returned a few curses loudly, and went home to close the door. This incident quickly spread among the residents of the community, and many residents had opinions. Although there are not many residents here, most people have already gone home after get off work or school, but there are always exceptions. There are 7 or 8 residents whose families are not yet together. Some of them are in school, some are working overtime at the company, and some are having dinner with friends, and they are all blocked in different places. If everyone obeyed the notice and stayed in place for 3 days of martial law, they would have nothing to say. But now some people ignored the notice and came back from outside. It is said that there were a lot of food and daily necessities in the car. How can they balance themselves psychologically? So that night, after the first person drove back, several residents secretly notified their families. Some of them were also nearby, and they found ways to sneak back. The security room was invaded again and again by residents, who demanded to open the door. Some of them even brought sticks, which made it clear that they would fight directly if they could not communicate. During this period, some people took advantage of the chaos to go to the small supermarket opposite the community, and used several times the price as a stepping stone to get the owner to sell them a bunch of convenient drinking water supplies through the fence. Some people drove out of the community directly to pick up their children, who were studying in boarding school. The person who drove away never returned to the community, and no one knew what happened after he left. Just as Ji Ningxin expected, such a situation quietly occurred in every corner of Suchong. People who strictly abide by the martial law notice can be seen everywhere on the internet complaining about those who do not abide by it. But soon, no one cared about these violators anymore. Suzhou was in chaos overnight. There were too many people at the time of the incident on Wuzhou Road, and the infection of the 3rd-generation mutation almost killed all the living people on the entire road. Everyone was an ordinary person who grew up in peacetime. Let alone such a bloody and terrible scene, many people had never experienced even killing chickens and fish. When those bloody infected people appeared in front of them, some people did not even have the strength to turn around and run away, and they could not fight hard to save themselves or others. Under extreme fear, people will become exhausted and confused. The infected are like wolves that break into a flock of sheep, and they bite a large area in a moment. Most of the firefighters, medical staff, and police who rushed to the scene were infected in a dozen minutes. Police in peacetime are not equipped with guns. They think batons, tear gas, and shields can stop the infected. However, the crying and screaming crowd, the pungent smell of blood in the air, and the crushed internal organs on the ground. In addition to the infected, there are also uninfected people who are asking for help with bloody wounds. This scene is more terrible than any war. On one hand, there were humans who had never killed anyone and dared not to kill them. On the other hand, there were infected people who had completely lost their minds and would bite anyone they caught, relying on the high walls of trucks and the high-pressure water guns of fire trucks. The heavy blockades at both ends of Wuzhou Road only lasted for 3 hours. When the infected people with blood and tears, ferocious expressions, and no reason broke through the blockade and rushed towards the crowd behind, everyone felt boundless fear. This was a situation that no one had ever seen before. No one knew whether these infected people would recover. Without the order to shoot, even the special police with weapons did not dare to shoot without authorization. Some of them held batons, resisting while retreating step by step. Some put on masks, held shields to form a human wall, trying to force the infected people back, and some drove vehicles to block the gap with their cars. In the chaos, the sound of gunfire rang out. Everyone turned around, and found that the person who opened the gun was the captain. In front of him, 2 infected people pounced on a team member. One bit his neck tightly, and the other bit off his finger. The captain had a look of grief and anger on his face, and he shot an infected person in the back of the head accurately, then turned the gun around, and shot another one accurately. "Captain!" The team members on the side were shocked. Even if the other party was infected, they were also ordinary people. Without the order from above, how could they be shot directly? The captain seemed to have heard their voices, and said loudly, "Start shooting. Shoot directly, I will take responsibility for all the consequences." Being able to say this, he had already made up his mind to die. He knew that perhaps his decision was wrong, but he could not watch his teammates die. But this order was still too late. A moment later, the people bitten outside the blockade quickly turned into a new batch of infected people. The difference in the number of people on both sides was huge, and not everyone was equipped with guns. The speed of infection could not be suppressed at all. When the Wuzhou Road incident in Suzhou exploded the national network and dominated the national charts, only a bloody field was left outside the blockade of Wuzhou Road. The second batch, the third batch, more special police and military personnel drove in. But the blockade had been breached. Infected people were everywhere in the surrounding area, and the light was not bright at night, so it was impossible to completely eliminate them. For this reason, they could only continue to expand the scope of the blockade. But expanding the blockade meant that more manpower and resources were needed. What was worse, they soon discovered that Wuzhou Road Hospital was not the only outbreak point of infection. Suzhou is not a first-tier city, but it has a population of 7 or 8 million. Because of the martial law, people have taken refuge in buildings. Some densely populated places, such as supermarkets, shopping malls, subway stations, etc., have dozens or hundreds of people. Not everyone can follow orders and arrangements, so small batches are separated in different small spaces to impose martial law. Many people are crowded together. They can rely on buildings to resist external infections, but they cannot avoid internal mutations. When some special police and military personnel were blocking a new area, the building behind them, located somewhere outside the blockade, was suddenly knocked open from the inside. The large glass was smashed by the terrified people with fire hammers. People poured out from the gap. Some people accidentally fell down. Before they could stand up, they were trampled by the people behind them. What happened? Several military personnel rushed over. In addition to the bleeding people, they were greeted by the mutated infected people. After 2 nights of infection, the blockade line retreated again, and finally had to give up the large-scale, occupied West City and city center. With Changyuan Lake as the boundary, several bridges across the lake, 2 lake-bottom tunnels, and a scenic levee at the narrow part of the lake were blocked. The east of the city is close to the suburbs, with many plant landscape parks, wide roads, few buildings, and few residential areas, making it easier to control than the densely populated central and western parts of the city. Fortunately, the villa community of Jiningshin family is just to the east of Changyuan Lake. However, as far as the entire eastern part of the city is concerned, it is located to the west. Once the infected break through several blockades, they will be the first to be affected. Chapter 15. City Closure. The low-flying helicopter, carrying a huge airflow, accompanied by a roar, passed through the air outside the window, heading to the west. This was the 6th military helicopter that flew by this morning. Jiningshin retracted her gaze, walked through the corridor to the door of the storage room, held the hammer and screwdriver tightly in her hands, and began to knock off the handle on the storage room door. The door handles on the first to third floors of the house are all made of brass. Brass contains copper, which is a metal. There is no limit on the amount of metal that the space grid needs to collect. As long as it contains metal, even if it is only a trace amount, it can meet the collection needs. This is the third day after the air raid alarm was sounded in Suzhou City. And there are still 8 hours left before the 3-day martial law is lifted. Since yesterday afternoon, the residents in the community have not made any more troubles. They all stay at home, lock the doors and windows, and dare not go out. There is no sound of car engines during commuting. No laughter of elderly people or housewives walking around the artificial pond with their children. And there is no movement in the huge community. It is dead silent, as if no one lives there, even without pictures and videos. The texts uploaded to the internet are frightening. The community has fallen. The corridors and downstairs are full of infected people. We can't even get out of the door. It's so scary. Please, someone come to save us. We are in the girls' bathroom on the basement floor of Union Shopping Center. Those things are just outside the door. Woohoo! My leg was broken when I escaped. Now I am hiding in a hardware store at the intersection of Chinching Street. There is no drinking water here. The wound hurts. I don't want to die. I want to go home. Now when I look out the window, I still feel that this is a nightmare. I always feel that I can wake up from this dream as long as I jump from the building. All TV and radio programs in Suzhou have been suspended. The citywide martial law notice is repeatedly broadcast in text and voice. Ji Ningxin and her family stayed in the villa. Like all residents in the eastern part of the city, they had limited access and were unable to learn about the development of the situation outside. They only knew that they could vaguely hear explosions from the west of the city from the day before. In the past few days, she was like her father and elder brother at first, paying attention to all kinds of real-time news on the internet. But she soon realized that she had more important things to do. She charged all the 20 newly purchased large-capacity power banks and the 5 existing power banks at home, in addition to the half-drum barrels and half boxes of bottled water in the kitchen and living room, the 48 boxes of 5LX4 barrels of purified water in the garage, the 5 boxes of barrels of water in the basement storage room, the 4 boxes of 24 bottled water, and the 10 barrels of 19L purified water were all stored in the space grid. Because the boxes are not opened, they are considered as one piece by default, and can be stacked, plus the 2 boxes of barrels of water, and 2 boxes of 12 bottled water in the space grid. The current total of purified water is 71/100 pieces. After that, she stored all kinds of pork belly, steaks and lamb chops, whole chickens, chicken wings, all kinds of frozen seafood, vegetables, fruits, eggs, milk and beverages, the wine in her father's 2 wine cabinets, and the 4 sets of escape backpacks, masks and other protective equipment in the space grid. After collecting fuel through the car body, she found that it seemed easier to collect items within her sight. It felt like a mental box that was constantly expanding. After an extreme stretch, the box became much larger, and the mental power stored also increased. She was more comfortable in dealing with the normal process of collecting items. She quickly emptied all the supplies in the basement and the first floor storage room, and then the food cabinets in the kitchen and living room. As long as the items were intact and unopened, they could be stored in the space grid. She temporarily placed some opened and bulky items that would not go bad in the aisle of the storage area, and put all the smaller items in a kitchen cabinet or refrigerator. Then came the personal belongings of the 3 people in the family. From down quilts and thick blankets to clothes, shoes, and socks, photo albums, books, pens, cups, everything meaningful, or items that she was used to using, or items that were completely useless and unimportant but not in her memory. All were thrown into the storage area. The last button is sorted to light up more space grids. After a few days of collection, now only 1/10 of their daily necessities are left in the villa, about 2 or 3 days of changing and washing supplies, and about 3 to 4 days of vegetables, fruits, fish, meat, drinks and other food and water materials gathered in the kitchen. The 3 people have a consensus. No matter how reluctant they are to leave this home, if the situation worsens, they have to make a decisive decision, abandon this home, and drive the RV to a safer place. That magical RV will become their new home in the future. They check the map and plan the route. They should go all the way to the southwest. Baiyun County, where Yang Renran and her daughter are located, is in this direction, which is consistent with the safe direction in Lao Zhang's advice. On the night of Su Cheng accident, Yang Renran replied to Ji Ningxin. In the afternoon, She had some conflicts with the people next door. Her mobile phone was broken by the boy next door. The two sides quarreled and quarreled. When she bought a new mobile phone and turned it on, she knew that Su Chung had an accident. She didn't see those videos and pictures at first, but someone else was quick to save them before the limit. Everyone in the small county was familiar with each other. She found a few people and saw the video of the accident in Suchung. Those adolescent otakus who loved to read apocalyptic novels were more excited than each other, indicating that the apocalypse was coming. They were ready to welcome the supernatural power while discussing it. I don't know if it was because of the long distance that they had the mentality of Yigong Heilong, or if they were really stupid. This morning, Yang Renran sent a message saying that the road in Baiyun County was closed. The situation in Suchung can no longer be concealed. Although the infection has not spread outward for the time being, several cities and counties around Suchung have begun to take action. Baiyun County is a distance away from Suchung, but the county magistrate is conservative and is afraid that other cities will also have problems. So he simply closed the county. Fortunately, Baiyun County is a small county with only one highway intersection, so it is very convenient to close it. At present, not only can cars outside not enter, but cars inside cannot leave either. Behind the county town is a mountain, with several plantations and breeding factories. In the past, they relied on exports to support their small county. Now that the road is closed, there is no problem with daily food and drink. But everyone is very nervous. After all, no one knows whether there are people in the county who have been sick but have not yet developed the disease. From Yang Renran message, Ji Ningxin thought of something and reminded her to be careful again. Because they, mother and daughter, came from Suchung. If the situation continues to deteriorate, or if the people above Baiyun County think of something, they may be forced to isolate them. Yang Renran was not afraid. If you want to be quarantined, then be quarantined. Anyway, you can't leave the county now. You will probably just stay in your house and not be allowed to go out. It's not like you're in jail. It'd just be boring. And if you really want to be quarantined, it's not just me and my mom. The family across the street will also be quarantined. As for you, with the current situation in Suchung, what will you do in the future? By the way, my family still has a lot of food and drinks bought before the new year. Some of the masks and escape backpacks you gave me are still in the villa. Given the current situation in Suchung, we probably can't go back. It's cheaper to leave the things there, so you might as well take them. You'd better move them when no one is paying attention. The drinking water can keep you at home for a while. If necessary, take the gold jewelry as well. Maybe you can exchange them for some food and drink at a critical moment. I send you the passwords for the door and the safe later. Please keep them safe. Ji Ningxin acted quickly. Not long after she and Yang Renran sent the message, she took advantage of the early hours when most residents in the community were still asleep and quietly ran to the next door. Except for a small amount of loose, open food that was not convenient to put in the space compartment to keep fresh and was easy to spoil. She cleared out all the personal items of Yang Renran and her daughter, valuables, and all other drinking water, medicines and supplies. She had enough supplies for the time being, and she was not short of these, but according to the plan, their general direction was to reunite with them, so she considered it as moving for them in advance. After collecting all these, the space grid in her storage area was successfully lit up to 194 grids. 2 more metals were added, gold and silver, 2 more minerals were added, diamond rings and jade bracelets, and all 10 types of fabrics were full. Because of the martial law, she did not collect wood on a large scale in the community for the time being, only collected a few potted plants at home and a few trees near the villa, but this was enough, plus the original ones. The number of wood increased to 7, which had met the requirements for collecting wood. When she checked the central cylindrical light curtain wall in the storage area, she found that she had reached the initial area has the conditions for upgrading the auxiliary functions. Ji Ningxin immediately entered the storage area, clicked in front of the cylindrical light curtain wall, and found that the passenger list and defense system of the initial area had been successfully upgraded to the intermediate level. Then she entered the RV through the door of the storage area and checked the upgraded auxiliary functions on the silver-black screen next to the door. Passenger list. The number of people increased from 2 to 4, and the authority is still limited to the initial range. The intermediate defense system is still divided into active defense and passive defense. The active defense function remains unchanged, and the passive defense time is increased to 60 minutes, and the cooling time is 4 hours. The invisible shield has an additional shrinking function. which can double the size of the original body according to the owner wishes. But correspondingly, if the invisible shield is expanded, the validity period will be reduced to 30 minutes. This function may not seem to have changed much, but it is actually very practical. It means that when they occasionally need to get off the car, for example, to use the external kitchen, clean the gray water tank and black water tank, charge the battery, etc., they can still be within the defense range and have an invisible shield to protect them. The conditions for the next level upgrade have not popped up. She estimated that she would have to activate the second zone before a new upgrade collection task would appear, in addition to lighting up 6 more space grids. She also needs to collect 5 metals and 2 ore minerals. Therefore, she started to dismantle the house. It is not suitable to go out at present, so we can only use local materials. The iron pot contains iron, the tin foil contains aluminum, the ignition rod contains trace amounts of magnesium, the compass contains magnets, some of the furnishings in the study are crystal, the pencil lead contains graphite, the kitchen tiles are marble, the cement on the wall contains lime and gypsum, and ordinary glass contains quartz sand and borax. As a result, she just started to remove the door handle, and the clanging sound attracted Lu Tingfeng. After listening to her explanation, Lu Tingfeng looked surprised. Upgrade conditions? Can the RV be further upgraded? Yes, after the upgrade, there will be more functions, such as a daily quota of purified water. Can it actually produce purified water by itself? After hearing this, Lu Tingfeng's eyes lit up for a moment. The more it sounds like black technology. Is it bound to some alien technology? I have guessed so, but guessing can't find the answer, so why not just do it? Ji Ningxin said, knocked hard again, finally removed the copper door handle, and put it directly into the storage area. How many more are missing? For metals, 2 ores. Or minerals are easy to collect, but metals need to be considered, because common metals are already available now. Like iron, aluminum, gold, silver, magnesium, all of which are contained in the ordinary items collected before. For metals? As long as they are contained, it will count, even if they are in trace amounts? It seems so. Wait a minute, Lu Tingfeng said, and quickly ran to the second floor, and took out an old mobile phone and handed it to her. The electronic components, motherboards, chips and other parts in the mobile phone contain a variety of metals, such as copper, gold, silver, palladium and other precious metals, and also lead, mercury, cadmium, beryllium, nickel, lithium, many other metals. Try it. Ji Ningxin was stunned for a moment. She had indeed never collected any electrical appliances before. How is it? Lu Tingfeng looked at her reaction. Ji Ningxin smiled at him. 11 types of metals were added instantly, and the task was completed in excess. She planned to go to the study to get the crystal decorations, and then collect 2 more ores to activate the second section. She really wanted to see what kind of space the second section would be like. Was it a space that could store large furniture and vehicles? However, after taking a few steps up the stairs, Ji Ningxin suddenly stopped again, turned her head, and looked towards the gate of the community with a serious expression. What's wrong? Lu Tingfeng naturally knew that her hearing and vision had improved. Ji Ningxin frowned. There are many people at the gate of the community. People? Lu Tingfeng felt a little chill for some reason. Was it a living person? Or an infected person? Chapter 16. Activate. New section. The villa community has good geographical conditions. It is quiet in a bustling city. The north and east are separated by a river and are commercial areas. But you can't get there directly. You have to go around several roads. The gate of the community faces south. Across the road is a high-rise community. To the west is a cultural green park. This park faces the lake on the west. This lake is Changyuan Lake, which divides Suzhou into 2 parts, east and west. There are not many residents nearby. It is not a well-connected intersection. Except for the residents of these 2 places, cars from outside will not drive in. Since the incident on Wuzhou Road, the surrounding situation has been okay. At least no infected people have appeared. This is also the reason why some people sneaked back despite the martial law on the night of the air raid alarm. After the entire west of the city was blocked yesterday, this area seems to be a little safer. Everyone knows that their current state is to cover up their mistakes. Just like a turtle hiding in its shell, knowing that such hiding cannot last long. If the situation cannot get better, the infection will continue to spread. No matter how tightly they hide in their turtle shell, it will eventually break. When that time comes, they can rely on the tall and solid walls and gates of the community to hide for a while, but they cannot hide forever. Smart people have already prepared for the rainy day in the past 2 days, filling all the large and small buckets, pots and pans at home with water. Single-family villas are in better condition and have their own water tanks, but vigilant residents still fill all the large and small pots and pans at home with water and replenish as much as they use every day. Some people have also begun to count all kinds of food at home and make a daily consumption plan. A few people also thought about the gas supply problem. This gas cannot be stored like water, so they tried to cook raw food into cooked food and then freeze it. However, only a small number of people in the entire community have such reaction ability and execution strength. Most people still keep checking the news online in panic every day while making 3 meals at random. When there was a noise at the gate of the community, everyone was basically preparing lunch, and the same was true for Ji Ningxin family. These days, the 3 of them had no appetite, and they cooked 3 meals very simply, frying a vegetable, making some noodles with scallion oil or tomato and egg noodles, and opening a bag of vacuum-packed beef or pressed duck. Then they could eat for a day. At first, residents thought that the infected people were coming. People in the townhouses near the gate turned off the fire in shock, and the timid ones even drew the curtains. But soon, they saw military jeeps and fully armed troops entering the community. Residents who had observed in the building quickly ran out and asked if the troops were here to arrange for everyone to move. Martial law has not ended yet. There will be no relocation, not to mention that the east of the city is currently a safe zone, and people in the west of the city need to be relocated. A captain-like man glanced at the community, asked a few questions to the security guard beside him, turned around and arranged for the team members to quickly patrol different areas. It has been 3 days since the martial law was imposed. What is the situation outside? We can't go out to buy food now. Will the military distribute supplies later? An elderly couple asked anxiously. Wait for notification. The higher-ups will arrange it. The other party pulled down his mask and replied in a gentle tone. The face under the mask was full of fatigue, the bottom of his eyes were full of red bloodshot, and his lips were chapped. It looked like he was so busy that he didn't even have time to drink a sip of water. After he arranged the inspection, he took a tablet from the team member, opened a new software, found the community, and started counting. Soon, the team members who entered the community for inspection came to Ji Ningxin house. They asked them to gather all the people in the house at the entrance, leaving 1 person to watch them, and the other 3 quickly swept the whole villa with guns. It was the first time for Li Yue and Lu Tingfeng to see this kind of cold and hard weapon with the smell of gunpowder up close. They were affected by the solemn atmosphere, and once again clearly realized that the world they were familiar with had undergone earth-shaking changes. The whole process was very fast. It took only 2 or 3 minutes to complete the inspection. The person who stayed at the entrance also used a thermometer to perform a simple inspection on them. After that, the other party asked them if they had roommates living in the eastern part of the city. Then they were asked to show proof of residence. Photos on the wall or property certificates with names on them would do. This would prove that the house was indeed their residence. After everything was done, 1 team member took out a few magnetic card-like things, saying that they were safety certificates and must be carried with them. Another team member said to the intercom, "Villa number 9 is safe." The group hurriedly retreated outside and prepared to go to the next house. "Please wait a moment." Lu Tingfeng chased after him for 2 steps. "What is the situation outside now? Can Sucheng survive? We are working hard. The situation in this area is already very good. As long as you strictly follow the orders from above, there will be no danger." The teammate who spoke was very young, only in his 20s. His voice was hoarse and tired, as if he had been busy for several nights without sleep. He finished speaking quickly and trotted to catch up with his teammates. The troops were well trained and moved very quickly. It only took half an hour to patrol the entire community. There were no infected people in the community, but several people with abnormally low and high body temperatures were found. And there was also a person with blue skin and spots, who were taken directly into the car. Their families went from crying and begging to angry and cursing. But in front of the fully armed troops, they were just ants shaking trees. It's not that they are merciless, but the higher-ups have issued a death order, and as long as relevant symptoms are found, they will be taken away and isolated immediately. The pupils turned red and bloody, and the manic and aggressive 3rd-stage infected people were tied up and taken away on the spot, and they could be shot and killed directly when necessary. The west of the city has already fallen. They can't let the east of the city fall as well. Among the people who were to be taken away, one was a resident of Villa Number 1, and the first person who risked driving back that night. His temperature was not normal, a little over 35 degrees, less than 36 degrees, and he thought he could get away with it, but he was still taken away. He was very angry, and once again imitated the behavior when he entered the community that night, struggling all the way, shouting for human rights, saying that the other party's behavior was illegal. His father and brother followed him all the way, seemingly wanting to step forward and rob him, even wanting to snatch him away, seemingly certain that they would not rob normal people. But this time they hit a wall. The troops were no better than the community's security guards. The captain was annoyed, and finally ordered all three to be taken away. See, originally he was the only one in quarantine. If he is confirmed to be uninfected, he can come back in a few days. But now they are hindering the troops from carrying out their mission. It is hard to say whether they can come back after being taken away, the captain said coldly. Seeing this, the other families all hung up. The two security guards, who were almost hit by the other party's car, that night watched the team members take the people away silently. Behind the scenes where others could not see, they cursed a few words of deserving. After bringing the people into the car, the captain said that a group of people might be arranged to stay in this community temporarily. They would not disturb the existing residents. They would be arranged to live in several temporarily unoccupied houses. They would live here until the shelter was built. If it was before, other residents in the community would complain a little, because strangers were arranged to live in when no one was at home. Even if it was not their own home, they would feel bad. Isn't this an illegal invasion? What if the owner came back in 2 days? Wouldn't you go crazy seeing a stranger enter your home? This is a high-end villa community, whose family didn't spend a lot of money and effort to decorate, who would like to let strangers live in and ruin their home. But now, everyone kept silent. Anyway, as long as they don't put people in their homes, they can't control the houses where the owners are not there. Ji Ningxin family, who were standing outside their villa and watching, quickly understood that the west of the city was blocked, and the east of the city was conducting district inspections, and the safety of the communities and buildings was confirmed one by one in each area. Residents in the east of the city, who were temporarily trapped in other places, should be able to return to their homes once there are vacant houses in safe residential areas with living conditions. And after confirming that the owners are not in the east of the city, they will be arranged to move in. Some of these people are from other places, and some originally lived in other areas of Suzhou. They were stranded here when the martial law began, and now they can't go back at all. Of course, it is not ruled out that there will be some residents who have just been transferred from the west of the city. They may be rescued by the troops, or they may have transferred here on their own. As long as they are confirmed to have no symptoms, they will be arranged to live. But these places are only temporary accommodation. A shelter is being built in the east of the city. After the shelter is built, these people will be relocated. Ji Ningxin is not afraid of this strict inspection process. The more so, the more it shows that the people above are still taking action. The most feared thing is that there will be no movement. Then the people will really have to fend for themselves. It seems that Yang Renren is foresight. Their villa is vacant. It will definitely be arranged for refugees to move in. Fortunately, she has already collected their things. When it was almost dark, a military truck carrying people drove into the community. On the military truck, except for a few residents who were blocked in other buildings in the east of the city, the rest were refugees who were arranged to temporarily live in this community. These refugees were all unlucky ones. They were stranded outside when the martial law began. They had nothing. They had not eaten well or slept well in the past 3 days, and were worried about their families. They all looked haggard. Each of them was holding a similar cardboard box, which contained water and some daily necessities. It seemed that they were distributed by the army. If the original residents want to return to their homes, they need to bring the team members home to show proof of residence. Otherwise, they will be considered to have provided false information and will be removed on the spot. There were about 30 people who were temporarily arranged to stay, most of whom were arranged to live in townhouses, where there were many empty houses. There was only one empty villa here, which was Villa Number 8 next to Ji Ningxin, Yang Renren home. The villa had 3 floors, and a basement, which was larger. So about 8 or 9 people were arranged to stay here. Ji Ningxin didn't expect to see a familiar face among this group of people. When she was recognized and called by name, she was working with her father and elder brother to modify the RV in her parking space. 3 days have passed, but the order in the area west of Changyuan Lake in Sichuan has collapsed and can never be restored. The current situation is that the infected and healthy residents in the area west of Changyuan Lake are mixed. Because of the martial law, there are still many residents who have not been infected for the time being. They are hiding in high and low buildings. The troops cannot carry out large-scale bombardment from the air on the infected wandering around the streets. If the cleanup and rescue are carried out from the ground, it will not be done in a short time. It requires a lot of manpower and firepower support. Otherwise, once the team members go too deep into the western part of the city, the backup will not be able to follow up in time, which will only send more teammates into the infected. In the end, the troops combine several small-scale operations, trying to carry out rapid assault rescue in different areas outside the western part of the city, and at the same time dispatching helicopters to carry out air evacuation of high-rise buildings with conditions. In some densely populated areas, a certain amount of supplies were delivered to relieve the anxiety of the people trapped in the buildings. In comparison, the east part of the city is much luckier. When the 3-day silence was lifted, a new martial law order was issued. The news announced that the west part of the city was blocked, and also stated that reinforcements were being dispatched from all over the country, requiring the people in the west part of the city to stay in the buildings as much as possible, waiting for rescue. At the same time, the new martial law method for the east part of the city was announced. From 18 to 8 o'clock the next morning, 14 hours are for home ban, and you can leave the community at other times. However, all public places, except hospitals, police stations, fire stations, and some supermarkets, are closed. Residents in the east of the city, who were originally under silent curfew in public places for 3 days, need to undergo inspection and pass the declaration before returning home. Those who live in the west of the city or are from other places can go to the uniformly established sentries and checkpoints to register, and then they will be arranged for temporary accommodation. There will be sentries and checkpoints at all intersections and streets in the east of the city, and safety certificates will be randomly checked at any time. The next day, all supermarkets approved for operation will send troops to enter, set up sentries, and conduct supervision and purchase restrictions. The specific supermarkets that are still open were quickly announced in the form of map locations and text. People in the east of the city can purchase supplies nearby. They are required to bring their ID cards, security cards, and mobile phones, and perform face verification. Buses, taxis, subways, and other transportation facilities are all suspended. Gas stations are open in limited quantities. People can go there to refuel, but like supermarkets, there will be team members setting up sentries to supervise and limit purchases. The east of the city has also selected several suitable places, which are being rapidly transformed into shelters to accommodate the homeless and the refugees rescued from the west of the city. Secondly, there are some words of encouragement and comfort, telling everyone not to believe the zombie rumors on the internet. The infected are not zombies, and they still have language ability. This is just a disease, which is currently named as the cell virus. Although it is fierce, experts are doing their best to treat and study it, and they will definitely find a solution. Finally, some symptoms of the first and second stages of the cell virus were announced. The first stage is initially manifested as body temperature. Too high or too low body temperature is a problem. In the later stage, the skin may turn blue with spots, muscle spasms, convulsions, fainting, inability to stand, and bad temper. In this stage, cells are mutating and are not adapting in various ways. In the second stage, cells are greatly transformed, which may manifest as abnormal facial expressions, confusion, stiff walking, and mental distraction. The third stage is not detailed, but everyone knows what the infected person looks like when entering this stage. The notice means that if people around you show the first and second symptoms, they should be isolated immediately and tied up if necessary. Residents in the east of the city are asked not to conceal anything and to call several newly opened rescue telephones in time so that family and friends can be isolated and treated in time. Do not wait until they enter the third stage before asking for help. The third stage is also known as the crazy infectious period. Once bitten by a third stage infected person or in contact with body fluids, there is a 98% chance of being immediately infected. Compared with the first air defense alarm announcement, this announcement is very detailed. The people are trying hard to digest this information. After 3 days of fear, seeing such an organized and planned announcement has ignited hope and confidence in many people. The west of the city is in chaos. But the east of the city is still there. The troops are saving people. And experts are also studying treatment. As long as you hold on, you will definitely be saved. After Liu Yue read the announcement, he found that it was already past 1800 hours, and the new curfew time had begun. They could not go out to buy water and gas, but they could move around inside the community. So he took advantage of the remaining daylight and climbed onto the roof of his villa with Lu Tingfeng to start dismantling the solar panels, intending to install them on the roof of the RV. The RV internal power supply relies on several sources: large-capacity lithium batteries, solar panels on the roof, and electricity obtained from fuel while the vehicle is driving. Of course, the most convenient way is to charge at a dedicated RV camp, which can solve all electricity problems at once. In the current situation, once you are on the road, fuel and camp charging are both scarce, and the only way to rely on electricity is solar panels. Obviously, the solar panels that come with the RV are not enough. So Liu Yue thought about installing some. Seeing his father and eldest brother climb up to the roof to remove the solar panels, Ji Ningxin remembered to activate the second zone. She entered the open kitchen, knocked a marble tile in the corner of the floor, and ran to his father's study, throwing a crystal decoration into the space. Then she flashed into the storage area, manually reclassified the space grids of the fruit category, quickly lit up more than a dozen new space grids, finally met all the conditions for activating the second area. On the silver-black door panel of the storage area leading to the initial area, new words immediately appeared. The rest area has been activated. Please choose to add additional functions. Choose 2 from 5. All additional functions will be applied to the initial area and the rest area. 1. Water purification. Daily limit 30L, upgradable. 2. Fuel. Daily limit 10L, upgradable. 3. Black, gray, automatic water tank processing. Advanced function, not upgradable. 4. External camouflage. Daily camouflage limit 1, upgradable. 5. Housekeeping. Advanced function, not upgradable. At the same time, among the pattern marks representing different intervals, the symbol crescent in the 4th row lit up, and 4 words appeared behind it: rest area. Ji Ningxin couldn't hide her excitement. Even though she didn't see electricity in the new additional functions, she was still very happy. For a motorhome, fuel is a more important energy source than electricity and clean water. 10L of fuel doesn't sound like much, but it can run nearly 100 kilometers. Moreover, there is fuel every day. If we store it, it will add up to a lot. They won't have to worry about fuel in the future. She decisively chose fuel, and then thought about the remaining 4 options. Wait, housekeeping? What is this? Compared with the other 4 auxiliary functions, this option seems a bit out of place. Ji Ningxin shook her head, skipped this one directly, and considered the other 3 options instead. The purified water is enough for now. The villa has a reservoir and a water filter, and a lot of drinking water is also stored. The external camouflage doesn't sound as useful as the defense system. Some of the functions are similar to auxiliary, but the sewage treatment problem, especially the black water tank, is very difficult to handle, and it wastes water. If it can be solved, it will be a permanent solution. Finally, she chose fuel and automatic treatment of black-gray water tank. After selecting the auxiliary functions, no new upgrade tasks appeared for the cylindrical light curtain wall. She was going to press crescent to take a look at the new rest area, but she heard her brother calling her outside the space, and he seemed to have been looking for her for a while. She walked out of the storage area and appeared in the study, bumping into Lu Tingfeng, who was passing through the corridor. Looking for you. Come downstairs and take a look. It turned out that Lu Tingfeng and Liu Yue had unloaded a few solar panels. Thinking of the peculiarity of this RV, they did not dare to install them upwards. Ji Ningxin put her hand on the RV, watching Liu Yue carefully drive the first steel nail on the roof, feeling it carefully, and nodded to him. It's okay. Install it. With her nod, the father and son began the installation work, and at the same time discussed moving the stainless steel guardrail in the garage that had not been used in the past few years outside the RV glass window. Those stainless steel guardrails were originally intended to be installed on the roof of the villa. At that time, Ji Ningxin's mother was still alive. She planned to turn the roof into a terrace to grow some flowers, plants, fruits, etc. But not long after the modification, the property management came and politely said that it was illegal to build it by yourself, and it was not allowed. Ji Wani had a good temper and did not say much to others. He just asked them to remove the guardrails again. Later, these guardrails have been placed in the corner of the garage without being moved. Now think about it, the defense of the RV is not 24 hours a day, and there are many glass windows on the RV. If these guardrails are directly welded on, wouldn't the safety be improved? Anyway, no one cares whether it is illegal or not. Ji Ningxin thought this was a good idea. While the father and son were discussing and working, someone recognized Ji Ningxin from a distance of 7 or 8 meters. Ji Ningxin? The voice that called her name was a little hoarse, revealing a strong sense of fatigue and some uncertain temptation. Is it Ji Ningxin? She turned around and saw the young man standing on the grass of the villa next door, across 2 low shrubs and green belts. The other person's light-colored coat was stained with some dried dark stains, which looked like blood. His hair was a little messy. His face was pale, and his whole body looked gray. Lu Tong? Although they hadn't seen each other for several years, Ji Ningxin still recognized him quickly. After all, his appearance had not changed much since high school. Moreover, even if they didn't talk on WeChat, she would still click on the photos posted by her old classmates in the circle of friends and take a few glances. Is it really you? The other person's gray eyes brightened a little, with the kind of joy of seeing an old acquaintance after a major disaster. You have also been arranged to stay in this community temporarily? He had just asked. But he quickly responded. The other person was wearing thick home clothes. Clean. And in good spirits. Not like she had been out for 3 days. Moreover, before he called her, she seemed to be talking to 2 men in the RV. You live here? This time, she was indeed unconsciously in her joy. Ji Ningxin nodded. But before she could respond, a few more people walked out of the villa opposite. They looked similar to Lu Tong. Tired, messy and gray. Lu Tong. Who are you talking to? Huh? Why does this person look so familiar? Oh my god. Is it Ji Ningxin? No way. Really Ji Ningxin? How can I run into her like this? Ji Ningxin lives in this neighborhood? What a coincidence. 6 or 7 people walked out of the villa, all familiar faces. Ji Ningxin remembered that the time for the class reunion was agreed upon in the group, and it seemed to be the day of martial law. However, the girl who had made an appointment with Ji Ningxin in advance for the class reunion and actively participated in organizing the class reunion was not here. After graduating from high school, except Yang Renran, Ji Ningxin only kept in touch with that girl. Other classmates basically didn't send WeChat messages privately, and didn't talk much in the group. They just liked the posts in moments 2 or 3 times a year. At that time, she took a look at the group messages, and the meeting place for the class reunion was indeed nearby. It was just that Yang Renran went back to her hometown at that time, and she was busy stocking up, so they didn't pay attention to the follow-up. Sure enough, Lu Tong and several other classmates were forced to stay in place, and put under martial law in the middle of the class reunion. When the alarm sounded, they were drinking beer and singing in a large private room of a karaoke restaurant in the middle of the Changyuan Lake Scenic Causeway. The Scenic Causeway is also known as the Chuxiu Causeway. In addition to connecting the west and east of the lake, it is also a famous cultural landscape and business district embankment. There are restaurants, saunas, coffee shops, cat cafes, internet celebrity bars, merchandise stores, and various entertainment venues on it. They originally planned to do a one-stop service here, singing in the afternoon, eating in the evening, and then going to the bar after dinner. The private room was noisy, and they didn't hear the alarm at all, until all the singing machines in the private rooms were forcibly turned off, and the waiters knocked on the doors of each room to inform the guests. Then they noticed the martial law notice on their mobile phones. But at that time, the network speed was limited, and they didn't see those bloody videos and pictures, so they didn't know how serious the situation was at first. Speaking of which, they were lucky, because they were not in the west of the city when the accident happened, and when the west of the city was blocked later, the blockade line of Chuxiu just separated them in the east part of the city. Because it was not a major traffic route, the narrowest part of the Chuxiu Dike Lake was directly blown off. And they became the first group of people to be searched and taken away when the troops cleared the dike. For the past 3 days, they have been staying in the karaoke bar. The karaoke bar is not big, but fortunately, due to the influence of muddy rain, there are not many guests inside. They do not have to squeeze more than 20 people in one box, but disperse to stay in different boxes temporarily. The karaoke bar has food, water and toilets, except that they could not take a shower or change clothes for the past 3 days, and could only sleep on the sofa. Everything else was good. But they were also unlucky. Nearly half of the 20-odd people lived in the west of the city. Some had parents at home. And some had parents out. The phone call went through. But they were trapped here. Unable to move. They watched the west of the city gradually become chaotic. Worried about their families. And wished they could grow wings and fly back to them. But now, all of this has become a bubble. The troops blocked the west of the city. And strictly prohibited any people from crossing the blockade privately. In order to suppress the infected people spreading from the west of the city, the troops not only set up several defense lines, but also placed heavy weapons and military trucks to suppress the firepower. The infected people on the other side could not get through. And the people on this side could not get through either. Now those who were arranged to live in Villa Number 8 were all classmates, whose homes were in the west of the city. The others whose homes were in the east of the city were lucky enough to go back, including the girl who was familiar with Ji Ningxin. Among them, 2 people could not contact their families. Among the rest, except for a few whose families were not in Sioux City, the rest were trapped in the buildings where the infected people were wandering. They could contact them, but could not meet them. In addition, they were living in someone else's house at the moment, so their conditions were not good. When Ji Ningxin went to Yang Renren's house to collect things in the morning, she took away all their personal belongings, including all the photos. So these classmates didn't know that the villa they were temporarily staying in was Yang Renren's home. Several classmates didn't talk much with Ji Ningxin. They were in a bad mood after the big change. In addition, seeing her family staying safely and comfortably in their own home, it seemed that they had nothing to do with the bloody despair in the west of the city for 3 days and 3 nights. Even the most open-minded people could not hide their envy. The sky darkened, and the long winter night came again. Lu Yue and Lu Tingfeng planned the installation plan, successfully nailed the first solar panel, and the rest of the work would be continued tomorrow. There were many strangers in the community that night. She could feel that when they modified the RV, many eyes were gathered towards them. However, she was not worried about the RV. She had always turned on the active defense on the car. Even if others wanted to attack the car, they could not get in. Lu Yue cooked in the evening. They had eaten noodles for a few days, and were almost tired of it. In addition, knowing that the east of the city was fine, they felt relieved and had an appetite. The doors and windows of the villa were locked. They drew the floor-length blackout curtains in the living room, turned on the lights in the kitchen and the floor lamps next to the dining table, and tried to reduce their presence. After Ji Wei fell ill and was hospitalized, Lu Yue prepared nutritious meals for her while taking care of the 2 children. He had already mastered the cooking skills. On the dining table were chicken soup that had been stewed for an afternoon, green pepper and pork, shrimp and clam stewed eggs, and mushrooms and vegetables. 3 dishes and 1 soup, all very simple home cooking, also Lu Yue's specialty, except for the twice-cooked pork which needs to be cooked and sliced in advance. The rest are very easy to cook. Because Ji Ningxin has a space for keeping fresh, Lu Yue closed the doors and windows in the afternoon to cook chicken soup while setting up another big pot, cooking a dozen or so pork belly with 3 fat and 2 lean meats together, then sliced them all, packed them in disposable paper boxes. Each portion is just enough for 3 people, and then let her take back the space. If you want to eat twice-cooked pork in the future, just ask Ji Ningxin to take out a portion and add some side dishes, and you can stir-fry it directly. The twice-cooked pork is added with bean paste, which is crispy, salty and fresh, and paired with green peppers, onions and carrot slices, which is full of flavor, and coupled with the sweet and soft white rice. The family of 3, who have been eating noodles for 3 days, can't help but sigh. The clams were also taken out from the space grid. After the storage area was activated, she could directly collect living things into it. Although the living things died as soon as they entered the space grid, they kept the freshness of that moment, and put them into the stewed eggs after opening them in hot water to remove the sand, and finally dripped sesame oil and soy sauce, which was extremely delicious. The green vegetables also maintained their freshness when they were just bought, green and juicy, and delicious no matter how they were stir-fried. Ji Ningxin was afraid that the vegetables would not be enough, and took out a large takeaway box from the space grid, which contained boiled mutton, lamb and mutton heart. This was the takeaway request she gave to the boss when she placed the order, so that she could enjoy 3 kinds of delicious food at once. Although this boiled mutton and mutton heart is salt-free, it is extremely delicious in itself, and dipped in soy sauce and chili sauce, it tastes endless in the mouth. Although Lu Yue already knew, but every time he saw his daughter take out the fresh ingredients he needed out of thin air, he would still find it incredible. He always felt that, in the dark, G1 was blessing them from heaven. Just like that year, Ji Ningxin was missing for 2 days, and was finally found in the RV. And now, it was the RV that guaranteed their future safe life. At the end of dinner, Ji Ningxin sent a message to Yang Renran, telling her that someone was arranged by the army to stay in her villa. Anyone would be unhappy to hear that their home was invaded by outsiders, even if the group of people were their high school classmates, and even if Lu Tong was there. Yang Renran didn't know that Ji Ningxin had used the space to clear out most of their personal belongings in the villa. She thought about the new clothes she had bought and hadn't worn them twice, and the skincare products and cosmetics she brought back from abroad, and sent a lot of heartbroken emojis. This was also the reason why Ji Ningxin told her after dinner, fearing that she would be heartbroken and unable to eat. Don't worry. The expensive new ones have been put away for you. That's heartbreaking. 2. My mattress was custom made by my mother. Not to mention the price. It took half a year to order it. Now, you can't buy it even if you want to. And the shoes on the wall in my mom's room? Wow, I was thinking of borrowing them to wear. Ji Ningxin probed her consciousness into the storage area, glancing at the mattress standing at the end of the corridor, and the space with the words shoes, 87 out of 100, and sighed at her understanding of her friend. Now the other party has not been added to her passenger list, even if she wants to say it. She can't say it, so she should give him a surprise when they meet. Ji Ningxin put down her phone, remembering that she still has something very important to do. Rest area? Lu Tingfeng repeated these 4 words. From the literal meaning, the newly activated area is easy to understand. It is a place for people to rest. He just doesn't quite understand where the newly activated area is located. And what is its connection with the RV? Just like the space storage area that Ji Ningxin mentioned before. Only she can enter. There is a door inside that connects to the RV bathroom. She can enter the RV through the storage area. And she can also enter the storage area through the RV. But where exactly is this storage area? He and Liyue can't see or touch it at the moment. It feels a bit like space folding. What about the newly activated rest area? Are they still unable to enter? I haven't had time to go in yet. I go check it out now. Before Ji Ningxin finished speaking, she disappeared in front of Lu Tingfeng and Liyue. Liyue's hand holding the teacup trembled a little. Although, he may need a little more time to adapt. Ji Ningxin looked at the silver-black door in front of her, and reached out to touch the newly lit crescent symbol on the 4th line. The text popped up on it. Do you want to go to the rest area? Before entering the storage area, her mind wanted to enter the rest area. But in the end it appeared in the storage area, which was the same as when she wanted to directly enter the initial area, which was the interior of the RV. At present, it seems that the only place she can enter directly from any outside is the storage area with the function of collecting items. To enter other zones, you must pass through a specific door. She clicked confirm, then reached out and touched the water-like aperture on the door panel. When she closed her eyes and opened them again, she found herself in a narrow corridor. Silver-white floor, silver-white walls, metal texture, full of cold and hard technology. The surrounding space style is exactly the same as the storage zone. But there are no rows of metal racks here. The ceiling is lower, and the corridor is much narrower than the storage zone. At the end of the corridor behind her, there is the silver-black door panel she came from. There are also symbols on the door, and you can go to other zones by clicking. There was also a door at the end of the front, but the color and appearance were completely different from the silver-black door she passed through. There were also doors on the left and right sides, and there were more than one. It looked like an independent train carriage, but it was more delicate and narrow than a train carriage. The door was the same color as the wall. There was a handle on the door, and there was a small electronic screen above the handle. She chose a door nearby and tried to open it but failed. She reached out and touched the electronic screen, and the words appeared on it, unbound, unlocked, inaccessible. She chose another door opposite, and the same situation happened. Ji Ningxin thought about it, and walked towards the door at the end of the corridor. This time when she tried to open the door, different words appeared on the electronic screen on the door handle. Car owner detected. Please wait. The room is unlocked. Ji Ningxin heard a slight beep sound from inside the door handle, and the silver-white metal door moved to one side. The room slowly lit up as she walked in. It was a very soft and slightly dim warm light. Like the storage area, she didn't see any lights, and didn't know where this faint light came from. The inside looks much more spacious than expected. It is a space of about 40 square meters, which is open horizontally from left to right. There is a large bed, and 2 bedside tables on the left and right sides of the door. There is a long bar table on the wall opposite the foot of the bed. And there are 3 high chairs in front of the table. The space on the right side of the door is separated by a row of large wardrobes. Going around the wardrobe, there is a background wall with a large electronic screen behind it. There is a living room-like space behind it, with a sofa and a coffee table. The entire space is still in a metallic silver-white texture. Even the wardrobe, bar table, coffee table, bedside table, high chair, are all made of the same material, and are fixed to the metal floor and cannot be moved. Rather than saying this is a room, it is more like a cabin, because only rooms placed inside vehicles need to fix every piece of furniture in this way. The furniture is very simple, without soft furnishings, as if waiting for the occupants to decorate it. Ji Ningxin walked to the bar table and accidentally touched the metal wall. She found that the color of the wall in front of her had changed slightly. She tried again and soon found a pattern. When her finger moved from top to bottom on the wall would return to silver white. When she moved from bottom to top, the color of the wall in front of her gradually faded until it became completely transparent. She watched the entire wall in front of her become transparent. And then she realized that this was originally glass. A floor-to-ceiling glass wall that could be adjusted in color. Not only that, except for the direction of the entrance, the other 3 walls of the room can be adjusted to glass walls in this way. It was dark outside, and the cold wind was howling. When she listened carefully, she could hear the voices of people in the nearby buildings in the wind. She was in a slightly higher position, and could see the low plants and familiar buildings on the side. She found herself at the edge of her villa, and where she was standing now was exactly where the RV was. So this resting area. It was on the 2nd floor of the RV. The 3 full glass walls made her feel insecure standing there. The view was too wide. She always felt that anyone passing by outside could see her inside. Ji Ningxin quickly adjusted the 3 walls to an opaque state, and then left the room. When passing other doors in the corridor, she tried to open the door again, and the text on the electronic screen also changed. Waiting to be bound, waiting to be unlocked. The mileage required to bind and unlock the room. 0/500 kilometers. Mileage 500 kilometers? Isn't this what she understood? When Ji Ningxin suddenly appeared in the living room, Lu Yue, who was sitting next to him drinking tea, shook his hands again, and the tea spilled on his pants again. Lu Tingfeng glanced at his father, who calmly took a tissue and wiped it silently. Ji Ningxin didn't say a word, ran directly to the window, opened the blackout curtain a little bit, and carefully checked the RV parked next to the villa. In the night, the half-old RV was exactly the same as before, without any changes. My dear daughter. Before Lu Yue finished speaking, he only saw Ji Ningxin draw the curtains, and then disappeared again. Lu Yue. A moment later, Lu Tingfeng received a call from Ji Ningxin. Brother, please carefully open the curtains a little, and take a closer look to see if there are any changes in the RV. Lu Tingfeng probably knew that she was doing an experiment, and immediately followed the instructions to check. No, it's the same as before. After a while, Ji Ningxin returned to the living room, and put the resting area. When you look from the inside out, the newly activated section is on the 2nd floor of the RV. But it is not visible from the outside. Lu Tingfeng nodded. It sounds more in line with the concept of folding space. So, as long as we accumulate 500 kilometers of mileage, we can also enter the rest area? It should be, otherwise there would be no other room doors to be bound and unlocked on the corridor. 500 kilometers, it takes a long time to drive. Lu Yue sighed. But as soon as he met his daughter's eyes, he immediately changed his words. But it doesn't matter. There is a bed in the RV. Your brother and I are not in a hurry to unlock the room. Aren't there several supermarkets in the east of the city open tomorrow? Although there are purchase restrictions, we must continue to buy supplies. The mileage will accumulate, and we will meet the standard soon. Ji Ningxin thought so too. It was just a comparison of accommodation comfort. It did not involve life safety. There was no need to worry about it. Before going to bed at night, Lu Yue and Lu Tingfeng checked all the doors and windows, including the garage door as usual. Probably due to the volcanic eruption and mud rain, the temperature has been dropping recently. It was particularly cold after nightfall today. The 3 of them discussed it and decided to turn on the floor heating in the villa. The villa is equipped with environmentally friendly and energy-saving carbon crystal floor heating. This kind of floor heating takes a short time to reach thermal equilibrium, is hot but not dry, and is evenly cold and hot, which makes the human body feel very comfortable. The only drawback is that the carbon crystal floor heating is powered by electricity, not water heating. If they want to use hot water for washing, they still need a water heater to heat it. It would be fine if it were normal, but now they have to consider the double electricity consumption. Turn it on. The power is still on. It can be used as long as it can. Besides, it won't consume much electricity as long as the temperature rises. Even if the power is cut off, it can be supported by solar panels and batteries. It's only 5 or 6 degrees outside today. It will probably be colder in the middle of the night. After Liu Yue said this, the brother and sister stopped struggling, just as Liu Yue expected. That night, the entire southeastern region of Huaogui experienced a big drop in temperature. Those residents who did not install floor heating or turn on air conditioning were woken up by the cold before dawn. Along with a low temperature, there was also heavy snow flying all over the sky. The color of the snow was gray, yellow, mixed with each other, and it continued to cover the silent city. High-rise buildings, cars lying in all directions, and the streets where people infected with cell viruses were shaking. Chapter 17. Cryogenic Corpse City. Most of the windows in the southeast area are only one layer, and the glass is the most common. The thin walls and glass cannot block the invading low temperature. Many people shivered and wrapped themselves in quilts or took thick pajamas from the side and put them on. They got up to check the indoor thermometer. When they saw the room temperature, many people suspected that the thermometer was broken or that they had read it wrong. The red temperature line in the center of the thermometer had dropped to more than 10 degrees below zero. The lowest winter temperature in Suzhou City has never dropped below -5 degrees in the past 50 years. The closest low temperature can be traced back to 70 or 80 years ago, when it dropped to -9 degrees, the lowest in history. But now, the thermometer is indeed showing -14 degrees. And there is a trend of further decline. Almost everyone turned on the air conditioner as soon as possible. The minimum working environment temperature of the variable frequency air conditioner is -15 degrees, which can barely be turned on. But the heating effect is relatively slow, and the time and probability of defrosting will be greatly increased. Ordinary fixed frequency air conditioners cannot heat at this temperature. Some people don't know why, and after waiting for a long time, the room is still cold, so they have to find thick winter clothes, put on layer by layer, and then get into the quilt, or use electric blankets and hot water bottles to warm up. For a time, the power consumption of the entire Suzhou city increased greatly. The east of the city was fine, the streets and roads were intact, and the circuits were normal. The west of the city was not so lucky. Some old communities had frequent problems, and some residents' homes had power outages, and the air conditioners that had just been working for a short time were completely stopped. They finally checked the circuit meter and found that it was not a problem at home. They wanted to go to the electric meter downstairs to check and repair it. But when they reached the door, they suddenly remembered that there were still infected people wandering in the corridor. Old residential areas are not like those high-end residential areas. There are usually no anti-theft doors on the first floor of the apartment building. Some buildings have many households on the same floor, and the corridors are connected. If something happens to one household, it will directly affect the residents of the entire floor. Those infected people who are like evil spirits will pounce on the door panel when they hear any noise, banging on the door, and swearing indistinct insults with a hoarse voice. Every sound seemed to hit their hearts. No one dared to go out during the day, let alone before dawn when the light was dim. Some buildings in some areas were originally tall and solid, but unfortunately they were located in commercial areas. When the accident happened, many people were ordered to stay in place and observe martial law. They were distributed in nearby office areas, restaurants, cafes, and shopping malls. Although there was no shortage of water at the beginning, due to environmental reasons, it was impossible for one person or a family to have a separate space. If there is a problem with one person in these places, the surrounding areas will be infected quickly, and then spread outward quickly. The panicked crowds mixed with the infected people caused unimaginable damage. Tables and chairs overturned. Doors were smashed. Windows were broken. Open flames and gas caused explosions. And the explosions damaged water pipes, circuits and walls. Some buildings even had damaged exterior walls and collapsed floors. But as long as the building did not collapse, there must be other people hiding deep in the same building. They cut off water and electricity. collected resources around them, and endured for several days. But they did not expect to face such a big drop in temperature. Without electricity, the building was as cold as an ice storage. In the non-residential area, there was a lack of bedding and clothing to keep warm. They could only continue to search, and even pulled down the curtains to wrap themselves up for warmth. Some people could not bear it, found lighters, collected documents, and made fires to keep warm. But most people had never made a fire in such an environment since they were born. Lack of experience led to frequent accidents. Those who were lucky enough to have the fire extinguished by itself due to insufficient combustion materials were considered lucky. Some people were not careful enough when making a fire, and the flames jumped, burning the thin blankets and clothes next to them, which eventually caused an irreparable fire. In today's situation, even if someone kept the remaining power on their phone and called the fire department, there would be no fire trucks to put out the fire in the deep block west of the city. As early as the beginning of the spread of infection on Wuzhou Road, all the police, firefighting and medical resources that could be mobilized in the west of the city had been fully invested in the rescue operation. Some of these people became infected outside. Some went to the east of the city with the evacuation team, and some were trapped in various buildings like them. They had no weapons, they were scattered, some were injured and rejected by other refugees, some had lost contact with their families for several days. They were also human beings. Their own physical and mental conditions were so bad, they were in a state of collapse. How could they care about helping others? Whether it was a fire, the farce of fighting for water and supplies in a small supermarket, or a fight that ended in death because of some verbal disputes, no one cared. The injured either had to get up by themselves, find a hidden place to hide, or lie there until they died. The unexpected fire spread little by little, and eventually covered several floors. The water supply had been cut off, and everyone had been relying on the limited water in the water dispenser for the past few days. Although there were other large supermarkets downstairs, no one dared to go downstairs, as they might run into a terrible infected person at the corner of a building. Without water, the fire could not be put out. Some people finally found a spare fire extinguisher, but due to the lack of basic firefighting knowledge, they could not even open the fire extinguisher on the first floor to catch fire. The refugees hiding in the corners appeared with screams and moved to other floors. The excessive noise attracted the attention of the infected wandering on the bottom floor of the building. They were not afraid of low temperatures, nor were they afraid of fire. They were like ferocious beasts that had lost their minds. They were attracted to flesh and blood by instinct, dragging their bloody and broken bodies, and flocked to the upper floors. The temperature dropped sharply overnight, and various new tragedies took place in various places in the west of Sichuan. Just like the volcanoes and earthquakes that occurred without warning, no one expected the extreme temperature drop in the southeastern coastal areas. After all, Huaguo is still a long way from the island country. Even experts don't understand why the impact is so great despite the distance. A large amount of volcanic ash is mixed in the snow, forming volcanic snow similar to mud rain. In addition to the chill, the air is full of the smell of dust, cold and dirty. Everyone knows what volcanic ash represents, and what diseases excessive inhalation can cause. No one dares to stand outdoors without a mask. The troops in the east of Sichuan were caught off guard. Transportation, construction, and rescue were all affected and stopped. Several supermarkets and gas stations that were originally scheduled to open and limit purchases today were also unable to operate. At Jiningshin home, the three people who got up early to go shopping looked at the new text notice on the TV screen inside. Liu Yue and Lu Tingfeng didn't know that Jiningshin had already stockpiled a lot of food and drink in the space. The two were still very worried. They had a stronger sense of crisis than people outside, because they already had the idea of Doomsday in their minds, knowing that this is the beginning of the collapse of the peaceful era. In the future, the world will be plunged into the darkness of disaster for a long time. Food, water, medicine and various supplies, everything must be stocked up as soon as possible. Don't be too anxious. Jiningshin glanced at her own inventory in the storage area. Compared to others, we are really very lucky. Also, the earliest source of infection of this cell virus has not been announced yet. It is safer to stay indoors when the climate is abnormal. Even if you go out, you have to wear medical protective clothing, goggles and masks. Lu Tingfeng agreed. Let's analyze it calmly. The source is nothing more than a few aspects: biological alienation, man-made and geological disasters. Although Sichuan is restricted, videos and pictures cannot be seen, But the information of the whole planet is still connected. The virus-infected people are not only in Huadwa. A few days ago, several cities in different countries on Mercury broke out one after another. All the infected people have similar symptoms. The difference is the extent of the outbreak, and whether the local crisis response strategy can contain the spread of infection in time. From the internet, we can see that, in addition to Haicheng, the cities in Hua country where large numbers of people have been infected include several large and small counties and towns around Haicheng, Sucheng, Zhoucheng and its nearby counties and towns. These cities are all concentrated in the southeastern coastal area. There is no relevant news about Licheng and Wucheng mentioned by Lao Zhang. It is not known whether they are still within the controllable range or whether they have been directly blocked like Haicheng at the beginning. On the other side of the ocean, the confusion of online speech is far greater than that of Hua country. There are not many cities where the incidents really happened. In addition, the area is large and the population is small, which should be easier to control. But probably due to ethnic groups, even those safe cities have frequently experienced protests, various looting and sabotage activities, collective suicides and other incidents. Citizens used homemade petrol bombs to blow up streets and cars, while looting supermarkets and electrical appliance stores, saying that the end of the world is coming, but with a smile on their faces, as if they were having a doomsday carnival, which was both awful and stupid. In these countries, not to mention focusing on rapid rescue and treatment operations, even basic social order is in chaos. Of course, among the chaotic online comments, some useful information can also be found. For example, some people said that people with similar symptoms had appeared in nearby farms, but they were robbed and killed by the farm owners as robbers. Someone else showed his cellar and inventory, swearing that he knew the end of the world was coming long before the incident occurred on a large scale, and he had also made comments online, but they were all regarded as crazy. But now, this madman can live longer than anyone else. These messages cannot be found on domestic news websites, are all posted by foreign people on foreign personal platforms. Lu Tingfeng and Yang Renren both have foreign personal platform accounts. Although the pictures and videos cannot be seen due to limited network speed, the two people are very good at foreign languages, so these messages are provided by the two of them. In summary, the symptom patients on the other side of the ocean should have appeared a long time ago and lurked for a while. The temperature in Baiyun County also dropped. But it was not as bad as in Suzhou City. The lowest temperature was about -5 degrees. In addition to gas tanks, the self-built houses in the county town all had earthen stoves or honeycomb coal stoves for burning wood. Everyone was good at making fire. Once they put on thick winter clothes and burned firewood and coal, they didn't feel cold at all. Ji Ningxin didn't feel cold either, although the floor heating was affected by the low temperature outside and failed to raise the temperature to the set 20 degrees. The room temperature was about 15 degrees, and it was equally warm upstairs, downstairs, and in the bathroom. After the family discussed, they canceled the plan to install solar panels and guardrails on the RV in the yard. Although the volcanic snow outside is a little smaller, it is gray and yellow, and there is a faint red color. It is very unsettling to look at. It is safer to stay indoors for the time being. After deciding not to go out for the time being, the family of 3 also got busy. Liu Yui's plan today is to make all the flour in the big bag that has been opened in the kitchen into cooked food. It is more troublesome to make dumplings, but it is easier to steam buns, make flour rolls, and make pancakes. Pancakes are especially convenient. Mix flour with water, beat in a few eggs, and mix until it becomes a thin paste. If you want potato pancakes, add shredded potatoes. Add chopped chives to make chive pancakes. Add a lot of chopped green onions to make chopped green onion pancakes. Add squid whiskers and crab meat sticks to make seafood pancakes. After making them, cut them into pieces. Put them in a takeaway box and let Ji Ningxin put them away. You can take them directly next time you want to eat them. And you can also light up a space for your daughter, which is the best of both worlds. Ji Ningxin took out the ingredients her father needed and put them on the kitchen counter. Then she flashed into the storage area, and then passed through the door to appear in the RV. Yesterday, she unlocked the new auxiliary functions fuel and automatic treatment of black-gray water tanks. Today, she wanted to see how 10 L of fuel a day appeared. She came to the silver-black metal panel at the door of the RV, and after reaching out and clicking, the text appeared on it, Owner detected. The new auxiliary function has been unlocked. The owner can use the auxiliary functions as follows. 1. Passenger list. Up to 4 people. Upgradable. 2. Defense system. Intermediate defense, upgradable, 3, black, gray, automatic water tank processing, advanced function, not upgradable, 4, fuel, daily limit 10L, upgradable. She clicked the first one first, the text appeared, passenger authority, initial interval use qualification, rest area to be unlocked, to be bound. Very good, it seems that passengers can indeed use rest area. Then she clicked the third one, the subtitle appeared on the screen, black, gray, the water tank is clean, no need to clean. She clicked the fourth one, and a subtitle popped up, do you want to extract 10L of fuel today? She chose yes. And then another question appeared, please choose the extraction method, 1. RV fuel tank, 2. Space grid. Ji Ningxin was a little surprised. Fuel can be directly extracted into the space grid? You know, although the space grid can store liquids. But the liquids collected so far need to be stored in containers. Could it be that the fuel provided by the RV can be directly put into the space grid? She immediately selected the space grid. And the text appeared, fuel must accumulate to 100L before it can be extracted into the space grid. Do you want to accumulate? Since it is accumulate, it means that even if you don't extract it today, today's fuel share will not disappear. Ji Ningxin chose to accumulate, wanting to see how the fuel would be extracted into the space grid after accumulating 100L. After that, she passed through the door of the RV washroom and directly entered the resting area. She entered the owner room again, turned the glass wall in front to transparent mode, stood in front of the glass, and checked the situation outside. Outside, volcanic snow was drifting in the air. On the windowsill and glass balcony of her villa, a layer of strange-colored snow had accumulated. However, the snow did not accumulate on the glass wall of the owner room. To be precise, it did not even touch the wall. None of the volcanic snow drifting in the wind could fall on the glass. Not only that, when she entered the RV just now, she felt the temperature was obviously different from that in the room. But here, the temperature was more comfortable and warm than the room, with floor heating turned on. There was a sense of peace and tranquility. The space she was in now seemed to be completely isolated from the outside world. Thinking of this, she suddenly realized that this newly activated resting room was not just a place to rest and sleep. The RV needed a shield to resist the heavy blows or invasions from the outside world. On the other hand, when the shield was on CD, the RV was still fragile and would be damaged if it was hit hard. But inside, it was a completely safe shelter. No wonder, unlocking and binding a new room requires accumulating 500 miles. To travel 500 kilometers, the basic fuel consumption alone is 50L. According to the current road conditions in the city, the fuel consumption will be more or even doubled. Such cumulative difficulty seems to be more in line with the conditions for unlocking such a shelter. Ji Ningxin's elbow hit the person behind her heart, and the latter quickly blocked it with his palm, and then pressed down her shoulder. Ji Ningxin did not dodge this time, stabilizing her lower body, bearing the heavy pressure on her shoulders, raising her hands, tightly clasping the wrist on her shoulder, and slightly sideways to use the opponent's strength to throw it hard. A shoulder throw, quickly and neatly, without any hesitation. Lu Tingfeng fell to the ground on his back, and before he could get up, Ji Ningxin grabbed his throat, completely losing the chance to fight. After Ji Ningxin let go, Lu Tingfeng sat up from the cushion, reached out, and touched his sister's head. Not bad, after suffering a loss, you know to change your tactics, remember, attack is always the best defense. Yeah. Ji Ningxin rubbed her aching shoulder. Her elder brother was not like Liu Wei, who was always reluctant. When he pressed her shoulder just now, he didn't hold back, and used almost 100% of his strength. During a practice session before, she lost because she failed to stabilize her lower body with this move. She fell, and was grabbed by a backhand. The training room was next to the living room on the first floor. At this moment, Liu Wei called for breakfast outside. Liu Wei cooked a big pot of beef bone soup last night, and made a big pot of braised beef. He said he would make delicious braised beef noodle soup for them this morning. Cook the egg noodles until they are chewy and smooth. Take them out, and put them in an empty bowl. Scoop a big spoonful of braised beef with sauce. Put in the blanched vegetables. Add salt. Sprinkle with chopped green onions and black pepper. And finally pour a big spoonful of boiling beef bone soup in. The sauce melted into the bone soup, and the milky white beef bone soup was dyed into the color of the sauce, little by little. The chopped green onion and pepper exuded fragrance, which was salty, fragrant and delicious. Just looking at it would make you salivate. Although Jiningshin said that she had packed beef vermicelli soup and beef noodles in her space, Liu Yue still felt that it was better to cook as much as possible when there was water and electricity at home. So he was busier than before in the past 2 days. While cooking 3 meals a day, he would also ask Jiningshin to take out more raw fish and vegetables, and make all the raw food into hot cooked food, and then let her put it in the space grid. When eating fruit, I would also peel and cut all the fruits that needed to be cut, and put them in boxes one by one for her to put away. You eat slowly. Ting Feng. Eat faster. And go out with me after eating to install the solar panels and guardrails. Don't install the windshield first. Install the sides and the back. The notice has just been updated. You can go out today. The supermarkets and gas stations that were originally scheduled will be open as usual. However, considering the number of people, residents in different areas have to go out at different time periods. The time for going out in our area is 11 a.m. However, even if a temporary method of dividing the area and time period is implemented, there will be many people going out today, and it may take a long time to queue up. You need to eat a full meal to have the strength to queue up. Liu Yue was talking about the purchase limit of supplies. Because each person can buy a limited amount, you need to scan your ID card and face. So it is estimated that there will be as many people as there are in a family. This is the 3rd day after the big drop in temperature. The snow finally stopped yesterday, and the temperature rose, but it still hovered around -10 degrees. In the past 2 days, the troops in the east of the city have directed most of their human and material resources to the west of the city, dropping various cold-resistant supplies and drinking water, continuing to clean up the outer buildings of the west of the city, continuing to rescue people, and being extremely busy, and temporarily unable to take care of the east of the city. The east of the city has electricity and water, and temporarily there is no infection crisis, plus everyone has gradually learned about the miserable situation in the west of the city from the internet. Even if they are trapped at home, and temporarily unable to go out to replenish supplies, they are not as anxious as in the first few days. People are easy to compare. When they find that there are more people who are worse off than themselves, the pain at this moment is not so painful. In the minds of most people, the troops can spare no effort to rescue people in the west of the city. It is even more impossible for them to ignore people in the east of the city. After a few days, they have gradually accepted the current situation, understood the horror of the infected, and have smoothed out the edges and corners that were originally engraved with human rights and freedom. It must be admitted that, in the face of a real disaster, the power of an individual is so small that it is insignificant. They cannot deal with such a disaster by themselves, and they must rely on the power of rescuers. Therefore, in the moment of powerlessness, most people chose to restrain their emotions and wait patiently in a safe building. However, most people did not know at this moment that this volcanic snow not only trapped their steps to go out, but also slowed down the rescue steps of other cities in the outside world to such The sudden drop in temperature and heavy snow caused problems in both land and air transportation, and some relief supplies that were supposed to arrive were blocked halfway. In addition, this volcanic snow that covered almost half of the planet Mercury brought more than just a low temperature. At 10:45 a.m., Jiningshin and her family of 3 wrapped themselves in her newly bought fleece-lined jackets and pants, put on waterproof and warm boots, put on medical protective clothing, put on N95 masks, goggles and waterproof caps, and walked out of the villa after checking the doors and windows, heading towards the RV nearby. They brought their cell phones with them, and also took cash from the safe. It would be great if they could pay with their cell phones, but they also had to prepare for the possibility of paying with cash. In the community, every household took action, and almost every household in the community had a car, except for those refugees who were accommodated by the army. These days, the single-family villa area is relatively peaceful. After all, it is snowing on a volcano. Everyone stays indoors and does not go out. Even if there are conflicts and quarrels among the temporary refugees, people in other villas cannot see or hear them. However, the townhouse area is different. This type of building also has neighbors above, below, left and right. A single wall can't block anything. What's more, sometimes the other party will quarrel in the corridor. There are 4 empty houses, with an internal area of nearly 200 square meters. But each house is arranged with 6 to 8 people. Most of these people didn't know each other before. How to distribute the beds? Who ate the fruit in the refrigerator? Who used up all the hot water in the water heater? Who bullied my son just now? Who took the hot water bottle that had just been charged? After 3 days, Everyone wanted to live a more comfortable life. But living under someone else's roof or living together, there was no way there would be no conflicts. The residents of the community didn't say anything on the surface because of the troops. But it was impossible for them to be friendly and enthusiastic to these refugees. After all, they were living in someone else's house for free, using someone else's things. And each person was given a cardboard box of supplies. How could they still have the nerve to quarrel? Ji Ningxin followed Lu Tingfeng and was the last one to get into the RV. The RV was as cold as an ice cellar. Fortunately, they all had warm-up stickers on their bodies. Lu Tingfeng started the car, but did not drive it immediately. Instead, he stopped it to warm up the engine. He and Ji Ningxin had studied the defense system and knew that passive defense could be upgraded. But this upgrade did not seem to have much to do with the RV itself. They could not pin all their hopes on new auxiliary functions, and they had to work hard to protect and maintain the RV. Therefore, today they went to the supermarket. In addition to the limited purchase of drinking water, they also wanted to look for auto parts and maintenance products, including engine oil, brake pads, wipers, headlights, tires, batteries, filters. Some large supermarkets have sections for purchasing such supplies, and they planned to go to the next one if they couldn't find any. Anyway, unlocking the restroom also requires mileage. Ji Ningxin unlocked the fuel again, so she could go to all the open supermarkets as long as she had time. After a while, Lu Tingfeng drove the RV onto the lane in front of the villa. Because other cars were starting around him at the same time, he drove very slowly. Ji Ningxin took out the tea she had brewed at home from the space grid, handed it to Lu Yuwei to warm his hands, and put a large cup of hot, freshly ground black coffee in the cup holder next to the driver's seat. She sat down in the passenger seat and drank a cup of hot latte while warming herself. Brother, turn on the air conditioner. We don't need this little fuel. Lu Tingfeng hummed and turned on the heater. But the temperature was set relatively low. Not long after the RV was driven out, someone knocked on the guardrail outside the glass window from outside. Chapter 18. Hell. Ji Ningxin turned her head, and the group of classmates who were temporarily staying in the villa next door were standing in the cold wind and shivering and waving at her. She lowered the car window a little. Ji Ningxin, you are going to the nearby supermarket. Can you give us a ride? The person who spoke was Lu Tong. He was the monitor of their class in high school, and this time he encountered a disaster. It was obvious that he was nominated by several classmates again. Ji Ningxin had expected this scene. The other party had been discussing going to the supermarket today in the villa since last night. They didn't have a car, it was inconvenient to travel, they were afraid of arriving at the supermarket too late, and having to wait in a long line, and most importantly, they didn't expect the temperature to drop suddenly, and they couldn't find a single piece of warm clothing in the villa they were assigned. They felt quite comfortable when they moved into the villa. Although there were many people, the place was large, with floor heating, clean water and gas. However, they found from the first day that the whole villa was empty. Unlike the townhouses where other refugees were arranged to live, there was nothing like the food, water, snacks, clothes, shoes and quilts that a normal family should have. It was just like a model house. It would be fine to stay indoors. But now it was only -7 or 8 degrees outside. The clothes they were wearing were not enough to resist the cold. If they walked to the supermarket, they would probably get sick from the cold. So they thought of taking a ride. Originally, some of them suggested to find other residents, give them some money, and give them a ride. But not all students were willing to do so. At special times, both money and materials are limited and precious. Some people also felt that one car could not accommodate so many of them, and they might have to find 2 or 3 families, which would cost more. After that, some students mentioned the RV. This RV is not expensive. Any car in this community is better than the RV, but the RV is too big. Even if it is just a C-type RV, they can fit in it if they squeeze in. At worst, I can just sit on the floor. It's better than walking there shivering in the cold wind. Right? Besides, Ji Ningxin is their old classmate. Instead of going to trade with someone she doesn't know, she might as well ask someone she knows. At least, she won't charge the money. However, Lu Tong was a little resistant to the idea of asking someone she knows. He was embarrassed to ask Ji Ningxin for help. There was a reason for this, which dates back to high school. But for Ji Ningxin, that incident was long over. Besides, she had already decided that if the other party asked, she would give them a ride. She took away all the things in Yangrenran Villa. Those things had nothing to do with them. But compared with other refugees, These students did have a lot less cold weather supplies. When she took them away, she didn't leave even a scarf or a hat behind. She even took away the quilt and mattress. I don't know how they slept these days. Giving them a ride is also a little compensation. Lu Tingfeng didn't say anything. This is Ji Ningxin's classmate, and it should be her decision. Ji Ningxin said, I can give you a ride, but some things need to be made clear first. Her tone was not enthusiastic. The other students behind Lu Tong looked unhappy. But Lu Tong was relieved. You tell me. You know what the situation is now. I helped you once, but it doesn't mean I will always help you in the future. I can give you a ride to the supermarket, but I won't take you back. And I can't wait for you to help you move the supplies. I'm just giving you a ride along the way. The supermarket will definitely have cold-resistant supplies for sale, which can solve your cold-resistant problems. So next time you want to go to the supermarket, you will have to rely on yourself. Okay. Thank you. As long as you can take us there today. Lu Tong's original intention was this. But the other students behind him had more ideas. And they also had selfish motives in nominating him to speak up. But since they chose him to speak up, they had to follow his method. And he could do nothing if he was not satisfied. So, he turned his head and glanced at the students behind him. Those who agree can get on the bus now. Those who disagree can think of a solution on their own. What solution can they come up with at this moment? The most urgent thing is to go to the supermarket to buy warm clothes. The two boys with the worst looks, Hu Dong and Lin Shiduo, looked at each other and said nothing. No one objected. Seeing this, Ji Ningxin got up and went to the rear door, first to disarm the active defense on the electronic screen, and then open the door. Lu Tong was the first to get on the bus. Feeling the warmth in the car, his frozen face softened a lot. Thank you, Uncle. Sorry for disturbing you with so many people. It's okay. Lu Yue smiled at them. The students who got on the bus later would also say hello, Uncle, if they were sweet. Ji Ningxin didn't say anything, and let Lu Yue sit in the front passenger seat. And she sat directly on the small bed behind the booth area. Lu Tong thanked him again, and arranged for the students who got on the bus to sit around in the booth area. The booth area of this car is not very big. There is an L-shaped soft leather sofa by the window on the left side, and a single seat next to the door on the right side. It can seat 5 people at most. If you squeeze together, you can sit 6 or 7 people. The others have to sit on the floor. The heating in the car is not very high, but it is as warm as spring compared to the temperature outside. The bitter aroma of coffee wafts in the car, which makes the people who only had instant noodles with ham sausage for breakfast swallow their saliva subconsciously. Although they are not hungry these days, it is impossible to order takeout for milk tea, coffee, fried chicken and skewers as before. They could only eat until they were full. And the food was very monotonous. There was nothing they wanted to eat. For non-survival rations like coffee, there was no way the supplies boxes distributed by the army would have it. But the owner of the RV didn't ask. How could they be so shameless as to ask for it? They just couldn't help but sigh in a low voice, saying that the supermarkets were reopened now. And they didn't know when those coffee shops, milk tea shops and fried chicken shops would reopen. A girl sat on the floor against the car door. Subconsciously looked back at the person who was leaning on the small bed and drinking coffee, and said with a slightly curious tone, Ji Ningxin, why didn't you come to the class reunion? You can't be still angry about the high school incident? Lu Tong, who was standing by the car door, immediately frowned. Pang Yu, Chun Ling, another girl sitting next to Pang Yu, also patted her lightly and used her expression to signal her to keep her mouth shut. High school classmates are not actually friends. It's already good that people who are not related to them are willing to give them a ride. She asked this now, and Chun Ling knew she was doing it on purpose, but at this time, it's not appropriate and not polite. Pang Yu felt that she had said something wrong, and after Lu Tong shouting, and Chun Ling's signal, she pursed her lips and said nothing. Ji Ningxin was messaging Yang Renran, and secretly took a side profile photo of Lu Tong to send to Yang Renran. Here, your high school idol. He is in my RV now. The photo was not sent successfully, but Yang Renran replied immediately, please let me go. Please don't mention the past. I beg you. Ji Ningxin, ha ha ha, a string of emoticons. Ji Ningxin, I can't even send emoticons now. I'm speechless. She concentrated on chatting with Yang Renran, pretending not to hear what Pang Yu asked. Seeing this, Lu Tong heaved a sigh of relief again. Chun Ling sensed that the atmosphere was a little awkward. So she took the initiative to talk to the others at the booth about the city closure in the Suchong notice. This closure does not only refer to the closure of the west of the city, but also refers to the traffic interruption in the entire Suchong. Although residents in the east of the city can go out today, their activities are limited to the east of the city. Suchong is not a first-tier city and has no airport, but it is very convenient to go out by high-speed rail and long-distance bus. But now the high-speed rail station, long-distance bus station, highway intersection, and national highway have all been blocked. In the current situation, whether local residents want to leave for other cities or non-local residents want to go home to reunite with their families, none of them can do it. People from outside couldn't get in. Except for the rescue material trucks, all were blocked. No photos can be seen online, but the people were connected. Every day, people learned about the situation outside in real time through the internet. Not long after the martial law began, some people whose families were trapped in Suzhou drove to the perimeter of the blockade, wanting to enter the city to pick up their families, but the heavy blockades completely blocked their hopes. Later, the blockades were extended further. Several highways leading to Suzhou were blocked at the source, so people from outside couldn't even get close. Only military vehicles and rescue vehicles can enter. Now that martial law has been lifted, everyone can go out. Those non-local residents naturally want to go home. Their own cities are still fine, and nothing has happened. They don't want to stay here. However, the notice has clearly stipulated that all residents in Suzhou City cannot leave the city for the time being. Everything is waiting for the notice. Local residents are worried about something else. If the infection in the west of the city is not resolved one day, will we never be able to go home? Can't leave the city? This question is what everyone is worried about. After the volcanic snow dropped sharply, there were many reports on the internet that rescue vehicles and material vehicles were blocked. What happened next? Whether they arrived smoothly, there was no news. It has been a week since the incident. If most cities in Huag are still fine, why is the situation in the west of the city still the same? Where is the rescue team? When I called yesterday, my mother kept crying. She was worried to death. She kept saying that she wanted to come to see me. She also said that someone in the community risked rushing out of the building yesterday, avoided the infected person, and was not bitten, and successfully got on the car and left the community. There have also been residents from the west of the city who have broken through the siege on their own here in the east of the city. My mom said that since others can do it, she and my dad should be able to do it too. They were worried about me and wanted to come to me. I persuaded them for a long time before they gave up. Or you should let your parents try. Your family is fine. My parents can't drive. Besides, they have a paralyzed grandpa. They can't abandon him. But if they take him with them, they can't run away. I miss my parents too. I miss the food they cook. I will never complain that my mom puts too much oil in the dishes. The more oil, the more delicious the dishes are. I envy Lin Shirduo so much. I heard that his parents just went to visit relatives in Huqing and haven't come back yet. It's very safe there. The classmate who lives in the east of the city is luckier. At least the family can be together. I really don't want to stay in Suchong. It's like holding a time bomb. Are the highways and national roads really blocked? Is it possible to find other ways to leave? After we finish shopping, should we go to the outskirts of the city? Maybe there are other small roads to leave. Lin Shirduo spoke in annoyance. Chen shook her head. Stop it, you don't even have a car, are you going to walk? Besides, do you know the way? Without navigation, can you accurately find the elevated intersection and the entrance to the national highway? We don't have a car, but now there are people who have cars. Hu Dong said meaningfully, but Lu Tong had already agreed with Ji Ningxin, and if no one else mentioned it, what's the point of him mentioning it alone? The RV followed the other cars in the community and lined up slowly. After 11 o'clock, it drove out of the community with the traffic. For many days in a row, this was the first time that Ji Ningxin had left the community. She put away her phone, turned her head, and looked out the window to check the situation of the city and streets outside. Not only her, but also the classmates in the car stopped talking in a low voice, looking at the city of Su after the low temperature and volcanic snow. The situation on the street was more bleak than they had imagined. There were no students walking and chatting, no couples hugging each other sweetly, no children's joyful and tender voices, and no office workers in a hurry. Everything seemed to have come to a standstill. A city, if it wants to maintain its bright appearance, it needs manpower and material resources to maintain it. And now, All the manpower and material resources that Suchong can mobilize are inclined to the rescue and isolation works in the west of the city. How can they care whether the city streets are clean or not, whether there is garbage? The evergreen trees were broken by the strong wind, and the leaves and branches fell all over the road, soaked in snow and frozen by low temperature, and crushed by wheels. The ground was in a mess. On both sides of the road, all the shops within sight were closed. Some of the windows were not strong enough, and they were broken by something. Half of them were broken, and the glass shards were scattered all over the ground. No one cleaned them up. There were 2 small supermarkets along the street with broken glass doors and windows. I don't know what happened. The shelves were overturned, and the goods were scattered all over the ground. The drinks, fruits and oden pots on the counter were tilted and spilled. The food seemed to have been stepped on, making the ground dirty and messy. Even in the cold weather, it can be seen that it is rotted and smelled. The power supply was tight, and all commercial buildings were dark. Even the bus stops and roadside billboards were turned off, without the contrast of lights. Even in the daytime, it looked a bit shabby and dilapidated. No one cleaned up. No one cleared up. And the garbage piled up layer after layer on the corners of the streets and buildings. In fact, the situation in Jiningshin community was not good. Several security guards ran away on the day when the martial law was just lifted. They should have gone home. The garbage room in the community has been piled up like a mountain inside and outside these days. People who used to throw garbage there were unwilling to even get close. They all threw the tightly tied garbage bags far away in the direction of the garbage can in the garbage room. In the past, there would be garbage trucks coming to clean up the garbage room every day before dawn. So they never knew that people could create so much garbage. With just this few people, a mountain of garbage could be created in just a few days. Fortunately, the temperature dropped sharply afterwards, and it snowed and froze. If such a garbage dump was left unattended in the summer, it would have been full of mosquitoes and flies. After leaving the community, everyone realized that the situation was the same. The streets in the east of the city are so dirty and messy. It is hard to imagine what the west of the city would be like. Although there are no pictures or videos, there are always texts. It is said that on the streets of the West City, the infected people are walking around freely. Whenever a healthy person appears, they will rush over, insulting him with an unclear hoarse voice like an animal, and grabbing the arms of the living people with their bulging and withered fingers, tearing and biting them. When humans lose their rationality, they are no different from primitive beasts, and even more terrifying. On the road, in addition to garbage, black and smelly blood, mincemeat, internal organs, bones, and incomplete and completely dead bodies can be seen everywhere. The cold air is always filled with a strong smell of blood, just like the city of hell. Chapter 19. Purchase restrictions and chaos. Outside the RV window, military trucks carrying supplies drove by from time to time. Private cars on the road drove very slowly. Those who didn't have cars rode electric bikes, some rode bicycles, and there was a homemade wire frame on the back seat, as if it was used to store things. It was the first time for everyone to go out in a few days. Most people wore masks, goggles, scarves and hats, covered themselves tightly, and hurried to the supermarket in a low-key manner. Occasionally, you can see people like Jiningshin family of 3 wearing medical protective clothing. The nearest shopping supermarket to Jiningshin community is in the business district on the other side of the river, outside the community, which is also the area where Yang Renran wanted to eat and go to the snack supermarket before. To get there from the community, you have to go through several intersections from the other direction. If there is no traffic jam, it will take more than 10 minutes to drive, and it may take more than half an hour to walk. Probably because of the time period, several restricted supermarkets are distributed evenly in the east of the city, plus sentries or checkpoints are set up at several intersections along the way, and there are always soldiers patrolling on the road. So although there are many residents going out, they are also anxious and uneasy, but the order is not disturbed. The main reason was that it was the first time for everyone to see so many troops armed with live ammunition. After these days of rescue fighting, these team members had truly seen blood and death. It was no longer the same as before. The surrounding atmosphere was cold and murderous. No one dared to break the order. The underground and ground parking lots near the supermarket were open, and the cars drove in an orderly manner to find parking spaces. The RV could not go to the underground parking lot, so it naturally drove into the ground parking lot. Lu Tingfeng stopped in the driveway near the supermarket gate. Lu Tong and his group thanked Jiningshin family again, and got out of the car one by one with their collars gathered. As soon as they got off the car, the cold wind from outside hit them in the face. They covered their faces with masks, regretting that they would not have such treatment when they returned, and rushed to the supermarket entrance. Ji Ningxin family of 3 was not in a hurry. The purchase restriction rules and regulations had been sent to their mobile phones in the form of a notice. ID card, security card and face recognition. Each person can only purchase once every 3 days. And each time, they can only purchase 10 items of food and water supplies. You can choose any category. You can take all water or all staple food, or even snacks. In short, 10 items in total. No more. Daily necessities, protective equipment, and medicines are the same. You can choose any category, and the total number should not exceed 10. The notice repeatedly warned people not to queue up. The supplies were only limited to one person, and the total amount was sufficient, enough for all residents in the east of the city. After the RV stopped, Ji Ningxin turned on the active defense again. The family of 3 checked the protective clothing, put on hats, goggles and masks, and got out of the car. They took out 2 lightweight folding carts from the locker outside the RV, locked the door, and walked towards the supermarket entrance. This supermarket is divided into 2 floors. The entrance is on the underground first floor, and the checkout is on the first floor. Now the underground first floor is blocked, and only the first floor is open. All the supplies are piled up on the first floor, in addition to the shelves. Some aisles are also piled with various supplies. Half of the dozen checkout counters are used as entrances and half as exits. The checkout counters can be used by mobile phones and cards, which makes many people who don't have cash at home feel relieved. All the supermarket carts are locked, leaving only large shopping baskets that can be dragged, probably to save space and avoid congestion. However, many residents, like Ji Ningxin family, brought their own folding carts or towing baskets, which they said could be pushed directly into the supermarket. Everyone went straight to the shelves after entering the entrance. There were descriptions of the weight of each piece on the shelves of different food supplies. Many people were moving rice and flour. This type of food was heavy. One bag was 1 piece. The big bag was 10 kilograms, and the small bag was 25 kilograms. Compared with the vegetables and frozen meat that were tied in bundles or packed in bags, they were much more resistant to hunger. Some families did a big shopping before the Chinese New Year, buying a lot of rice and noodles. But they were stuck at home for many days and lacked vegetables, fruits, fish and meat. The vegetables and fruits on the shelves were obviously frozen, not very fresh. But in this situation, it was good to buy some. Some people went straight to the fast food counter, and a 5-pack of instant noodles was a piece, which was much smaller than a large bag of rice. But it was convenient to eat and tasted delicious. So many people would choose to take 1 or 2. A box of 10 cans of fish or fruit is 1 item. A bag or box of frozen meat is 1 item. A bag of room temperature cake is 1 item. A box of 12 bottles of purified water is 1 item. A box of room temperature milk is 1 item. A box of toilet paper is 1 item. A box of instant coffee is 1 item. A pack of 10 masks is 1 item. 10 items of drinking water, 10 items of daily protective supplies. Each person can buy a lot of things. A family of 3 or 4 people went out together, and soon found that if each person took 20 items of supplies, they couldn't move them back without a car. Isn't it limited to once every 3 days? The amount that is not purchased today should be available for purchase tomorrow. They all breathed a sigh of relief when they actually entered the supermarket. Although supplies can only be purchased once every 3 days, these 20 items, which can be used by everyone with normal food and drink, will last for 10 days or half a month. Most people will understand after a little thought that the purchase limit order issued by the higher-ups is not because of the shortage of supplies, but probably because they are afraid that someone will take advantage of their wealth and connections to stock up on a large amount of goods, so they set the upper limit. Some people also plan ahead. Don't do it tomorrow. Just carry everything back today. What if the things you want to buy are sold out tomorrow? Bring more canned fish, meat and fruit, and the amount of frozen vegetables and meat is too small. In special times, the quantity is the criterion. Ji Ningxin had indicated early in the morning that she had stockpiled a lot of daily necessities, protective supplies and medicines, and they could take whatever they wanted, including staple foods, vegetables, fruits, fish and meat, without considering whether the amount was cost-effective. They could take whatever they wanted, such as wine and razors. According to Ji Ningxin's idea, There are enough supplies in the space for the time being. The vegetables in the villa's hydroponic room have sprouted and are growing well. However, if everyone goes out to buy supplies, it would be too strange for them to stay at home without going out. Now the order in the east of the city is still there, and the entire Hua country is still operating normally. She doesn't want to attract attention and be suspected, so she follows the trend and keeps a low profile as an ordinary person. They asked the sentry, and found that auto parts and maintenance products are not within the scope of restricted purchases. But this supermarket may not have all the items they need. Then, they pointed out 2 other supermarkets on the map. Those 2 supermarkets have more complete items, so they may have them. They thanked each other and planned to buy 60 limited items for 3 people here, and then go to 2 other supermarkets. After running around today, they can stay at home for a while and not go out. The east of the city is safe now, but it is only on the surface. The end of the world has begun, and no place is absolutely safe. She and Li Yue told them that if something really happened, with their skills, they could quickly break through the siege and return to the RV directly. As for her, she could return to the RV from the storage area at any time, so she was truly absolutely safe. The 3 of them did not separate. Opening the folding carts they were carrying, try to get supplies from shelves with fewer people. 3 bags of 10 kilograms rice, 3 bags of dried abalone, clams, and squid, for cartons of room temperature milk, 3 cartons of canned fruit, 2 large buckets of spicy cabbage, 2 cartons of bottled water. Try to take into account different types when taking them, so that others will not be suspicious. She also took a lot of sanitary napkins. You can never have too little of this stuff. Now everyone is taking drinking water and protective supplies. I haven't thought about these yet. There was 1 sanitary napkin per box. The quantity of each box was not as large as the one she had bought before. There were about 8 to 10 packs in it. She took 2 boxes. She also saw tampons on the shelf. They were all in super large packs, 96 tampons per pack, which were divided into 2 types, normal flow and high flow. There was exactly 1 pack of each in each box. She took 8 pieces directly, using up all her daily necessities. Li Yue and Lu Tingfeng found that Ji Ningxin had already bought what they wanted. After taking what they needed, they found that there were still 12 daily necessities left. So Ji Ningxin used the remaining credit to buy masks, wind oil, mosquito repellent, insecticide and alcohol disinfectant. 3 hours later, Ji Ningxin and her family of 3 finally bought all the car wash accessories and maintenance supplies they needed at the 3rd supermarket. There is no purchase limit for these things, but almost no one is interested because spare tires and repair parts are included in normal cars, which are enough for short-term use, plus fuel purchase restrictions, so most people don't have long-term plans for their cars, or they don't have any for the time being. They opened the folding carts, filled 2 carts with accessories and supplies, and after paying the bill, they pushed the folding carts towards the open-air parking lot. The 3 were very satisfied with today's harvest. They also discussed that this place was very close to one of Li Yue fighting training halls. There were many fighting equipment and fitness equipment in the hall. They could stop by and let Ji Ningxin put away all the useful and useless equipment. Some equipment could be used for self-defense, and the useless ones could also light up an extra space grid. As they were discussing, there were low shouts coming from the supermarket entrance behind them. Be careful. Ah! Stop them! Oh my god! It's the infected. What? The open space at the supermarket entrance was originally full of people in a hurry. At this moment, when the word infected came out, everyone around felt like they were electrocuted. They looked at the source of the sound in horror, and retreated out in panic. A wave of people rushed out from the supermarket door. All of them looked terrified, while protecting the supplies they had just bought. They pushed the people next to them, and they all wanted to get away as soon as possible. The people outside the supermarket did not see the infected person, but were stumbled by the crowd. Several people accidentally fell down. Some people did not care about themselves and hurried to pick up the supplies on the ground. There were people trampling around. It took only a few seconds to trample the vegetables, fruits and eggs. The man screamed and pushed these hateful feet. Because he pushed too hard, he pushed the people next to him to the ground. The scene suddenly became a little out of control. The team members of the nearby sentry rushed over. Although they had weapons in their hands, they could not see the situation clearly under the crowd. They could not shoot at the people. They could only use the weapons in their hands to disperse the crowd and stop the trampling. There are infected people. There are infected people. The group of people who retreated from the supermarket saw the team members holding weapons, and they all screamed and hid behind them, and pushed the team members towards the supermarket. When everything was normal, they would indeed be concerned about these armed team members. But when danger came, it was an instinctive reaction to push the team members out as human shields. The team members were pushed and staggered, and a man who looked like a team leader got angry, pulled out a metal baton from his waist, and beat the few people who were still pushing and trampling. There are no infected people. Anyone who makes trouble again will be taken back. The chaos in the crowd gradually subsided, but only for a moment. With a few screams of fear, the scene became chaotic again. Blood, blood. Look! It's really an infected person. Several team members looked back. From the supermarket door, 3 or 4 people fighting each other rushed out. One of them had blood all over his face, his eyes were glaring, and his veins were exposed. His hands were holding the other's neck, while he pressed him to the ground. The man whose neck was held was shorter, and he struggled hard but couldn't push the other away, so he could only hold the hand on his neck as much as possible, and made intermittent calls for help. Hurry, save me. There were 2 other people beside them, trying to pull the bloody man away. But the man was tall and almost on top of the other person, so they couldn't pull him away for a while. After a few screams from the crowd, someone suddenly threw the folding bike in his hand, hitting the bloody man's back. No matter how light the folding bike was, the pole was made of metal. With a clang, the man was hit in the back and screamed in pain, slowing down his movements. Seeing that this was useful, other people with empty folding bikes also threw them at the bloody man. Several people used all their strength, wishing they could smash the infected person to death. Chapter 20. In the chaos, several team members quickly realized that something was wrong and shouted to stop, until the team leader fired a gun into the air, and then the people around who were frightened, panicked, and yet still randomly attacking stopped. The man whose neck was choked was dragged out from under the bloody man by his friends. He stood up with their help, and glanced at the motionless man next to him, with fear in his eyes. He is not infected. The bloody man was not infected at all. They had friction in the past, and this time, they were fighting over a few goods in the supermarket, so they started a quarrel. It was even because he attacked first, tripped the other person, and made him bleed, which escalated the incident. There are no infected people in the east of the city at present. You think there are so many sentries and checkpoints on the road just for show. After the captain went forward to check, his face changed drastically. The man with blood on his face was hit on the back of his head several times, and he was already dead. Those ignorant people, actually, in extreme fear, took away a life just like that. The man whose neck was choked just now stood aside at this moment, trembling all over. When those people attacked just now, they didn't care about him who was pinned down at all. If the person who was pinching his neck wasn't strong and blocked it for him, he might have been slashed by the angry people like that person. The captain noticed that the people who had attacked just now wanted to leave, so he immediately asked the team members to stop them, saying that they would take them all back, and called for reinforcements on the intercom. The crowd was in an uproar, and some people quickly waved their hands to distance themselves from the matter, saying that they were just watching a little closer, and didn't attack. Some people saw that they couldn't push it away, and immediately said angrily that they were trying to save people just now. They all thought it was an infected person. Who knew it would be like this? Besides, they didn't have much strength. The folding bike just scraped the edge. It was definitely not him who killed him. The scene became more and more chaotic. On the driveway opposite the open space, Liu Yue drove the RV away slowly. They left after confirming that there were no infected people. The fact that there were no infected people made them feel a little relieved. But what happened now made people feel scared. These people who took action can be said to be brave or stupid. They took action when others retreated and dodged, with the original intention of saving people, but they killed a person in the process. Who should his relatives ask for compensation for this life? On the booth, Lu Tingfeng moved the blinds and no longer looked at the crowd over there. He felt mixed emotions. He knew he was not qualified to comment on this, but the scene just now made him feel an indescribable sadness. This kind of incident will not happen only once. Human morality and order are gradually collapsing at an invisible speed. The boundaries between right and wrong, good and bad are gradually blurring. Human nature will slowly magnify in various ways. In such a world, everything in the past will no longer exist. Brother. Ji Ningxin saw Lu Tingfeng thoughts, because she felt the same way. It's okay. Lu Tingfeng turned around and rubbed Ji Ningxin's head. It's just that I haven't adapted yet. This is the current situation. We all have to adapt as soon as possible. As long as our family is together, and we are fine, nothing else matters. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Liyue Fighting Training Hall, which was on the second floor of a shop along the street in a small business district. This shop is very long, and there is a tianjia behind it connected to other shops. There are pedestrian streets, small-scale coffee shops and many children's cram schools around, which have always been very popular in the past. But now, the streets here are quiet, and there are basically no people in sight, and the iron gates of the only two small supermarkets are tightly locked, so you can't see what's going on inside. Ji Ningxin has enough supplies for now, and will not touch these private water stores of ordinary people, even if it is not appropriate to break into the door, to take the goods, and leave the money. People may rely on these water supplies to survive. Lu Yue stopped the car on the side of the road, indicating that he would not get off the car, and Lu Tingfeng and Ji Ningxin would go to the gym to collect the things. Now there are people patrolling everywhere. He is afraid that the army will pass by, so he has to leave someone in the RV to take care of it at any time. Ji Ningxin knows that he said this, but in fact he is reluctant to leave the fighting gym that he has started with great difficulty. Whether it is a fitness gym or a fighting gym, they are all his hard work and full of memories of him and Ji Wani. Now it is completely destroyed with the disaster. He doesn't want to go up and add to the melancholy, and miss the people when seeing the things. She patted her father's shoulder, and got out of the car with Lu Tingfeng. The two moved quickly, and when they entered their own store, they didn't have so many concerns. The power supply to the shopping street had been cut off long ago, but Lu Tingfeng still cut off all the monitoring lines after opening the door. Then it was Ji Ningxin's turn. The useful and useless equipment, various medicated oils, ointments and bandages for bruises and injuries, disappeared one by one as her eyes swept over them. The two also found several boxes of instant noodles in the tea room, 7 or 8 boxes of self-heating hot pots of different flavors, ham sausages, several bags of coffee beans, several boxes of health sugar, and 5 or 6 barrels of purified water. Ji Ningxin didn't even spare the coffee machine in the tea room and the rolls of toilet paper in the utility room, as well as the 2 computers in the office, some cash in the drawer, the crystal ornaments that Ji Wani had placed on the bookshelf, the books about healthy diet and combat training. That day, Lu Tingfeng saw his little sister magic power of taking away the feathers of a passing goose. When he saw that she even took away the single sofa in the office, he couldn't help but said, "Didn't you say that the upper limit of the space is only half a cubic meter?" The aisle in the middle of the storage area is quite large, and there is also a lot of space between the metal racks, so you can put things anywhere. The main thing is that this single sofa was bought not long ago. She bought it for Lu Yue. It is extremely comfortable to sit on. She plans to put it in the resting area room. Lu Tingfeng. In the afternoon, Ji Ningxin and her family of 3 returned home with a full load. When the RV drove safely into the community, she decided not to go out for a short time. The person in the supermarket parking lot today was indeed not infected. But if the same thing happens again next time, no one can guarantee the same result. There are too many people, and when chaos occurs, even the armed troops cannot get away. For safety reasons, it is more appropriate to stay at home. However, before dinner that day, when Ji Ningxin entered the storage area and planned to sort out the newly received supplies, she saw new fonts appear on the blue cylindrical light screen in the middle of the aisle. The accumulated mileage has reached 20. Conditions for upgrading existing auxiliary functions. Static storage space grid lights up, 221/200 grids, mileage, 21/50 kilometers. Space items must have the following types: flower seeds, 0/20 types, or minerals, 5/10 types. Conditions for unlocking new auxiliary functions. Static storage space grid lights up, 221/250 grids, mileage, 21/100 kilometers. Space items must have the following types: grains, 13/20 types, books, 79/200 books, gas, 1/3 types. Conditions for activating the third zone. Unlock 10 auxiliary functions. This is forcing her to drive around in her RV. Right? A few days later, outside the glass window that had become gray due to the volcanic snow, there was a faint sound of snatching. From the direction of the sound, it could be judged that the action was about 2 blocks away. Ji Ningxin stood behind the wall next to the window, with limited vision, but when she closed her eyes and focused her attention to feel, her eyes seemed to penetrate the many obstacles in front of her, as her mind spread in the direction of the sound, Like a projected camera, it quickly transmitted the action of the riot to her in the form of a picture. It was a 24-hour small supermarket. This type of supermarket has been closed since the start of martial law. It is explicitly prohibited to operate. Not only is it to prevent the store owner from raising prices arbitrarily, driving up prices, but also to protect the store owner from being forced to buy or sell. Most of these stores have iron gates, not only the main door, but also all the floor-to-ceiling glass windows. Generally, if they are closed in time, they can be preserved intact. But it is precisely because of this intact preservation that some people are concerned about it. The large supermarkets in the east of the city have a lot of inventory, and the supply has been stable. However, there are always people who want to buy all the goods without restrictions, and also want to buy them for free. The main goal is to have both. As for the lock of the iron gate, a pair of steel bar shears can do it. However, he was unlucky. He was seen by the passing team members when he was buying for free, and he even tried to hit people with his car. So he was robbed and his tires were blown out. It's the end of the world. Why can't I buy for free? I know the owner of this store. He closed the store that day to rest, and went to the west of the city. He never came back. He should have died a long time ago. The things are just there. Why can't I take them? Which protagonist in the apocalyptic novels doesn't buy for free? The man was still yelling when he was dragged out of the car, and was finally tied up and taken away. The picture was not very stable. The lines of the characters and buildings were trembling, and the whole picture was almost black and white. After 1 or 2 minutes, her brain sent a signal of fatigue, and she immediately opened her eyes and retracted the mental power she had projected. Yes, she was almost certain now that she was connected to the space, and the medium for collecting materials was mental power. If she wants to release her mental power to achieve the same effect as before, she can only last about 2 minutes. This time is very short, but it is very useful to investigate the situation at a critical moment. Moreover, she has been going out frequently to collect materials for upgrading in the past few days, and she has found other uses for her mental power. For example, she can spread her mental power throughout the house to investigate whether there is any movement inside. Movement generally refers to people or objects moving, based on some current induction. She can also check whether there is surveillance in the house, and whether the surveillance is still running. Of course, the size of this investigation is limited, and it is just enough to cover her 3-story villa plus the basement. Fortunately, this bookstore is very small. Half of it is used to sell books, and the other half sells drinks such as milk tea and coffee. She checked all the surveillance cameras on the upper and lower floors, and the surveillance cameras on the nearby roads. After confirming that all the power was off, she went into the alley behind and pried open the small window of the bathroom. Her method of prying open the window was also very simple. First, she locked it with her mental power, and then put the pick in the lock into the space. Although it was just a small bookstore, she collected nearly 300 books, which was considered to have exceeded the task. Books are useless in the current Sioux City, but she still put a small stack of money and a few packs of compressed biscuits in the cash register drawer, and did not move the coffee and milk tea raw material packages in the cabinet. Lu Yue did not trust the bank 100%, so there was always a lot of cash in the safe at home. The money she left was not much, but it was better than nothing. The compressed biscuits, in case the east of the city fell one day and the owner came back to hide, would be a life-saving food. Ji Ningxin used space and mental power to locate and place the pick in the lock in its original place. After confirming that the window was locked, she disappeared into the bathroom the next second. Chapter 21. Unlock. New RV function. For intersections away from the book bar, in the RV driving slowly on the road, the door of the washroom was opened. Ji Ningxin poked her head out, smiled at Lu Tingfeng, who tilted his head back after hearing the noise. Done. This is their usual way of cooperation now. After she got off the car to check if there was any problem, Lu Tingfeng or Lu Yue would drive the RV away, so as not to attract attention if it stayed there, and after she collected what she needed, with just a thought, she could quietly return to the RV that had already left. Lu Tingfeng drove slowly today, sometimes faster, and when she passed the storage area and returned to the RV, she was almost home. She said, "I go around a few more intersections before going home. I'm still a little short of the mileage." How much? Although this RV currently produces fuel automatically every day, it consumes more fuel when driving in the city, in line with the principle of not wasting and saving every liter of fuel. Lu Tingfeng wanted to calculate it accurately. Ji Ningxin looked at the blue cylindrical light curtain wall in the storage area. 8 mileage. 8 miles. That is 8 kilometers. From the current location of the RV to the community. It is about 3 or 4 kilometers if you walk normally. He has to go around a big circle. Okay. You go up and rest for a while. I will call you if there is anything. Anyway, as long as there is movement inside the RV, Ji Ningxin will be able to detect it immediately no matter where he is. Ji Ningxin agreed. And before entering the bathroom, he still said, "Brother, I just saw someone robbing a small supermarket. It has only been 3 or 4 days. The situation in the east of the city is under control, and the supermarkets are well stocked. However, robberies and thefts for food and water supplies are gradually increasing. Some people rob people. Some rob stores. Some injure people. And some kill people. Well, after this upgrade unlocks the new auxiliary functions, you should not go out for the time being. There is no rush to activate the third section. The functions of the RV are already very powerful." Ji Ningxin hummed. She was not in a hurry to activate the third section, but she wanted to unlock the resting area for her father and eldest brother as soon as possible. Room. It takes 500 miles to unlock the room. Fuel consumption is not a big problem. The city is not as congested as before. Fuel consumption is not serious. 500 kilometers. The actual fuel consumption is about 80 to 110 L. The problem is how long it will take to reach these 500 kilometers. Ji Ningxin passed through the door of the RV washroom and appeared directly in front of the silver-black door of the resting area. She reached out and touched the silver-black door in front of her, probably through the door. With more teleports, she no longer feels uncomfortable when traveling between different zones. She now knows that as long as it is a silver-black metal plane, whether it is a door connecting other zones or the small metal screen inside the RV, she can view the existing auxiliary functions. She only needs to exit from the original zone interface and press a few more options. The owner can use the following auxiliary functions. 1. Passenger list. Up to 4 people. Upgradable. 2. Defense system. Intermediate defense. Upgradable. 3. Black, gray, automatic water tank processing. Advanced function. Not upgradable. 4. Fuel. Daily limit 10 L. Upgradable. In fact, the upgrade conditions of the auxiliary function could have been met long ago. She has not been idle for the past 3 or 4 days. The mileage is enough. She has also collected all kinds of flower seeds and minerals. It was the last few kinds of flower seeds that she was stuck with, and did not put them into the space, because she wanted to try it out. If she unlocked the new auxiliary function first, and then met the upgrade conditions of the auxiliary function, would it be possible to upgrade the newly unlocked new function together? It should be possible. And she must try it. After checking, she entered the owner room at the other end of the corridor. This room was decorated by her. The 3 color-changing floor-to-ceiling glass walls were covered with light blue gauze curtains. The bed was covered with soft quilts and pillows. The wardrobe was hung with comfortable and thin t-shirts, home clothes, and 2 warm coats for going out. There is a shower room in the resting area, which is at the other end of the corridor near the silver-black door. However, it still needs mileage to unlock it. It is completely unusable now. If you want to wash and bathe in the RV, you have to go to the initial area, the original washroom in the RV, so there are only a few spare clothes left in the closet now. Behind the closet wall, there is a round carpet in front of the sofa. A thick soft blanket is also laid on the sofa, and a pillow is placed. A food cabinet is placed on the wall next to the coffee table, which contains some snacks, cup noodles, and drinks. There is a laptop on the long bar table opposite the bed, which contains hundreds of GB of downloaded movies, variety shows, TV series, and various escape science materials, and there is also a coffee machine and several beautiful coffee cups next to it. This coffee machine was taken from the tea room in the fighting gym. Unfortunately, she tried it. Now there is no electricity in the room. There is a socket but no electricity. She can only look at it for now, but cannot use it. This also made her have another question. Since there is no electricity in the rest area, why does the interior automatically light up with a dim and soft warm light every time she enters the room? Similarly, there is this problem in the storage area. Where does the light come from? She turned and walked to the side of the long bar table. The single soft sofa taken from the fighting gym office was placed by her next to the glass wall in front of the room. At this moment, the glass wall in front of her was turned completely transparent. The pale winter sunlight enveloped the buildings in the east of the city, and penetrated the glass wall, and poured into the room. She changed into clean home clothes and slippers, sat down on the soft sofa, and from this position, she could see everything outside. The deserted road, the gray high-rise buildings on both sides, the few vehicles on the road, and the people who wrapped themselves tightly with masks, goggles and hats. She was like sitting at the front of the upper deck of a double-decker bus, and her sight followed the moving RV all the way forward. But unlike the double-decker bus, she could not feel the cold wind outside, nor could she smell the stench of garbage in the air. But she could see the sky gradually becoming clearer, and the way home. She curled up on the sofa, and as the RV moved forward, she slowly fell asleep. The static storage space grid lit up, 252/250 grids. Mileage, 101/100 kilometers. Grain, 22/20 types. Books, 369/200 books. Gas, 3/3 types. The new auxiliary function has reached the unlocking conditions. Please choose 5 out of 3. All auxiliary functions will be applied to the initial section and the rest area. 1. Water purification. Daily limit 30 L, upgradable. 2. Electricity. Daily electricity limit 2 hours, upgradable. 3. Steel bones. Advanced function, upgradable. 4. External camouflage. Daily camouflage limit 1, upgradable. 5. Housekeeping. Advanced function, not upgradable. Jiningshin looked at the newly appeared additional functions, and was very satisfied with the words 5. Choose 3. There is one more additional function to choose from, which is a good thing, and the electricity she has been thinking about also appeared. Although it is limited to 2 hours now, there is no limit on the electricity quota, which means unlimited electricity can be used within 2 hours. 2 hours can do a lot of things. You can charge the car battery, heat water, and prepare a dinner. So she chose electricity without hesitation. The second one she chose was steel bones. This is a new option. It is similar to the defense hook in the literal sense. Not only is it an advanced function, it can also be upgraded. It is the most powerful among all the options. For the last option, she chose between water purification and external camouflage. She hesitated between the two options. Water purification. The function was clear at a glance, but she had enough water at the moment, and she was not in urgent need of water, so she could save it for the next upgrade. External disguise. She was a little unsure about her estimate, and she didn't know if it would be a useless option that was not used at the moment. And the fifth option, housekeeping, was once again ignored by her. This time she didn't make the decision herself, and after leaving the storage area, she consulted with Liu Yue and Lu Tingfeng, who were making dinner together. Tonight they had mutton soup hot pot. Hot pot base, vegetables, mushrooms, beef, mutton, tripe, seafood, scallions, ginger, garlic and seasonings were all provided by Jiningshin. As soon as she went down the stairs, she could smell the spicy and fresh aroma that filled the entire first floor. Liu Yue was frying the base of the pot on the gas stove behind the L-shaped kitchen counter. Scallions, garlic, ginger slices, and chili peppers were sautéed until fragrant. And then oyster sauce, bean paste, and hot pot base were added. Fry together until fragrant. And finally add a pot of mutton broth provided by Jiningshin. The whole hot pot soup was milky white with a hint of red. The aroma of mutton and the spicy flavor of the base were combined. It was so fragrant that her mind slowed down for a beat. For a moment, she forgot why she came downstairs. She leaned over the L-shaped bar, watching the two men busy inside. Breathing in, what a nice smell. Lu Tingfeng glanced at his sister, and a smile appeared in his cold eyes. Are you hungry? I'm so hungry. It's time to eat. Take the washed vegetables and mushrooms over. Their dining table was connected to one side of the L-shaped kitchen counter, and it was an extended rectangular wooden table. It was very convenient to serve the dishes during meals, and they could just move it over. Where's the meat? Jiningshin only wanted to eat meat now. Marbled fat beef, lamb rolls, tripe, yellow throat black chicken rolls, and lonely fish, cuttlefish, octopus, tiger shrimp. The seafood will be washed soon, and the meat is in the refrigerator, and you can eat it once it's opened. 10 minutes later, the first batch of marbled fat beef in the soup was cooked. She picked up the fat and lean beef slices with a little red oil, dipped them in the sauce she prepared, and then stuffed them into her mouth. Fresh, fragrant, salty, tender, numbing, spicy, all kinds of flavors exploded in her mouth at once. This was a feast for the taste buds. which could make people forget all their troubles and be surrounded by boundless happiness. The yellow-throat tripe is also delicious. It can be eaten after just a few simmerings. It is crispy and refreshing. The taste is very unique. The lonely fish pieces are smooth and tender, and there are no fish bones. It is simply perfect. There are also cuttlefish. Dip them in the sauce and eat them one by one. It is chewy and delicious. Eating it is a sense of satisfaction. Half an hour later, Ji Ningxin, who had eaten all the meat dishes, finally put down her chopsticks temporarily. While drinking Yeshixiang Dansong lemon tea to relieve the greasiness, she talked about several new additional functions. But what surprised Ji Ningxin was that Lu Tingfeng was most concerned about the option that she always excluded first. What is housekeeping? It's still an advanced function that cannot be upgraded. Any tips? The detailed guide will only appear after the auxiliary functions are unlocked. The black-gray water tank automatic treatment that was selected last time is also an advanced function. Advanced does not mean anything. It feels like it is simply given the prefix of advanced because it cannot be upgraded. Ji Ningxin didn't care. It's not like she hasn't played similar infrastructure games before. Some options are just for fun, and don't really mean anything. Xinxin is right. Don't get confused. Just choose what you can understand. At least the functions are clearly written there. In Lu Yui's opinion, this is very simple. Fuel and electricity are available. The only energy source missing from the RV is water. With these three functions, when you want to go to the bathroom in the RV in the future, you won't have to worry about whether to go home. After all, the RV water tank is only 200 L. After using up the original water, you have to manually fill it in. Ji Ningxin nodded. Indeed, the defense function is available. The black-gray water tank can automatically process. If the three basic energy sources are collected, the RV is almost perfect at this stage. As for other functions, just let it go. Everything is icing on the cake. The new auxiliary function has been unlocked. The owner can use the auxiliary functions as follows. 1. Passenger list. Up to 4 people can be upgraded. 2. Defense system. Intermediate defense can be upgraded. 3. Black-gray water tank automatic processing. Advanced function cannot be upgraded. 4. Fuel up to 10 L per day can be upgraded. 5. Electricity. Limited to 2 hours of electricity per day. Upgradable. 6. Water purification. Daily limit 30 L. Upgradable. 7. Steel bones. Steel bones. Level 1. Steel bones. 1 hour. Upgradable. Ji Ningxin looked at these 7 auxiliary functions and felt satisfied. She flashed out of the storage area and found 5 different bags of flower seeds that she had left in the hydroponic room and put them in the storage area, and instantly met the auxiliary function upgrade conditions. She entered the storage area again and found that it was indeed as she guessed, unlocking the new auxiliary functions first, and all of them were upgraded together with the original auxiliary functions. Chapter 22. Spread of infection. 1. Passenger list. Up to 4 people, passengers can be upgraded to 1 co-pilot. Upgradable. 2. Defense system. Advanced defense. Upgradable. 3. Black-gray automatic water tank treatment. Advanced function. Not upgradable. 4. Fuel up to 15 L per day. Upgradable. 5. Electricity. Limited to 3 hours of electricity per day. Upgradable. 6. Purified water. Up to 40 L per day. Upgradable. 7. Steel bones. Rebar. Level 2. Iron bone. 2 hours. Upgradable. She opened several functions that she could not understand literally. The active defense of the advanced defense system remains the same, and there is one more option for passive defense, which can be set by the owner, and choose to activate the shield actively or passively when hit. This also means that she can choose to activate the shield on her own, and does not need to activate it passively when attacked, and the RV will not be like a startled bird, and the shield will pop up immediately when it is hit unexpectedly, wasting an opportunity. The shield duration is extended to 90 minutes, and the CD time is 4 hours. In addition, an extreme stretch shield has appeared, which can expand the protection circle 10 times according to the owner wishes. But the defense duration is only 10 minutes, and the CD is still 4 hours. This function may seem useless, but it is actually very useful if it is operated properly. For example, when encountering a man-made attack, you can hide behind a building or other vehicle and defend in a low-key manner, because the defense range is large, and it is not easy to expose yourself. In short, the entire defense system is more flexible and changeable. Steel bones. It is indeed a high-level function that can be upgraded, and it did not disappoint her. Steel bones. The meaning is that the hardness and strength of the entire vehicle's external materials are improved. If the original RV external strength is level 0, the current level 2 is 4 times the original strength. For example, the original RV is not bulletproof or explosion-proof, and the tires are also ordinary, the current level 2. Steel bones. At least it can make the body, glass and tires bulletproof and explosion-proof. Or even stronger. Iron bone for 2 hours. After the owner confirms that it has entered the iron bone state, the RV has a stronger driving force, like an off-road vehicle, can travel through mountains and rivers, and can walk in various polar environments as if on flat ground. At the same time, the speed is upgraded, and the drag force and collision resistance are all temporarily enhanced for 2 hours. In short, you spend the money of an ordinary RV and own a top-level off-road RV. Of course, the iron bone enhancement also has a CD time. After 2 hours of enhancement, it will usher in a 22-hour CD time, which means it can only be used once a day. This function reminded Jiningshin of a small game she played earlier, in which she drove a car and hit zombies. After the car was equipped with various parts and accessories, it could ignore other vehicles and zombies along the way and knock away all obstacles one by one. One is a long-term enhancement, and the other is a limited-time enhancement. Rebar and iron bone. If used together, it is estimated that the RV will have a completely unexpected effect. There are still only 4 people who can be included in the passenger list. But among these 4 people, one can be selected to be promoted to the co-pilot. The co-pilot is a title, and there is no special task. But there is an additional privilege. The co-pilot is an indispensable existence in the RV. Under special circumstances, he can return to the RV from anywhere within 3 seconds. And the CD time is 120 hours. Jiningshin. Doesn't this mean that her father or brother also has the ability to teleport back to the RV like her? The CD time is 120 hours, which means it can be used once every 5 days. It feels like this is the biggest surprise of this upgrade. After completing the auxiliary function upgrade that day, Jiningshin RV Upgrade Road encountered a bottleneck. The conditions for unlocking the new auxiliary function are very simple. Activate the space grid, 252/300 grids, successfully help a passenger or co-pilot bind. Rest area. At the same time, if you want to unlock the 3rd zone, you have to unlock 10 additional functions. If you want to upgrade the current additional functions again, you have to unlock the 3rd zone. One thing leads to another. In the end, before accumulating 500 mileage, the RV can't go any further. It's easy to collect anything, but for the 500 mileage, the RV needs to drive 500 kilometers. She can't drive the RV around the community every day. First, it's slow and wastes fuel, and it can't drive many kilometers. Second, when everyone is running low on fuel, she still does this. I'm afraid she's crazy. The 3-day supermarket purchase restriction is still in place, and she can also drive her RV to the supermarket every 2 days to continue stocking up on supplies. But since they encountered a small commotion on their 3rd trip to the supermarket, faced the explosion of a homemade Molotov cocktail, and witnessed the horrific scene of the glass wall on one side of the supermarket being shattered, Liu Yue no longer allowed her and Lu Tingfeng to go out. In fact, they were quite lucky that day, because there were many cars in the parking lot, and they spent a lot of time circling around to find a parking space, and thus avoided the scene of the explosion. The explosion killed 3 people on the spot and injured more than a dozen people. It then caused panic and a stampede. The shelves overturned, and the entire supermarket was in chaos. Several people were killed in the stampede, and many more were injured. This incident was a big deal. At such a critical moment, the atmosphere in the entire east of the city became increasingly tense. People were in chaos. Various things that were impossible before were now seen everywhere. Some residents, who had stockpiled supplies 2 or 3 times, and had sufficient water and supplies at home, stayed indoors. There were fewer people on the roads and streets in the east of the city, and it looked increasingly depressed. Under this situation, whenever Jiningshin showed her intention to go out, Liu Yue would stop her, and sometimes even drag Lu Tingfeng with her. In their opinion, Jiningshin could indeed hide in the storage area in an instant when she encountered danger. But things like explosions also happened in an instant, and no one could have expected it. What if she didn't have time to dodge in just 1 second? What should she do? But this is the situation outside now. I can't hide in the house all the time. How can I face the infected in the future? I have to go out for exercise. Right? Lu Tingfeng spoke, saying lightly, that happened after Sucheng was completely lost. Besides, compared with the infected, humans are more terrifying. After that, he would follow this topic, drag her into the training room, and start fighting. In recent days, he saw that she gradually adapted to fighting, and would also add training with sticks and force methods with knives. Ji Ningxin. No matter how much her RV is upgraded, no matter how fast her mental power improves, it still cannot change the fact that her body is still fragile. It seems that she should spend more time on innovative ways to use her mental power, to see if there is any way to use her mental power to make herself less fragile. On the 4th day after the supermarket explosion, the temporary shelter in the east of the city was completed. Many people who were originally living in other people's houses moved in. They did not feel a sense of belonging to other people's houses, compared with living alone under the same roof. Living in a large group with troops patrolling and coming in and out, it makes people feel more at ease. Of course, there are people who can't wait to live in the shelter, and there are also people who want to stay in the temporary house. The classmates who live in the villa next to Ji Ningxin are like this. They have visited the temporary shelter. Some of them are converted from the sports center. The advantages are that bedding and winter clothes are provided, and 3 meals a day. Water and fruits are also provided free of charge. The main force is nearby, and no one dares to disturb or cause trouble. The disadvantages are that there are many people, lack of privacy, and they will be assigned to take turns to clean up the shelter. This type of shelter is mainly for homeless people from other places, and those who are not from the east of the city. They have nothing and are separated from their families. They feel safer in a large group. Of course, there are also shelters converted from hotels. They gather people who were originally staying in other hotels, so that the water and electricity in other scattered hotels can be shut down and water and electricity can be opened in one area. They are supplied for a limited time every day. However, this type of hotel shelter is not easy to manage, so they will not be arranged with free meals 3 times a day, nor will they be assigned to work. They have a high degree of freedom and have independent rooms with good privacy. Some people are still willing to live in this type of shelter. As for food, you just need to buy a gas stove and some gas cylinders. The biggest advantage of these 2 types of shelters is that, if something really happens, because of the principle of proximity, you can be the first to be arranged to take the military trucks and buses. In contrast, the single-family villa is a bit far from the shelter, too close to the west of the city, and there is no free water, and there have been several small riots and fights outside the community. The small supermarket that was knocked on the door and sold goods at a high price on the night of martial law was also robbed. This shop is located along the road, with a shop in front and a house in the back. The shop owner and his family live in the shop. The small supermarket has stocks. Since the start of martial law, they have stayed indoors and have lived a good life with food and drink every day. Only occasionally, they will secretly sell some things to familiar customers in the villa community at a high price. People in the villa community are all well off. For the part that cannot be satisfied by the 20 items of limited purchase, they are willing to spend more money here to take. This is a tacit understanding between the 2 parties. Not buying, but taking. At first, it was fine. The shop owner kept a low profile, and there were few incidents on the street. Everything was peaceful. Later, the riots increased, and some people were ready to make a move. And finally they did it. The shop owner's head was broken. But because there were too many similar incidents recently, the people who came were prepared. They calculated the patrol time of the team members, put license plates on the car, and covered the head and face. No one was killed. In the end, it was just like other small incidents. It was left unresolved. Also implicated in this incident was Wang Yuanyuan, who lived in Villa number 10. That was the day when the air raid alarm sounded, and her agent complained that she could not go abroad and affected her schedule. Now I think it's a good thing that the trip abroad was the next day. If I were really abroad at this time, I could avoid the infected people, but I couldn't avoid the passionate people who were protesting and making trouble and trying to recruit people. When the store owner was robbed, Wang Yuanyuan was in the store. She was one of the frequent customers who paid extra money to take things. The robber didn't recognize her, but she was wearing branded clothes, makeup and perfume. In this situation where everyone was covered in dust and wrapped themselves tightly, she looked particularly eye-catching. Then Wang Yuanyuan was unlucky enough to be teased, but she probably didn't suffer a big loss. After all, the other party was in a hurry to run away, and Wang Yuanyuan's job was special, so she had learned some basic self-defense skills before. However, later that day, she heard the sound of her quarreling with Zheng in her villa. Just after 8 o'clock the next day, Zheng drove away from the villa community and never came back. According to people who heard the quarrel, Zheng seemed to have gone to a temporary shelter by himself. He and Wang Yuanyuan were both registered in other places, and the villa here only had the right of residence, and there was no property certificate, which met the conditions for entering the shelter. He is a smart man. He has wanted to go to the shelter for a long time, but Wang Yuanyuan didn't want to. They had conflicts before, and they parted ways after this time. No wonder Wang Yuanyuan didn't want to. Who would want to? Ji Ningxin classmates didn't want to either. The villa has water and electricity. Although the water and electricity have been cut off for a few hours from time to time in the past 2 days, the villa has a water tank, a water purifier, solar panels and batteries. Not only can you use floor heating 24 hours a day, you can also take a hot bath at any time. I heard that even the water for flushing toilets in the shelter is limited in time. There will be a period of time when it will not be supplied, and then flushing will be done after a period of time. The villas still have gas, and if that doesn't work, the kitchens have built-in induction cookers, and you can still cook with electricity, except that you will be squeezed and covered in dust when buying limited supplies, and you have to be vigilant and careful when moving things home. There is really nothing bad about it. For temporary residents who don't want to go to the shelter, the army does not force them to do so. As long as the owner of the house has not returned, they can continue to live there. However, in the villa community, except for those students who live in single-family villas, other temporary residents have already moved to the shelter. Some students are prepared for the rainy day, saying that this place is too far away from the main force, and close to Changyuan Lake. If the virus spreads from the west of the city, it will be a dead end. Some people don't care about this. What are you afraid of? Aren't the people next door still there? Look at that RV, it has been in and out so many times without any problems. I heard that her family is pretty good before. Her father runs a boxing gym, and her brother is also good at fighting. If things really go wrong, just follow them, or take a ride to join the main force. Ji Ningxin said last time that she would only take the ride this time. TSK. We are not going to the supermarket. Isn't this a critical moment of life and death? Could she just stand by and watch him die? After all, we are old classmates. The person who said this was naturally Hudong. Actually, he only said half of it. If it really came to a life and death moment, with so many people here, could the other 3 people refuse? It is said that people who practice martial arts know the severity of their actions. He did not believe that the other party would kill him. Anyway, they would stop the car and refuse to let them go. Wouldn't they have to take the ride even if they didn't want to? Lu Tong naturally disagreed with this statement. But after this period of time, he realized that it was not easy to be a leader. Everyone has their own ideas and selfishness. If he said too much, people would have opinions about him. So although he disagreed, he did not say anything. But there were some who could not help it, such as Chen Ling. Isn't this moral kidnapping? You can say whatever you want. If you have the ability, don't follow us when we get on the car. Run on your own. Chen Ling wanted to speak again, but this time it was Pang Yu who held her back. They are a whole now. These girls are weak and alone, and still have to rely on them. It is better not to have conflicts at this time. However, what these students don't know is that the words they discuss in private meetings are heard clearly by the people in their topic. Ji Ningxin is not the kind of impulsive and reckless person, but she is not soft either. Many times she is too lazy to respond, just because it doesn't really hurt her or her family. No one in this world is perfect, especially under natural disasters and man-made disasters. The selfishness of human nature will only be revealed more. She is also selfish, and only wants to protect her family. But her selfishness will not affect others. Similarly, she allows others to have selfish thoughts about her. But as long as it does not affect her, she will not rush to slap them in the face. If someone really offends her one day, she will naturally not be polite. Yang Renren did not know that Ji Ningxin could hear the conversations of her classmates in the villa. She sympathized with Lu Tong and his classmates. But sympathy was sympathy, and it did not prevent her from complaining about them. Yang Renren, you don't want to go to the shelter so much, you really treat my home as your own. I don't know what has happened to you, it makes me angry just thinking about it. Ji Ningxin, have you and your mother finished the quarantine? Yang Renren, It's almost over, it doesn't matter, anyway. We have nowhere to go, we will stay in the house regardless of quarantine. You don't know, when I heard that my mother and I were going to be quarantined, the faces of those gossipy aunts and uncles. Before, we always brought a lot of things when we went home for the new year. They came to our house every day to eat and drink and take things. You know my grandfather, how could he refuse? Now, my mother and I have to be quarantined. They all dare not come. They also complained to the team leader in charge of this area, saying that my grandfather could not go out either. He also had to be quarantined for a while. They also enforced it, and nailed the gate of the courtyard. My grandfather was so angry that he stood in the door every day and scolded the gossips and grandmas for being heartless. Ha ha ha. I was so happy, ha ha ha. But the county magistrate was almost busy these 2 days, and could not take care of us, who were quarantined. It seems that the situation in several large cities around is not very good. Recently, people have been admitted to the hospital one after another. But they are not the kind that will bite people all of a sudden like in Suchong. Now people in big cities are panicking. Ji Ningxin also roughly knows the situation that Yang Renran said, and can learn about it from major online platforms. It should be after the volcanic snow and the big drop in temperature that other cities in Huagua have also seen people with abnormal body temperatures, muscle cramps, convulsions and fainting. This seems to be the first stage of symptoms. But these people have been hospitalized for many days, and are still very conscious. They have not reached the stage of losing their minds and becoming highly aggressive. So everyone is saying that these are not cell virus infected people, and should not be locked up. The families of these patients, who are hospitalized and isolated, are making a fuss and demanding to see them. In the same city, more healthy people are thinking about leaving. Especially some people whose hometowns are in county towns, where there are few people, mostly near mountains and rivers, with fields and forests. And every household has a rice cellar. Even if something really happens outside, the small town can be self-sufficient. Baiyun County closed the road early in the morning. But people in the county have relatives and family in big cities outside. Everyone received calls from relatives, worried about various things, and naturally wanted their relatives to leave the big city temporarily and go home to live for a while. Baiyun County closed the road, and cars from outside couldn't get in. But for them, this was their hometown. So why couldn't they even go home? So the cars didn't move, and they just blocked the road. The people in the car got out and started shouting. When the people in the county saw their relatives finally come back safely, they naturally wanted to pick them up. They didn't care whether the road was closed or not. In their eyes, those who came back were all Baiyun County's own people. So how could they stop their own people outside the door? They wanted to come in, but they didn't let them in. They wanted to tear down the iron gate and wooden bars that blocked the road. But they stopped them. They cursed and provoked each other. And they made all kinds of conflicts, which made the county's managers very busy. Finally, because the county magistrate's wife's sister and her family wanted to come here for refuge, the road was still half opened. What made Yang Ren happy was that the parents of her cheating father's mistress also came. The cheating father knew that the two old people were going to Baiyun County for refuge. It was the mistress's wife who decided after discussing with him. But what was unexpected was that the mistress's parents also brought their youngest son's family. The youngest son's family of 4. A group of 6 people. All planned to go to their own in-laws. Not only that, it was heard that the family of the youngest daughter-in-law was worried about their only daughter, and was also on the way. With so many people, there would not be enough accommodation. And what would they do about the food and drink when they arrived? It's okay to entertain them for a few days, but they can't stay for a long time. Right? Forget about the daughter-in-law's parents. But the daughter-in-law's parents' youngest son and the daughter-in-law's family have nothing to do with them. Yang Renran can hear the quarrels next door every day these days. The cheating father listens to the complaints of his parents during the day, and is complained by his mistress at night. It's really too lively. Ji Ningxin hasn't had a precognitive dream recently, but it's only a matter of time before the infected occupy the city. She once again reminded Yang Renran to be careful, and sent her some self-help common sense documents when different disasters come, asking her to read them carefully. Yang Renran agreed to all of them seriously. 2 days later, Ji Ningxin met Lu Tong when she went to bury the garbage near the community garbage room. Because the garbage in the community was too much and the smell was too strong, a batch of garbage was burned on the spot, but the black smoke attracted the troops, who said that it was too dangerous to control the fire, and it would be more appropriate to dig a pit and bury it on the spot, or they could transport the garbage to the incineration station in the east of the city and burn it together. Someone knew about that incineration station, which was near the blockade line in the west of the city. It used to be a garbage station, but now it is an incineration station, which is specially used to burn corpses. The black smoke there has not stopped since a week ago. According to what the trapped people in the west of the city said online, even they can see the black smoke rising to the sky. No one in the community wants to go there, nor do they want to load their good cars with garbage and transport them there, which would waste fuel. So the people in the community have been digging holes to dump garbage these days. When Ji Ningxin saw Lu Tong, she changed her silence, and took the initiative to chat with him for a few words, and hinted that he could go to the shelter. She didn't mean to drive him away, but she could sense that the situation was not good. The other party had many people and no car, so it would be safer to go to the shelter first. Lu Tong was very smart, and naturally understood. He thanked Ji Ningxin, and said that he could not make decisions for others. Ji Ningxin did not have to persuade the other party. After hinting at the other party, she said directly that if something really happened, she could not and would not be able to be responsible for their safety at the critical moment. So it was best not to pin hopes on her. Lu Tong nodded to show that he understood. After that day, the atmosphere in the east of the city became more tense. And the main people also learned about the events in other big cities through the internet. The residents who were still alive in the west of the city had not received any rescue from the outside world until today. The troops in the east of the city were cleaning up the fighting every day, even using tanks, but the rescue progress was only 1/3. There were too many infected people. When the tank performed its second mission, it smashed the outer wall of a shopping mall unexpectedly. It was full of infected people, so densely packed that it was countless. The tank's fuel and ammunition were used up, leaving it trapped in place. Airdrops were useless, because the infected people who surrounded the tanks would not leave. The people inside could not get out at all, and it was impossible to refill the tanks with fuel and ammunition. Finally, the troops used another tank and several armored vehicles, and consumed a lot of ammunition before they completed the refueling. However, several team members died in the process. The longer the time dragged on, the more infected people there were in the west of the city. The people were trapped in the buildings, living in numbness and fear, and gradually despairing. They looked at the infected people shaking downstairs outside the window, and some jumped out of the window. Suicides occurred frequently as time passed. The temperature has slowly risen in the past 2 days, stabilizing above 0 degrees. The residents in the east of the city seem to have adapted to this kind of life. As long as the troops were still there, the supermarkets still had supplies, and the rescue was still going on. There was still hope. They began to comfort the people in the west of the city online. They began to believe it after comforting them so much. Everyone thought that this situation would last for a long time, until all the infected people were eliminated. The city returned to its original state, and life returned to the past. Little did they know that the frog was boiled in warm water. When the frog realized it, it was too late to escape. That night, Ji Ningxin was awakened by the sound of artillery fire. The sound came from the east of the villa community. One after another. At the easternmost part of the east of the city, there were several temporary shelters and the location of the large army. Chapter 23. Unknown Heroes. Actually, some questions Yang Ran mentioned earlier. What caused the first infected person to be infected? Since the hospital knows, does the higher-ups know? Or does only the city where the incident happened know? Now there are a large number of third-stage infected people. The way they are infected is terrifying. It cannot be covered up, nor can it be controlled. Will the original infected people appear again? Will the original infected people appear silently like before, and then become the source of the outbreak again? In response to this, Ji Ningxin's answer was, this is why she always reminds her to be careful, to be vigilant and reduce going out, and to wear masks and goggles even when going out. Why do original infected people appear? Is everyone a potential original infected person? Or has everyone been infected? It's just because everyone has different physiques. So some people are immune to this type of infection, until another part of the non-immune infected people develop the disease and enter the third stage, making the cell virus strengthen. Other people will no longer be immune once bitten. After the big drop in temperature, other cities have successively seen patients with the first stage of the cell virus. What about Suzhou? How can the precarious East City be immune? But so far, there has been no news of the first stage of infection in the East City. In principle, this is impossible. So the only possibility is that there are cases, But due to the current situation in Suzhou, the news blockade is stricter than before, so no one knows. Or maybe, the cell virus had a new mutation, and the previous first and second symptoms could no longer be used as a warning. The first to notice the abnormality were the refugees in the sports center. They woke up to the sound of snatching. There have been frequent riots in the east of the city recently, and snatching is not uncommon. The strange thing is that the snatching sounded too close this time, as if the incident happened right next to the shelter. But how is this possible? The shelter is next to the main army. Which troublemaker is so desperate to go to the main army station to cause trouble? Inside the shelter, several people who were close to the entrance suddenly lost their sleepiness, put on thick coats, and got up to check the situation. There was a chaotic and dense sound of gunfire outside, which seemed to be moving towards the entrance. "Open the door!" someone shouted outside. Several team members on duty that night had already been guarding the door when they realized something was wrong. When they heard their teammates' voices, they immediately opened the door. A small group of team members who ran in the front rushed in along the sunken steps, bringing the coldness of the night outside and the strong smell of blood. On the steps behind them, a faint fire flickered with the sound of gunfire. In this flickering light, there were several swaying figures chasing in their direction. "Close the door. Lock it," some of the people who came in shouted. Some immediately closed the door, and some continued to rush in. What happened? The team members on duty chased after them. But soon, there was a chilling scraping sound from outside the door. And there were also low panting and roaring like a beast. What else could this sound be? "Evacuate!" The team members who smelled of blood and gunpowder shouted as they ran. "Emergency evacuation. Everyone, go through the back entrance. All get in the car. Now!" The man almost screamed as he spoke, scaring several people who were looking at the entrance. Then, the lights of the entire shelter were turned on, and the team members dispersed, passing through the beds of those people who were still asleep and unaware of anything, while waking them up, running to the entrances and exits at the back, and opening the doors of several entrances and exits one by one. Behind the entrances and exits was a square, where military trucks, buses, and some explosion-proof vehicles were parked. As long as they acted quickly, most of the people here could be evacuated safely. But the question is, can those people get on the bus as quickly as possible? People woke up to the noisy noise. Most of them were confused. They had never seen the tragedy in the west of the city, had never faced the terrible infected. Even if they heard the word evacuate, they still couldn't react. What's going on? Why did they evacuate suddenly? What happened? Can anyone explain it clearly? Evacuate now? Should I bring my bedding? Are there any of these in the new place? Where are we evacuating to? How long will it take to drive? We must take water. Put it in the backpack. Where are the clothes? Where are my shoes? Some people packed food. Some people woke up the children to help them put on clothes and shoes. Some people were reluctant to leave their bedding, took out a large snakeskin bag, rolled up the quilt, and stuffed it in. For a while, the gymnasium was noisy and chaotic, but no one evacuated to the rear exit. One team member was so anxious that his eyes turned red. He waved his hands and shouted at them, "Don't take it. Don't take it. Get in the car." This was the opportunity that their captain and some team members had fought for at the cost of their lives, so that they could escape and save the people. But these people were still struggling with bedding and food. Another team member couldn't help it. He raised the gun in his hand, which was not yet cold, and fired at the ceiling. "If you don't want to die, get in the car. Hurry." Finally, a group of people ran towards them. They all slept in their clothes. Before going to bed, they were used to packing everything and putting it in their backpacks. Then, they slept with their backpacks. After waking up, they immediately put on their coats and shoes, put on their masks and goggles, and rushed to the team members at the back entrance. This small group of people was rescued by the troops from the western outskirts of the city. They hid in a fast food restaurant on a street full of infected people for several days, and had already learned how to survive. "Let's go!" Shout by, "Get them in the car." After the team checked the bullets, some people checked, some people covered, coordinated properly, and rushed out of the gymnasium with this group of people, and ran towards the military truck and bus on the side. When the other people in the gymnasium saw this, they finally reacted, and they all sped up, picked up the important water and water protection equipment, hastily put on their clothes, and ran towards the several entrances and exits at the back. Beyond the entrance and exit on the front of the gymnasium, there are stairs leading up, and above the stairs is a pedestrian plaza, with the logo of the gymnasium, flower beds and green plants, and the fences left over from the past when people lined up to enter. Across the road outside the fence is the temporary camp of the large army. At this moment, there are constant gunshots in the camp, footsteps, snatching sounds, screams, roars, accompanied by small explosions and screams. The scene is in chaos. The team members actually woke up only a little earlier than the people. As soon as they opened their eyes, they heard screams everywhere in the dark large dormitory. This mass mutation came without warning and abruptly. They were also unclear about the situation, but the reaction ability and discipline engraved in their bones allowed them to join the battle at the first time. The flames of war and screams gradually spread toward the gymnasium. At the sunken steps, more than a dozen infected people were blocked outside the main entrance. Stimulated by the surrounding sounds and fire, they banged on the door more and more frantically. Some of them had just fallen down to cover their teammates not long ago, but now they had become irrational infected people. Blood and tears flowed from their eyes, like whales. Across the square at the back of the gymnasium, people running around were trying to climb onto the military truck in front of them. Some people did not want to get on the military truck, and ran towards the bus after searching for a while. There were people all around. The silent cold night was filled with a heavy smell of gunpowder. Even though they were separated by a gymnasium, they could clearly hear the screams and shouts from the other side. At this point, even the dullest people understood. The people who had never experienced the chaos in the west of the city were trembling. Some of them were so scared that their legs went weak, and they couldn't climb up the military truck after trying several times. Some were so depressed by the desperate atmosphere that they broke down, and cried loudly while hugging their families. Some finally rushed onto the bus, sat down in the innermost seat, curled themselves tightly together, closed their eyes with a pale face, covered their ears, as if as long as they didn't see or hear, none of this would have happened. But soon, the noise of gunfire from the other side gradually approached. A gymnasium alone could not stop the spread of the infected. The team members wanted to fight regardless, but were stopped by their captain. The infected appeared from inside the army. Some team members were still struggling to resist the infected 1 second, but they completely lost control the next second and rushed to their companions. The street lights at night were not enough to illuminate every corner. Under the car, in the bushes, behind, at every corner, there were infected people roaring at any time. Some people ran out of bullets, and they didn't even have time to reload, and were knocked to the ground by several infected people. The explosion-proof vehicles and armored vehicles lost their direction while firing, and crashed into the crowd. Evacuate! Evacuate! Get on the bus! There were shouts everywhere, and some people were so angry that they stood there like they didn't care about their lives, and volunteered to cover the rear to buy time for their teammates. The team members fought and retreated, and ran towards the military trucks and buses. When the first infected person, who lost his mind and had bloodshot eyes, broke through the line of fire and appeared in the square at the other end of the gymnasium, nearly 1/3 of the people had not yet gotten on the bus. Someone discovered the infected person and screamed sharply. The remaining people on the ground immediately climbed onto the car without caring about their lives. They pulled each other, scrambled, cried and howled. It was a mess. A military truck was not full yet, but the people on the car were patting the car body and shouting to drive faster. A mother fell down halfway through climbing. She picked up her child and threw her into the car, and she fell to the ground due to inertia. The girl lay on the back of the car and cried to her mother. She almost fell off the car again. Several people on the side hurriedly grabbed the girl. The car drove away. The mother desperately chased after it for 2 steps, watching the car getting farther and farther away, while the infected person on the side was getting closer and closer to her. Get in! On the side, another military truck stopped. The passenger door opened. A young short-haired female team member quickly pulled her into the car, and then he nimbly climbed from the front of the car into the back of the truck, even kicking the door shut with his foot while crawling. Sit tight. In the driving area, the other 2 team members shouted in a low voice. The young mother fastened her seat belt with trembling fingers, while saying thank you. Thank you. When a large number of military trucks, buses, jeeps drove away from the shelter area, the shrill air raid siren sounded again. After the captain of a team who volunteered to stay behind sent out a citywide alarm. He ignored the roars and crashes outside the door, put down his gun, and took out a shrunken cigarette box from his inner pocket, which still had the last cigarette. He searched around in the corner of the command room drawer, and finally found a lighter that was almost used up. He smiled with relief on his face, covered in blood and sweat. and lowered his head to light the cigarette. He is 25 years old, not married yet, and his girlfriend is in his hometown, which should be safe now. He had planned to go back and get married with his girlfriend after this year. He was almost old enough to be a father, and he wanted to have a daughter. Of course, a son would be even better. He wanted to teach his daughter martial arts, take his son to play football, and when the holidays came, the family could go to the beach together. His hometown was inland, and his girlfriend had never been to the beach. But now, all the possible futures would end tonight. He wanted to cry a little, but he knew that even if he cried loudly, it would not change anything. The team members who stayed behind with him were all dead. Like him, they had never thought that they would face such a tragic separation of life and death in peacetime. He asked himself, did he regret joining the army? If he had not joined the army, he would be in the crowd now, climb into the car at the first time, and escape from the hell at this moment. There were too many infected people outside, and stimulated by the alarm, they banged on the door more and more frantically. The door panel was shaky, and the explosive fuse behind the door was now held in his other hand. He remembered the oath he took when he joined the team many years ago. The lofty dreams, the passionate youth, and the passionate brothers who lived and trained together. He took the cigarette from his mouth and lit the fuse. He had many regrets in his life, but in the end, he still had no regrets. Under the night, several military helicopters carrying important researchers, medical professors, and research materials took off. Not long after, the command room at the highest point of the large army's base suddenly exploded with a huge flame, and the infected people trapped in the entire building were blown to pieces. The flames of the explosion spread across the base, and those infected people who were attracted by the team members and trapped in the base were reduced to ashes in the explosions. The huge explosions and flames attracted a large number of infected people outside the gymnasium. Some of them gave up chasing the car and turned to rush towards the flames. On the avenue west of the temporary base, several teams with rescue and evacuation missions drove cars, shooting at the infected people behind the cars, and quickly separated into several directions, and then under the cover of the night, headed towards different areas in the east of the city. On the avenue southeast of the base, cars that broke through the siege, carrying shivering people, drove quickly into the night. Chapter 24. Disasters. In the villa community, Liu Yue and Lu Tingfeng woke up to the familiar sound of air raid sirens. The direction of the shelter was a little far away, and the sound of the shelling was much quieter. Some of them were like dull thunder, shaking and shaking, making people panic. The family of three came to the east-facing window on the third floor of the villa, but the floor was too low, and it was dark, so they could not see any movement at all, until later, a huge explosion sounded, and the flame shot straight into the sky. It's bad. Liu Yue whispered 2 words. But because he had expected it, he didn't look too panicked. It seems that the east of the city is also going to get out of control. Lu Tingfeng frowned slightly. From the direction, the source of the accident should be the shelter or the base. Is it related to the volcanic snow? Ji Ningxin spoke. When the temperature dropped and it snowed before, the people were basically at home. Only the troops had to run around outside to save the people in the west of the city. Liu Yue and Lu Tingfeng did not answer. They were both in a heavy mood. After a moment, Lu Tingfeng reached out and rubbed her hair. Go to sleep, Dad, and I will stay here today. We will call you if there is anything. The stay mentioned by Lu Tingfeng was naturally because he was afraid that the gate of the community would be breached and the infected would spread to the surrounding area of the villa. The infected of cell virus are not only attracted by the flesh and blood of living creatures, but also by light and sound. What's more terrifying is that they can talk. They will lie on the door panel and hit it hard while making indistinct curses in a hoarse voice, as if all the resentment in a person's life has burst out at this stage. As long as the people inside the door can't hold out and make a little noise, the infected people outside will bang and scratch the door more vigorously. This sound will make people collapse. Before Ji Ningxin went downstairs to her room to rest, Lu Tingfeng took out a large travel bag from the hydroponic room. Inside was the result of his recent labor of stockpiling supplies and modifying several nail guns and air nail guns of different styles and models, some of which were originally in the family, and some were bought in the supermarket in the past few times, especially nail guns, which were replenished a lot. In the past few days, he has changed the nail guns that need wires into rechargeable nail guns. Several powerful nail guns The diameter of the nail body is 8 mm, the nail length is 100 mm. It can directly penetrate wooden boards, thin steel plates, and iron sheets. The nail slot capacity of the nail gun is usually 30 to 100, mainly depends on the size of the nails. The speed of continuous shooting is very fast. When actually used, the power is not much less than that of hot weapons. To be honest, everyone wants hot weapons, but in a society ruled by law, it is not a Doomsday novel. Hot weapons cannot be obtained just because you want to. Secondly, hot weapons make noises. The bullets are limited and bulky. On the contrary, such nail guns, close-range attacks are silent. As long as you find the right place, a few nails, you don't have to worry about not being able to deal with the infected. He took out 2 nail guns with full slots, and he and Liyue each carried one on their bodies, and she put the rest of the pile of nail guns and nail boxes into the space. Not long after Ji Ningxin returned to the room, the lights of the villas and townhouses in the community were all lit up, and the residents were alarmed. The air raid alarm had stopped, but the explosions were still heard frequently. She stood on the balcony of the room, looking through the glass at the night sky in the east of the city with lights on, then closed her eyes, and sent out her mental power. She wanted to check the situation of the shelter and temporary station. But her mental power could not reach that far. When her mental power passed through the streets and buildings, she could clearly see the panic of the people in the east of the city. These days, the busy military guards and team members are the confidence for them to continue living. But if even the troops are in trouble, what should they do? Should they escape? Is the road out of the city open? Do you want to take a gamble? Most people standing behind the windows of the building were bewildered. Some hesitated, looking at their family members, old and young, and their warm and safe homes, and could not make a decision. Some people packed themselves and their families within 10 minutes, took the backpacks and travel bags that had been prepared long ago, and resolutely left their homes with weapons such as kitchen knives, iron pipes, and electric batons. They knew very well that with such a big commotion in the temporary base, and the air raid alarm sounding again, the situation must have deteriorated to a point where there was no way back. Those team members are also human beings, not immortal warriors with steel bones. They will also get injured, die, or even get infected. They can't always count on others to save them. There are no infected people outside now, which means that this area is still safe. Their car is parked not far from the building. As long as they act quickly and rush into the car, they can leave here before the infection spreads. As for where to go after leaving the city, whether it is safe outside Suchong, that is a matter for the future. They didn't want to repeat the tragedy of the West City, trapped in a building full of infected people, relying on airdrops of supplies day after day, living a life worse than death. What's more, the West City has survived until now without becoming a complete zombie city thanks to the rescue and airdrop of supplies from the East City team. But now the East City itself can't hold on. Who will continue to rescue them? In just a few minutes, the people who came downstairs had successfully boarded the car. They were also afraid. Their hearts were pounding, and there were endless monsters lurking in the dimly lit East City outside the car window. They didn't know which corner they would run into those monsters head-on. The woman held the child and covered their mouths, patting their backs to comfort them silently. The man clenched his sweaty fists, never unloading his weapons. The cars were driving on the dilapidated and dirty streets, and several cars happened to run into the explosion-proof jeeps coming from east to west in the dark night. The other party was originally left to perform the rescue and evacuation mission, but seeing the residents saving themselves, still cheered them up. The other party pointed the direction to the people, let them avoid some intersections that might have been blocked by the infected, and also pointed out the direction and route for the large troops to evacuate, although they might not be able to catch up with the convoy. The driver thanked the other party, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, stepped on the accelerator again, and drove towards the night ahead. "Where are we going?" someone in the car asked helplessly. The driver looked at the jeep in the rearview mirror that was heading in the opposite direction of them, suppressed the bitterness in his chest, and said, "Leave the city first. Once you leave the city, you can always find a way to survive." In the villa community, the residents relied on the strong walls and the tall and closed community gates, and had time to gather their families for a simple discussion. In the end, many people decided to pack up and leave Suchong. In Villa Number 3, the young mother neatly wrapped her 1-month-old baby around her body, and then put on a soft and thick down jacket to protect the sleeping baby with a pacifier. On the side, her parents-in-law, as well as her parents who moved to the villa after the martial law was lifted, had packed their luggage, which mainly contained some drinking water and protective supplies, as well as spare milk powder, bottles, diapers and other baby products. Since the day when Changyuan Lake was blocked and isolated, she has never contacted her husband again. These days, she has been lying in bed every day, pretending that her body has not recovered yet, and unwilling to get up and face the facts. For elderly people at home, in addition to going out to queue up to buy supplies, also have to take care of her baby, take care of her. After the explosion was heard from the direction of the shelter, they were all stunned. They have lived for most of their lives, and what they have experienced recently is more than what they have experienced in this half of their lives combined. They really don't know what to do next. Leave? But the baby at home is only a month old. Such a small child needs to be carefully cared for even if it is raised at home. If they leave, how can they take care of him on the bumpy road? But if they don't leave, how long can Changdong hold out? Can they wait for rescue before the supplies in this house run out? At that moment, the young mother closed her eyes. Listening to the voices outside the room, she knew that she couldn't go on like this. Even for the sake of the 4 elderly people, for her children, she had to cheer up. She carefully zipped up her down jacket, protected the child in her arms, then put on a mask, left the safe and warm villa with her family, got into the SUV parked in the garage, and headed decisively towards the gate of the community. Not long after their family left, several residents of the townhouse, as well as several residents of villas 2, 4, and 7, packed up their things and drove out of the community. Some of them went to seek refuge with friends in other cities. Some returned to their hometowns in the county to find relatives. And some did not know where to go. They just thought that they should leave with a car, supplies, and fuel, rather than waiting for rescue until they ran out of ammunition and food. Moreover, they would most likely wait for those desperate criminals who frequently caused damage before they ran out of ammunition and food. Some people, standing behind the gap of the curtains, watching the cars leaving the community driveway, pull the curtains back and continue to use static braking. This kind of people have a lot of food and water supplies stored at home, many of which were bought before the Chinese New Year, and with the ones bought later, it is not a problem to eat for several months or half a year. Some people, although they did not leave, did not stay out of it, but drove to the security room at the gate, and controlled the opening and closing of the gate of the community from inside, and quickly closed it after other people's cars left. Although the corner behind the community is full of garbage, the walls on both sides of the community are close to the river, and there is not even a pedestrian path outside. Even if someone or an infected person wants to come in, there are only 2 remaining directions to break through. In terms of terrain, it is very conducive to defense. As long as the tall electric iron gate for entry and exit is guarded, the community will always be safe. They need to give themselves time to slow down and spend more time thinking about what to do next. In Villa number 8, someone stood at the window and watched for a while, then looked back anxiously. They are all packing up and leaving. What should we do? The person who spoke up was one of Ji Ningxing's classmates. They didn't have a car. In the current situation outside, it was impossible to go out on foot like before to buy supplies. What's the point of asking what to do now? Hu Dong came down from the villa in a bad tone. He had just observed from upstairs that the explosion occurred in the direction of the shelter, but before the explosion, several helicopters left towards the southeast night sky. Presumably someone escaped before the explosion. Since there were people escaping in the air, there must be people escaping on the ground as well. They had all been to the gymnasium shelter, and had seen with their own eyes that there were many military trucks, explosion-proof vehicles and jeeps parked in the square outside. With so many vehicles, most of the people in the shelter should have gotten on the vehicles in time and evacuated. When several people came to this conclusion, their moods were as bad as Hu Dong's. They regretted it. They regretted coveting this comfortable villa and not going to the shelter as soon as possible. It was obvious that the place was so close to the main force. Even if there was a problem, the troops would not disperse all at once. They would definitely rescue ordinary people as soon as possible. They just didn't expect that the collapse would come so quickly. Lin Shirdu ignored the rule that smoking was not allowed in the villa proposed by the girl, and stood by the window of the living room, smoking and looking at the RV at the other end of the green belt. His eyes flickered with the light of the cigarette. Next door, Ji Ningxing family is not moving? In the suppressed and quiet atmosphere, Pang Yu suddenly spoke. Lin Shirduo sneered. Why ask? Even if they haven't left yet, do you think they will take you with them when they want to leave? Pang Yu was stunned by the retort. And then she felt aggrieved. Didn't they say before that they would find a way to take Ji Ningxin RV to leave when the time came? She just asked a question now. And was ridiculed. It has always been like this recently. These boys have gradually changed from being warm and polite when they first met to being like this now. Isn't it just that they are stronger when they go out to buy supplies and contribute more? But when they return to the villa, the cooking is done by the girls. And they don't help at all. Lu Tong does have a good temper. But it's just too good. As long as he doesn't cross his bottom line. He treats girls and boys the same. Pang Yu turned around and looked in Lu Tong's direction. As expected. Just like before. As long as no one mentioned him. He would pretend not to hear. She used to like Lu Tong. And it was because of him that she came to the class reunion this time. Even during the first few days of martial law. She was excited to be able to spend a few days with him in the same space. She couldn't help but intervene in matters related to him. But now she was being criticized. And he just pretended not to see it. Pang Yu felt wronged. And went to see Qinling again. She was standing at the other end of the living room. She noticed her gaze. And looked at her from a distance. Without saying a word. She turned around and went upstairs. Obviously not wanting to care about her. Pang Yu felt even more wronged. She knew that Qinling did not like her attitude of compromise. She had been stopped by her twice before. And her attitude towards her became much colder. But what could she do? She had poor physical fitness. Was not good at sports when she was in school. Could not run fast. And had little strength. If she really met an infected person, she would definitely die on her own. Although her parents were still alive. They were trapped in the west of the city and couldn't even go out. Food was scarce. And the circuits and signals were becoming increasingly unstable. It was very likely that a power outage would become a permanent one. Once the power outage became permanent, they would not be able to keep in touch with her. They knew they couldn't protect her. So every time they called, they reminded her to be careful when she was alone in the east of the city. Not to act on impulse. And to know how to read people's expressions. She listened. So she didn't just restrain herself and rely on boys. What else could she do? After checking the situation outside for a while, they found that the community was temporarily safe and there were people guarding the gate. They felt relieved and started discussing again. After all, the problem was nothing more than the car. There were always troops patrolling outside before. After all, they were not desperate criminals. How could they dare to steal or rob? Now it is different. There is chaos outside. Can they get a car in the chaos? It would be best if they could get a minibus. Or even a big bus. Where they can sit comfortably. Take everything with them. Get some supplies from the supermarket. And then go to other safe cities. As soon as the opinion was raised, someone immediately refuted it. What about my parents? They are still trapped in the west of the city. Yes, my family is still alive. And we have been in contact all the time. Where can I get a minibus or a bus? Those cars are no longer visible on the road. They must have been requisitioned. Right? And if you leave the community to find a car at this time, you might run into an infected person. And you will be dead? How about finding a few small cars? But without car keys. You can't drive even if you smash the car windows. Right? Do you really want to rob the RV next door? Let's not talk about the fact that we can't beat them, after all. They are our former classmates. If she shouts in the group, the whole world will know what we are doing. Alas, it's better to move to the shelter before. They talked a lot, complained, but there was no progress at all. Lin Sherduo, who proposed the plan to get a car, was so angry that he just ignored it and went upstairs. When he left, the others couldn't discuss anything and could only go back to their resting rooms. But in this situation, basically no one can sleep. Pang Yu couldn't sleep either. She, Qinling and another girl shared a room. The mattress in this room was still there. And the bed was big. Plus, there were only 3 girls in the villa. So it was just right for them to squeeze in. Now the flow was limited. And nothing could be watched on TV. She downloaded a lot of novels. But she didn't feel like reading them. When she was about to fall asleep, someone suddenly pressed her mouth gently. She woke up immediately, opened her eyes, and met Qinling's eyes. Another girl next to her was also awake, and was hushing at her with her index finger. Both of them were wearing coats for going out. In the dim light outside the window, they could still see several travel bags on the floor. She signaled with her eyes. What's wrong? Chapter 25. Collapse. Qinling didn't say anything, raised her phone, turned on the interface, and showed her the words on it. Don't make a sound, don't disturb others, you have packed your things, we are leaving tonight if you want. You can go with us, if you don't want then stay. Pang Yu's eyes were full of surprise. She looked at Qinling, who looked at her with questioning eyes. Pang Yu nodded immediately. In the darkness before dawn, several figures walked out of Villa number 8 silently. They almost didn't make any footsteps, and didn't dare to use flashlights. Everyone was carrying a backpack or a large travel bag, carefully bypassed the villa, and walked along the shadows under the trees beside the driveway to the entrance of the underground parking lot of the community. A moment later, a silver-gray SUV drove out of the garage silently. The headlights were not on, and even the headlights were turned off after leaving the parking lot. Everyone put their backpacks and travel bags in the trunk, and then got in. The car was big, and it could accommodate 3 people with some things in the back seat. Pang Yu didn't dare to breathe loudly until she got in the car. She looked at the driver's seat, and the person driving was Lu Tong. Everyone sit down. Leave the community. And don't scream no matter what you see on the road. I know your families are all in the west of the city. You have all kinds of ideas. But now we are a group. We have to discuss everything together. No one can make a decision alone. Do you understand? The person who said this was another boy in the passenger seat. He was usually very low-key. He was a transparent person in the class because of his poor family background during his school days. Although he came to the party this time, he didn't have much presence. The 3 girls in the back row nodded vigorously. Pang Yu noticed that Hudong, Lin Duo, and 2 other boys who were familiar with them were not there. So, did they form a team in private and run away by themselves? Where did the car come from? Pang Yu was most surprised by this. The most important reason for the conflict among others before was that they had no car. It was Japan who did it. He worked in a car repair shop for several years, and was most familiar with cars. The car had been parked in the underground parking lot. Lu Tong found it. There were several cars there, but it couldn't be opened without the key. This car is very old, and the lock can be picked, and it can be started even without the car key. After Japan fixed the car, he locked it again and also tampered with the engine, so that even if someone gets in the car, it can't start. As the car drove towards the gate of the community, Qinling slowly explained. After they quietly fixed the car, they even quietly filled the trunk with water, supplies, and even fuel, in case something unexpected happened one day, and they had to run away immediately. Qinling has been cold to Pang Yu recently, just because she is afraid that she will know that they are planning to leave, and accidentally tell Hudong and others, so she has been deliberately alienating and hiding it. What if I hadn't agreed to go with you guys just now? After Pang Yu asked, she understood when she saw the look in Qinling's eyes. She was asked to go with him because they were classmates, but they were just old classmates, not relatives or friends. If she herself was not willing to take a risk for herself, how could others insist on saving her? The car left the community smoothly. In the dawn light, the fire caused by the explosion in the east was still burning, and the faint sounds of fighting and cries for help were heard in the cold wind. In the driveway behind the gate of the community, Lin Duo angry shouts and footsteps were heard. But the sound was too small, and was blown away by the wind. Outside the tall electric fence gate, a passing infected person was lying between 2 carved fences, trying to squeeze his body in. On the ground nearby, several infected people had fallen down. Most of them had nails driven into their eyes, and were killed in one shot. There was a dead-end road next to the community, and at this stage, there were not many infected people spreading from outside. In fact, Ji Ningxin felt that it was no longer necessary to call him an infected person. One of his arms was broken, his chin was gone, his pupils were bright red, he was as cold and terrifying as a cold-blooded animal, his face, his neck and arms were blue, covered with dense white patches. From a human perspective, he was completely dead, and he looked very disgusting. It took a lot of courage to look directly at this scary face. But he could still move, and he could still roar at them incoherently, as expected using zombie. It is more appropriate to describe it as a dagger. Ji Ningxin held down Lu Tingfeng's raised hand, and picked up the modified Swiss Army knife. The handle of the knife was firmly welded to a steel pipe, and then tied with wire, so that the short knife originally used for close combat became a spear. The thick mass blocked the rotten smell of the zombies. She breathed slowly, took a sip of the sour plum under her tongue, resisted the urge to vomit, aimed at the bloody mouth of the zombie without a chin, and stabbed it hard. The first time, the zombie dodged, and she stabbed in vain. It still has some human habits. Go faster. so it doesn't have time to dodge. Lu Tingfeng reminded him. He also summed up his experience after several attempts. Ji Ningxin held the steel pipe tightly again, and stabbed it hard at the right angle. The sharp tip of the knife successfully pierced the target this time. The zombie was pinned by the tip of the knife and struggled hard. Lu Tingfeng reached out, held Ji Ningxin's hand, and added strength. This time, the tip of the knife passed through the zombie's throat and cut smoothly into the back of its head. And the zombie stopped moving completely. Ji Ningxin pulled out the saber with force, and the zombie fell to the ground against the fence. She rubbed her sour stomach, looked at the stained knife with some disgust, and rubbed it against the bushes beside her. She decided to go back and clean it and temporarily put it in the garage, not to bring it into the villa. On the road outside the villa gate, there were 2 other zombies, one of which had its leg broken and was crawling there like a headless fly. Another zombie was lying at the door of a small shop across the street, seemingly attracted by some noise inside. Ji Ningxin and Lu Tingfeng did not open the gate to go out. First, there is a rule among the remaining residents in the community. The gate is the only barrier of the community, and cannot be opened casually. Now people can only enter and exit the gate at fixed times in the morning and afternoon every day. The door of the security room is locked, and the key is kept in the hands of a resident. The control console that can open the electric door is also locked, and the key is in the hands of another resident. Only when these 2 households work together can the door be opened. As for the 2 households on duty in the morning and afternoon, they take turns by drawing lots. Today is the first round of duty after the discussion. The other residents have not recovered yet, but Lu Tingfeng agreed to take the first shift, mainly because he wanted to adapt to Ji Ningxin as soon as possible. The people who worked the first shift with him were Lin Shiduo and Hu Dong from the villa next door. I don't know if it was because they were abandoned by the classmates, who formed their own team and ran away, or they wanted to get familiar with Ji Ningxin and build a good relationship. After Lu Tingfeng spoke, they also took the initiative to accept the first shift. Lu Yue came naturally. 2. When the 2 of them were practicing at the gate, he was in charge in the security room. Lin Shiduo and his men had always been secretly plotting to take his RV, but they never dared to take any real action, somewhat like the king of mouth cannons. But one must be on guard against others. When she and Lu Tingfeng were at the gate, someone had to watch them in the security room, to prevent the gate from being opened suddenly. Sure enough, Lu Yue's strong body sat there, and the 4 little chickens didn't even dare to stay in the security room, and they all came out and stood outside the security room. But at this moment, seeing the 2 brothers and sisters standing inside the gate, poking the infected and correcting their research, Lin Shiduo, Hu Dong and the other 4 couldn't help it, pulled down their masks, and vomited while lying on the wall of the security room. Vomiting a lot, one after another. Ji Ningxin. So disgusting. More disgusting than a zombie. She retracted her gaze from Lin Shiduo, and slowly swept her eyes across several buildings near the gate in the community. The community returned to its previous quiet state, with few people left, and several households packed up and drove away after dawn. At that time, the zombies from other places had already spread over. Their car had just driven out when it hit a bloody and moving human body. When the other party opened its bloody mouth and bared its teeth and rushed towards their car window, they screamed and hurriedly reversed and turned around. It was not easy to drive out of the road in front of the community. Many of the residents who chose to stay were hiding behind the curtains and checking the movement at the gate. At such a close distance, she could even sense their panic through her mental power. The 2 hours in the morning passed quickly. Lin Shiduo and Hu Dong locked the control console of the electric door. Lu Yue locked the door of the security room, and each went back to the villa. The family of 3 entered the villa from the garage. Before entering, Lu Tingfeng and Ji Ningxin first took off the medical protective clothing, masks and goggles outside in the garage, rinsed the tip of the knife in the sink nearby, and then washed their hands with disinfectant, and then entered the villa cleanly. Then the routine was throwing and hitting. During the teaching time, Lu Tingfeng found that she was not strong enough. So today after the wrestling she added strength training and asked her to lift weights. Ji Ningxin. An hour later, Ji Ningxin, who was exhausted, took a simple shower, changed into clean clothes, and entered the RV through the storage area. After these days, the fuel finally accumulated to 100 L. After she clicked to confirm the extraction, she selected Space Grid to extract. Subtitles immediately appeared on the silver-black screen. 100 L of fuel has been extracted into the Space Grid, RV fuel, 1/100 unit. The fuel count that appeared later surprised Ji Ningxin. 100 L of RV's self-produced fuel was actually stored in the space grid with one counting unit. That is to say, the upper limit of RV fuel that can be stored in a space grid is up to 10,000 liters. And no container is required. This storage capacity and method are simply amazing. After that, she chose to extract clean water. The extraction method of clean water is the same as that of fuel. It can be extracted into the RV water tank, or it can be lifted into the space grid. However, the withdrawal amount is 200 L at a time. These two data reminded her of the capacity of the RV oil tank and water tank. One is exactly 100 L, the other is 200 L. When it is used, one unit corresponds to one volume. 200 L of clean water has been extracted into the space grid, RV clean water, 1/100 unit. Sure enough, the withdrawal amount of clean water is also 1 unit at a time, that is, one space grid can store a total of 20,000 liters of clean water. Thinking that she could take a shower freely in the RV even if she left the villa, Ji Ningxin, who was exhausted before, was full of energy again. She left the storage area and went to help Lu Yue prepare lunch. After the explosion last night, they did not leave Suchong immediately because they did not want to become the target of public criticism. The RV was too conspicuous. At this time, a large number of convoys and people were evacuating, and it was difficult to break away from the group. It was okay to travel together for half a day or a day, but if they traveled together for several days, it was very likely that the abnormality of the RV would be discovered. Furthermore, Sioux City had just fallen, and the blockades and heavy roadblocks on several roads outside the city should still be guarded by people. It was unclear whether they would need to get off the car to accept various inspections. However, in that environment, there would be various unstable factors after leaving the RV. The family of 3 had discussed it. At present, the fuel storage was small, and the road conditions of the RV were unknown. They did not want to run out of fuel while driving. By then, the RV would not be able to run and would have to be parked on the roadside. It would be better to stay in the villa. The villa has a large space after all, and there is a community gate outside, so it is not so cramped to live in, and it can also accumulate more fuel and clean water. In addition, the first batch of vegetables in the hydroponic room are growing well. If they leave now, they can take the hydroponic boxes and tools with them, but they will have to leave these vegetables behind. Not to mention that Li Yue, who has spent a lot of effort on this, is reluctant to leave. Even Lu Tingfeng thinks it is a waste. So their plan is to wait until these hydroponic vegetables are mature and harvested before leaving. During this period, they can also use it for adaptation and training. Even if they have a motorhome, they don't want to stay in it forever and be protected by it. The era of disorder has arrived. If you don't advance, you will retreat. Those who can't adapt will be eliminated first. They had a security room mission that day, so they didn't leave the community. After returning from the security room mission in the afternoon, Ji Ningxin imported the Suchong map downloaded from her computer into Li Yue and Lu Tingfeng's mobile phones. This map can be used offline, which will be more convenient for them when driving. In addition, she also divided the map into several parts and printed them out one by one, according to the situation in the west and east of the city, and the areas that her current mental power can detect. She drew up some safe route maps. That night, the east of the city was not peaceful. In the past, the night was particularly quiet because it was under martial law. But now, the night represents danger. Some noises that did not sound so abrupt during the day are particularly eye-catching because of the silence of most people. On the road, there were occasional collisions, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass and the roar of zombies. Occasionally, there were also sounds of looting and explosions. Some people living in small high-rise buildings or ordinary buildings could hear the noises coming from across the wall. There were suppressed cries, indistinct curses and roars. There were also exclamations and fighting sounds, and sometimes even screams. The source of the collapse of the east of the city does not only come from the temporary settlement. Not everyone finds that their loved ones have cell virus. After the first stage of symptoms, they will call for help immediately. They know very well what it means to make this call. However, let the mother watch the troops come and take away the 4 or 5-year-old children at home. No, the specific medicine has not yet been developed. She would rather choose to lock him, her, in the room and take care of and pay attention to him at all times. If the child really becomes like those monsters in the west of the city, she does not plan to live alone. Leave the children who are not yet adults at home and go away? No, they would rather lock themselves in the room, even if they can only hear each other through a door. It is better than going to another place where they may never see each other again. Some people, even after noticing the changes in themselves, choose to hide it from their loved ones because of fear and panic. They think they can survive, think that as long as they keep a clear mind, they will never hurt their loved ones, but in fact, no one is special. Once infected, the only difference is the length of time it takes to enter the third stage. Ji Ningxin didn't sleep well that night. Her mental strength combined with her gradually enhanced hearing was like a sound wave receiver. She fell asleep in a daze near midnight. When she woke up, Lu Yue and Lu Tingfeng had already driven out in the RV. She was not in a hurry. She got up, washed up, put on her down jacket, checked the doors and windows of the house, closed the curtains, and slipped into the storage area. 10 seconds later, she appeared in the RV washroom. Through the window of the bathroom, you can see the dilapidated and desolate streets outside, and the swaying corpses on the roadside. This is a road several blocks away from their community. She pushed open the door of the bathroom and immediately smelled a fragrance. Lu Yue was driving. Lu Tingfeng was frying dumplings on the induction cooker, and the electric cooker next to him was still heating up the cooked chicken and mushroom porridge. Ji Ningxin yawned and moved closer to Lu Tingfeng. Why didn't you call me? I deliberately let you sleep a little longer. Anyway, as long as we are in the RV, it doesn't matter to you where we are. Lu Tingfeng rubbed her hair. The leek and egg dumplings and celery and pork dumplings I made earlier. Get your own bowl and chopsticks. It's time to have breakfast. Ji Ningxin looked at Lu Tingfeng with a calm face, and couldn't help pointing at the blue-gray arm chasing the RV and occasionally hitting their body outside the car window. That. Don't worry, we have already done experiments. Their movements of this degree, when the passive defense is turned on, will not trigger the RV passive defense shield, and the body has reinforced steel bars. Level 2 reinforcement, they can't even leave a mark. Also, because of the active defense function, even if the car door is open, they can't get in. Lu Tingfeng put an insulation pad on the table of the booth, and brought the fried dumplings and the pan to the table. Perhaps in the judgment of the RV defense system, they are still considered human. Later, Ji Ningxin realized that Lu Tingfeng's words were not completely accurate. The RV active defense function excludes not only humans. Or in other words, the humans within the range of the RV active defense function. In it, it does not only include humans from the planet Mercury. The function of the RV is stronger. But the people in the RV are still just fragile. Ji Ningxin gave the quota of upgrading the ordinary passenger to the co-pilot to Lu Tingfeng. It is not that she favors the eldest brother, but the person with this quota will become her assistant in the future and get off the car with her. Between Li Yue and Lu Tingfeng, the younger Lu Tingfeng is obviously more suitable. So when they came out this time, Lu Yue's task was to be the driver, driving the whole way, and not getting off for the time being. If he really wanted to train himself, he could stand inside the car door with it open, and use a lengthened blade to deal with the zombies that came forward. Just like Ji Ningxin did in the community before. The zombies couldn't get into the car door anyway, so he would be safe as long as he stood on the doorstep. After Ji Ningxin finished speaking, she stood in front of the RV door, demonstrated the movements twice, and explained the key points of the movements in detail. However, it looked a bit like someone sticking his butt out to fish, which didn't seem very smart. Lu Yue, don't lie to me, did your brother really teach you that? Dad. Ji Ningxin could tell what her father was thinking, and immediately frowned. Okay, Dad knows everything, I will do as you say. On the other side, Lu Tingfeng had already put on his equipment. The advantage of the cold weather is that, even if you wear too many heavy and thick clothes, you won't feel hot. The most basic clothing he wore was a diving suit. The diving suit was very thick, with nylon or lycra cloth wrapped around the foam rubber layer in the middle, which was warm on one hand and strong on the other. In short, it is bite-resistant. The outer layer is a waterproof jacket with a thick fleece lining. The fabric of the jacket is usually made of polyester fiber nylon or polymer materials, which is waterproof, wear-resistant and lightweight. In short, it is bite-resistant. Although the zombies are scary, their teeth have not mutated. They are not like wild beasts, with sharp teeth that can easily cut into fabrics, muscles and bones. The reason why they can bite successfully every time is that they have no pain and are fearless. When a normal person bites someone fiercely, he can bite off another person's ear or gnaw off a piece of meat. What about the infected who have no pain and will not let go even if their teeth are broken. However, I have never heard of a bite that can make a person bleed through several layers of thick and wear-resistant clothing. At most, it will leave a mark. Therefore, they do not need clothes that can protect against wild animals. They only need to focus on protecting the exposed skin. At this time, the knee pads, elbow pads, wrist guards, gloves and helmets that they bought when they learned to skateboard in their early years came in handy. As for the neck, they wrapped the combat straps inside, and the coat and neck, to ensure that the zombies would bite it, and it would be full of cotton. After fully armed, Ji Ningxin and Lu Tingfeng put on medical protective clothing on the outside, and finally put on masks and goggles. They only had a general plan for this trip, and no goals that must be implemented. Everything should be done on a safe basis. Plan 1 was to check the real situation on the road in the east of the city. From the previous journey, the zombies had indeed spread throughout the east of the city, but the number was less than they imagined. Probably because when the accident happened, the troops took away a large number of people in the shelter, and the explosion also attracted and eliminated a large number of zombies. Of course, at 1 or 2 narrow intersections, there would be a large number of zombies. They were mainly blocked by the guardrails, and there was no one nearby to attract their attention. So they kept wandering there, and then accumulated. While Ji Ningxin was using his mental power to explore the road, he would inform Lu Tingfeng of the situation of the surrounding roads in time. He would mark them on the map, and divide them into 3 types: low, medium, and dangerous. They would focus on and avoid several dangerous intersections. In addition to their car, they occasionally saw other cars on the road, but both sides were very alert, with all windows closed, and kept their distance from each other. They had not been stopped by anyone or encountered traps. There were a few roads that were blocked because of a car accident somewhere on the road. The car crashed into the sidewalk and was tilted there, with the door open and blood all over the ground. The people in the car had been bitten and turned into zombies. But because the seats were deformed or the safety bags were ejected and stuck there, they kept struggling with their hands and feet, which looked extremely scary. There were other cars that had rear-ended each other parked crookedly in the back. Some of the tires were still burning. Some of the fronts were emitting black smoke. And it seemed that the accident had just happened not long ago. Some cars were still moving. Some were empty. But without exception, those that were moving had become zombies. And those who were still alive had already fled. When they passed by several gold, mobile phone and other valuable stores, they saw a car parked crookedly outside the store. And several people wearing protective masks or ordinary masks were moving goods in and out quickly. And there was also a person holding a knife on guard. The vigilant look everywhere estimated that at this moment, no matter whether it was a zombie or a normal human who pounced on him, they would be slashed with the knife without mercy. This kind of people, before the disaster came, were not good people, but in the past, they were suppressed by the system, so they would not cross the line. And now, in this city full of zombies, they have no scruples. Ji Ningxin probably knew what they were thinking, looking for the most valuable things in this collapsed city before escaping, and then running to other cities that were not in trouble. Think of a way to sell the things, so that they can enjoy them unscrupulously in the future. It's a good idea, but in a disaster, gold that can't be eaten or drunk is completely useless at the critical moment. Of course, their second plan was also to get some supplies. But it was different from these people. The large group left suddenly, and there was still a lot of food in the many supermarkets in the east of the city with purchase restrictions. They wanted to stock up some more. They were not going to touch those that were easy to store and carry. After all, there were still many survivors in the east of the city. Their main targets were frozen meat, frozen seafood, eggs, vegetables and fruits that were not easy to carry and prepare, and were easy to spoil. They could also stock up on daily necessities. They only took the amount they needed, which would not have any impact on the supermarket inventory. There were also people near the supermarket. Those who wanted to escape from Suzhou and had a sense of crisis would come here to try to move supplies. The incident happened in the middle of the night. No one was staying inside or outside the supermarket. In addition, various warning fences were set up around the supermarket, and the road was cleared. There were fewer zombies around. However, in the past 2 days, some people came to move supplies, move the warning fences, and the noise of cars coming in and out attracted zombies from several nearby roads. If there were not many zombies, as long as you were ruthless, you could get rid of them even if you drove a car and hit them directly. After getting Ji Ningxin nod, Lu Yuwei drove into the small road on the side of the supermarket. This is the road used by trucks to transport supplies into the supermarket. This road is relatively narrow, and there is a dead end with a wall in front. For the survivors who are alert to the zombies and ready to evacuate at any time. This road is relatively dangerous, and it is far less visible than the empty parking lot outside the main entrance of the supermarket. Outside the small road is a big road, and zombies may appear at any time. If the zombies are attracted and surround, blocking the entrance of this road, even if there are only 4 or 5 zombies, it will not be easy for ordinary cars to break out. Therefore, people who come to the supermarket to move supplies will not consider entering from here at all. And many people do not know that this road leads directly to the supermarket warehouse. They plan to go directly to the supermarket warehouse. The freezer and refrigerator are in the warehouse. Such large supermarkets have backup power supplies. Even if there is a problem with the power supply in this area, it can last for a while. Although the temperature has risen in recent days, it is only 5 or 6 degrees during the day. The food in the refrigerator and freezer will not go bad within 2 or 3 days. Ji Ningxin turned off the passive defense, relying on the 2-level body strength of the rebar. Lu Yuwei drove slowly all the way, pushing and clearing the several guardrails on the small road silently. The RV drove inward and stopped at the side entrance of the supermarket. Lu Tingfeng buckled his waist bag, and he and Ji Ningxin got out of the car with their weapons. In front of them were several rolling shutters. Ji Ningxin had already checked them with his mental power. Behind the rolling shutters was a loading warehouse, which was specially used for unloading carts. It was very large, but there were no supplies. They had to continue inward and pass through the passage to reach the warehouse. The entire warehouse area was locked. Without professional tools, it would be impossible to break the door in a short time. But this did not bother Ji Ningxin. She half squatted down, put her hand on the door lock, closed her eyes and sensed it. After a while, the parts in the lock entered the space. She and Lu Tingfeng carefully pulled up the rolling door, which was only about half the height of a person, and then bent down and crawled in one after the other. After entering, she put the parts in the lock back to their original positions. Anyway, if something really happened and they had to run, they would not rely on this passage. It was a pity that Lu Tingfeng had a 5-day CD time after using teleportation to return to the RV. If they could do it once a day, they could let Lu Yuwei drive home directly. The entire warehouse area was pitch black. Lu Tingfeng took out a flashlight from his waist bag and shone it in front. After entering the passage from the unloading warehouse, the road inside was divided into 2. One leading to the supermarket material warehouse, and the other leading to the supermarket shelf area in front. Ji Ningxin sensed that there were people in the shelf area, but they didn't dare to go too deep. They were all near the entrance shelves. Important materials such as rice, flour, staple food, and protective supplies were all in that area. Probably because she used them a lot. Her mental strength was strengthened a lot. There was a long distance from them to the supermarket entrance shelves, but she could clearly see the hurried footsteps of the survivors. Sense their fear and vigilance. No one had come to the warehouse for the time being, and there was no sign of anyone prying the door between the shelf area and the warehouse area. The supermarket's logistics room and security room were also in this passage. Lu Tingfeng pointed to the security room. Ji Ningxin knew that he was more careful and wanted to cut off the surveillance. She used the same trick to unlock the door again. Computers were Lu Tingfeng's area of expertise. She stood at the door and waited for a while, and then he came out. The two still didn't turn on the lights and walked quickly towards the material warehouse with the help of the flashlight. After entering, they were shocked by the shelves piled up from the ground to the ceiling. Chapter 26. Supplies for free. They originally thought that there were enough supplies on the shelves outside. They had limited purchases several times before. Not only were there items on every shelf, but there were also a lot of supplies on both sides of each corridor. But now they found that was just the beginning. Come to think of it, there were so many supermarkets in the east of the city, but the number of supermarkets that were limited to purchases was limited. It should be that the troops concentrated the supplies from other large supermarkets in these dozen places, so there was such a large amount of inventory in front of them. They had never been to a supermarket warehouse before. It was not as bright and tidy as the outside, but the shelves were closely arranged. All the materials were packed in large capacity packages for transportation, and were neatly stacked one by one. Ji Ningxin was stunned for a moment, and then she started to move. She collected consumables such as toilet paper rolls, cleaning supplies, sanitary napkins, and towels according to the number of existing types in the space grid, so that each type reached the upper limit of 100 pieces. Quilt covers, beddings, and blankets were right next to them, and they were packed in large handbags. She thought that these things might be difficult to buy in the future, so she collected them as soon as she saw them. She collected more than 10 sets of 4-piece sets, more than 10 quilts of different thicknesses, and velvet blankets, wool blankets, thin blankets, which can be used as covers, or as sofas, or as carpets. And she collected more than 10 of each. She even saw sets of unopened skin care products, which will be luxury goods in the future. She has a space grid where she and Yang Renren have stored several sets of unopened skin care products. Now she feels that she should not waste the upper limit of this space grid, so she put 30 or 40 sets of facial care and moisturizing products into the space grid. Then came the boxes of drinks, milk tea, coffee and milk. The boxes were too heavy and took up space in the cart. She hadn't bought much before. Boxes of drinks of different flavors could be stacked. She filled 2 spaces. Drip coffee, coffee beans, and healthy candy. This was her and her brother's life. 10 boxes of healthy candy were collected in the seasoning space. Drip coffee and coffee beans were searched for a while. Find the 3 with the best flavors, and directly filled the space of coffee to the upper limit. Medical protective clothing and shoe covers are consumed quickly. The warehouse happened to have some. This type of protective clothing is relatively light and thin. There are 50 sets in a box. The previous purchase limit was 10 sets per box. She originally bought a box, but always felt it was not enough, so she bought another 20 boxes. There are also many electrical appliances in large supermarkets. These things were not originally limited, but not many people bought them. Ji Ningxing came to this type of shelf, which was full of boxes of unopened electrical appliances, from small rechargeable energy-saving desk lamps to the largest washing machines and refrigerators. Everything is available. If the eastern part of the city continues to fall, these things will become relics of the civilized era and be sealed here. Her space grid has an upper limit, and there is also some space between the storage area and the corridor, so it is impossible to take away everything here. So she put in a box of brand new automatic coffee machines, relit a home appliance space grid, and then put 5 automatic coffee machines with different functions in it, so as to prevent the 2 existing coffee machines at home from breaking down and needing to be replaced. Laptop, mobile phone, tablet, electric oven, rice cooker, electric oven for barbecue and hot pot, air fryer, toaster, automatic bread making machine, cleaning machine, electric stew pot, juicer, induction cooker, noodle maker, electric water heater, desk lamp, electric fan, small refrigerator, wall-mounted air conditioner, electric heater, dryer. As long as the size of the packaging box does not exceed half a cubic meter, she took at least 3 of each type, and added 2 or 3 more for appliances that are used frequently and easily damaged. Finally, she even took out 3 of each of the appliances that couldn't fit into the space, such as freezers, upright refrigerators, and washing machines, and placed them in the aisle. She put them away here, while Lu Tingfeng found the doors of the refrigerator and freezer, and she went over to open them. After these days, even if the green leafy vegetables were not sold out, most of them turned black and could not be eaten. Most of the items in the refrigerator were eggs and long-lasting vegetables and fruits, such as cabbage, potatoes, peas, corn kernels, apples, pears, oranges, etc. All the hydroponic boxes at home can be brought with them. In the future, there will always be a way to continue growing vegetables for food. So she just picked up some cabbage, peas, apples and oranges. There are a lot of eggs, stacked in boxes, at least 60 or 70 boxes. These boxes are not the 50-pack small paper boxes sold on the shelves. They are large wooden boxes, with 12 boards in a box, 30 eggs per board, a total of 360 eggs in a box. She looked at the size of the boxes, and put 40 boxes into the original egg space. Afterwards, the 2 entered the freezer. There were not many varieties of frozen meat, mainly pork, beef, whole chicken, chicken wings, whole duck, except for pork, which was divided into pork belly, large ribs, leg bones, ribs, tenderloin. Other meats were not like the supermarkets she had visited before, where beef was divided into different parts, and sliced and arranged one by one. The frozen beef here was simple and rough, in large chunks, frozen firmly in the bag. She also filled the original space for different meats, with each type of meat to the upper limit of 100 pieces. All the seafood was frozen in bags, including small yellow croaker, hairtail, pomfret, saba fish, shrimp, scallops, squid, cod, prawns, various fish balls. About 20 kinds. But each bag was not large. She originally stocked a lot of frozen seafood, all in one space, but not in large quantities. She filled this space to the upper limit of 100 pieces, and reopened 2 spaces, also filling them to 100 pieces. After collecting the seafood, Ji Ningxin signaled to Lu Tingfeng that it was almost done, and they could leave. Enough? Comparing the inventory in the warehouse, she didn't take much. Enough? Ji Ningxin felt a little annoyed. The number of eggs alone, assuming that the 3 of them took one a day, could last them 13 years. Isn't that enough? Pick up some more. After this trip, you won't have to come out again. Hearing what Lu Tingfeng said, Ji Ningxin rummaged around and found several boxes of mousse cakes in the corner of the freezer. Inside were neatly arranged small boxes with several flavors, matcha, chocolate, and coffee. This batch of cakes should have been made before the chaos in the west of the city. They were kept in the freezer for more than half a month. However, mousse can be eaten after being frozen for about a month. So she put them all away. In addition, she found more than 20 boxes of frozen bullfrogs, which had been processed and cleaned. There were 20 bags in a box, and each bag weighed 1 kilogram. She had indeed missed buying bullfrogs before. Bullfrogs are tender and delicious. They are delicious no matter how they are cooked. They can be put in hot pot, barbecue, dry pot, or fried with pepper and salt. Ji Ningxin imagined it for a while, and without hesitation, she put away all the bullfrogs, successfully lighting up a new space grid. Bullfrog, 26 out of 100 pieces. Then she went to look for it on the shelves outside, and collected a lot of seasonings, especially hot pot seasonings and barbecue seasonings. Some semi-finished seasonings for making pickled fish, boiled fish, chopped pepper fish head, hot and sour soup, etc. And the most important, salt and cooking oil. There were also many snacks on the shelves, all of which were large unopened combination packs. She didn't pick and choose, as long as they were different. She took 7 or 8 of each. Finally, they saw rice. Although there were 2 boys in their family, they had a habit of eating more vegetables, and they didn't consume much rice. So she only stocked up 50 bags of 10 kilograms rice before, and she stocked up 10 bags during the purchase restrictions. These 60 bags have not been touched yet. The rice consumed before was all the rice in the family. Now think about it, the total amount of rice is 1,200 kilograms. Even if their family consumes it slowly, it will be almost finished in 3 years. It is better to take some more to feel safe. The warehouse is full of unopened boxes of rice, which are 4 bags x 10 kilograms. She took 40 boxes, and directly filled the space for rice to the upper limit. This time, they really took enough. Ji Ningxin said, "Let's go," and left the warehouse with Lu Tingfeng. She reset the locks on all the doors, but the doors were just closed, not locked. If other people find the warehouse later, they can move the goods more quickly, and they won't be blocked by the door lock. Although the door of the material warehouse is easy to open, the doors of the freezer and refrigerator are difficult to open. They returned to the passage connecting the unloading warehouse and the shelf area in front, intending to return the same way, but heard a loud rumble from the direction of the shelf area, followed by a series of collisions, and the sound of goods falling from the overturned shelves. In this city full of zombies, everyone lowered their voices. When they were clearing the guardrail just now, they didn't dare to hit it quickly, but only rolled it slowly, fearing that the noise would be too loud. What is going on outside now? Lu Tingfeng heard faint cries for help from the shelf area, and the sound of grabbing. In the current situation, the people who would use grabbing are most likely soldiers. He held Ji Ningxin's hand. Take a look. This look naturally refers to her mental power. Because the distance is short, Ji Ningxin quickly dispersed her mental power. They have been to this supermarket before. The main door faces south. There are entrances on both sides of the southeast, and the parking lot is outside. During the purchase restriction, the building entrance on the east side was closed, but the parking lot was open, and the guardrails are all outside, so the supermarket is very empty in both directions of the southeast. Before, when residents came to move supplies, only one fence on the south side was opened. But now, the fence outside the entire east parking lot was almost half opened. A truck cut in from the east parking lot at an angle, and the front of the truck directly hit the glass wall on the east side of the building. Because of the huge impact force, it crashed into the supermarket, knocking over several rows of shelves, and the items and broken walls and glass were mixed together. It was a mess. About 7 or 8 people who were moving supplies stood by the shelves on the south side, looking at the truck with lingering fear. Fortunately, the truck hit the east side of the building. If it hit from the south, they would either be crushed to death or be stuck with the shelves and unable to move. In the east parking lot, another Jeep drove in. This car was a special explosion-proof Jeep used by the Army. However, the body of the car was covered with blood. If you looked closely, you could see pieces of meat. The Jeep braked suddenly and stopped next to the truck. 6 or 7 team members jumped out of the car. They were dirty and looked a little embarrassed. They ran into the supermarket with guns in hand, stepping on the debris on the ground, and came to the front of the truck. The front of the truck was twisted and deformed due to the collision. The rearview mirror fell off, and half of the windshield was broken. But the door was closed tightly, and the glass on the door was intact. The truck was tall, and it was difficult to see the situation in the cab from the angle below. Someone stepped on the truck step and reached out to knock on the passenger door. After the door was knocked, there was a collision sound from inside. "Be careful," someone reminded, and the others raised their guns. Xiao Zheng, the person knocking on the door, climbed up 2 steps again, and with a light from outside, he checked the cab. The answer to him was a face covered in blood. A piece of glass shards was inserted into the left eye of this face, and half of the ear was cut off. But he seemed to feel no pain, lying on the car window, opening his mouth towards the person outside, biting his teeth hard. "Xiao Zheng," the man spoke again, his voice full of regret, seeing the other person's appearance. What else did he not understand? He adjusted the distance again, looking at another teammate in the driver's seat. He was the driver, lying there with his eyes wide open, a bloody hole bitten on his neck, and he was no longer breathing. This situation was not the first time in the past 2 days. Teammates suddenly changed several times. The rescue teams that stayed behind to carry out the mission were unable to defend themselves and had already sacrificed many companions. He jumped out of the car and talked to his teammates for a few words. Several of them looked very bad, but they still quickly opened the door, shot and killed the teammate who had mutated, and then dragged him out of the car, put them in the trunk of the Jeep, and then find a place to bury them. A person who looked like the captain spoke, a slightly hoarse female voice. She was very tall and young, with a very short buzz cut, deep and straight eyebrows, and she directed the team members neatly, first asking them to check whether the truck could still be driven, and then instructing them to move the goods quickly and evacuate as soon as possible. She was afraid that the sound of the collision just now would attract all the zombies nearby. But just as she worried, after a few team members had settled their fallen teammates, the team members who were on guard outside ran in quickly and told them that all the zombies on the nearby roads had gathered together, and there were a lot of them. They had consumed a lot of bullets in the past 2 days, and they couldn't get any more bullets for the time being, and they had no way to deal with these zombies. "Boss, retreat first, or you be killed." "No, we're already here. This batch of supplies is very important. The people in the west of the city have been hungry for a long time. Do you want them to continue to flee with us while hungry? Aren't their teams going to other supermarkets? We can also find opportunities to go to other supermarkets. But if we just leave like this, under the current situation, the zombies will occupy this place. Even if the supermarket is ruined, the nearby residents who haven't left will not be able to come here to get supplies." The short-haired girl didn't think for long. "You stay and move the goods. The space in the truck compartment is limited. First move the instant noodles, canned food and drinking water, rice and noodles, and chocolate, bread and biscuits, etc. Put as much protective equipment as possible in that row, as much as you can. Because these supermarkets gathered the supplies from the entire east of the city, and several subsequent batches of relief supplies, the shelves and warehouses were full, they couldn't take away all the things on the shelves, not to mention the large amount of goods in the warehouse. They couldn't take them away, and now the remaining people in the city couldn't take them away either, so these things could only be abandoned here in the end. When a special medicine is developed in the future, the troops will return and clean up the entire city. I don't know how much supplies will be left here. None of those desperate criminals and zombies are worry-free." After she finished speaking, she looked at one of the team members, Xiao Zhao. "You still have a grenade there. Come with me to the jeep. Let's lead these things away. They stayed to save people. And they must not walk away irresponsibly after an accident. No. Boss. There are too many zombies outside. You are going to die. Boss. Don't be impulsive. Several team members were still shouting something. But their captain had already run out with Xiao Xiao. And shouted coldly at the people behind. Telling them that this was an order and they must execute it. Her eyes were cold and firm, without a trace of fear in them. After so many days, she was no longer afraid of life and death. There is nothing to be afraid of in death. It is the survivors who have a hard time. She ran out of the supermarket quickly with Xiao Xiao. Before they got into the car, they saw a large group of bloody corpses appearing from the entrance of the parking lot. Most of them were mutilated. Some were missing a lot of flesh and blood. White bones were exposed, but this did not affect their speed of running in. When they are attracted by noise, they can run at the speed of a normal person and never get tired, unless they are hit in the head or blown to pieces. Even if their bodies are cut in half, the upper half can still crawl and bite living people. They have long been accustomed to such scenes. But at this moment, they only have 2 people in one car. And there are not many bullets left. Each person has only 1 grenade. The 2 people rushing to the car stopped, because of the sudden movement of the zombies. The zombies pouring into the parking lot were knocked away by a motorhome. This is a very ordinary silver-white C-type RV, all the windows are sealed with guardrails. At this moment, it smashed the zombie team with great momentum, and then adjusted its direction, ramming and crushing the zombies that were surrounding it. Even from a distance, they could hear the roar of the RV engine, which meant that the car had full horsepower. It was hard to tell whether the front of the RV had been modified, but the engine must have been modified, otherwise the car would not make such a roar when the people in the car stepped on the accelerator, nor would it have such a strong impact. The RV not only knocked down the zombies that were surrounding it, but also rolled over the zombies that were still moving. The wheels rolled over their uneven bodies, as if they were climbing over mountains and ridges, until they were crushed into pieces and could no longer stand up. Fuck. The young female captain wiped her dirty face. The bleak determination and the determination to sacrifice herself to help her teammates complete the mission had all turned into shock and astonishment. Chapter 27. Steel Bones. Inside the RV, the person in the driver's seat has been replaced by Ji Ningxin. She still maintains her outing outfit, only a pair of eyes behind the goggles are exposed. Even if someone is leaning over the windshield and looking inside, it is impossible to see her appearance clearly. Lu Yue went to the back seat and fastened his seat belt as she requested. Lu Tingfeng was in the passenger seat, also fastened his seat belt, and even held the door to steady himself. The license plate of the RV had been put into the storage area by Ji Ningxin before she got in the car. After she got in the car, she turned off the passive protection shield of the RV, turned on the iron bone function, and then stepped on the accelerator to reverse out of the small road. She used her mental power as a radar, and the reversing action was done in one go, without looking at the rearview mirror at all. From the small road north of the supermarket to the parking lot just south of the supermarket, she hit and crushed all the zombies she saw on the road, and then accurately caught up with the large group of zombies, and attacked them from behind. The feeling of the wheels rolling over the zombies was not good, it could be said to be very bad. The body of the car shook and bumped, like a boat rolling in the waves, and her stomach rolled along with the body of the car. She tried hard to hold back and not vomit. But, since she was determined to do this, she would insist on doing it well and finishing it. These young team members are also sons and daughters of other people. Maybe they are mothers, fathers, husbands, wives of some children. They are flesh and blood, just ordinary people like other people. When the volcanic snow came, while other people hid in buildings, avoiding the low temperature and the heavy snow covered with volcanic ash, they had to be exposed outside, risking their lives, running non-stop in the west of the city, just to rescue one more person, and deliver one more box of supplies. If it weren't for saving people, these team members wouldn't have been infected in large numbers. There wouldn't have been a big explosion that night, and so many people wouldn't have died. A large number of people in the shelter had already evacuated with the convoy. They could have left, as long as they took off their clothes, got some supplies, relying on their experience in dealing with zombies and their strength. Where couldn't they go? Who would know that they gave up the mission? And now they are here, risking their lives for the mission. After they die, who would know what they have done? In the disaster era, there are countless casualties. When human life becomes a number, the name naturally loses its meaning. Ji Ningxi will not be self-righteous. She will not stand out in such a chaotic world just because she gets some opportunities. and regard herself as a savior to save every suffering person. But she wants to save these passionate team members she met today. The most important thing is, she can save him. Moreover, she also wants to try out the advanced function of the RV. Steel Bones. When Steel Bones is at level 2, what effect will it achieve if Steel Bones is turned on? The wheels roll down the fragmented body of the zombie, turn around on the flat ground, and hit the other zombies that had not fallen yet. Bang 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 as the blood and dirt exploded on the front of the car. The engine of the RV roared, crushing the fallen zombies one by one again. Not to mention the female captain. Even Xiao Xiao, the other team members who were originally in the supermarket, and the people who were moving supplies at the east shelf, all stood there blankly, shocked and dumbfounded at the brutal collision and crushing in the parking lot. The RV circled the parking lot several times, finally crushed the last zombie, and did not stop. Turned around on the spot, and was about to drive towards the exit. Wait a minute, the female captain jumped up, ran forward at the fastest speed, and came to the bloody car body. The RV was not very high. She stood outside the driver door. Through the guardrail, she could just see the driver inside. Thank you for saving me and my team. The person inside turned around. His tightly wrapped face did not even show his hair. He could only see a pair of eyes hidden behind goggles. They were a pair of beautiful eyes that surprised her. They had a soft curve, and the pupils were very black, clear and bright. There was also a small mole under the end of one eye, which made the originally beautiful eyes more charming. During the 2 or 3 seconds she was surprised, the people in the car had already stepped on the accelerator and drove out. She didn't intend to stop the other party, so she ran after the RV for 2 steps and shouted loudly, "Wait! Who are you?" "Thank you. My name is Hanqing. Gu Hanqing." The RV was speeding, running over the scattered meat on the ground, driving out of the parking lot, and driving away quickly. Behind her, several team members looked at their captain's rare trance and imitated her voice and said, "Hey, my name is Gu Hanqing. Handsome guy. Who are you? Thank you for saving me. Please leave your name. Please?" The person who spoke was kicked by Gu Hanqing. She retracted her long legs, looked at her teammates. "Idiot, the driver is a girl." "Ah? So cruel? There are girls in the world who are more cruel than our leader." The team member who spoke was also kicked by Gu Hanqing. "Don't be ridiculous. Hurry up, move the goods, fill up the truck. Contact other teams, say that a group of zombies have been cleared nearby if they are close. They can come and transport some supplies. Then, ask the people next to you, do you want to retreat with us?" "Yes, Captain." The team members who had not slept for 2 nights laughed, and turned to run to the supermarket. It was already afternoon when the RV returned to the villa in the community. In order to find a place to wash the RV, they missed the 2-hour entry and exit time in the morning, so they simply stayed outside until the afternoon, and went back when the entry and exit time of the community opened in the afternoon. The car wash place they found was the back warehouse of a 4S store, which was very large, and the RV could drive in directly, and then close the door. The water supply in the east of the city is unstable now. They found a faucet, and it ran out of water after a while. After that, Ji Ningxin extracted 200 L of RV clean water that had just been stored in the space grid, and put it into the RV water tank. Then Lu Tingfeng connected the water pipe, and cleaned the blood and meat on the RV body with Lu Yuwei. It was impossible for the 2 of them to let Ji Ningxin do such a cleaning job. They didn't even let her get off the car. They just asked her to close the doors and windows, and stay in the car to rest. Both of them did not take off their masks and goggles, but they could still smell the strong smell of blood. Occasionally, some red and black internal organs would flow to the ground with the water, and the splashing water would leave a little blood on the white protective clothing. Fortunately, the protective clothing came with a hat and shoe covers, which provided very good protection. However, after cleaning today, they would definitely not be able to use the protective clothing they were wearing, and they would even have to take it off before entering the RV. The RV was not big, but the top, especially the forehead bed, was more than 3 meters high. Ji Ningxin watched her father and eldest brother clean the front part of the car, and then clean the roof, which was quite difficult. She thought about it. The water in the space grid is either in a container, or like the RV water filter, which can only be taken out in units of 200 L and put into the RV water tank or other containers. But if the water is placed in a container in the storage area, can the water flow be controlled to fall naturally from a high place? Thinking of this, she immediately stopped the father and son, found a large bucket from the storage area, cleared out the daily necessities and sundries inside, then reclaimed the storage area, and put the water in the RV water tank back into the bucket in the storage area. After that, she asked Liu Yue and Lu Tingfeng to step back, and use her mental power to control the water, and directly took it out. First, a thin stream of water appeared and fell from the air above the RV. And then the amount of water gradually increased, covering the entire top of the RV. After that, the water flow was controlled to be thinner, like the thin water line in the shower head. And then, the speed of these water lines was accelerated again and again, and the strength of the water lines after acceleration was strengthened, like a rainstorm rapidly washing the entire RV. The blood, flesh and dirt were quickly cleaned up under this flushing force. The heavy rain lasted only a short while before it ended, because the clean water ran out. Her back of the head began to swell and ache, and she felt extremely tired. It seems that this way of controlling the water flow from the space is very mentally exhausting. This kind of blood, flesh and dirt contains grease, and it cannot be completely cleaned up by clean water alone. The body of the car still has a faint smell of blood. However, under the current situation, the RV does not need to be cleaned to clean, because they may bump into other zombies on the street at any time. And the small-scale blood stains do not need to be paid attention to at all. They would find a place to clean it this time, mainly because the RV had just crushed too many zombies. If they returned to the community like this, it would probably scare the other people in the community to death. After all the 200 L of clean water was used up, she clicked on the owner's screen again, and extracted the remaining dozens of liters of clean water that were not enough to accumulate 200 L into the RV water tank. Lu Tingfeng and Liu Yue used the external water pipe to wash the wheels and the bottom of the car again. When all the clean water was used up, the cleaning of the RV was finally completed. It was a bit painful to use up all the clean water in the RV that she had stored recently. However, she had stored a lot of clean water before, and water resources were not too scarce. In addition, this time she was saving the troops, so she was willing to use the water. However, through this, she realized a new way to use her mental power: artificial rainfall. What if the object that was controlled to be taken out of the space and dropped was a heavy object? For example, dumbbells? There were many dumbbells in her space. Lu Tingfeng carefully checked the cleaned RV and found that the collision and crushing just now did not leave a scratch on the outside of the car body, which showed that the rebar, after the second level upgrade, the RV is stronger than they thought. It seems that in addition to hitting the zombies, it can also hit the walls and other cars. For this, Ji Ningxin was very glad that he chose iron bones when he chose 3 out of 5. The RV stopped outside the gate of the villa community for a while, but no one opened the electric door. He looked back at Ji Ningxin. She had withdrawn her mental power, and said, "There is no one in the security room. Everyone is in the right turn lane, and there is a dispute." Liu Yue checked the area around the car through the rearview mirror, reached out, and honked the horn. Fearing to attract the zombies, he only honked 3 times. Fortunately, although the person on duty today was absent, he did not forget his mission. When the people on the driveway heard the horn, some of them immediately ran back to the security room and pressed the button to open the electric door. As the RV slowly drove in, Lu Tingfeng, who had changed into a brand new medical protective suit, leaned out of the open car door. He held the door frame with his right hand, and raised his left hand to hold a nail gun, and fired continuously at the 2 zombies that had chased to the rear of the car and hit the body of the car. Puff puff puff, shooting at close range. The nails never missed, and the sharp nails up to 10 centimeters long were nailed into the zombies' wide-open mouths and red eyes. Their bodies stiffened for a second, and fell to the ground silently. The RV had already entered the gate of the community, but several zombies jumped out from both sides of the road. Lu Tingfeng jumped out of the car directly, and Ji Ningxin followed closely behind, and the 2 cooperated with each other. Ji Ningxin used a long weapon to hold back the zombies that rushed forward, and Lu Tingfeng shot them at close range. The 2 of them had been fighting together every day recently, and had already developed a tacit understanding. They had also studied together the tactical moves when facing zombies, so when they actually implemented it at this moment, they were both very calm. The zombies nearby were cleared, and the 2 chased the RV into the gate of the community together. The tall and sturdy electric gate moved slowly, and closed tightly before other zombies rushed over from the other side of the road. The woman in charge of the gate duty today ran out of the security room. She had seen how the two siblings dealt with those monsters just now. They were so neat and timid without any hesitation, as if they were playing a game. When she looked at them again, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. Everyone knew what was happening outside. Those monsters were wandering around everywhere. When they heard a sound, they rushed over like hungry wolves smelling blood. Just looking at them made people weak. Their villa is located in the middle of the community, with a limited height. They can't see the scenery outside the community when they are at home. Therefore, they can still deceive themselves and say that everything is fine. They can still survive. It is not yet time for them to go out and face it. But during the time they deceive themselves, their neighbors in the same community not only went out for several hours, but also had the ability to face, deal with, and eliminate those monsters. It is difficult to describe her mood at the moment. She is a little envious, and has a helpless feeling of being forced to fall behind. But more of it is horror. To be honest, no matter how scary those things are, whether they are alive or dead, becoming monsters without emotions and memories, in the hearts of these people, they are still human beings. They can attack their own kind so directly, which makes people feel a little cold-blooded. It is too cold-blooded. After all, they are young people, and they learn things too quickly. Just like her two children. One is 16, and the other is 14. They are not yet adults, but they have been asked more than once in the past 2 days to make weapons. Like the villa opposite, standing inside the gate of the community, learning how to kill zombies. I don't know when the term walking corpse appeared on the internet. The reason I use these two words is mainly to distinguish it from zombies. Although both are in a completely crazy state of biting and tearing. One is a rotten corpse with no life that wakes up after death, while the other is directly infected and transformed while alive, leaving some normal human habits, such as talking, knocking on doors, chasing sounds and heat sources, and occasionally subconsciously avoiding them. Especially the last one. They will subconsciously dodge, making many people unable to defend themselves when they first encounter zombies, and even almost lose their lives because of it. There are also very few fierce people who capture zombies alive and tie them up and study them at close range. The infected who enter the third stage directly due to biting transform very quickly, and most of them die before bleeding from the wound. So when the mutation first occurs, the infected are still alive in essence. Therefore, the infected will remember some human habits when they are awake, but the mutation of cells is not over. In the next 1 to 2 days, the infected body will become cold, the heartbeat will gradually slow down until it stops. After the heartbeat stops, the infected brain is still functioning, and it feels like some special vegetative person. Ordinary vegetative patients also have brains that are still functioning, and their bodies retain some nerve reflexes and metabolic abilities, but their cognitive abilities are completely lost, and they have no active activities. However, the cells of the body of the person infected by the cell virus mutate, and they can not only move actively, but also far exceed the range of activities that a normal person should have, and even ignore the damage to their body functions. Unless the brain is destroyed and stopped from functioning, the body that should have died long ago can be stopped from functioning because of the cell mutation. So, for researchers, this is a person infected with the cell virus. But for ordinary people, it seems that the word zombie can more accurately describe this monster. It has only been 2 days since the fall of the eastern part of the city. She is not sure whether the zombies outside the community have completely stopped beating. She can't do it either psychologically or physically. The woman's mind was full of thoughts, but she didn't show it on her face. She said sorry to Lu Tingfeng and Jiningshin, and hurried to the right lane. Jiningshin knew the other person. Her surname was Chu, and her husband's surname was Chun. They lived in Villa number 6 opposite Yang Renren house. There were 4 people in the family, including the couple, and a son and a daughter. There was an elderly person in their family living in the west of the city, who should still be alive, but they didn't know how to save him, so they didn't leave. Today, the middle-aged dink couple from Villa number 5 were on duty with the couple. The 2 villas were close to each other, because the dink couple didn't have any children. They would always give snacks and gifts to the neighbor's son and daughter when they saw them. Over the years, the relationship between the 2 families has always been good. This time, they were on duty because they had a good relationship, so they claimed the same day. However, the 2 families quarreling in the driveway at this moment were also theirs. Jiningshin family was going back, and they took the right lane. After Lu Tingfeng and Jiningshin got in the car, The RV passed by the quarreling crowd. Ji Ningxin saw that in addition to the two families of Villa Number 5 and Villa Number 6, who were on duty today, there were many other residents. These residents who were reluctant to step out of the door in the past except for hoarding supplies, gathered together today for the first time, and even participated in the quarrels of other families, which made people curious. Dad? Drive slower. Ji Ningxin sat down in the booth, closed her eyes, and directed her mental power to the back. Don't say anything nonsense. My wife was frightened and she's not feeling well, so she didn't come out. Zhou Jin in Villa Number 5 looked much more haggard than the last time they met, with dark circles under his eyes and white hair on his temples. Probably because he was in the community. He didn't wear protective clothing or a mask, but his thick coat was very fresh and clean. It could be seen that it was old clothes, and it faded a bit, but it was washed very clean. Although the villa has a reservoir, the water and electricity in the east of the city are very unstable these days. Sometimes it stops for most of the day. Even if there is a reservoir and a water purifier, everyone should save water. In this case, he can still take the trouble to wash the clothes so clean, which shows that this person is very careful. I didn't say anything. Your attitude now is problematic. The person who connected the door was Chen Qi from Villa Number 6. He and his wife Chu Jiang were younger than each other. They used to call each other Brother Zhou politely when they met, but now they looked at each other with mockery in their eyes. Chapter 28. Human Nature in Troubled Times. Zhou Jin frowned. What's wrong with my attitude? Am I not angry at your nonsense? If I had a problem, I wouldn't have volunteered to guard the security room. There are only a few families in the community now. Your family will be on duty every day. It's the same whether you're on duty in the morning or at night. Maybe you volunteered on purpose, so that others won't suspect you. You're making trouble out of nothing. It's just guarding the gate. Isn't it enough for me to come out? Do we have to send the whole family out? It's not important to guard the gate? What's the situation now? You are avoiding the important point. There must be something wrong. Chen Qi didn't want to stand here and argue, but their family was close to Zhou Jin family, and they had 2 children. If something really happened, his family would be the first to suffer. So he had to figure this out today. Okay, we can't argue with each other anymore. You might as well ask your wife to come out and show us. Zhou Jin was completely furious now, questioning the other party's qualifications, and why he made such an impolite request. But Zhou Jin was angry, and the people around him thought that Chen Qi made sense. Don't talk about impoliteness. If others suspect that someone in my family has done that, I will definitely ask someone to go back with me to check and prove my innocence. Mr. Zhou, what happened to your wife? I haven't seen her for a long time. It seems that you went to the supermarket alone before. The purchase restrictions are based on the number of people. My child had gastroenteritis and vomited and had diarrhea before. We had to take him out for supplies. Yes, I also saw that he was alone in the car at that time. How long ago was that? She is still not well? Could there really be something wrong? Hey, it's unusual to get sick at this time. If there is really something wrong, you are harming people. There are still so many people living in the community. That's right. The military only came twice to check at first. I remember I saw your wife at that time. They didn't come again later. Your wife didn't go out again after that. Is she really infected? This won't do. Now that the monsters outside haven't come in, the people inside have become monsters themselves. The community will be unsafe. If you ask me, if someone in someone's family really becomes a monster, clean it up yourself. If you can't do it, leave the community. Don't hurt others and yourself. Everyone talked at once, and they all agreed with Chen Qi's opinion, thinking that seeing is believing. And Zhou Jin is famous in the community for loving his wife. At the beginning, he actually wanted a child, but his wife didn't want to give birth, so he went along with her. The two have been together for many years, and their lives are peaceful and romantic. They are a couple that everyone envies. In Ji Ningxin's opinion, Zhou Jin would never agree to others flocking to his house, like visiting animals, just to verify whether his wife is infected, and if his wife is really in poor health. Would this state also be judged as the first stage of infection by others? If they still insist on their words, let him clean up, or drive them out of the community. He will be no match for them. Zhou Jin was surrounded by people, and he didn't even want to guard the gate. He took out the key and threw it on the ground, and turned to walk towards his villa. But at this time, his attitude became a tacit agreement in the eyes of others, and no one was willing to give up. Ji Ningxin family parked the RV next to the villa. And when they got off the car with 1 or 2 boxes of instant noodles pretending to be supplies obtained outside, everyone in the community had already surrounded Villa number 5. Zhou Jin didn't expect that they would dare to catch up with him. And they looked like they were going to break into his house. He ran a few steps, entered the gate before the other party surrounded him, and locked it. This action angered other residents, who almost believed that there must be something wrong with his family. They said that his wife must have been infected after being bitten to death. They asked him to hand her over. If he didn't want to, they would do it themselves. They were ready to break into his house. The villas were all made of double-layered tempered glass. In today's situation, almost every household has their windows tightly closed. Everyone knew that breaking the glass was useless. So they started kicking his door. After all, the door was made of wood, so it was definitely easier to break through than the window. Zhou Jin was so angry that he was shaking all over. But in this situation, once he became a minority being targeted, he could do nothing. The gate of the villa was kicked with a bang, and some people even turned back home to find tools. Ji Ningxin looked at the faces of those people. Everyone was indignant, and they all thought they were doing the right thing. This scene reminded her of the accident outside the supermarket gate on the first day of the purchase restriction. Her villa was a little far from Zhou Jin's house. Not as close as Yang Ren's house. Even if she didn't go out, she could know every move inside. But sometimes when a car passed by, she could still hear the general movement. She felt that Zhou Jin was not lying. If it was as Qinqi said, he hadn't seen his wife for so many days, the changes that should have occurred would have already occurred. Zombies are different from humans. The sounds are never suppressed. Even if other people can't hear it, she must have heard the changes after driving past his house several times. But she really had never heard any abnormal sounds in Villa number 5. In fact, this matter is very simple. She used her mental power to investigate, covering the other party's villa from top to bottom, and scanning it thoroughly, and she would know if there was any problem. Her mental power can radiate a distance. But a comprehensive and careful investigation of the entire building requires higher and more precise mental power. She can't stand here. She has to get closer to the other party's villa. But after she verified it, how can she convince those impulsive and angry residents? Ji Ningxin stood beside the RV without moving. She usually wouldn't do anything she was not sure of, especially something that might cause trouble. After a moment of hesitation, the window on the second floor of Villa number 5 was opened, and Zhou Jin's figure appeared behind the window. He said in a deep voice to the people below that he would bring his wife out tomorrow for them to see. But his wife was not feeling well today. Now she was sick and couldn't even go to the hospital. He didn't want her to get worse, so she had to rest first. Who knows if you will regret it tomorrow? Yes, why should I trust you? That's right, this concerns the safety of everyone in the community now. Zhou Jin looked at the familiar faces and the unfamiliar expressions on their faces, and said word by word, I, Zhou Jin, never regret what I promised to others. If I said tomorrow, it will be tomorrow, but if you continue to make trouble today. As he said, he stretched out his hand that was originally placed in the window. That hand was wearing thick gloves, and held a glass bottle in his hand. I will pour this bottle of sulfuric acid down now. Everyone thought the style of the bottle was familiar, and when they heard the word sulfuric acid, they immediately backed away, fearing that if they backed away too slowly, they would be splashed with sulfuric acid. Okay, tomorrow then. Finally, the residents who were blocking the way dispersed. Chun Chi, who lived next door, looked up and exchanged glances with Zhou Jin from a distance. He didn't know if he suddenly felt a little guilty for forcing people like this, and opened his mouth to say something. But in the end, he didn't say a word, and turned to walk towards the gate of the community. His wife was still there, and he had to complete his duty today. That day, because of Zhou Jin's response and promise, Ji Ningxin naturally gave up the idea of going forward to investigate. However, until she went to bed that day, she always felt that she seemed to have overlooked something. What exactly was it? It was raining. This was the first rain of this summer, like a shower from heaven, making everyone around them very happy. After the shelter they had stayed in was occupied by zombies, they had been on the road, short of water and food, and nearby cities fell one after another. They wandered like scavenging refugees, and it was a miracle that they could survive until now. This is a small rest stop beside the highway. Everyone came out of the building where they were hiding, carrying all the containers that could hold water and placing them on the open ground. Her elder brother's broken leg had healed for a long time. Because it was not properly treated, the bone did not grow well, and now he always limps, and sometimes it hurts to walk faster. When the others in the building rushed out with containers in jubilation, her elder brother was hit by several people nearby. He couldn't hold on, and fell heavily to the ground. She rushed over to him and used her body to protect him, to prevent him from being stepped on by others, which would add to his injury. "Brother. It's okay." He tried to open his arms and hug her back. Even if it had become like this, he still wanted to protect his sister. Their father was gone, and they were the only two left in the world to depend on each other. Fortunately, there were not many people in the building, and they survived in a few seconds. Her brother was anxious to ask her to go outside to collect rainwater, and he stuffed her with a few old yellow plastic bottles and a small pot for cooking noodles, and told her not to worry about him, and to go out quickly. "It's okay, it's raining hard, it won't stop for a while." She was interrupted by a sudden scream from outside while she was laughing. For half a year, she had been living in such a terrifying scream, but she still couldn't get used to it. Every time she heard it, her heart would still contract rapidly, and her whole body would tremble. Is it another zombie? She ran 2 steps towards the door, and then saw a tragic scene she had never seen before. Those who had been happily out to catch the rain now fell down one by one in the rain. They were wailing and screaming, and their tattered clothes seemed to be burned, quickly turning black, and white smoke was coming out. Not only their clothes, but also their exposed skin. Every part of their bodies that came into contact with the rain turned red and black. And in just a moment, those screaming people were no longer human. "It hurts. It hurts. Ah! It hurts." There were screams of pain everywhere, which were more miserable than when they were bitten by zombies. They obviously wanted to get up and hide in the building, but their eyelids had been corroded, and they could not see anything. They didn't know where to escape. There was burning water everywhere. The water seeped into their skin, corroded their flesh and blood, and carved the pain into their bones. A strong pungent smell gradually filled the air. Ji Ningxin stood in the building, shivering like a sieve. She knew what it was. She had seen something similar this afternoon. The bottle of stuff that Zhou Jin was holding in his hands with gloves on. It was concentrated sulfuric acid. The rain outside now is acid rain. It was highly corrosive sulfuric acid rain. When she realized that everything was a dream, her body sank suddenly, and then she sat up from the bed. She had another prophetic dream. This time it had been a long time since the last prophetic dream, so long that she even thought that all future disasters had already been revealed. But now she realized that she was naive. In the dream, the suffocating pain caused by the acidic smell in the nose seemed to still remain in her throat. This feeling of helplessness, despair and fear once again made her mind extremely clear. She suddenly realized what she had overlooked. It was already dawn outside. Today was a cloudy day. The bluish-white light of the early morning fell into the room through the gap in the curtains. She heard a sudden scream of fear not far from the villa. She recognized this voice. It was Chu Jiang from Villa number 6. Chapter 29. Leaving Sucheng. Help! The cry for help came through the glass. The voice was filled with extreme fear and disbelief. Ji Ningxin threw back the quilt and rushed to the balcony, pulled the curtains, and opened the glass sliding door of the balcony, put on her slippers, and lay on the balcony glass to look out. She remembered what she had overlooked. Although she had never heard any abnormal sounds in Villa number 5, when she passed by it several times in the RV, she had never heard Zhou Jin's wife speak. If it was in the peaceful times, it would be fine. At most it was a coincidence. But now, Zhou Jin's wife, who had not been seen for a long time. Chun Chi's suspicion. Zhou Jin's attitude. That faded coat that was washed extra clean. All these things added together. The whole thing was not that simple. There must be something wrong with Zhou Jin's family. Sure enough, in the bright and white daylight, on the grass next to Villa number 6 diagonally across the driveway, Chu Jiang was using the bushes to hide and use his hands and feet to escape to his villa. On the other side of the bush, a trapped figure was twisting and shaking violently, trying to get rid of the bush. He seemed to have completely forgotten about taking a detour. All he could see was the living person on the other side of the bush. He waved his arms, roared hoarsely, and cursed vaguely. This is Zhou Jin. Chu Jiang's hair was disheveled, and one of her shoes had fallen off. She was wailing as she ran. There were several bags of scattered garbage on one side of the driveway. Judging from the situation, she should have gotten up early to go to the garbage room to dispose of the garbage. But she ran into the mutated Zhou Jin in the driveway in front of her house, and fled in embarrassment. She rolled and crawled to the door of her villa. The gates of the community are all fingerprint locks, no keys are needed. But she didn't know whether her thumb was scratched on the ground because of the crawling just now, or because she was too scared and nervous. Her fingers couldn't be aligned for the door lock to sense. In short, she held the door handle and tried several times, but the door lock always showed a red light, which meant that the door could not be opened. It was still early, Chin-Chi and the two children at home were probably still asleep, and the double-layer glass had a very good sound insulation effect, so she wailed outside the villa for a long time. But there was no movement inside the villa. The more she was afraid, the more anxious she became. The more anxious she became, the more confused she became. In the end, she did not try to open the door. She stretched out her hand and slapped the door in front of her. She kept slapping it like crazy, making a bang 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 sound. This sound successfully attracted Zhou Jin's attention. He raised his head, staring at Chu Jiang with his red pupils. Then he suddenly seemed to find that the other party was next to the bushes. There was no need to go through the bushes. So he turned around and ran towards the other party quickly. Chu Jiang screamed, and did not bother to continue banging on the door. He turned around and ran forward along the driveway. Ji Ningxin took a look and immediately turned around to put on her clothes. If Chu Jiang was really bitten, it would be immediately contagious. If one person spread it to 10 people, the whole community would soon fall. Whether it was out of human nature or her own considerations, she didn't want this to happen. But it seemed a little too late. Chu Jiang didn't run for long before she screamed in fear again. Ji Ningxin put on her clothes and sent out her mental power. She saw another skinny person with bloodshot eyes running out from behind another villa next to the driveway. She frowned. This is Zhou Jin's wife. She has been infected for a long time. Looking at the state and appearance of her body, she should have become a zombie for a while, probably been hidden by Zhou Jin, using some methods to hide. Even she didn't notice anything unusual. Chu Jiang was attacked from the front and back by 2 zombies. Even if Ji Ningxin moved faster, she couldn't save her now. She frowned, prepared to go downstairs to wake up Lu Yue and Lu Tingfeng. The situation outside suddenly changed again. The gate of the villa that Chu Jiang passed by opened, and a tall and slender figure rushed out, and quickly threw something in her hand at the car in the parking space. The car should have been equipped with an alarm system. When it was hit while locked, a shrill alarm sounded, and the lights began to flash. For a moment, the quiet community seemed to be lit by a string of firecrackers. This noise was many times louder than Chu Jiang's previous scream. The sound immediately attracted the attention of the 2 zombies, and they turned in another direction and rushed towards the car. Ji Ningxin noticed that in the nearby villas, many residents woke up to the sound of car alarms, including Chu Jiang's family. After Wang Yuanyuan smashed her car, she grabbed Chu Jiang's collar and asked her if she was bitten. No, no, no. No. Chu Jiang was in a panic, but she still remembered to show her hands, feet, body, and neck to the other party. This is a subconscious self-rescue behavior in a crisis. Come in. Wang Yuanyuan half-dragged and half-pulled Chu Jiang, who was weak in hands and feet, into the villa, and then closed the door. A moment later, Wang Yuanyuan appeared on the balcony on the 2nd floor of the villa. She opened the glass window, held a big speaker in her hand, and shouted, "There are zombies in the community. In the parking space of Villa number 10. There are 2 in total. It is possible that other people have been bitten and mutated and infected. Those who hear it now should immediately count their family members. Who is in Villa number 6? Come and save your wife." She turned on the recording button, and after shouting, she pressed play, and the speaker began to automatically play her voice. She asked Chu Jiang to hold the loudspeaker and keep firing outside, while she took out a professional bow and arrow and a bucket of arrows that had been sharpened, and began to shoot arrows at the 2 zombies downstairs. She should have learned it before, but she was only half-baked. Her archery equipment and movements were very standard, but the arrows she shot were all off target. But she was not discouraged. After all, she was standing on a completely safe balcony, so she continued to try one by one. Finally, an arrow pierced the neck of one of the zombies. Her head tilted, but because it did not hit the brain, she still did not fall down. On the driveway, a black car came from the direction of Villa number 6 at high speed. It drove crookedly all the way, but it still arrived in front of Villa number 10 accurately. The car adjusted its direction, and then rushed towards the 2 zombies that were attracted by the engine of the car and rushed towards the front of the car without hesitation. Puff puff, the front of the car hit the zombies, and the mutated and terrifying faces were pressed against the front windshield. The people in the car had accelerated their heartbeats and their fingers trembled. But they did not release the accelerator. Instead, they pressed harder and continued to move forward against the two zombies, until they hit the car that was still emitting alarms. The front of the car was dented by the impact, but half of the zombie body was also crushed between the two cars and could not move. Wang Yuanyuan shot the arrow again. This time, because the zombies could not move, she finally aimed and hit one of them in the mouth. The arrow penetrated and the zombie stopped moving. She was about to fill the arrows and shoot another one, but a few people ran over from afar on the driveway. They were wearing protective clothing, holding knives and sharp sticks in their hands, and rushed directly to the other zombie that could not move. They poked into its eyes with a few arrows and crushed its brain. The door of the black car opened, and the young boy rushed out, calling his mother. From the passenger seat, another girl, younger than the boy, stepped down. She was holding a metal clothes-drying pole, with a sharp fruit knife tied to one end. These were Chu Zhang's two children. Ji Ningxin stood on the balcony and watched the movement at the other end of the driveway. She watched the two people get into the car. The boy was 16 years old, and he should have learned how to drive privately from his father Chen Qi. After getting in the car, the girl kept saying that she should not get out of the car but just hit it. She would get out of the car after hitting it and could not move. She would do it when she was in a safe and advantageous position, like the sister in the villa across the street. When they heard that their mother was in trouble, both mentally and in action, they were much braver than their father. Chen Qi was left behind, stumbling after the car, and saw that the two children were safe, and the walking corpse had been killed, and he took a breath of cold air. The people who came to help also surprised Ji Ningxin. They were actually Lin Sherduo and Hu Dong. It was also their first time to kill a zombie. They were all shocked and panicked, and their hands were shaking, especially Lin Sherduo, who glanced at the knife tied to the mop rod in his hand, which was covered with red and white liquids, and ran to the side, took off his mask and vomited violently. Wang Yuanyuan turned off the speaker. The door of the villa opened, and Chu Jian ran out, hugging her two children tightly. The whole thing happened quietly and suddenly, and ended very suddenly. It turns out that when humans are forced into a desperate situation, they will burst out with all kinds of potential. She didn't know why Lin Sherduo and his men saved people. Maybe they wanted to win over and get to know some people in this helpless world, form a team with each other, and continue to survive. She also didn't know why Wang Yuanyuan would risk running out of the villa to save an ordinary person, who she didn't even bother to care about before. But no matter what the intention is, saving a person is saving a person. People are complex, and it is never black and white. No matter what the future holds, whether these survivors can help others the next time they are in danger, or stab them in the back to survive. At least now, at least this time, they have united, used their brains, mustered their courage, and solved the crisis with their own strength. In the face of disaster, self-help always brings more hope than passive waiting. The infection in Zhou Jin's home was later reviewed by the residents and Ji Ningxin. Zhou Jin's wife had indeed been infected for some time. During the days when she did not show up, she had been locked up in the basement by Zhou Jin. His wife liked to sing, so he built a soundproof karaoke room in the basement. The soundproofing effect was very good. There were ropes left in the room, and some rotten meat that had been gnawed. It should be thawed pork. This is also the reason why Ji Ningxin did not hear any unusual sounds when she passed by their villa several times. The clothes he wore when he went out were so clean and faded. It was probably because he had been in contact with the zombies for a long time, and there were blood stains, dirt and rotten smell on his body. So he would add disinfectant every time he washed his clothes. He didn't want others to be suspicious, so he took the initiative to claim the duty. He didn't wear protective clothing or a mask, probably because he was not afraid of infection, and he might even hope to be infected. When he stood on the top floor of the villa and threatened the people outside the door with sulfuric acid, he probably had already thought about what would happen next. He loved his wife deeply. She was the one who had accompanied him for half his life. Even though she was infected and became a zombie, he still didn't want to kill her. He would rather become a monster like her. So he took the initiative to approach her and let her bite him. But before he did all this, he untied the ropes that bound his wife, opened the door of the basement, and opened the back door of the villa at the same time. He did it on purpose. He promised to let those people see his wife the next day, and he kept his word. Zhou Jin home is close to Qinqi and Chu Jiang's villa. So in the whole incident, Chu Jiang is the first victim, and the only one. After this incident, the remaining residents in the community were not very reassured, and began to organize a patrol team, which first conducted a carpet search of the entire community, and stated that all residents still in the community must show their faces to show their health. Ji Ningxin family was no exception. When the patrol team came to check, they were having lunch. Fortunately, they did not eat hot pot that day, but listened to Ji Ningxin's advice, and took a rare break, eating the food she packed in her space. These packaged cooked foods were eaten one portion less, so this was the third time they had eaten this kind of stock after the incident in Sioux City. Bluefin tuna belly, king salmon fillet salmon, fresh sea urchin that had been cut open, grilled foie gras, shrimp and avocado rolls. Because they were all light dishes and cold food, even if the three of them were full of them, they didn't have any smell on their bodies. But before they opened the door, they still applied finjiujing on their bodies, and then put on masks and goggles. What surprised Ji Ningxin was that the captain of the patrol team that came to check was actually Lin Shiduo. He was able to penetrate the entire community in a short time. He was quite capable. When he saw her, he didn't have the thoughtful look in his eyes as before. His expression became much colder. He asked to measure the ear thermometer and show the temperature. If you don't trust theirs, you can use your own. Ji Ningxin pretended to go back to the living room to get it, but actually took out the ear thermometer from the space. After measuring and showing the temperature, the other party took the resident record book and said that they would form a team to go out to search for supplies and fuel in the next 2 days, and then form a convoy to leave Sucheng. If they want to join, they can go together. Okay, we think about it, Lu Yue replied. Their family would naturally not leave with their convoy. After all, the functions of RVs are so good now, and it would be safer to stay away from the crowd. But he understands people's hearts, and will not refuse outright. After all, who would refuse to join a large convoy and leave together at this time? Lin Shiduo did not care whether the other party followed or not. His biggest goal was to show his ability and voice in the community team. To be honest, they did want to ask Ji Ningxin to take their RV and leave. If they didn't want to, they would just rob them. But the fact that Lu Tong, Chen Ling and Pan left quietly really hit them hard. Among the people who left, 3 were girls. Even Pang Yu, a girl who had been wanting to show weakness and beg for care all the time since the incident, could make a desperate move and find a way to leave. Couldn't they? The grown men do that? Isn't it just cars, supplies, and fuel? As long as they want. They don't have to steal from others, and they can organize and lead a team, so they can travel more safely. After that, Ji Ningxin family never went out again. All their things were in the storage area, and they could leave at any time. 1 day later, the community team went out to search for supplies and fuel, and returned safely, bringing back the news that the troops were still rescuing. Although it is not a large army, a small army is more flexible in guerrilla warfare and has stronger adaptability. They are divided into several groups. In addition to the east of the city, there are also people rescuing people in the west of the city. In addition to rescuing people, they are also transporting supplies and collecting fuel. 2 groups of survivors in the west of the city have been taken to the southeast suburbs, where there is an ecological and cultural park, surrounded by water on 3 sides, and the remaining side is also surrounded by iron fences. In addition, it is far away from the 2 explosion sources in Sucheng, so it is safe at present. There is a camping club in this ecological and cultural park, so there are RVs and cabins that can be lived in. There is a large-scale power outage in the west of the city. If anyone can't contact their family in the west of the city, they may try their luck there. The survivors who evacuated in the past 2 days have temporarily settled there to rest and reorganize the convoy. When the teams still in the east of the city have all evacuated, they will set out together to leave Sucheng. The large force is currently evacuating in 2 directions. One is Jiancheng in the southeast, and the other is Huqing in the south. Both cities are safe. Temporary shelters have been built outside the cities to provide temporary shelter for the survivors of Haicheng and Sucheng. They should follow the main force to one of them. The team we met told us the time and location of the next few rescue teams to evacuate to the suburbs. But there may be changes. Several rescue teams cannot issue citywide mobile phone announcements as before, but all news can be heard from the radio channel in this band. Lin Duo and the others talked, took out their phones, and posted the recorded evacuation times, locations, and channel bands in the group. This group was pulled out of the owner group after the community patrol team was established. There are only a dozen households left in the community, which naturally includes Ji Ningxin family. Lu Tingfeng used to not care about the trivial matters of the owner group, so he didn't join the group. Lu Yue was obsessed with the work in the gym and the fighting gym, so he didn't join either. So the only person in their family who was in the owner group was Ji Ningxin. When another group was created, she was naturally pulled in. After Lin Duo sent the rescue team's evacuation time, location and channel band, other residents in the group said thank you, and Ji Ningxin followed the crowd and said 2 words of thanks. However, when other residents in the group asked about the evacuation, she did not participate or pay attention. In the community, there are still a few residents who are determined to survive by hoarding goods. Although they are also in the group, they are quieter than Ji Ningxin and have never said a word. It has been more than 20 days since the outbreak of the cell virus. Almost a month. Even the dumbest people know the importance of supplies. And they also know the principle of keeping a low profile when carrying a large sum of money. How much space can a car have? After people sit in it, they can't take away all the water and supplies in the house. What's more, if you leave with the community's convoy, what if others have eaten their food, and you still have a lot of food left? Will you still eat in the future? What if someone stares at you while you are eating, or even asks for your food? Some possible situations, you can understand them with a little thought. Moreover, the destruction of the East City shelter and the temporary station, it is hard to say whether the reason is because too many people gathered together. Admittedly, a round of outbreak has just passed, and the same thing may not happen again next time. Driving and following the large group to evacuate, it is definitely safer than leaving alone in the future. But you can never look at one side of a thing. Nothing can be perfect, everything has both good and bad sides. At this time, it depends on how you want to choose. If you choose one, you must give up the other. These residents who have sufficient supplies, and are silent and low-key are actually expressing their choices with practical actions. A day later, the community convoy set off. Chen Qizujiang and his wife from Villa Number 6 finally decided to leave because they saw the growth and courage of their 2 children. Although their car front was dented, it only affected the appearance. The car itself was fine. Chen Qi even followed the community team out these 2 days, and brought back a lot of water protection materials and fuel. The family of 4 decided to leave Sucheng and face the end of the world. Lin Duo and Hu Dong, who were temporarily staying at Yang Renren home in Villa Number 8, would definitely leave too. Ji Ningxin heard from the news that day that one of the evacuation directions of the large group was Huqing. A high school classmate mentioned Huqing when he was hitchhiking. Lin Duo parents were in Huqing. As for the others, they couldn't contact their families for various reasons, so they definitely wanted to try their luck in the suburban ecological cultural park. What surprised Ji Ningxin was that they were riding in Wang Yuanyuan's car in Villa Number 10. It was a small nanny car. Although the front of the car was run over by zombies, it did not affect its use. There were 7 seats in the car, which was more than enough for them, and they could carry a lot of supplies. Ji Ningxin thought about it, and understood it later. Lin Duo and his team needed a car, and Wang Yuanyuan did not want to drive alone or needed a driver. Lin Duo and his team might not be reliable, but at least they had fought side by side, and she could use a bow and arrow, which was equivalent to long-range attack in the team. For this reason alone, they would value her. Ji Ningxin was a little puzzled. Why did Wang Yuanyuan's agent leave this large space, nanny car after quarreling with her and drive away in her other 2-door sports car? In the current situation, a normal person would choose the nanny car, not to mention that they parted ways after a disagreement, and it was impossible for them to consider each other and leave the big car. What she didn't know was that Wang Yuanyuan quarreled with her agent after returning home that day. Not because of the incident of meeting someone with bad intentions in this small supermarket, but because the agent issued an ultimatum, asking her to hand over the key to the room where the supplies were hidden and the key to the nanny car. Wang Yuanyuan is not stupid. Since she hid it, how could she give it to her? Besides, this is her home. All the things belong to her. The agent's own house is in the west of the city. He lives with her only because he can't go back. It's already very good that she has provided him with food and drink for so many days. How could she let him take advantage of her? That's why they quarreled and parted ways. After the convoy left, Ji Ningxin family was the only one left in the whole villa area. But it is not conspicuous, because there is no eye at all. The remaining 3 or 4 households live in the townhouse area, which is separated from the single-family villa by an artificial pond and several green areas. Because they can't see what's going on here, and they never go out. The gate of the community is closed, and the keys to the security room and the gate control console are left in the security room. The gate of the community needs to be unlocked when it is opened, so it must be operated by the control console. But it can be closed manually, as long as the strength is strong enough. The remaining people manually closed the gate of the community on the day they left, which was a silent agreement between the remaining families. Ji Ningxin family completely lived a stay-at-home life. Lu Yue spent the rest of his time watching TV series, except for turning raw food into cooked food, training with Lu Tingfeng and sparring, and checking the vegetables in the hydroponic box. He replaced himself with a new large-capacity tablet, which contained maps of the surrounding areas of Sucheng, as well as TV series and disaster survival documentaries that Ji Ningxin had transferred from her computer. There weren't many TV dramas transferred in, mostly disaster movies, zombie movies, earthquake disaster movies, movies about acid rain caused by environmental degradation, movies about acid rain caused by volcanic eruptions. Documentaries were of similar types. Lu Yue had nothing to do anyway, so he settled down and watched them one by one, sometimes dragging Lu Tingfeng to watch with him. He was even more free than him, except for assisting Ji Ningxin in fighting and physical training, and cooking some dishes that Ji Ningxin liked. He spent the rest of his time studying maps, almost memorizing the maps around Sucheng, and planning 3 routes from Sucheng to Baiyun County in detail. These 3 routes basically avoided other cities in the surrounding area, and none of them took the highway, because there were too many checkpoints on the highway, and they might not be allowed to leave from Sucheng. Seeing that he was staring at the map every day, and that he was almost becoming a map, Lu Yue wanted him to watch a movie together to relax. However, after watching a few movies, Lu Tingfeng worries became more serious, and he looked at Ji Ningxin with complicated eyes several times. Ji Ningxin received the gaze of his elder brother, and saw that he did not ask any more questions, and he was slightly relieved. After all, he is a top student in a high-level business school. It seems that he has received the messages she has hidden in these TV dramas and documentaries. In fact, everything is for 2 words: acid rain. A new precognitive dream has appeared. The cruelty of this disaster is far more terrible than the cell virus. Acid rain can corrode people's flesh and blood in a few minutes. It is a catastrophe. She can't talk about acid rain now because of restrictions, and she doesn't dare to try at all. After all, space is very important to their family now. So she uses this obscure method, hoping that her father and eldest brother will find clues by themselves, in order to avoid leaving any traces. She even dragged a few idle dramas into her father's tablet, and he actually watched them with great interest. Fortunately, her eldest brother was more reliable. In the dream, because of the obviously hot climate around, it can be inferred that the acid rain will occur in the summer 5 to 6 months later. She didn't know how long the acid rain would last, whether it was a one-time disaster or a recurring disaster. She also couldn't judge whether the RV with a level 2 strength of rebar could resist the corrosion of acid rain. Anyway, after meeting Yang Ren this time, they'd better find a solid building on high ground, and make preparations for hiding in advance. The most important thing about this building is that it can park the RV. As long as the RV is safe, they will always be safe. Ji Ningxin has nothing to do. She spends most of her time on combat physical training and researching homemade anti-bite equipment. Their current equipment is good, but it takes too much time to put it on. In addition, the weather is gradually warming up. Too many layers of clothing are too heavy, and it will be uncomfortable to wear. It's best to combine the clothes and protective equipment that were worn before, and make clothes and pants that can be put on and taken off at any time. A few days later, one morning, when Lu Yue and Lu Tingfeng walked down the stairs with 2 backpacks, they found that breakfast was already set on the table. A pot of preserved egg, lean meat and vegetable porridge made by Ji Ningxin, seafood cakes and tea eggs made by Lu Yue, homemade fried dough sticks made by Lu Tingfeng according to the recipe 2 days ago, a large plate of fried dumplings with chives and eggs, a dish of lettuce mixed with sesame sauce. The lettuce was picked from the hydroponic box yesterday, and the M9 marble beef short ribs that Ji Ningxin had just fried. The breakfast was so sumptuous that even Lu Tingfeng sighed in surprise. "This is our last day in this house. I want to put a perfect end to this day," Ji Ningxin said. and set the dishes one by one. Eat. We will set off after eating. Ji Ningxin had packed up all the things in the house, including the hydroponic tank, last night, except for the toiletries of the 3 people. And now even those miscellaneous things were put into their respective backpacks. At this moment, this villa is truly empty except for fixed furnishings and large furniture. But she can take away everything. But she cannot take away the memories of this home. On the wall next to the door of the storage room, there is a record of her and Lu Tingfeng heights as they grow taller year by year. The large bookcase that takes up an entire wall in Lu Tingfeng room was designed by Ji Wani and others, and was tailor-made for him. Ji Ningxin room still has the graffiti wall from her childhood, with paintings of their family of 4. There is also a defect at the corner of the handrail on the 2nd floor stairs. It was accidentally broken by the stick in Lu Yue's hand when he was chasing Lu Tingfeng. This place is full of memories of the living and the deceased. She is reluctant to part with every corner of this room. But she knows that no matter how reluctant she is, it is time to let it go. The water, electricity and gas in the villa have been cut off one by one a day or 2 ago. After this cut, there should be no possibility of restoration. The blockade separating the 2 areas of Sucheng, due to the lack of military control, one of them was breached last night. A large number of zombies in the west of the city are coming here little by little, and the number of living people in the east of the city is also decreasing. Soon, every street and every building here will be filled with infected people. Departure is imminent. Half an hour later, 3 people wearing masks and goggles, each holding a backpack, quickly walked out of the empty villa. The temperature today seems to have risen a few degrees again. Winter is over, and spring is coming. Ji Ningxin walked at the end and closed the door with her backhand. She looked at the home where she had lived for more than 10 years, and turned to walk towards the RV. 10 minutes later, Ji Ningxin stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass wall in the owner room in the rest area and sent a message to Yang Renran. I set off smoothly. Wait for me. After a moment, the other party replied, waiting for you. She held the phone, sat back on the large and soft single sofa, curled up her legs, and relaxed herself completely. Outside the glass, the world is divided into 2 from top to bottom. Above the building, the early spring sunshine gradually becomes brighter, casting a golden glow on the gray high-rise buildings, creating an unreal sense of peace and tranquility. Under the high-rise buildings, in the corners where the sun doesn't shine, there are sometimes hideous zombies running by. Some of them are attracted by the sounds of looting and smashing shops. Some are attracted by the sounds of people fighting and calling for help. And some are attracted by the cars passing by on the road nearby, and they follow them with a roar. There were also several zombies following the RV. But the people in the car didn't have to worry about that. The car gradually accelerated and drove through the city avenue. When approaching the suburbs, she heard the roar of propellers coming from the sky at the end of her sight. Several fighter jets flew over the city at high speed, followed by several military helicopters. It was unknown whether they were going to perform rescue missions. The RV turned at the intersection in the suburbs and headed west. Chapter 30. Car Travel Life. The sun shone through the gaps in the floor-length curtains and fell on the soft bedding. Ji Ningxin turned over and woke up. The ceiling was a silver-white metal texture that looked a little cold and technological. The room was unfamiliar. It was not the bedroom where she had slept for more than 10 years. She lay there for a while before she realized that she was no longer at home. This was in the RV, in her owner room in the rest area. The temperature in the rest area was suitable, maintained between 18 and 24 degrees Celsius. She lifted the thin quilt, put on soft slippers, and came to the floor-to-ceiling glass in front of her. She had already covered the inside of the original light blue tulle curtains with blackout curtains. Single-layer tulle floor-length curtains are very beautiful, but when used on large floor-length windows, the blackout effect is equivalent to nothing. Although the walls can be adjusted to opaque mode, she is used to sleeping in a room with a large balcony and floor-to-ceiling windows. Opaque walls make her uncomfortable and always feel stuffy. So before leaving home, she had already taken down the blackout curtains at home and installed them here. In this way, all 3 walls can be set to transparent mode. When you go to bed at night, just draw the curtains. The curtains were drawn, and it was already bright outside. It was another sunny day. Although the sky had not yet returned to its former clear blue, it was no longer overcast, and it felt like the clouds had dispersed a lot. The house was parked in a parking lot in a tourist area. There were no buildings nearby, so no one could be seen. Not far below the parking lot was the lakeside embankment. From her position, she could see rows of evergreen trees on the shore and the huge, sparkling lake. This is the northeastern side of Shangqing Lake, about 40 kilometers southwest of Sichuan. Shangqing Lake is a famous freshwater lake in the southeast of Huaguo, with a water area of thousands of square kilometers. And the Changyuan Lake that separates Sichuan has an area of only 12 square kilometers, which is not even a fraction of it. Their destination this time, Baiyun County, is to go south along Shangqing Lake, and then drive west after bypassing the lake. According to the best of the 3 routes planned by Lu Tingfeng, it takes about 300 kilometers to drive. If you take the highway, it will only take 3 to 4 hours. But these 300 kilometers almost avoid all highways, taking national highways and roads. So these 300 kilometers will take nearly 7 hours. But this route is only the ideal route in the initial plan. And the driving time is also calculated based on the road conditions in peacetime. Under the current situation, the journey will only be slower. Take their driving distance yesterday for example. Starting from the middle of the east side of Changyuan Lake to the current parking location, it is more than 60 kilometers in total. In the past, including the time of waiting for red lights and traffic jams, it would only take 1 or 2 driving hours at most, but they drove for 7 or 8 hours. And in these 7 or 8 hours, it does not include the time to turn around and find the way again when encountering a large number of zombies, turn around and find the way again when the road or bridge is blown up, and the time to stop and study the route again when getting lost, and even the navigation is somewhat useless. The main reason was that they were heading southwest. Although they had already crossed the city and reached the suburbs, the radiation from the zombies still had a wide range. In the small squares and small communities in the suburbs, the shops along the street were smashed. The buildings were burned, and some fires were still not extinguished. There were bloodstains and human tissues everywhere. There were also many cars abandoned by car accidents or other reasons lying on the side of the road, emitting black smoke. Everywhere they passed, it looked like a post-war area. There was no sign of living people. The situation was not much better than that in Sioux City. Some roads were covered with a thick layer of black greasy stuff. When the RV drove on them, Ji Ningxin could clearly hear the friction between the tires and the greasy stuff. She felt a tingling sensation. Soon, when she found a discarded flamethrower on the side of the road, she immediately knew what the greasy stuff on the road was. She quickly took out the wind oil and put it under her nose to smell it. She finally suppressed the urge to vomit. The car was slow, and the parking time was long. The mileage did not increase much, but the fuel consumption was particularly high. So yesterday afternoon at 4 or 5 o'clock, when they arrived at this rare quiet and empty lakeside scenic spot, the 3 of them unanimously decided to stop the car and rest. This decision was correct, especially when she woke up after a good sleep, facing the endless clear lake outside the floor-to-ceiling glass. The heavy and stuffy feeling in her heart finally disappeared. She said to herself, "A new day. A new beginning." Ji Ningxin put on a thin velvet home dress, changed into clean canvas shoes at the door of the room, and came to the silver-black portal at the other end of the corridor. Just as she was about to click on the symbol of initial interval, she suddenly thought of something and took out the intercom and pressed it. "Brother, are you and Dad up?" "Soon." The intercom responded, "Up." "No one in the bathroom." Ji Ningxin put away the intercom a little embarrassedly. The reason for this special step started last night. Yesterday was the first time that the 3 of them stayed in the RV for such a long time. In the past, even if they stayed in the RV for a long time, because it was inconvenient to wear protective clothing, they would often reduce the amount of water they drank and did not use the bathroom in the RV, waiting to get home to solve the problem. However, the situation has changed since yesterday. They are in the RV 24 hours a day, and they are not going to get out of the car, so they only wear comfortable daily clothes. No protective clothing. And naturally they don't have to deliberately reduce the amount of water they drink. It was fine during the day. She was also in the RV, and everyone could use the bathroom whenever they wanted, and it didn't affect anything. But at night, she went back to the owner's room to rest, and got up before going to bed to go to the bathroom again. Because the bathroom in the rest area was not unlocked yet, she naturally had to go back to the RV. As it turned out, by coincidence, this time when she appeared in the washroom, she found that the originally small washroom had become even more crowded, and there were people inside. She immediately closed her eyes and covered them again, and then groped for the door in front of her, and disappeared again. Lu Tingfeng in the washroom. Fortunately, Lu Tingfeng was brushing his teeth at that time, not solving any private problems that could not be seen. So, at that moment she realized a problem. Before the washroom of the RV became a teleportation location, it was first a toilet and bathroom. This led to a problem of super, function, level, duplication, embarrassment. She clicked on all the options on the car owner's screen and studied them. But she couldn't find a solution to this problem. She could directly use her mental power to sense the situation in the RV. But this method is not suitable for here. Otherwise, every time she wanted to return to the RV from other areas, she would close her eyes when teleporting. But if she really bumped into it by chance, it would be embarrassing to close her eyes. So in the end, she thought of this method, because other areas are folded in the initial area, nearby, within the range of the intercom. Every time she wanted to enter the RV, she would ask with the intercom first. Of course, this was just a temporary method. As long as she successfully unlocked the room and bathroom in the resting area, her father and eldest brother would move into the resting area in the future, so they would no longer need to use the RV bathroom. In the RV, there was a strong aroma of coffee. Today, their family changed their taste and had a Western breakfast. Freshly ground coffee, toast covered with egg liquid, with fresh and crispy lettuce grown at home, slices of luncheon meat fried to golden brown, slices of rich cheese, and a bowl of vegetable salad topped with fragrant fried sesame sauce. There were 3 or 4 kinds of vegetables in the salad. All of them were broken into small pieces. Looking at the freshness, Jiningshin took a look and disliked it for being too plain, so she took out a box of salmon slices from the space grid. This brand of salmon slices was bought in the supermarket before the Wuzhou Road incident. At that time, I took more than 30 boxes, and I haven't eaten any of them. The last time they had seafood, they ate sashimi that she packed from the restaurant. The salmon in the supermarket certainly doesn't taste as good as the king salmon in the restaurant, but it's still good-looking salmon. There are 500 grams in a box, and she took out 1/5 of it, cut the large pieces into small pieces on a sticky board, and then put them in a salad bowl, and mixed a little soup with mustard and sashimi soy sauce. Poured it in and mixed it, and a salmon salad was ready. Lu Tingfeng got up and went to the coffee machine, made her an Italian coffee, and asked her to add sugar and milk herself. He and Lu Yue were both used to drinking American coffee, so there was no need to add these. All the blinds on the RV were open. The sunlight outside the window was very bright. The car was bright even without turning on the lights, and it was warm even without turning on the air conditioner. It was not to save electricity. Since the departure, their car has always had sufficient power. First of all, the weather is good, there is sunshine, the solar panels can directly supply power. Secondly, when the car is moving, the engine can provide power. Finally, the lithium battery in the car is always full. In addition to the 3 hours of unlimited electricity provided by the RV, they are not short of electricity at present. Especially for the 3 hours of RV power supply, although the time cannot be extended, it can be cut off. For example, when cooking and bathing require a lot of electricity, turn it on, and turn it off after the end, saving the remaining time for the next time when a lot of electricity is needed. And this operation does not have to be done by Jiningshin. Lu Tingfeng is now the co-pilot, with a small part of the authority, such as turning on the power mode, starting the automatic processing of the black, gray, water tank, etc. He can directly on the main screen. Operation on it. The weather was good. After breakfast, the family studied the map, and combined with the navigation, they planned the route. Their goal for today was to complete 100 kilometers, but based on yesterday's experience, these 100 kilometers, in fact, must be more than that. But if these 100 kilometers can be completed smoothly, they can bypass the east bank of Shanqing Lake today, and reach the south bank of the lake, which is a big step closer to Baiyun County. However, the area of Shanqing Lake is where Huqing is located. Although Huqing is only a third-tier tourist town, it is close to Shanqing Lake, and is long and narrow as a whole. Several small islands in the nearby waters are also within the scope of Huqing. Lu Tingfeng pointed at the map and said slowly, "We want to go to Baiyun County, and this is a must-go place. If we want to bypass it, we have to continue to go south and pass under Huqing. But at 4 o'clock, 6 o'clock and 8 o'clock in the south of Huqing, there are Xingqing, Xiangqing and Dicheng respectively. The scale of these 3 cities is larger than Huqing, and the suburban construction is also very prosperous, and the population is not small." Jiningshin looked at the map. From what she saw above, it was actually the best route to go by water, and pass directly through Huqing from the lake. But the RV has not yet had the function of launching water, and she didn't know if it would have it in the future. What is the situation of Huqing and the other 3 cities? Lu Tingfeng shook his head. I don't have any friends in these 4 cities, so I can't get accurate information. What I know now is all patchwork from the internet. There is no speed limit in Lake City, and you can see the video and pictures. But the network signal is similar to the previous martial law in the east of the city. Very slow. And sometimes there is no signal. Not long after the volcanic snow there, people were admitted to the hospital one after another. There are several isolation areas in the city, and the atmosphere is very tense. The inspection is very strict. But now the entire Hua country, and even the entire Mercury planet, have similar situations. In addition to the large-scale outbreaks and order collapse in Zhoucheng, Liqing, Wuqing, Haicheng, and Sicheng, the human and material resources that can be mobilized in the country now, except for rescuing the dozen cities that were most severely affected by the temperature drop and volcanic snow, the rest have already turned to the cities where the infection broke out. The public opinion is also most concerned there, so the situation in Huqing will not cause much discussion and attention. Ji Ningxin felt that Lu Tingfeng had hit the point. Now the situation of cities of all sizes on the planet is similar. So whether it is Lake City, Xingqing, Xiangqing, or Deqing, the internal situation should be similar. After all, they are adjacent to each other and very close. But among these 4 cities, only Lake City is a pure tourist city, and therefore, its main urban area is not large, even smaller than the eastern part of Sioux City, and is mostly surrounded by various scenic spots, wetland parks, amusement parks, farms, and tourist towns, especially the part of Huqing near Shangqing Lake. In addition to the film and television base and water park, it is a large lakeside wetland park. When the Wuzhou Road incident in Suzhou exploded on the internet, it was not long after the Chinese New Year, and it was raining mud during the entire New Year holiday. So there were very few people in this kind of tourist scenic spot. Afterwards, the cell virus appeared, and any normal person would not go out to play at this time. Therefore, as long as there is no chaos in Huqing and the order is not broken, even if the situation is tense, it will be similar to the eastern part of Suzhou during the previous martial law period. There will be few people in this area near Shangqing Lake. So Ji Ningxin thought that passing through the north of Lake City would definitely encounter fewer unstable factors than passing through the south. Yeah. Lu Yue also nodded. The area near the lake is relatively open. There are basically no high buildings. There are many fields, and the view is good. As long as Lake City is not in chaos, we can pass through here directly and quickly. The question is, will there be a warning fence here? Ji Ningxin was most worried about this. It's okay to have a warning fence. We are not entering Lake City, but passing through. As long as there are no symptoms, we will generally be allowed to pass. All 3 people knew that this statement was just Lu Tingfeng's own guess, and it was not absolute. But the situation in the whole country is not good now. Haicheng, Sicheng, Liqing. Several cities are out of control. Countless survivors and people in nearby cities are fleeing and spreading in all directions. They will not be the only ones passing through Huqing. With so many people, Huqing can only protect itself at most, and it is impossible to intercept them. It is said that there has been a vote on the internet, because several outbreaks are currently in the southeast area south of the Feng River. They propose to start from the coastal city of Anqing, along the Feng River where Anqing is located, upstream, and to Changcheng, a plateau city west of Huaguo, to set up no-travel posts on all bridges along the entire Feng River, and prohibit people in the south from going north, thereby controlling the source of infection to the south of the Feng River. I don't know which idle and wicked person proposed this proposal at first, but later it was seen by several internet celebrities, and one of them set up a vote. The vote went viral, causing a stir on the internet. Gradually, people on both sides of the Feng River started to curse each other. The number of votes has now exceeded 20 million, and the ratio of blocking to not blocking is 56% to 44%. In short, this route is currently the best route. Okay, let's go. I hope we can successfully complete the 100 kilometers today. The family packed up the paper map on the table and embedded the tablet with a downloaded map into the fixture in the front driving area.